The realm of gaming has transcended into reality, ushering in an era of vocational transformation on Blue Star, where all individuals awaken at the age of 18, becoming vocationalists. Jiang Yubai astonishingly transitions into an ultra-divine profession, lottery master, wielding a prize wheel that empowers him as long as someone participates in the draw. House Edge, LV1. When other players draw from your prize wheel, you shall receive the same rewards. Prize wheel. A classic circular wheel is set up, divided into multiple sections, each corresponding to a unique reward. Other players can partake in the lottery using the wheel, and with each draw, you will gain experience points. From double color ball wheels to scratch-off lottery wheels, lucky lotto, blind box lotteries, and an array of other wheels, there exists a plethora of options. All in is a game of wits. Thank you for your patronage 1,000 times. I thank your dear mother. By my mother, I can't believe I actually drew divine-grade equipment. What the heck? The president of the world's foremost guild declared, at all costs, we shall seize the prize wheel. A divine powerhouse proclaimed, whoever possesses the prize wheel shall conquer the world. The starry demon god lamented, why can't I destroy the prize wheel, damn it? Vocationalists exclaimed, participation costs merely 1 gold coin, what more could one desire? Epic legends are not out of reach. With his myriad of prize wheels, Jiang Yubai transformed everyone into his laborers. Chapter 1. The Ultra-Divine Lottery Master. Xiaobai, remain calm. There is no need to be anxious. Your grandfather has faith in you. Your parents were both prodigies in their time, and you shall not fall short of them. Jiang Tianhe, the lord of Tianzong City, surveyed the exceptionally handsome youth before him, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. Grandfather, I wasn't nervous until you mentioned it. Now I find myself a bit on edge. Jiang Yubai gazed at the legendary powerhouse clad in black armor, who, despite being over 80, appeared as vigorous as one in their 40s, and smiled. He indeed felt a twinge of anxiety. The destiny of vocational awakening could be fraught with difficulties at the outset, potentially complicating his path to divinity. After a millennium of vocational transformation, the version where anyone can ascend to divinity has finally arrived with the opening of the cosmic chapter. Once a vocationalist reaches the pinnacle of their 9th transformation, they may receive a divine quest. Upon completion, they will ascend to divinity and venture into the cosmic expanse. Let us pretend your grandfather said nothing. Jiang Tianhe thought highly of his cherished grandson. Since the passing of his only son and daughter-in-law, he had been exceptionally protective of the young Jiang Yubai, cradling him delicately in his heart. The thought of Jiang Yubai awakening as a vocationalist filled him with uncontrollable tension. Let us proceed. Do not keep Envoy Luo waiting too long. After your awakening, Envoy Luo must return to the Starry Academy. Jiang Yubai nodded, taking a step back to follow Jiang Tianhe deeper into the estate. Envoy Luo, I apologize for keeping you waiting. In the parlor, a woman clad in a flowing purple gown adorned with exquisite silver embroidery stood patiently, awaiting their arrival. A delicate veil of purple draped over her face, hinting at her exquisite features. Her elegantly arched brows and profound starry eyes exuded an aura of cool nobility, reminiscent of a blooming violet. Indeed, a remarkable female envoy, Jiang Yubai mused. He was a senior student at Tianzong High School, and yesterday marked the collective awakening day for the students. He had chosen not to participate, instead heeding Jiang Tianhe's decision to awaken within the Jiang family estate today, having already heard about the envoy from his close friend, Song Shaoan. Luo Ziwei cast a glance at the youth behind Jiang Tianhe, her eyes momentarily flickering. Jiang Tianhe stood nearly 6 feet tall, yet this youth surpassed him by a head, with sparkling eyes and an extraordinary demeanor, resembling a graceful young gentleman. Let us commence. Luo Ziwei nodded slightly, her jade-like hand gesturing as a peculiar crystal stone, shimmering with a radiant spectrum of colors, materialized beside her. Awakening divine stone, Jiang Yubai regarded it with curiosity, unable to avert his gaze. Place your hand upon the divine stone, clear your mind, and focus your thoughts, Luo Ziwei instructed Jiang Yubai. Jiang Tianhe gently patted Jiang Yubai's shoulder, encouragingly saying, go ahead, do not be anxious. Jiang Yubai nodded, inhaling deeply as he approached the awakening divine stone, raising his hand to rest it upon the stone. Boom! In the next moment, the awakening divine stone erupted with brilliant light, the resplendent colors engulfing Jiang Yubai entirely. Jiang Tianhe's eyes widened in astonishment, stepping forward slightly, overwhelmed with excitement, exclaiming, this is an awakening phenomenon. Luo Ziwei's almond-shaped eyes widened, her gaze fixed on the figure amidst the radiant light, internally astonished. The potential level of such a phenomenon must be above S-class. Jiang Tianhe's face flushed with emotion, his eyes brimming with tears as he gazed at the surging rainbow glow, murmuring, Yufeng, Chuyan, can you see this? Jiang Yufeng was his only son, and Fang Chuyan was his daughter-in-law. What profession will it be? Hopefully, one of the mage classes. Luo Ziwei fixed her gaze on the radiant hues, awaiting the phenomenon to fully manifest. As a student of the Starry Academy's Mage Institute, she was tasked with being the awakening envoy for a specific mission. Jiang Tianhe held his breath, his eyes glued to the vibrant phenomenon, fervently praying, "A warrior. It must be a warrior, just like your father and me." After approximately 20 seconds, the swirling rainbow light converged behind Jiang Yubai, revealing his clear silhouette once more. Luo Ziwei and Jiang Tianhe watched Jiang Yubai intently. Before their eyes, a resplendent array of colors gradually coalesced into a multicolored disc exceeding 2 meters in diameter, with a pointer at its center that radiated an even more intense hue. "What is this?" A flicker of confusion and bewilderment crossed Luo Ziwei's eyes. Jiang Tianhe mirrored her expression, gazing at the disc behind Jiang Yubai with a look of utter perplexity. The two racked their brains, desperately sifting through their memories, yet failed to unearth any relevant recollection. Could it be? Beneath her veil, her exquisite and ethereal visage revealed an expression of astonishment as she stared at Jiang Yubai. A new profession? Jiang Tianhe's hands began to tremble uncontrollably, his breath quickening and growing labored, his heart racing with exhilaration. A new profession, with potential surpassing even S-grade. Haha! Jiang Tianhe burst into laughter. Jiang Yubai, although his eyes were tightly shut, could distinctly perceive the colorful disc. What is this? He felt an overwhelming sense of confusion, having never encountered such an anomaly before. It resembles a prize wheel, doesn't it? You have awakened the super divine profession, lottery master. A phrase materialized before Jiang Yubai, causing his breath to halt instantaneously, and even his heart seemed to cease its rhythm. He gazed incredulously at the words that slowly faded away. Disbelief etched across his features. Super divine, since the advent of the job transition era, was not the highest initial profession potential classified as divine. Divine potential professions only emerged after the opening of the Cosmic Odyssey chapter. Shock, bewilderment, and a plethora of other emotions swiftly transformed into an inexpressible exhilaration, excitement, and surprise. Super divine, an unprecedented super divine, above divine. 3 years ago, Luo Qingxian awakened her divine profession, ascending to godhood without the need for transition, while I am a super divine, stronger than her. A smile graced Jiang Yubai's lips, his brows alight with joy, his heart brimming with uncontainable elation. Were it not for the presence of the envoy Luo, he would have undoubtedly danced with glee. Super divine, lottery master, allow me to unveil your true essence. As a thought crossed Jiang Yubai's mind, the profession panel of the lottery master materialized. Name, Jiang Yubai. Profession, lottery master, super divine. Level, LV1, 0/200. Base attributes, strength 1000. Constitution, 1000. Intelligence, 1000. Growth attributes, health points, 10,000. Defense, 10,000. Energy points, 10,000. This. Jiang Yubai inhaled sharply, his heart racing violently. Exaggerated. This is utterly outrageous. The higher the potential of the initial profession, the greater the base attributes and growth attributes. The most rudimentary F-grade profession is akin to a beast at birth, destined for an arduous and treacherous path of advancement. Conversely, the SSS grade profession is born amidst opulence, with a substantial probability of attaining divine status. I recall Luo Qingxian's initial base attribute being 100, whereas mine stands at 1000. This is the super divine. Absurd. Impressive. Invincible. If the base attributes are tenfold that of the divine, then what are the skills? Jiang Yubai eagerly turned his gaze toward the skills panel. Chapter 2. The 2 Supreme Divine Skills. Skill bar, 2 skills. 2 skills. To his astonishment, Jiang Yubai discovered that his initial skills amounted to 2. Even Luo Qingshan, a figure of significance, possessed only 1 initial skill, akin to other professions. Jiang Yubai couldn't help but marvel. Is this the hallmark of a supreme profession? It is simply extraordinary, though perhaps a tad peculiar. Gazing at the 2 initial skills, Jiang Yubai mused. The 6 major categories of professions, warrior, assassin, mage, support, crafting, and defense, seemingly do not align. House advantage. Passive LV1. When other players draw from your lottery wheel, you will undoubtedly receive a duplicate of the rewards they obtain. Lottery wheel. LV1. A classic circular will divide it into various segments, each corresponding to a type of reward, such as experience points, equipment, gold, skills, and more. Other players may utilize the wheel for drawing, and each draw will yield you experience points. House advantage. Jiang Yubai reflected, I am a lottery master, not a casino proprietor, yet the skill's effect aligns perfectly with its name. As long as someone draws, I shall receive the same rewards. In other words, regardless of what players draw, be it a windfall or not, the house shall never incur a loss. This was merely the effect of a level 1 skill. What might the effects be at level 2, level 3? Would the rewards drawn by players be doubled? Jiang Yubai took a deep breath, struggling to maintain his composure. Before awakening, the professions he yearned for were those of a warrior or mage, either a cunning rogue leading the charge or a perpetual spellcaster. He would accept any offensive role. Yet, he had awakened to a non-combat profession, and yet he felt an overwhelming satisfaction. A lottery master. At the supreme level, what more could one desire? The absence of offensive skills now does not imply a lack in the future. Jiang Yubai reassured himself that a supreme-level profession must possess its own formidable strengths. A significant reason for this is that he currently stands at level 1. Each draw grants experience points. Could the method of leveling up be so distinct? A lottery master, truly unique. It bears resemblance to professions such as alchemist, apothecary, or blacksmith, which do not rely on monster slaying for advancement. Jiang Yubai's gaze returned to the basic attributes and growth attributes, and he couldn't help but be astounded. Strength corresponds to health, constitution to defense, and intelligence to energy. Regardless of the profession, 1 point of basic attribute equates to 10 points of growth attribute. The potential of a profession dictates the variation in attribute points gained upon leveling up, as well as the quantity of free attribute points acquired. For instance, take Luo Qingshan and Jiang Yubai as examples. Luo Qingshan gains 100 points in basic attributes and 100 free attribute points with each level up, while Jiang Yubai gains 1,000 points in basic attributes and 1,000 free attribute points. The growth of attribute points and the acquisition of free attribute points across various professions are largely identical to their initial basic attributes. Naturally, exceptions exist, but those shall not be enumerated here. Beginning with a supreme profession and possessing 10,000 growth attributes, even if I remain stationary in defense. No level 1 professionals can breach my defenses, Jiang Yubai mused with clarity. What of not being an offensive profession? As long as my three-dimensional attributes are sufficiently high, they shall find me unassailable. Jiang Tianhe and Luo Ziwei refrained from interrupting Jiang Yubai, patiently awaiting the disappearance of the phenomenon, marking the conclusion of his awakening. For them, each passing second felt like an eternity. Time slipped by, and the colorful wheel behind Jiang Yubai transformed back into a vibrant light, absorbed by the awakening divine stone. And the phenomenon vanished. Luo Ziwei stored the stone, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Yubai. Little by, Jiang Tianhe cautiously called out twice, only to witness his grandson slowly open his eyes. Exhaling softly, Jiang Yubai smiled at Jiang Tianhe. Grandpa, I have not brought shame to our Jiang family. At these words, Jiang Tianhe could no longer contain his excitement, bursting into hearty laughter. Jiang Yubai, you have awakened a new profession? Luo Ziwei inched closer, her eyes locking onto Jiang Yubai's handsome visage, finally unable to restrain her curiosity. Jiang Yubai did not respond, but glanced at Jiang Tianhe. Little Bai, Special Envoy Luo is a prodigy from the Starry Sky Academy and the envoy for the awakening in Tianzan City. There is no need for concealment, Jiang Tianhe stated, his laughter subsiding. He had utilized the authority of the city lord to summon Luo Ziwei to the Jiang residence. Jiang Yubai nodded, confirming indeed that he had awakened a new profession. Is it a mage? Luo Ziwei inquired immediately. Jiang Yubai shook his head, noticing a flicker of disappointment in her almond-shaped eyes. It must be a warrior. Jiang Tianhe, unable to hide his smile, asked eagerly, certain that a warrior lineage would continue through generations. No, Jiang Yubai's response froze Jiang Tianhe's smile. Not a warrior? Then which type is it? I am not entirely certain. Jiang Yubai replied candidly. At this, Jiang Tianhe's heart raced, his eyes intently fixed on his grandson, apprehensive that it might be a support or crafting type. Luo Ziwei furrowed her delicate brows slightly. What is the name of the profession? Lottery master. Lottery master? A lottery master? Both Luo Ziwei and Jiang Tianhe exclaimed in astonishment, momentarily taken aback. The image of the wheel behind Jiang Yubai had struck a familiar chord with them. After the era of class transitions, activities akin to lotteries still existed. The image of the wheel and the pointer at its center were simply too iconic. Their minds raced, recognizing each character of Lottery Master. Yet they found themselves momentarily at a loss when combined. It was simply too peculiar, too eccentric. In their minds, never had there been such a unique and extraordinary profession title. What exactly is a Lottery Master? Luo Ziwei inquired, her expression inquisitive as she gazed at Jiang Yubai. Jiang Tianhe's gaze remained fixed upon his grandson. Jiang Yubai pondered for a moment. The term Lottery Master should be quite straightforward, no? Luo Ziwei. Ahem. Jiang Tianhe, noticing Luo Ziwei's frown, quickly interjected. What the special envoy means is for you to elaborate on your professional skills. A Lottery Master, as the name suggests, is someone who conducts lotteries. As Jiang Yubai spoke, he activated the skill Lottery Wheel. Before him, a classic lottery wheel materialized out of thin air. The wheel shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, the pointer at its center glowing more intensely. Jiang Yubai noticed his energy depleting instantly, and the lottery wheel, skill dimmed. Displaying the message, current level allows for only one lottery wheel to be placed. Jiang Tianhe and Luo Ziwei were immediately captivated by the 2-meter diameter lottery wheel. Upon reading the information regarding the lottery wheel, both were left utterly speechless. Chapter 3. artifacts, and divine techniques abound. Lottery wheel. Each draw, 1,000 gold. Prizes, experience points, gold. Attribute points, skill books, equipment, pet eggs, and more. Each individual may draw once per day. Jiang Tianhe and Luo Ziwei were both astounded, grappling with the incomprehensible nature of it all. Before them, the lottery wheel evoked a shared memory of a special item found within the depths of a dungeon, a treasure chest. Luo Ziwei's obsidian-like eyes shimmered with disbelief. Her heart profoundly stirred. Within that chest lay gold coins, equipment, skill books, and pet eggs, but it certainly lacked attribute points and experience. Her gaze was fixated on the lottery wheel, which could be spun daily, unlike the treasure chest that could only be opened once. At a cost of 1,000 gold coins per spin, it might seem steep for an ordinary adventurer, yet it was far from unaffordable. For a student of the Starry Sky Academy, like Luo Ziwei, even a spin costing 10,000 gold coins would be well within her means. She forcibly diverted her gaze towards the handsome youth, who was equally entranced by the lottery wheel. Beneath his purple veil, his face was a canvas of astonishment. Could the lottery master possess an SSS potential class? Jiang Tianhe, while stunned, felt an overwhelming joy swell within him. As a legendary figure, second only to divine beings, his perspective surpassed that of Luo Ziwei. To him, the lottery wheel represented an upgraded, infinitely accessible treasure chest, an extraordinary item that encompassed far more than a mere chest. The lottery master, his grandson, surely possessed at least SSS-level potential, perhaps even a divine class. The mere thought of a divine class sent Jiang Tianhe into a frenzy of excitement. Since the inception of the Starry Sky Universe chapter, divine potential classes had emerged, yet their occurrence over the centuries was exceedingly rare. Observing his precious grandson, a smile he could not suppress graced his lips. Ha! He could not contain his laughter, for it exemplified the saying, "The student surpasses the master." While Luo Ziwei and Jiang Tianhe marveled at the situation, Jiang Yubai was engulfed in disbelief. To his eyes, the information regarding the lottery wheel differed greatly from what the others perceived. Lottery wheel. Duration, permanent, indestructible. Cost per spin, 1,000 gold coins. Prizes, probability red, 0,00001, orange, 0,001, yellow, 0,01, green, 0,1, cyan, 1, blue, 10, purple, 100, from highest to lowest. Experience points, 1,000,000, 100,000, 10,000, 1,000. 100, 10, 1. Gold coins, 1,000,000, 100,000, 10,000, 1,000, 100, 10, 1. Attribute points, 10, 0,000, 5, 0,000, 1, 0,000, 500, 100, 10, 1. Skill books, divine, legendary, epic, elite, advanced, intermediate, low. Equipment, artifact, legendary, epic, elite, advanced, intermediate, low. Pet eggs, divine beast, legendary, epic, elite, advanced, intermediate, low. Thank you for your patronage, 90. Each person may spin once per day. Once a day, a designated prize can be claimed, prize purple. You may not participate in the lottery. Jiang Yubai could no longer control his racing heartbeat, his heart pounding wildly within his chest. The lottery wheel could yield divine rewards. It was unfathomable. Jiang Yubai could hardly believe his eyes. Artifacts, divine skills, divine beasts. Each was enough to drive any class changer into a frenzy. At that moment, he realized that if he disseminated the news of the lottery wheel's potential for divine rewards, even those divine beings would go mad with excitement. In the eyes of those powerful figures and various factions, it was akin to discovering a goose that laid golden eggs. Stealing a glance at Jiang Tianhe, Jiang Yubai resolved to keep this information under wraps, knowing his grandfather would be unable to protect him. Only a high-level divine being could offer him any semblance of security. The principle of a commoner without guilt, bearing treasures, was something even a child of 7 or 8 could grasp. How could he not understand? The probability of drawing a divine reward was merely 0,00001. Even with designated selection, the odds remained slim. What potential level does the lottery master possess? Luo Ziwei's voice broke through Jiang Yubai's contemplation. Undoubtedly SSS level. Jiang Tianhe replied, his face beaming with anticipation and pride as he gazed upon Jiang Yubai, seemingly envisioning his grandson's name echoing throughout the Starry Sky universe. Jiang Yubai inhaled deeply, nodding in agreement. Grandfather, your guess is indeed correct. It is SSS level. The SSS level potential, in this era of prodigies, was top tier, but not unparalleled. Across numerous planets inhabited by humanity, many SSS level newcomers emerged each year. It truly is SSS level. Luo Ziwei murmured, a sense of relief washing over her for reasons she could not articulate. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Jiang Tianhe's face. Naturally, he had hoped for his grandson to possess divine potential, which would guarantee him a place in the Starry Sky Academy. Haha, my grandson is indeed remarkable, an SSS level potential class. The future is bright, indeed. Jiang Tianhe exclaimed, his laughter echoing. Jiang Yubai discreetly observed Luo Ziwei's reaction, and upon seeing no hint of suspicion, he quietly exhaled. Such was the advantage of a new class. Even Luo Ziwei could not discern the lottery master's class level. May I have a chance to spin? Luo Ziwei inquired, her gaze fixed upon the lottery wheel. Of course, Jiang Yubai hesitated for a moment before smiling and nodding. He needed someone to spin the wheel to gain experience points for his own advancement. With each person spinning once a day, the more participants, the quicker his progress. I wonder how much experience I can gain from a single spin, Jiang Yubai mused internally. Luo Ziwei nodded, retrieving 1,000 gold coins from her backpack and stepping up to the lottery wheel. Would you like to spend 1,000 gold coins to spin? A prompt appeared. Yes. The 1,000 gold coins in her hand soared into the radiant, multicolored light enveloping the wheel, vanishing from sight. In the next moment, the colorful pointer at the center began to spin, initially slowly but gradually gaining speed, illuminating the previously dim glow with vibrant brilliance. Luo Ziwei's eyes remained transfixed on the increasingly rapid pointer, as did Jiang Tianhe. Meanwhile, Jiang Yubai awaited the arrival of his experience points. After 4 or 5 seconds, the colorful pointer slowed and finally came to a halt. In the area it pointed to, all other colors faded, leaving only a glowing green light. At that instant, a prompt appeared before Jiang Yubai. You have gained 100 experience points. Only 100 experience for a single spin? It seems I'll need quite a few more participants to level up, Jiang Yubai calculated. In Luo Ziwei's enchanting eyes, joy flickered. Above the lottery wheel, a message appeared for all to see. Congratulations. You have won 500 free attribute points. At the same time, Jiang Yubai received another notification. Passive skill The House Always Wins triggered, granting you 500 free attribute points. Chapter 4. The Enormous Surprise of Designated Wins. Truly, it's really true. One can indeed draw attribute points. Luo Ziwei gazed at her character panel, where the free attribute points had increased by 500. A smile blossomed between her willow-like brows, her eyes brimming with exhilaration. She turned to look at the striking youth beside the lottery wheel, her heart once again swelling with astonishment and disbelief. After a millennium of changing professions, even in this new era that has dawned following the opening of the cosmic expanse, attribute points can only be obtained through leveling up or completing tasks. There exist no other avenues for acquisition. While equipment and certain potions may provide attribute points, they do not belong to the practitioner themselves. However, a new channel for obtaining attribute points has emerged today, embodied in the youth before her. 1,000 gold coins exchanged for 500 attribute points. Such a notion would have been unimaginable to Luo Ziwei in the past. As the legitimate daughter of the Luo family, she could effortlessly produce millions of gold coins. Is the lottery master truly merely an SSS class potential profession? Without hesitation, Luo Ziwei resolved to apply for a guaranteed admission slot at the academy, ensuring Jiang Yubai's entry into the Stellar Academy. Even among SSS class professions, there exists a distinction in strength. Each year, numerous newcomers awaken to SSS status within the human territories. But only the most elite SSS practitioners can secure a spot in the 3 great sacred academies. Without delay, she reached out to her mentor, the esteemed headmaster of the Mage Academy, Shan Wenrui, through her communication device. Jiang Tianhe observed the inscription materializing on the lottery wheel, his eyes widening in surprise. Prior to this moment, he harbored a modicum of skepticism regarding whether the wheel could indeed yield attribute points, for such points are the very essence of a practitioner. Without them, a practitioner is rendered inconsequential. As he gazed at his grandson, a sense of elation eluded him. The lottery wheel might dispense attribute points, but it could also yield other rewards, which could be a perilous outcome. Though he held the title of City Lord and was a legendary figure of 9 transformations, he was but an ant beneath the gaze of divine beings. In the presence of such godly power, he felt utterly insignificant. Jiang Tianhe cast a glance at Luo Ziwei, his eyes shimmering with intensity. The lottery master likely lacked offensive capabilities, thus his cherished grandson required a formidable backing. Grandfather, won't you take a turn as well? Jiang Yubai implored, knowing that if Jiang Tianhe drew once more, it would facilitate his upgrade. He was eager to discern if the effects of house advantage and lottery wheel would alter upon leveling up. Oh, I suppose I shall draw once as well. Jiang Tianhe replied, suppressing his apprehensions. He did not wish his beloved grandson to perceive his unease. With a smile, he retrieved 1,000 gold coins and approached the lottery wheel. Why can't I reach them? Luo Ziwei noticed her mentor's silence and furrowed her delicate brows. Could it be he had entered a divine-level secret realm again? Some divine secret realms isolate their entrance from the outside world. She glanced up at Jiang Tianhe, who was now feeding his 1,000 gold coins into the lottery wheel, watching them vanish as the wheel began to spin. With anticipation etched upon his face, Jiang Tianhe gazed at the wheel. He envied Luo Ziwei, who had drawn 500 free attribute points from 1,000 gold coins. Free attribute points are a treasure coveted even by legendary and divine practitioners alike. Would you like to utilize the designated prize? Yes. Jiang Yubai, upon seeing the prompt, unhesitatingly invoked his daily designated prize. After a brief interval of 7 or 8 seconds, the wheel began to decelerate, finally coming to a halt. In the midst of the vibrant colors, an orange hue emerged, amidst other colors that faded away. Jiang Yubai's eyes widened uncontrollably, his face betraying astonishment and disbelief. The reward, ranked from high to low, was represented by the colors red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. An orange quality signified a legendary reward. Jiang Tianhe had drawn a legendary prize, with a probability rating of 0.00001. Orange. Both Jiang Tianhe and Luo Ziwei recalled the earlier cyan and exchanged puzzled glances. Almost immediately, they beheld the inscription above the lottery wheel. Congratulations. You have drawn the legendary skill book, Holy Sword Judgment. Simultaneously, a radiant, pearlescent glow imbued with flecks of gold enveloped Jiang Yubai. You have leveled up. Current level, 2. Your base attributes have increased. You have gained 1,000 free attribute points. Name, Jiang Yubai. Profession, Lottery Master, Super God Class. Level, LV2, 0300. Base attributes, Strength, 2,000. Constitution, 2,000. Intelligence, 2,000. Growth attributes, Health, 20,000. Defense, 20,000. Energy, 20,000. Free attribute points, 1,500. Upon leveling up, Jiang Yubai exhibited no immediate reaction, instead staring blankly at another prompt. You have acquired the legendary skill book, Holy Sword Judgment. Would you like to learn it? Jiang Yubai blinked, questioning if he had misread the message. To learn? Given Jiang Tianhe's warrior profession, he was familiar with the skill of Holy Sword Judgment. However, the skill's profession restrictions included warriors, knights, and swordsmen, none of which pertained to his own identity as a lottery master. Learn, Jiang Yubai attempted to affirm in his mind. In the next instant, the prompt reappeared. You have acquired the new skill, Holy Sword Judgment. Gasp. Jiang Yubai instinctively leaned back, his eyes sparkling with profound delight as he clenched his fists in exhilaration. It truly was possible to learn it. The lottery master, being of super god class and not confined to any of the 6 primary professions, must have a unique ability to encompass all 6 systems, thus allowing him to learn Holy Sword Judgment. Thump, thump. Jiang Yubai could hear the rapid beating of his heart. If my conjecture holds true, the future may be brimming with possibilities. He turned his gaze towards the profession panel and the skill bar, 3 slots. Holy Sword Judgment, LV100 summons a colossal holy sword to inflict devastating damage upon a target area, radius of 500 meters. Jiang Yubai noted that the skill icon for Holy Sword Judgment was grayed out, rendering it unusable, with a requirement of level 100. He felt no disappointment. After all, the Holy Sword Judgment was a legendary skill that only 9-turn legendary practitioners could master. Being able to learn it at level 2 was already a remarkable fortune. However, Jiang Yubai found himself puzzled. Normally, upon advancing to the 9-turn stage, a practitioner's level would exceed 900. Logically, one would require level 900 to wield such a skill. Why was the threshold set at level 100? Jiang Yubai could not comprehend this at that moment, but it was undeniably a stroke of good fortune. This implied that the lottery master possessed offensive capabilities and potential for damage. Unable to contain his delight, Jiang Yubai silently chuckled. If the Holy Sword Judgment was one grand surprise, then there was yet another awaiting him after the upgrade. House Advantage, Passive LV2. When other players draw from your lottery wheel, you receive double rewards. Lottery Wheel, LV2. Deploy a classic circular wheel, divided into various segments, each corresponding to a type of reward, such as experience points, equipment, gold coins, skills, and consolation prizes. Other players may utilize the wheel for drawing, and with each draw, you will gain experience points. You can now place 2 lottery wheels. Chapter 5, Luo Ziwei's Invitation. The Supreme Champion, truly deserving of the title of a transcendent profession. The rate of growth is indeed astonishing. Jiang Yubai silently marveled, noting that the enhancement of basic attributes with each level gained is unparalleled. An SSS-class profession starts with a mere 50 points in basic attributes, increasing by 50 points with each level, while I possess a remarkable 20-fold advantage. Coupled with an additional 20-fold in free attribute points, my growth rate far exceeds even 20 times. This stark contrast delineates the disparity between low-potential and high-potential professions. Anyone has the potential to ascend to divinity, yet the initial potential of one's profession determines the ease of their path to advancement. Those with a divine vocation need not change professions to achieve their celestial ascent, and I shall be the mightiest practitioner in history. If the rewards for leveling up double with each increase, and the number of lottery spins increases by 1, my future rate of advancement will only accelerate. At this moment, a surge of confidence welled up within Jiang Yubai. Jiang Tianhe and Luo Ziwei appeared as if petrified, their eyes wide with astonishment, fixated on the words displayed before them. After what felt like an eternity, Jiang Tianhe erupted into raucous laughter, completely shedding the demeanor of a city lord. Ha ha ha. His excitement was palpable. his body trembling with joy, laughter spilling forth uncontrollably. Beside him, Luo Ziwei seemed awakened by Jiang Tianha's mirth, stepping back in disbelief as she gazed at Jiang Yubai. At that moment, a radiant light enveloped Jiang Yubai, heralding his ascension. A legendary skill book. This lottery wheel contains a legendary skill book. Luo Ziwei stared in shock at the young man shrouded in luminescence, her delicate features beneath the sheer purple veil reflecting her astonishment, her eyes flickering with disbelief. She had initially thought that the lottery would at best yield an advanced skill book. A legendary skill book is akin to a mage's forbidden spell. As she observed the ecstatic Jiang Tianha, she inhaled deeply, acutely aware of the terrifying enhancement a legendary skill could bestow upon a 9-turn powerhouse. Amongst 9-turn powerhouses, a significant portion of their strength is derived from their skills. The Holy Sword of Judgment skill would elevate Jiang Tianha's combat prowess by at least 30 to 40%. Luo Ziwei's gaze shifted back to Jiang Yubai, a question emerging in her mind. Could the lottery master truly be merely an SSS-class potential profession? Taking a deep breath, she attempted once more to contact her mentor, Shan Wenrui. No matter the cost, I must ensure Jiang Yubai becomes a student of our Starry Sky Academy. The revelation of attribute points is already astonishing, yet the existence of a legendary skill book is beyond comprehension. Luo Ziwei understood that if this information were to leak, the other two great sanctuaries, Xingyu and Xinghai academies, would undoubtedly go into a frenzy. Mentor Shan, please contact me at your earliest convenience. This is an urgent matter of great significance concerning the future of our Starry Sky Academy. After sending the message, Luo Ziwei glanced at Jiang Tianha, silently imploring him to keep the secret, fearing that if he were to divulge this information to Xingyu or Xinghai, it would spell trouble. Jiang Tianha gazed at the skill book that had appeared in his backpack, overjoyed. As a 9-turn warrior, he had coveted this skill for a long time. The sources of skills for practitioners are limited to two: obtaining new skills through profession advancement or learning from skill books. Some quests may reward skills, but such tasks are exceedingly rare and can almost be disregarded. Ascending to 9 turns as a city lord who commands the Heaven's Tomb dungeon. Jiang Tianha lacked for gold. He had been searching for epic and legendary skill books. However, such tomes rarely appear on the market. What practitioner would ever complain of having too many skills? Even if one did not require the skill personally, it could always be exchanged with others. Over the years, Jiang Tianha had managed to gather 2 epic skill books and 1 legendary skill book. Now, he had obtained a legendary skill book, the Holy Sword of Judgment, which boasts the formidable attributes of slaying and true damage for a mere 1,000 gold coins, an achievement he had never dared to dream of. Haha, grandson, you are truly our Jiang family's good fortune. Jiang Tianha was ecstatic, so much so that he rushed over and lifted Jiang Yubai, spinning him around in delight. Ahem. Jiang Yubai cast a glance at Luo Ziwei and quickly reminded, Grandfather, you still see me as a child, do you? Put me down. There are others present. Only then did Jiang Tianha set his grandson down, grinning ear to ear as he enthusiastically patted Jiang Yubai's shoulder. Your parents would be proud if they knew. Without a doubt, you are truly the grandson of Jiang Tianha. Jiang Tianha joyfully added the Holy Sword of Judgment to his skill repertoire. Just then, Luo Ziwei's voice broke in. City Lord Jiang, could you please keep Jiang Yubai's matter confidential for now? I am in the process of applying for his admission quota. Given Jiang Yubai's potential, the Academy will surely approve his admission. Luo Ziwei looked earnestly and resolutely at Jiang Tianha and Jiang Yubai, though a sense of anxiety gnawed at her. What if Jiang Tianha had connections with high-ranking officials from Xingyu or Xinghai? Those academies would surely compete fiercely to recruit him. At this moment, her regard for Jiang Yubai had reached an unprecedented height. Luo Ziwei was unaware of just how low the odds were for drawing a legendary skill book from the lottery wheel. Yet Jiang Tianha had done so, had he not? As long as both Jiang Tianha and his grandson agreed, our Starry Sky Academy would undoubtedly surpass Xingyu and Xinghai in the near future. Emerging as the foremost sanctuary for humanity, Jiang Tianha did not respond immediately. Instead, he composed his expression and fell into deep thought. Hearing this, Jiang Yubai felt a stirring within. After the opening of the Cosmic Starry Sky chapter, humanity had established 3 great sanctuaries in the cosmos. Among them, Xinghai Academy was the strongest, followed by Xingyu, with Starry Sky at the bottom. If given the choice, Jiang Yubai might not even select the strongest Xinghai Academy. After all, he was a lottery master destined to become a transcendent powerhouse. Whether he chose Xinghai, Xingyu, or Starry Sky, it would not alter this predetermined future. The academies control the mysteries and dungeons within the cosmic expanse, harboring numerous god-level powerhouses. Other practitioners could rapidly grow with the academy's assistance upon entering the sanctuaries. Yet for him, the academy represented merely a guardian and a stronghold. With the lottery wheel by his side, he lacked for nothing. Therefore, Jiang Yubai would undoubtedly enter a sanctuary. Xinghai would suffice, Xingyu would suffice, and Starry Sky would suffice as well. Luo Ziwei watched Jiang Tianha anxiously, her fair hands unconsciously clenching. Envoy Luo, I still need to discuss this matter with my grandson, Jiang Tianha remarked, casting a glance at Jiang Yubai. Luo Ziwei nodded. Understanding the necessity, Jiang Tianhe then led Jiang Yubai away from the living room to a private chamber. With a serious expression, Jiang Tianhe regarded Jiang Yubai earnestly, speaking solemnly. Grandson, I never anticipated that your lottery wheel could yield a legendary skill book. This could indeed complicate matters. Once the news leaks, you will surely attract the attention of major factions. As your grandfather, I fear I may be powerless to protect you. Therefore, you must enter a sanctuary. This is the safest course of action. Jiang Yubai nodded. So, in your opinion, should I agree? Agree, Jiang Tianhe responded without hesitation. Jiang Yubai felt a mix of surprise and confusion. Isn't Xinghai the strongest? Xinghai boasts the strongest overall strength. Yet the current number 1 powerhouse resides within the Starry Sky Academy. The number 1 powerhouse? Who is it? Liang Tianxia. Chapter 6. The Cosmic Demon God. Liang Tianxia? Jiang Yubai, filled with curiosity, found himself unfamiliar with the top-tier powerhouses, as Jiang Tianhe had never shared such insights with him. His understanding only reached the level of the 9-turn legend rank. Little did he know about the realm of divine-level powerhouses. Indeed, there was Chang Tiantian, the newly ascendant first divine powerhouse of the human race. Jiang Tianhe's eyes glimmered with admiration. He had decisively slain the starry demonic god, ascending to the pinnacle in a single battle. The starry demonic god. Jiang Yubai's heart trembled. The chapter of the starry universe had arrived. With the planetary dungeons and cosmic secret realms unfolding, human transmuters ventured into the vast cosmos, encountering the clan of the starry demonic gods. Unlike the monsters confined within the dungeons, bound by the laws of the transmuted heavenly path, the starry demonic gods held a status equivalent to that of humans. They too could engage in slaying monsters within the secret realms to upgrade and grow stronger. The distinction lay in the fact that the starry demonic clan did not adhere to professions but possessed a unique cultivation system. The starry demonic gods were akin to human divine-level powerhouses, while the starry demonic god possessed strength comparable to that of high-tier divine powerhouses. The mere fact that Chang Tiantian could slay the starry demonic god attested to the terrifying extent of his prowess. With the esteemed Chang Tiantian present, none dared provoke the Starry Academy. Jiang Yubai felt a sense of security, knowing he was within its walls. Jiang Tianhe gazed at Jiang Yubai, who had been his steadfast companion for over a decade. The thought of their impending separation weighed heavily on his heart. Jiang Yubai nodded, indicating his choice of the Starry Academy. Very well, I shall discuss this with Envoy Luo shortly. The competition within the Starry Academy is fierce, and I will strive to secure the best terms for you. Luo Ziwei paced anxiously in the living room, awaiting a response from Shan Wenrui. However, her mentor had yet to reply. Surely, she must have temporarily disabled communications. Oh, mentor, why would you mute communications while entering the secret realm? What if Jiang Yubai is snatched away by Xinghai or Xingyu? The mere thought sent shivers down her spine. The potential to extract attribute points and the high-value lottery wheel for legendary skill books was simply too enticing. Were it not for her inability to defeat Jiang Tianhe, she might have entertained the notion of taking action herself. This child must be brought back to the Starry Academy at all costs. Apologies for the wait, came Jiang Tianhe's jovial voice as he returned to the living room with Jiang Yubai. Has the city lord discussed matters? Luo Ziwei cast a nervous glance at Jiang Yubai. Jiang Yubai maintained a serene demeanor, his expression calm and composed. After taking a seat, Jiang Tianhe spoke in a measured tone. Envoy Luo, I am rather direct in my speech, so I shall be forthright. Please do, Luo Ziwei replied as she took her seat. Jiang Tianhe tapped his fingers on the armrest, smiling as he continued. My grandson has agreed to enter the Starry Academy. Luo Ziwei's expression turned jubilant, but the shift in Jiang Tianhe's tone caused her heart to race with anxiety. As a student of the Academy's Mage Institute, deeply influenced by Shan Wenrui, she had taken it upon herself to revitalize the Starry Academy, aspiring to make it the foremost sanctum for the human race. This sentiment was shared by the majority of students at the Starry Academy. After all, it was not for nothing that she had accepted the time-consuming task of awakening new talent, aiming to unearth more prodigious individuals for the Academy. What do you mean? Luo Ziwei grasped the armrest tightly, the veins on her pale hand becoming visibly pronounced. You've seen the potential of the lottery wheel, Envoy Luo. Jiang Tianhe beamed proudly at Jiang Yubai, gesturing toward the lottery wheel set in the room. This wheel can yield legendary skill books, legendary equipment, and legendary pets. Its value far surpasses that of treasure chests, which do not even contain attribute points. Jiang Tianhe looked at Luo Ziwei, smiling. Moreover, now that Xiao Bai has reached level 2, he can place 2 lottery wheels. As he spoke, he turned to Jiang Yubai. The increase in the number of lottery wheels upon leveling up was something Jiang Yubai had disclosed to Jiang Tianhe, and there was no need for concealment. Jiang Yubai promptly activated his skill once more, and another lottery wheel materialized beside the first. With his level up, his status had refreshed, and his energy was fully restored. Luo Ziwei sat up in astonishment, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at the second lottery wheel. Would you like to spend 1,000 gold coins to draw? The prompt that appeared instantly ignited a fervent urge within her to participate in the draw. If Jiang Tianhe could procure legendary skill books, why couldn't she, Luo Ziwei? Her nostrils flared as she struggled to suppress the overwhelming impulse, slowly resuming her composure. City Lord, I will ensure Jiang Yubai receives the highest and best treatment. Jiang Tianhe smiled. With Envoy Luo's assurance, I am at ease. How long might this take? I have already contacted my mentor, who is also the head of the Mage Institute, Shan Wenrui. We shall receive a response soon, Luo Ziwei replied. Envoy Luo is indeed a student of the esteemed Elder Shan. How fortunate! Jiang Tianhe exclaimed, his expression one of genuine surprise. The name of Shan Wenrui resonated like thunder in his ears. To think she was a disciple of Shan Wenrui, Jiang Yubai felt a twinge of astonishment as well. His knowledge of the divine-level powerhouse circle was limited, though not entirely devoid of awareness regarding some divine powerhouses within the three great sanctuaries. Shan Wenrui, a mid-tier divine powerhouse, had annihilated several starry demonic gods. Since Envoy Luo's mentor is Elder Shan, I naturally place my trust in this. Now let us await good news from Envoy Luo. Jiang Tianhe nodded with a smile. I trust we will hear news soon. Before that, I wish to remain at the city lord's residence for the time being. May I? Luo Ziwei dared not leave, fearing that if she let her guard down, Jiang Yubai might be whisked away by Xinghai or Xingyu. Of course, Jiang Tianhe nodded, promptly instructing someone to prepare a guest room for Luo Ziwei. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the living room. Xiaobai, I've come to see you. Jiang Yubai turned at the sound, glancing at Jiang Tianhe, who smiled and nodded. It's that rascal Song Xiaohan. Go on, but remember to keep it a secret. Understood. Jiang Yubai replied, exchanging a glance with Luo Ziwei before departing the living room. Come, Envoy Luo, let us enjoy some tea, Jiang Tianhe cheerfully invited. Luo Ziwei withdrew her gaze, lifting her teacup, though her mind was evidently elsewhere. Unable to reach Shan Wenrui, she began contacting others within the academy. The matter of Jiang Yubai's guaranteed admission and the accompanying benefits needed to be resolved swiftly. You raucous fellow, do you truly consider the city lord's residence your home? Jiang Yubai remarked, observing Song Xiaohan swaggering in with an air of nonchalance. Hey, we grew up wearing the same pants. Your home is my home. Song Xiaohan approached, draping an arm over Jiang Yubai's shoulder and raising his brows playfully. Jiang Yubai shrugged off Song Xiaohan's arm, gazing at the smug grin on his face. You can't even contain your smile. It seems your awakened profession holds considerable potential. Indeed, Song Xiaohan beamed even more proudly, thumping his chest and pointing to himself with his thumb. I am Song Xiaohan. Chapter 7. Entering the dungeon, unleashing the wheel. My awakened profession is the S-rank Obsidian Shield Warrior. I am now as tough as they come, Song Xiaohan declared, brimming with pride, his eyebrows nearly soaring. Jiang Yubai nodded. An Obsidian Shield Warrior, is it? Quite impressive. The Obsidian Shield Warrior was difficult to categorize, belonging to both the warrior and defensive classes. Such dual-class professions were rare, and the Obsidian Shield Warrior was indeed formidable. You, my friend, must strive, perform well in the transmutation finals, and you might very well gain entry into one of the three great sanctuaries. I will undoubtedly gain admission to one of the three great sanctuaries. Song Xiaohan replied with unwavering confidence. Now, tell me, what profession did you awaken? Certainly a warrior class, I assent it. This young man's father and grandfather are both warriors. Jiang Yubai shook his head, replying, not quite. Song Xiaohan's eyes widened in surprise as he regarded Jiang Yubai with astonishment. Your grandfather is a warrior, your father is a warrior, and you are not? Song Xiaohan inquired further, a mage then? Not at all, Jiang Yubai reiterated with a shake of his head. Song Xiaohan playfully thumped Jiang Yubai on the shoulder, laughing as he said, you, my friend, are undoubtedly a comrade of Song Xiaohan. You are an assassin, and I am a shield warrior. Henceforth, you shall unleash your fury beneath my protection. This time, Jiang Yubai merely smiled noncommittally. Being an assassin is indeed perilous, dancing upon the edge of life and death. Yet with a brother like him, protection is assured. Song Xiaohan pounded his chest and asked, what type of assassin are you? Don't inquire. You will find out in due time, Jiang Yubai replied, reluctant to elaborate. TCH, Song Xiaohan responded with a dismissive gesture, clearly intrigued. Let us go. I shall take you to level up and enter the Sky Burial Dungeon. Enter a dungeon? Jiang Yubai pondered. Currently, his sole means of acquiring experience points was through the lottery wheel, and the more participants there were, the swifter his leveling up would be. The lottery wheel possessed an indestructible nature. If it appeared within a dungeon, it would likely be regarded as a treasure chest. Given that the Sky Burial Dungeon was a large-scale instance, it was probable that many would spend 1,000 gold coins to participate in the lottery. Jiang Yubai nodded, all right. At that moment, a notification materialized before him. You have gained 100 experience points. Jiang Yubai felt somewhat perplexed, inwardly questioning, why only experience points? Thank you for your patronage. Luo Ziwei gazed at the notification on the lottery wheel, biting her lip and sighing in disappointment. Do not lose heart, Envoy Luo. Try again tomorrow. Jiang Tianhe reassured her before commencing his own lottery attempt. As he observed the wheel spinning, he couldn't help but rub his hands together. Another spin had yielded a legendary skill book, and he was confident this wheel would also offer rewards. The outcome of such lottery wheels hinged entirely on fortune. The probability of receiving a thank you for your patronage was still quite substantial. Today, he felt fortunate. How delightful. However, Jiang Tianha's smile soon froze. Luo Ziwei watched as the words, "Thank you for your patronage," appeared on the wheel, nearly bursting into laughter. It seemed that the luck of the city lord had already run dry. The Sky Burial Dungeon is a large instance consisting of 5 layers, suitable for characters below the 5th transition to level up by defeating monsters. Within the city lord's residence, there exists a direct teleportation channel leading into the dungeon. Jiang Yubai and Song Shaoan entered the Sky Burial Dungeon through the teleportation channel. You have gained 100 experience points. It appeared neither of them had struck it lucky this time. He was not surprised, as the probability of receiving a thank you for your patronage was 90. Hitting the jackpot was merely a stroke of luck. Jiang Tianha's acquisition of the legendary skill book was fortunate, but the crucial aspect was the designated prize awarded once a day, essentially a safety net, albeit one controlled by him. You have entered the Sky Burial Dungeon, currently located on the 1st layer, suitable for novices, level 110. Jiang Yubai surveyed the area around the entrance and shook his head. Treasure chests existed within the Sky Burial Dungeon, their locations randomly refreshed but never found near the entrance. Thus, he had no intention of placing the lottery wheel near the entrance. With a mere thought, Jiang Yubai retracted the 2 lottery wheels from the city lord's residence. He could effortlessly summon and dismiss them. "Come, I invite you to form a party." Song Shaoan activated the party mode. "Song Shaoan has sent you a party invitation." Jiang Yubai accepted it. Song Shaoan instinctively glanced at the party panel and then froze in disbelief. He suspected he had misread it and rubbed his eyes. Teammate, Jiang Yubai. Class, Lottery Master. Song Shaoan turned to Jiang Yubai, utterly bewildered. "Lottery Master? What on earth is that?" "What do you mean, what on earth?" Jiang Yubai retorted, striding ahead. Song Shaoan scratched the back of his head, muttering in confusion, "Lottery Master? Is that even a real class?" Before long, Jiang Yubai placed a lottery wheel in a conspicuous location devoid of players or monsters. He glanced at the panel. He lacked sufficient energy to place another wheel. Yet he did not intend to position 2 within the Sky Burial Dungeon. The lottery wheel was remarkably unique, akin to a dungeon item. Its appearance would undoubtedly attract the envy of various factions, making it unnecessary to have too many on display. Song Shaoan's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing the lottery wheel. He examined it from every angle. Finally, he turned to Jiang Yubai, pointing at the wheel, stammering, "What is this?" "It's a lottery wheel, what else?" Jiang Yubai crossed his arms. 1,000 gold coins per spin. Will you try? Chapter 8. Oh no. I forgot to wash my face today. After reviewing the lottery wheel's information, Song Shaoan performed a tactical lean back, pointing at the wheel. "Did you place this?" Jiang Yubai had never witnessed Song Shaoan's eyes widen to such an extent before. He couldn't help but chuckle and tease. "I say, Song Shaoan, if your father saw those eyes of yours right now, he would surely question your parentage. Can this truly yield attribute points?" Song Shaoan, still incredulous, inquired. "Attribute points can only be obtained through leveling up or completing quests, right? You must be joking." Jiang Yubai shrugged. "Why not give it a try? You won't get pregnant from trying." Song Shaoan's mind was still processing it all. Lottery master, lottery wheel. This profession is quite bizarre, unheard of until now. "Will you spin or not?" Jiang Yubai asked impatiently. "Absolutely," Song Shaoan exclaimed, retrieving 1,000 gold coins from his bag. "What's a mere 1,000 gold coins? I have plenty to spare." As the son of Song's Commerce Guild president, he was never short on gold. Song Shaoan watched as the coins vanished into the lottery wheel, which then began to spin. "This isn't a scam, is it?" He glanced at Jiang Yubai, his apprehension evident. Jiang Yubai frowned, and Song Shaoan promptly zipped his lips. As the pointer came to a stop, the area it pointed to shone with a purple glow, while all other colors faded away. Jiang Yubai raised an eyebrow. It seemed the lad had indeed struck gold. "Congratulations, you have drawn 1 experience point." Song Shaoan looked at the notification with a mix of annoyance and disbelief. He turned to Jiang Yubai, sarcastically remarking, "1 experience point for 1,000 gold coins? Jiang Yubai? Why not just rob someone?" "Enjoy your thank you for your patronage," Jiang Yubai began, but before he could finish, a radiant light enveloped him, signaling his level up. "You have gained 100 experience points. You have gained 2 experience points. You have leveled up. Current level, 3. Name, Jiang Yubai. Class, Lottery Master, Super Divine. Level, LV3, 2400. Base attributes, Strength, 3000. Vitality, 3000. Intelligence, 3000. Growth attributes, Health, 30,000. Defense, 30,000. Energy, 30,000. Attribute points, 2,500. Skill slots, 3. Dealer's advantage, passive LV3 when other players draw on your lottery wheel. You will receive triple rewards. Lottery wheel, LV3 place a classic circular wheel divided into multiple segments, each corresponding to a type of reward, such as experience points, equipment, gold, skills, and thank you gifts. Other players can use the wheel to draw lots. and you will gain experience with each draw. You can now place 3 lottery wheels. Holy Sword Judgment. LV-100 summons a colossal holy sword to deliver a devastating blow to the targeted area. Currently inoperable. How did you level up? Song Xiaoan asked, bewildered. Noticing Jiang Yubai's level, 33? Aren't you just awakened? Do not envy me. My method of leveling is unlike yours, Jiang Yubai replied with a snap of his fingers, causing 2 more lottery wheels to materialize within Song Xiaoan's sight. Continue. Song Xiaoan stared at the 3 lottery wheels, his mind momentarily at a standstill. Wait. How many of these can you actually place? Hurry and draw. Once you finish, I will only leave 1 lottery wheel here, Jiang Yubai urged, not answering directly. My gold isn't just blowing in the wind. Can you increase the odds a bit? I'd like to win attribute points or skill books, or even a pet. Song Xiaoan exclaimed. I can only guarantee that you will win something. What exactly depends on your luck, Jiang Yubai stated. Each lottery wheel offers a designated win once daily, which he planned to use for Song Xiaoan. Oh no, Song Xiaoan's expression shifted. I forgot to wash my face today. Jiang Yubai stifled the urge to kick him and pressed on. Draw quickly. Once others arrive, you won't have the chance to draw at all. Song Xiaoan watched as 2,000 gold flew into the 2 lottery wheels, and Jiang Yubai activated the daily guarantee. The 2 wheels began to spin rapidly. You have gained 100 experience. You have gained 100 experience. As the number of lottery wheels increased, so did the speed of experience accumulation, a smile gracing Jiang Yubai's face. Leveling up by fighting monsters? Not a chance. That involves risk. This way of lying back and leveling up is delightful. The 2 lottery wheels gradually came to a halt, one shining with azure light and the other with emerald. You have gained 300 attribute points. You have received 3 pieces of high-level beast bone armor. Congratulations. You have won 100 attribute points. Congratulations, you have 1 high-level beast bone armor. Song Xiaoan was left dumbfounded as he saw his free attribute points and backpack increased by 100 attribute points and a piece of beast bone armor, respectively. I really won. Jiang Yubai retracted 2 of the lottery wheels, leaving only 1 behind, then turned at Song Xiaoan with an earnest expression. You should now comprehend the value of the lottery wheel, correct? Song Xiaoan nodded vigorously, absolutely. This is a means to draw attribute points. At that moment, the lottery wheel appeared to him as an invaluable treasure, far more precious than a treasure chest. Jiang Yubai grasped Song Xiaoan's shoulders and solemnly advised, remember, the lottery wheel has nothing to do with you and even less with me. It is a newly emerged special item within the Sky Burial Dungeon. Understood? Understood. Song Xiaoan quickly nodded, his expression turning serious. Jiang Yubai displayed a look of approval. Then let's spread the word about the lottery wheels in the Sky Burial Dungeon. Huh? Spread the word? Song Xiaoan was puzzled, thinking it should be kept secret. What if someone takes it or breaks it? No need for concern, Jiang Yubai replied confidently, gazing at the lottery wheel. Aside from me, not even a god-level powerhouse could take it or damage it. Song Xiaoan exclaimed, no way. Soon. The news of the miraculous items in the first layer of the Sky Burial Dungeon spread rapidly throughout the entire Sky Burial City. Chapter 9. The War Lion Guild. Are we truly leaving just like this? Can't we stay a bit longer? Song Xiaoan lamented, turning back repeatedly with reluctance. If possible. He wished he could draw until the seas ran dry and the stones crumbled. He had drawn 3 times, winning each time, investing 3,000 gold and reaping over 30,000 gold in return. Such remarkable profit made his eyes gleam with greed. No way, Jiang Yubai stated firmly, walking ahead without looking back. The lottery master is far too special. I am essentially a treasure trove. I cannot afford to raise even a hint of suspicion. Song Xiaoan nodded, hastening to catch up, and after a brief silence, he suddenly spoke. Xiaobai, thank you. Jiang Yubai glanced back at him. For what? Thank you for trusting me so much, Song Xiaoan replied earnestly. Jiang Yubai halted, and Song Xiaoan followed suit. Do I need to say, Song Xiaoan, that you're being overly sentimental? Song Xiaoan rubbed his nose and grinned, then threw an arm around Jiang Yubai's shoulders. Good brothers, in spirit. Who are you calling good brothers? I am your adoptive father, you know? Jiang Yubai retorted playfully, receiving a light jab from Song Xiaoan. I'm 2 days older than you, you rascal. Are we drawing again tomorrow? Of course we are. Song Xiaoan responded eagerly. Say adoptive father a couple of times. Adoptive father. Adoptive father. Wait, Song Xiaoan. When did you become so shameless? I must correct you. This isn't shamelessness. It's simply wisdom in recognizing the times. If I could draw attribute points daily, I'd bow down if needed. Song Xiaoan, you truly are a consummate businessman. Not long after Jiang Yubai and Song Xiaoan departed, a party of over 10 individuals soon arrived at the lottery wheel. Zhang Fei, a member of the War Lion Guild, had come to the first layer of the Sky Burial Dungeon to fulfill a guild-issued task for bringing in new members. He was leading a group of newly recruited members to level up. Our War Lion Guild ranks among the top 10 in Sky Burial City. Guildmaster War Lion is an old friend of City Lord Jiang. We have a dedicated area for you newbies to level up. I assure you, today you will gain 3 to 5 levels. Jiang Fei, robust and imposing, wielded a large blade. Dedicated monster-slaying areas? Our Warlion Guild is impressive. Thank you, Brother Fei. We appreciate your efforts today. After the monster slaying, we'll treat you to a meal. Brother Jiang Fei, you're so kind. With the flattery piling on, Jiang Fei felt himself getting a bit carried away. Look over there. Suddenly, a new member pointed excitedly to the side. What is that? Jiang Fei followed their gaze and spotted the brightly glowing lottery wheel, a look of confusion crossing his face. Let us go take a look. He led the group to the lottery wheel, where they read the information about it. A lottery wheel? How could there be one here? It can yield attribute points? Is this for real? 1,000 gold per draw? That is outrageous. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Jiang Fei scrutinized the lottery wheel, stroked his shiny bald head, and scoffed. How could such a thing exist in a dungeon, especially at 1,000 gold a pop? The deception is too crude. Do they think we're fools? As he spoke, amidst the gasps of several girls, he raised the large blade in his hand and swung it towards the lottery wheel. Just when everyone believed that Jiang Fei would cleave the wheel in two, the blade passed right through it. In a moment of miscalculation, Jiang Fei was propelled forward by the momentum of the swing, landing in an undignified heap. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Spitting out the dirt from his mouth, Jiang Fei scrambled to his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief as he glanced at the large blade in his hand. He then cautiously swung the blade again, only to witness it slip through the lottery wheel once more. Hissing in confusion, Jiang Fei took a couple of steps back, his gaze fluctuating with suspicion as he surveyed the lottery wheel. What on earth is this? How can it be right here, yet I cannot strike it? The crowd was similarly perplexed, their curiosity piqued. Jiang Fei swallowed hard, inching closer to the lottery wheel and gently prodding it with the blade. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. Could this lottery will be a newly introduced item from the dungeon? That would explain everything. He glanced into his backpack, noting that he had over 1,000 gold coins, an amount he had painstakingly accumulated over several months. Should he give it a try? Gritting his teeth, he extracted 1,000 coins and selected the lottery option, watching as the coins vanished into the wheel. The crowd's eyes were glued to the lottery wheel. It began to spin. Indeed, it was a genuine lottery wheel. Could it bestow attribute points, skill books, and equipment? Was this truly a new item from the dungeon? Excitement rippled through the crowd as they exchanged eager words. Jiang Fei fixated on the spinning wheel, fervently praying within himself. I must win. I must win. As the wheel began to decelerate, the collective breath of the crowd caught in their throats. Moments later, the pointer came to a halt, illuminating a small segment in a radiant purple glow. Congratulations, you have won a low-level skill book, 1 blade slash. The sight of the text on the lottery wheel rendered the crowd momentarily speechless, before erupting into a chorus of astonished cries. My goodness, a skill book. Did we just win? A low-level skill book. This is truly incredible. This item must undoubtedly be a special dungeon artifact, akin to treasure chests. I want to draw. I want to draw. Those with gold coins could hardly contain their eagerness, jostling to the front. Clang. The large blade slipped from Jiang Fei's grasp, clattering to the ground as he gazed at the 1 blade slash skill book in his backpack, his entire being seemingly frozen in disbelief. Suddenly, he slapped himself hard across the face. This isn't a dream. This isn't a dream. Overcome with joy, Jiang Fei burst into laughter. Indeed, it was a skill book. While a low-level skill book might seem somewhat trivial to him, it was still a skill, and no fool would dismiss such a boon. Jiang Fei immediately learned 1 blade slash, his heart racing as he beheld the newly added skill in his skill panel. Regrettably, one could only draw once a day. As he observed the throng of guild newcomers encircling the lottery wheel, a brilliant idea struck him. If I share this news with the guild leader, it could be a monumental achievement. If our Warlion Guild could claim this item for ourselves, wouldn't we be able to draw every day? The mere thought sent a thrill through Jiang Fei as he began to contact the guild leader, Zhan Shi. At that moment, a message popped up in the guild channel. A suspected lottery item has appeared within the Tianzong City dungeon. All members currently in the dungeon are to search immediately and report back upon discovery. Chapter 10. My heavens, this is 100 times more enticing than treasure chests. This news captured the attention of every guild in Tianzong City. Some claimed that a new sub-item had emerged within the Tianzong dungeon, known as the lottery wheel, which could be used to draw for attribute points and other rewards. Detailed descriptions circulated, lending an air of credibility to the claims. When it comes to attribute points, it is better to believe than to doubt. We must investigate. Contact the guild members in the Tianzong dungeon and ascertain the truth of this information. If it truly exists, it must belong to our blood color guild. Confirming the authenticity of this news, if such an artifact truly exists, our Mad Tiger Guild will claim it. In no time, all major guilds were in motion, with a multitude of players heading towards the Tianzong dungeon. What did you say? Jiang Tianhe, who had been reveling in the addition of the new skill, Holy Sword Judgment, suddenly turned pale upon hearing his subordinate's report. Lord, someone claims to have discovered a lottery wheel item in the Tianzong dungeon. All the guilds in the city are currently sending people to search within the dungeon. Should we also send someone? Jiang Tianhe furrowed his brow, his eyes flickering with rapid thought. After a moment, he commanded, you must enter the dungeon immediately to maintain order. If a large-scale conflict arises, contact me at once. Understood. Once his subordinate departed, he quickly reached out to Jiang Yubai, having added each other as contacts after their awakening. You have gained 100 experience. You have obtained a low-level skill book, 1blade/3. As Jiang Yubai observed Song Xiaohan engaging a wild monster, a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth upon receiving the notification. He glanced towards the direction of the lottery wheel, surprised that someone had discovered it so quickly. Now he could sit back and await his level up. Phew. Song Xiaohan wiped the sweat from his brow after dispatching the wild monster, turning to shout at Jiang Yubai. So, did you gain any experience? Jiang Yubai shook his head, not feeling disappointed. He had anticipated that he wouldn't level up by fighting monsters. Song Xiaohan sighed, shaking his head. Your profession is indeed peculiar. Let us go join the excitement, Jiang Yubai suggested. Song Xiaohan looked puzzled. Aren't you worried about raising suspicion? Not at all. Since someone has already discovered the lottery wheel. Before he could finish, Song Xiaohan saw the glow of a level up surrounding Jiang Yubai. This scene caused Song Xiaohan's eyes to widen in disbelief. Wait, weren't you just leveling up? How could you level up again so soon? With his arms crossed, Jiang Yubai smiled and asked, do you still find me peculiar now? Song Xiaohan, filled with envy, shook his head. With your leveling speed, if you are peculiar, then what am I, a granite shield warrior? Let us stand back and observe. The Tianzong dungeon will surely be bustling today. Jiang Yubai was beaming with joy, wondering how many levels he might gain today. The two made their way towards the location of the lottery wheel, and before they could arrive, Jiang Yubai received a message from his grandfather, Jiang Tianhe. Little Bai, are you safe? I received news that someone has spotted a lottery wheel in the Tianzong dungeon. Was it you who placed it? Jiang Yubai replied, I am currently safe. The lottery wheel is indeed mine. I need others to draw for me to level up. I won't expose my identity, so you needn't worry, Grandpa. I have everything under control. Yet, less than 2 seconds later, he received another message from his grandfather. Stay safe. I have dispatched the city guards into the dungeon. If you encounter any danger, contact them immediately, and I will arrive at the earliest opportunity. Understood. Jiang Yubai sighed in relief, realizing that he had not discussed this with his grandfather, fearing he might be reprimanded. Instead, he was met with concern. You have gained 100 experience. You have gained 4 experience points. You have acquired 100 experience points. You have earned 40 free attribute points. You have received 100 experience points. You have obtained 100 experience points. You have secured 100 experience points. You have leveled up. You have gained 1,000 free attribute points. Current level, 5. Name, Jiang Yubai. Class, Lottery Master, Super God level. Level, LV5, 6600. Base attributes. Strength, 5,000. Constitution, 5,000. Intelligence, 5,000. Growth attributes. Health points, 50,000. Defense, 50,000. Energy points, 50,000. Free attribute points, 4,840. Skill slots, 3. Inventory, 3 advanced equipment, 3 low-level skill books. House Edge, passive LV5 when other players draw on your lottery wheel. You will receive 5 times the reward. Lottery wheel, LV5 place a classic circular wheel divided into multiple sections, each corresponding to a type of reward, such as experience points, equipment, gold, skills, thank you gifts, etc. Other players can use the wheel to draw lots, and you will gain experience points with each draw. You can now place 5 lottery wheels. Holy Sword Judgment, LV100 summons a gigantic holy sword to deliver a devastating strike to the target area, radius of 500 meters. Currently unavailable. How on earth have you leveled up again? Song Xiaohan gazed in astonishment at the radiant glow emanating from Jiang Yubai, utterly bewildered. In less than 3 minutes, you've leveled up once more. Can you even handle this? The prospect of gaining experience from others participating in the lottery filled Jiang Yubai with immense joy, as it seemed there were plenty of players drawing lots. Song Xiaohan, I'm so envious, I could cry. In the city of Tianzong, at the headquarters of the War Lion Guild, a towering figure, reminiscent of a majestic lion, abruptly stood up, astounded by the information received. Jiang Fei, President. I have found the lottery wheel, and I even drew a low-level skill book. It's real. New items have indeed appeared in the Tianzong dungeon. It's on the first level. This is a locator. Quick. With a fierce roar, War Lion summoned all his comrades, demanding they immediately enter the Tianzong dungeon. Oh, I've actually drawn attribute points, exclaimed a new female member of the War Lion Guild, her round face flushed with excitement. Apart from her and Jiang Fei, the others were left in a state of shock. After an indeterminate amount of time, an incredulous voice broke the silence. It's truly possible to draw attribute points. This proclamation shattered the stillness, igniting a fervor in the crowd. What on earth is this? My goodness, this is 100 times more appealing than treasure chests. Chapter 11. The exhilaration of leveling up with just a few steps is simply delightful. Jiang Fei observed the lottery wheel spinning once more, feeling an inexplicable dread. From the guild channel, he understood that War Lion intended to monopolize the lottery wheel. The question was that even feasible? Absolutely not. The lottery wheel, capable of yielding attribute points, skill books, and experience points, was invaluable. Unlike low-level treasure chests that could only be opened once, this lottery wheel could seemingly be spun infinitely each day. This indicated that the worth of the lottery wheel was beyond imagination, particularly for a guild like Warlion, boasting thousands of members. In a mere 7 or 8 minutes, newcomers from their guild had drawn attribute points, experience points, and even skill books. Of course, only a select few had received rewards, the rest merely received thank-you gifts. But it is essential to note that Warlion was a guild comprising thousands. With financial backing, they could allow over 1,000 members to draw daily. Within a year, the strength of Warlion would undoubtedly undergo a monumental transformation. However, it was not just Warlion that was privy to this news. Every faction within Tianzong City was now aware of it. Who wouldn't be envious? Just moments ago, after Zhang Fei failed to destroy the lottery wheel, he attempted to stow it away, only to meet with failure. Not even a hint of how to collect it was provided. Unable to take possession of the lottery wheel, Zhang Fei did not believe that Warlion's strength would suffice to monopolize such an item. His throat tightened, and the feeling of unease grew stronger. At that moment, he received another message from President Warlion. We are on our way. No one is to approach the lottery wheel. Upon reading the message, Zhang Fei glanced at the newcomers and shook his head with a wry smile. With their meager strength, how could they possibly stop anyone? He hoped that before the president arrived, no one else would discover the wheel. The more he worried, the more it seemed his fears were being realized. As he soon heard gasps of astonishment nearby. Look over there. What are those people doing? Have they discovered the lottery wheel? As he discerned the approaching figures, Zhang Fei's expression darkened. A group of 7 or 8 individuals clad in uniforms emblazoned with a tiger insignia approached, members of the Wild Tiger Guild. Warlion Guild and Wild Tiger Guild were arch-enemies, their conflicts ongoing. Though they had exercised some restraint due to Jiang Tianhe, many had still perished in the skirmishes. Recalling President Warlion's orders, Zhang Fei tightened his grip on his massive blade and steeled himself. Halt! This is the territory of our Blood-Red Guild. If you wish to hunt monsters, go elsewhere. Zhang Fei pointed his blade at the members of the Wild Tiger Guild. Huh! One of them stepped forward, sizing Zhang Fei up with a derisive chuckle. Zhang Fei, when did you become a member of the Blood-Red Guild? Qiang. Zhang Fei's expression darkened further. The Blood-Red Guild ranked among the top 3 in Tianzong City, and while he intended to leverage their name to drive off the Wild Tiger Guild members, he had not noticed that some recognized him. The tall, lean figure of Qiang crossed his arms, regarding Zhang Fei with disdain. Get lost. Zhang Fei glared at Qiang, swiftly transmitting news of their presence to Warlion. Are you deaf? If you don't leave immediately. Do you believe I want to eliminate you? Qiang sensed the tension and gestured for his companions to brandish their weapons. Qiang, our president is on his way. You'd best leave while you can, or when Warlion arrives, he won't show you any mercy. Zhang Fei threatened, his demeanor severe. Look quickly. What is that? It's the lottery wheel. That must be the lottery wheel. The 3 members behind Qiang exclaimed in astonishment. Zhang Fei's heart plummeted. He turned to see that the commotion had drawn in the several newcomers he had brought along, inadvertently revealing the lottery wheel. Damn it! Qiang's eyes glinted with greed as he beheld the brightly illuminated lottery wheel, and he promptly dispatched a message to President Wild Tiger. President, I have located the lottery wheel. Here is the position. Received. We are on our way. President, members of Warlion Guild are also present. Understood. At the headquarters of the guild, the frenzied tiger immediately issued a guild summons, leading the vanguard into the tomb of heaven instance. No wonder, Zhang Fei. You are so audacious. It turns out you've discovered the lottery wheel. Qiang glared at Zhang Fei with malevolence, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as an ominous green bow and arrow materialized in his hands. Get out of the way. Move aside. If you don't step aside, I'll take action. The men behind Qiang also radiated an aura of lethal intent. Observing the situation, Zhang Fei realized he could not impede them and wisely cleared the path, inviting a dozen newcomers to his side. Qiang swiftly advanced, commencing his examination of the lottery wheel. How did you level up again? Watching the radiant glow of an upgrade enveloping Jiang Yubai, Song Xiaohan felt a pang of frustration. Who can level up just by taking a few steps? Is this something a class changer can achieve? Jiang Yubai glanced at Song Xiaohan and could not suppress a chuckle. Song Xiaohan's expression practically screamed, I beg you, please stop leveling up and provoking me. Sighing, Jiang Yubai spread his hands and replied, there's nothing I can do. I'm just as helpless. Song Xiaohan cast a resentful glance at Jiang Yubai, muttering, Jiang Yubai, do you realize how infuriating your current state is? Infuriating, you say? I could be even more so. Jiang Yubai grinned, the corners of his mouth lifting in mischief. You have gained 100 experience. You have gained 100 experience. You have gained 100 experience. This sensation of leveling up with just a few steps is truly exhilarating. Chapter 12. Misfortune is a daily occurrence. But today it seems particularly abundant. Jiang Yubai scrutinized his class panel, contemplating how to allocate his free attribute points. Free attribute points, 5840. His current path to leveling up depended entirely on the lottery wheel skill. The lottery wheel skill had no cooldown. Each lottery draw required 1,000 energy points, just enough to place the wheel. However, once he reached level 11 and transitioned to his first class upgrade, he would acquire a new skill. At this rate of leveling, reaching level 11 would occur swiftly, and he anticipated that his energy points would soon run short. His base attributes should be comparable to Luo Qingxian at levels 30 to 40, roughly several times that of an ordinary class holder, which would suffice for now. He decided to allocate his points evenly and adjust later based on subsequent skills and equipment. At level 6, his base attributes were exceptionally high, a testament to the benefits of a potent initial class. In terms of peers, his base attributes were unrivaled. After a thorough analysis, Jiang Yubai distributed his free attribute points evenly. Name: Jiang Yubai. Class: Lottery Master, Super God level. Level: LV6, 6700. Base attributes: Strength, 7946. Constitution, 7946. Intelligence, 7946. Growth attributes: Health, 79460. Defense, 79460. Energy, 79460. Free attribute points, 2. Skill slots, 3. Inventory: High-level equipment, Beastbone Shield, 3. Low-level skill books, 1/3. House Edge: Passive LV6 when other players draw from your lottery wheel. You receive 6 times the reward. Lottery Wheel, LV6. Place a classic circular wheel divided into multiple sections, each corresponding to a reward, such as experience points, equipment, gold, skills, thank you for your patronage, etc. Other players can use the wheel for lottery draws, and with each draw, you will gain experience points. You can now place 6 lottery wheels. Holy Sword Judgment, LV100. Summon a massive holy sword to deliver a devastating blow to the target area, radius of 500 meters. Temporarily unexecutable. Song Shaoan looked at Jiang Yubai and suddenly inquired, Little Bai, what are your base attributes now? Not quite 8,000, Jiang Yubai replied. You are just boasting, Song Shaoan scoffed. Anything less than 7,999 is not quite 8,000. I bet you've barely crossed 100. Believe it or not. Jiang Yubai chuckled, choosing not to provoke his companion further. Song Shaoan glanced at his own base attributes, still stuck at the initial stage, all at 50 points. I must hasten my leveling. I cannot afford to fall too far behind Little Bai. After all, I am an S-class professional, destined not to be outdone by anyone. Lost in thought, he witnessed Jiang Yubai level up once more. This is maddening. The spark of determination within Song Shaohan was extinguished in an instant. He lightly slapped his own face, a mournful expression on his face, lamenting, how could I possibly compare my leveling speed to Jiang Yubai? This is sheer self-torment. Jiang Yubai looked at Song Shaohan, perplexed. Why are you hitting yourself? Oh, Song Shaohan forced a smile. Just a mosquito, a mosquito. Jiang Yubai raised an eyebrow. In an instance, where would there be mosquitoes? Having broken through, Jiang Yubai perused the lottery records, able to see who had drawn and what rewards they received. Observing the uniform notifications of, you have gained 100 experience, he could not help but shake his head. Are they all this unfortunate? Could they not be a bit more generous? President, you finally arrived. Jiang Fei rushed to greet the battle lion, who was leading over 100 members. True to his name, the battle lion was as robust as a lion, clad in golden armor and exuding an imposing presence. The battle lion nodded slightly, casting a grim glance at Qi Yang and his companions surrounding the lottery wheel. It's the battle lion. Upon seeing him, Qi Yang's expression changed dramatically and without hesitation. He led his fellow guild members away from the lottery wheel. Clear the area. No one is to approach within 100 meters. The battle lion strode towards the lottery wheel, and the throng immediately dispersed, commencing a sweep of the area. Jiang Fei, keep up. Yes. Jiang Fei quickened his pace, following the battle lion to the lottery wheel. The battle lion attempted to retract the lottery wheel, but, unsurprisingly, failed, unable to dismantle or destroy it. His brow furrowed as he rubbed his scruffy beard. President, I suggest we let the brothers draw first. The members of the Frenzied Tiger Guild should arrive shortly. Jiang Fei glanced at the expelled Qi Yang and his group, offering this counsel. Humph. The battle lion scoffed dismissively. The Frenzied Tiger Guild is not a concern. What I worry about is the Blood Color Guild and the Dragon Cloud Guild. The Blood Color Guild and the Dragon Cloud Guild are the two most powerful factions in the Tomb of Heaven, their strengths being quite comparable. Jiang Fei's expression shifted. The Blood Color Guild and the Dragon Cloud Guild are also coming. The battle lion retrieved 1,000 gold coins from his inventory, watching as they vanished into the lottery wheel. They cannot possibly ignore this. What should we do? Jiang Fei asked anxiously. The might of the Battle Lions Guild would not dare to provoke the two major guilds. I have already contacted City Lord Jiang. With him here, the Blood Color and Dragon Cloud members will still show me some respect. Thank you for your patronage. The Battle Lion's expression darkened as he addressed Jiang Fei. Now, let others approach the lottery in turn. The guild will cover the expenses, but the rewards must be divided 80% for the guild. We will discuss the specifics later. Jiang Fei felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Understood. Master Shan couldn't have chosen a worse time to venture into the Mars Crimson Flame Inferno instance. he would be delayed at least another 10 to 15 days before emerging. In the guest room of the Lord's mansion, Luo Ziwei was consumed by anxiety upon learning of her mentor, Shan Wenrui's whereabouts, pacing restlessly. Should I return to the Starry Sky Academy to inform the Vice Dean of this news? Time is of the essence. She could not afford to delay even for a moment. Just as she was about to bid farewell to Jiang Tianhe, she was informed that he had ventured into the heavenly burial instance. Fortunately, she had added Jiang Tianhe as a friend and promptly reached out to him. What? Upon discovering that Jiang Yubai had placed a lottery wheel within the instance, Luo Ziwei's complexion changed dramatically. Her greatest concern was that the existence of the lottery wheel would become known to others. Thankfully, aside from myself and Lord Jiang, no one else is aware that the lottery wheel was placed there by Jiang Yubai. I must return to the academy at once. Luo Ziwei hastily departed from the heavenly burial city, returning to the Starry Sky Academy. You have gained 100 experience points. You have gained 100 experience points. You have received 700 experience points. You have leveled up. You have gained 100 experience points. You have received 80 attribute points. Song Xiaoan was left in a state of shock, staring blankly at Jiang Yubai. He was utterly demoralized. Anyone witnessing Jiang Yubai's rapid leveling up would surely feel a significant blow to their morale. Observing the radiant glow of experience enveloping him, Jiang Yubai contemplated. The light of leveling up cannot be concealed. It is too conspicuous. I must move further away and find a more discreet location. Before long, they encountered members of the Battle Lion Guild clearing the area. The Battle Lion Guild is temporarily clearing the area. Please do not proceed further. Zhang Fei, who was also part of the clearing effort, blocked Jiang Yubai and Song Xiaoan's path. Chapter 13, Level 10. An astonishing transformation for the house. What did you say? Song Xiaoan, feeling dejected by Jiang Yubai's leveling speed, couldn't help but point at Zhang Fei and berate him. Jiang Tianhe is the lord of Heavenly Burial City, and Jiang Yubai is his grandson. How dare anyone obstruct his path in this territory? Song Xiaoan was nearly driven to laughter by the absurdity. Jiang Yubai, however, maintained a calm demeanor. If he were in the position of the Battle Lion, he too would clear the area. For the Battle Lion, the priority is the lottery. They must seize as many participants as possible. Once the other guilds arrive, there will be no chance to draw. Zhang Fei's expression darkened, about to inquire further, when he suddenly recognized Jiang Yubai. If you don't step aside and don't even recognize the grandson of Lord Jiang, I'd dismiss you if I were your president. Song Xiaoan's words sent a shiver down Zhang Fei's spine, draining the color from his face. Jiang Tianhe, one of the two legendary powerhouses of Heavenly Burial City, could shake the entire city with a mere sneeze. Their president, the Battle Lion, had some acquaintance with Jiang Tianhe, but that connection was trivial compared to Jiang Yubai. Zhang Fei immediately donned a smile, bowing and scraping. Ah, it is young Master Jiang. My apologies, I was blind. Please feel free to walk around. Jiang Yubai stepped forward, while Song Xiaoan scoffed. Do keep your eyes peeled next time. Yes, yes. Zhang Fei dared not take a deep breath, nor lift his head. If he offended Jiang Yubai, he wouldn't even know how he met his end. Song Xiaoan caught up with Jiang Yubai, pondering. It seems the Battle Lion intends to monopolize the lottery wheel, but they must possess the capability to do so. A milky white radiance once again emanated from Jiang Yubai. Without capability, one would be courting death. However, the Battle Lion was not foolish. They knew their own strengths. His grandfather, Jiang Tianhe, served as the Battle Lion's backing, and the Battle Lion frequently visited him. Thus Jiang Yubai understood the Battle Lion to some extent. The leader of the Battle Lion was ambitious, yet self-aware. Song Xiaoan nodded, suddenly asking, Little Bai, with your potential, you should be able to enter one of the 3 great sacred academies, right? Indeed, Jiang Yubai did not hide the truth. Unless the higher-ups at the Starry Sky Academy were fools, as long as Luo Ziwei reported his situation, he would undoubtedly be granted a direct admission. Song Xiaoan took a deep breath and said solemnly, Then I must strive to gain admission to the same sacred academy as you. What? Do you plan to cling to me? Jiang Yubai teased. You noticed that? You truly are someone who grew up wearing the same pants as me. Song Xiaoan chuckled. The two exchanged laughter as they approached the Battle Lion Guild, which was surrounded by layers of people vying for the lottery wheel. This spot is ideal. We'll settle here. Jiang Yubai halted, noting a few uneven large stones that could provide concealment, not far from the lottery wheel. The grandson of Lord Jiang has arrived? Upon receiving news from Qin Fei, the leader of the Battle Lion glanced around but failed to spot Jiang Yubai, lowering his gaze in contemplation. After a moment, he instructed one of his subordinates to find Jiang Yubai, emphasizing the necessity of inviting him over. With Jiang Tianhe's grandson nearby, he would be somewhat cautious. The leader of the Battle Lion glanced towards the first layer's entrance, a flicker of worry crossing his eyes. Subsequently, he cautiously inquired when Jiang Tianhe would arrive. Within the heavenly burial instance, Jiang Tianhe surveyed the entire instance, disregarding the news from the Battle Lion. Apart from the Battle Lion, the leaders of the Blood Color and Dragon Cloud guilds also sent messages to confirm the authenticity of the news, but he did not respond. Utilizing his lord's authority, he observed that the members of the Crazy Tiger Guild, Blood Color Guild, Dragon Cloud Guild, and others had already entered the instance in droves, showing no inclination to stop them. This could serve as an opportunity to weaken the strength of the major guilds. He meticulously reviewed the list of personnel entering and exiting the instance, furrowing his brow, muttering, "Machine foam, that old fox, truly knows how to bide his time." The value of the lottery wheel is equivalent to that of a divine artifact, and the Transition Guild Alliance would undoubtedly be tempted. Leader, the Crazy Tiger members have arrived. According to your instructions, our brothers did not engage them in conflict and allowed them to enter directly, Jiang Fei reported, his expression grave. The leader of the battle lion glanced at the queue of individuals eagerly awaiting their turn at the lottery, stating solemnly, "Let us go. I must have a word with Tan Hu." The Crazy Tiger, led by Tan Hu, charged forward with 300 to 400 members, heading straight for the lottery wheel's location. Hidden behind the large stone, Song Xiaohan whispered, "It's the Crazy Tiger Guild." Jiang Yubai observed as a throng of people rushed towards the lottery wheel, most clad in matching attire. The Crazy Tiger Guild and the Battle Lion Guild were sworn enemies. Years ago, they clashed fiercely over a boss, resulting in the death of the Battle Lion's younger brother at Tan Hu's hands. A confrontation was inevitable. Song Xiaohan wore a smile, relishing the impending conflict. "No, they won't." Jiang Yubai shook his head, watching the two major guilds draw nearer, continuing, "They wouldn't dare." "Dare not?" Song Xiaohan questioned, puzzled. Jiang Yubai, with a mysterious air, replied, "Just watch." At that moment, the light of leveling up enveloped him once more. With the arrival of the Battle Lion and the high frequency of lottery draws, accumulating 100 experience points per individual, Jiang Yubai was continuously racking up experience. "You have leveled up. Current level, 10. Jiang Yubai beamed with joy. Having awakened for merely a little over 2 hours, he had reached level 10. The speed of his leveling was astounding. One more level, and he would acquire a new skill. A newly transitioned individual must reach level 10 to receive their first transition task. Only upon completing this task could they continue to level up. However, Jiang Yubai had yet to receive his transition task. This is the advantage of a super divine class. You have acquired the epic grade equipment, Moonshadow Spear. What? Jiang Yubai could not help but be taken aback. Quickly glancing at his backpack to confirm he had not made a mistake. A 10-fold reward. How could there be only a single piece of equipment? He hastily reviewed the lottery records and noted the most recent entry. Zhou Fei has drawn the elite level equipment, the Spear of Arrogance. Wait a moment. Jiang Yubai focused intently on the record, his brows gradually knitting together. He glanced once more at his skill bar. The house always wins. Passive LV10. When other players draw from your lottery wheel, you receive a 10-fold reward. Indeed, it was a 10-fold reward, but why had Zhou Fei drawn the elite level Spear of Arrogance while he had only obtained an epic level weapon, the Moonshadow Spear? Chapter 14, Lucky Blind Box. Does quantitative change lead to qualitative change? Within Jiang Yubai's deep, starry eyes, a fervent brilliance began to unfold. He felt exhilarated. How could he not be excited? Previously, whatever equipment the participants in the lottery drew, the house always wins would replicate several copies for him based on the multiplier. Currently, his backpack contained 3 Beastbone shields and 3 low-level skill books, the 1/. Be it equipment or skill books, one was sufficient for his needs. The surplus could only be sold. The Tsang clan's business, led by Song Xiaohan, was extensive, and Jiang Yubai planned to return and hand over the excess equipment and skill books to Song Xiaohan for sale. Little did he expect that the reward multiplier would escalate to 10-fold, causing a transformative change, an upgrade. If equipment could level up, then surely skill books could as well. Along with pets. How remarkable. This was precisely the kind of ability that a superclass profession should possess. With a 10-fold reward, elite level equipment had elevated to epic level. What if there were rewards 100-fold or even 1,000-fold in the future? What might elite level equipment evolve into? Jiang Yubai took a deep breath, the two words forming in his mind. Divine artifact. Not to mention divine skills and divine beasts. Jiang Yubai had never anticipated such astonishing changes with the house always wins. This transformation could only be described as terrifying. To his surprise, the War Lion and the Mad Tiger did not immediately engage in combat, which was somewhat disappointing. Song Xiaohan's voice broke through his thoughts, prompting him to look over. Behind the War Lion and the Mad Tiger stood hundreds of guild members, with more joining as time passed. Mad Tiger, you have trespassed into the territory of the War Lion Guild. The War Lion glared at Tan Hu, his eyes brimming with animosity. His younger brother had perished at Tan Hu's hands. He had dreamed of exacting revenge. Haha. Tan Hu laughed derisively, his gaze mocking as he addressed the War Lion. This is the Tomb City instance, not your War Lion Guild's backyard. Shall I ask Lord Jiang whose territory this truly is? The War Lion snorted coldly, declaring, when I say this, I have naturally obtained Lord Jiang's consent. You would do well to leave promptly. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. Tan Hu dug at his ears, casting a cold glance toward the crowd of the War Lion Guild. Do not think you can intimidate me with Lord Jiang's name. Others may cower before him, but I, Mad Tiger, do not. He continued, I know the lottery wheel is right behind you. What? Do you intend to hoard it all for yourself? Before the war lion could respond, Tanhu scoffed, "You should weigh your own capabilities before making such claims. If you try to claim it as your own, you may not even realize how you met your demise." The war lion crossed his arms, his golden armor gleaming brightly. His gaze fixed directly on Tanhu, unmasking his murderous intent. "As long as I am here, you shall not approach the lottery wheel even a step." Tanhu's eyelids twitched, his eyes flashing with fierce killing intent. "War lion, if you do not step aside, it will end in bloodshed today." The members of the Mad Tiger Guild echoed his threats, chanting, "Yes, if you do not clear the way, we will take action. War lion, move aside." Tanhu's voice deepened, a long spear materializing in his hand. "War lion, I ask you one last time, will you yield?" "Not a chance." Song Xiaohan noticed a glow emanating from Jiang Yubai. That detestable fellow had leveled up yet again. Now at level 11, new skills had arrived. Jiang Yubai quickly summoned his attribute panel. Name, Jiang Yubai. Profession, Lottery Master, Superclass. Level, LV11, 801200. Base attributes. Strength, 12,946. Vitality, 12,946. Intelligence, 12,946. Growth attributes. Health points, 129,460. Defense, 129,460. Energy, 129,460. Free attribute points, 5,002. Skill bar for slots. Backpack, high-level equipment, Beastbone Shield, 3, low-level skill books, 1/3, epic-level equipment Moonshadow Spear. The house always wins. Passive LV11. When other players draw from your lottery wheel, you receive an 11-fold reward. Lottery wheel. Active LV11. Place a classic circular wheel divided into multiple segments, each corresponding to a different reward, such as experience points, equipment, gold, skills. Thank you for your patronage, etc. Other players can use the wheel for lottery draws, and each draw will yield experience points. You can now place 11 lottery wheels. Holy Sword's Judgment. Active LV100 summons a massive holy sword to deliver devastating strikes to the target area, radius of 500 meters. Temporarily unusable. Lucky Blind Box. Active LV11. Place a Lucky Blind Box lottery machine. Participants consume 10,000 gold to receive a blind box. The blind boxes come in 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, each corresponding to a different rarity of rewards. Participants can see the probability of the next blind box's color, which increases with each draw. Chapter 15. Epic Level Powerhouses. Truly, a lottery master indeed. With yet another lottery skill, it appears that apart from the house always wins, all other skills will pertain to the lottery. Jiang Yubai was exceedingly pleased with his new skill, Lucky Blind Box Lottery, as he had gained an additional avenue for rewards alongside an upgrade in skills. The lottery wheel required only 1,000 gold per draw, while the Lucky Blind Box Lottery demanded 10-fold gold. The experience points offered should also be considerably higher. Jiang Yubai was eager to set up a Lucky Blind Box Lottery machine on the spot, eager to see Song Xiaohan take a chance. Let the battle commence. Song Xiaohan exclaimed excitedly, drawing Jiang Yubai's attention. The War Lion and the Mad Tiger had already engaged in combat, both being elite-level warriors of the 7th transition, creating quite a spectacle. However, neither of their subordinates had joined the fray. They merely stood by, spectating. Song Xiaohan was thoroughly enraptured, occasionally throwing punches in excitement. Jiang Yubai, too, was riveted, as encounters between elite-level warriors were rare, and he hoped to glean some combat experience. Both the War Lion and the Mad Tiger were warriors, and the combat style of warrior classes primarily revolved around close-quarters combat, making it particularly exhilarating to witness. Their strengths were closely matched, battling fiercely without yielding. Otherwise, the War Lion would have long since avenged his brother's death by slaying Tanhu or been vanquished by Tanhu himself. Die! Tanhu roared, his spear trembling violently, enveloping the War Lion in a myriad of spear shadows. "President, be careful!" Jiang Fei shouted. "Humph!" With a fierce snarl, the War Lion brandished his great sword, which suddenly erupted with a radiant glow, manifesting countless gleaming arcs of light. The clash of gunfire and swordplay resonated through the air, a cacophony of metallic strikes echoing incessantly. Both the War Lion and Tanhu were forcefully pushed back several meters, their gazes locked in an intense confrontation midair. "Kill! Die!" The War Lion and Tanhu bellowed as they charged at each other once more. At that moment, a languid voice interjected. "Marvelous, simply marvelous. I can hardly resist applauding both of you." As applause resounded, a figure draped in a blood-red cloak, adorned with a blood-colored mask and clad in crimson armor and battle skirt, emerged into the sight of the crowd. The armor bore a grotesque visage of a demon, seemingly poised to devour. The Blood Fiend Yen Luoset. It was the leader of the Blood Guild, an 8-turn epic-level powerhouse, Blood Fiend. Gasps of astonishment echoed as the War Lion and Tanhu halted upon seeing Blood Fiend, their eyes filled with trepidation. Behind Blood Fiend trailed thousands of guild members, each exuding arrogance, disregarding the presence of the War Lion Guild and the Mad Tiger Guild. The Blood Fiend. We meet the Blood Fiend. The War Lion and Tan, who promptly ceased their hostilities, greeting him with respect. Blood Fiend, an 8-turn powerhouse, rendered them, even when united, no match for his might. Where's the lottery wheel? Blood Fiend asked, his hands clasped behind his back, a glint of mockery and amusement flickering in his eyes beneath the mask. Upon hearing this, Tan, who immediately pointed at the War Lion, saying, the War Lion wishes to monopolize the lottery wheel. That very item is currently in his possession. Oh, is that so? Blood Fiend turned his gaze towards the War Lion. The War Lion's expression shifted, while Tan, who smirked with glee at his expense. Indeed, it was my War Lion Guild that discovered it first. I shall claim it. Blood Fiend interrupted the War Lion, commanding, you two, take your men and leave. The War Lion furrowed his brows, while Tan, whose expression darkened. Noticing their reluctance to move, Blood Fiend narrowed his eyes. What? Shall I repeat myself? The War Lion and Tan, who exchanged a glance, and, in the face of Blood Fiend, they tacitly chose to temporarily ally. The War Lion clasped his hands and spoke. Blood Fiend, it is the city Lord Jiang Chung who sent me to seek the lottery wheel. I must wait for him to arrive once I find it. I represent Elder Ma. Tan, who chimed in. Elder Ma also instructed me to locate the lottery wheel, and I've informed him. He is en route. Suddenly, the cloak behind Blood Fiend billowed as if stirred by an unseen wind, causing the War Lion and Tan, whose expressions to change abruptly. They seemed to hear the roar of a demon. I, Blood Fiend, abhor being threatened above all else. A crimson light flickered in Blood Fiend's eyes as his guild members brandished their weapons. Sensing the overwhelming murderous intent emanating from Blood Fiend, the two retreated several steps. However, I am in a good mood today, Blood Fiend said, a sinister smile creeping beneath his mask. Leave me one of your fingers each, and I shall spare you. The hearts of the War Lion and Tan, who sank. Wow, how imposing. When will I ever be as formidable as Blood Fiend? Song Xiaohan exclaimed, brimming with envy. As long as you can enroll in the same sacred academy as I, you will surpass Blood Fiend in grandeur, Jiang Yubai replied with a smile. Song Xiaohan nodded eagerly, thinking that as long as he was by Jiang Yubai's side, drawing lotteries daily, he need not worry about being weaker than Blood Fiend in the future. The War Lion and Tan, who found themselves in a predicament, yet considering the War Lion's connections, if Blood Fiend did not relent, would Jiang Yubai intervene? Do you truly believe what the War Lion claims? Jiang Yubai asked, glancing at the War Lion. He is merely leveraging my grandfather's name. My grandfather could draw from the lottery at any time. Does he need the War Lion to vie for the lottery wheel? Indeed, I may have underestimated the situation. Song Xiaohan mused, then expressed discontent. The War Lion is quite audacious. He seems unafraid of provoking your grandfather. Jiang Yubai replied with a stoic expression. It is time for him to be taught a lesson. Just as the War Lion and Tan, who found themselves in a tight spot, members of the Dragon Cloud Guild arrived. Alongside the Dragon Cloud Guild, several other guilds appeared simultaneously. Clearly, the location of the lottery will have been leaked, drawing the attention of various guilds. Ah, what a lively gathering. The leader of the Dragon Cloud Guild, Long Yun, donned in golden battle attire, waved a jade fan. Upon seeing Long Yun, Blood Fiend's eyes darkened with caution. It seems the lottery wheel is indeed here. Long Yun snapped the fan shut and began surveying the surroundings. Soon, he spotted the lottery wheel. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he vanished from his position. With a rush, Blood Fiend's cloak billowed behind him as he transformed into a crimson shadow, racing towards the lottery wheel. The War Lion and Tan, who, seeing this, followed closely in pursuit of the lottery wheel. Chapter 16, The Alliance of the Job Change Guilds. Swoosh, swoosh, ah. As the ethereal forms of Blood Fiend and the golden silhouette passed, the air shrieked, and members of the War Lion Guild fell, screaming in anguish. Blood Fiend and Long Yun arrived almost simultaneously at the lottery wheel, maintaining a cautious distance, each wary of the other. The War Lion and Tan, who soon followed. The War Lion's eyes blazing with rage as he beheld the fallen guild members, yet he dared not voice his anger. Tan, who wore a cruel smile, his gaze provocatively fixed on the War Lion, sneering, this is the price of overestimating oneself. Clenching his fists, the War Lion's temples throbbed, his eyes burning with murderous intent directed at Tan, who scoffed dismissively, diverting some of his attention towards the lottery wheel. Blood Fiend and Long Yun ignored the two, their eyes reflecting the information of the lottery wheel, each deep in thought. The War Lion observed the trio and sent another message to Jiang Tianhe, updating him on the situation. As the Lord of Tianzong City, Jiang Tianhe held certain powers, and even without the War Lion, he could perceive the unfolding scene with clarity. With Blood Fiend and Long Yun present, he could not believe Ma Qingfeng, the city lord, would not desire a share of the spoils. He glanced at Jiang Yubai, concealed behind a boulder, astonished. In a short span, he witnessed the light of several level-ups emanating from his grandson. No wonder they dared to risk placing the lottery wheel. This level-up speed was rather extraordinary. Jiang Tianhe began to doubt whether the lottery master truly possessed only SSS level potential, Although he himself was merely an S-level professional, he had encountered many S-level newcomers, and none could compare to his grandson's rate of advancement. Given Xiaobai's professional potential, he would undoubtedly gain admission to the Starry Sky Academy as a recommended student. Yet why had the envoy rushed back to the academy? Had something gone awry? So cool, absolutely magnificent. Song Xiaohan exclaimed excitedly. Truly, as an epic-level powerhouse. Blood Fiend dispatched these 3rd, 4th, and 5th-turn professionals with the ease of chopping vegetables, leaving dozens of guild members dead. While the War Lion dared not utter a word. So powerful. When a professional reaches epic status, their strength undergoes a qualitative transformation, rendering them incomparable to elite-level powerhouses. Jiang Yubai nodded, then shifted his tone, saying, "Yet, that is all there is to it. His grandfather was a legendary powerhouse, and thus he did not regard Blood Fiend and Long Yun as particularly formidable. Observing Blood Fiend and Long Yun, he silently hoped these two would draw something valuable, preferably a skill book. He had already learned the low-level skill book, 1/, and it made no sense not to learn it. Theoretically, professionals have no limit on the number of skills they can learn. Upon awakening and job changing, they receive their first skill, known as the initial skill. Jiang Yubai is an exception. He is the sole newcomer endowed with 2 initial skills. Subsequently, upon each advancement, a practitioner acquires a new skill. Beyond this, the only means to obtain additional skills is through studying skill books or as rewards from quests. Jiang Yubai, however, possesses a formidable advantage. Thanks to the lottery wheel and various other skills, the number of skills he will acquire in the future is bound to be staggering. Long Yun, fanning himself with a jade paper fan, glanced at Shuesei and with a warm smile suggested, "Brother Shuesei, why not draw first? I wouldn't want to impose on you." Shuesei cast a sidelong glance at Long Yun and retrieved some gold coins from his backpack to partake in the lottery. Having faced Shuesei numerous times, Long Yun was well aware of his temperament and refrained from engaging in banter, his gaze eagerly fixed on the spinning lottery wheel. Anticipation and tension flickered in Shuesei's eyes. He was already cognizant that the lottery could yield rewards such as attribute points and skill books. Both Zhan Shi and Kwang, who stared intently at the lottery wheel, curious to see if Shuesei would emerge victorious. "Thank you for your patronage," the wheel announced. Shuesei's expression instantly darkened. It seemed that luck was not on Brother Shuesei's side today. Long Yun chuckled softly, folding his fan, and began his own draw as well. Shuesei scoffed, retorting as if to imply that Long Yun's fortune was superior to his own. "If I win a reward, Brother Shuesei, do not envy me." Long Yun remained unfazed. Humph. Moments later, the wheel came to a halt. "Thank you for your patronage." Long Yun's smile faded, and his fan ceased to flutter. Shuesei laughed derisively. "Your luck is no better." Long Yun regained his composure, replying calmly, "After all, we can draw once every day. If I fail today, I shall surely succeed tomorrow." Brimming with self-assurance, Shuesei shot back, turning to the nearby members of the Blood Color Guild. "Everyone, come over for the lottery." Zhan Shi and Kwang, who exchanged uneasy glances. "Wait a moment." Long Yun snapped his fan shut, and, noticing Shuesei's darkening demeanor, inquired, "Shuesei, isn't this approach rather inappropriate?" "What is inappropriate about it?" Shuesei replied coldly. "Do you intend to stop me?" Long Yun shook his head, addressing the 1,000 members of his own guild. "If we are to draw, let us draw together." "Fine, but my people will draw first," Shuesei insisted firmly. "That hardly seems fair," Long Yun observed with a smile. "Knowing you as I do, once your people have drawn, I doubt you would allow mine to turn." Shuesei narrowed his eyes, acknowledging that this was indeed his plan. "Then what do you propose?" Long Yun suggested. "We take turns. You draw one, then I draw one." After a moment's silence, Shuesei agreed. At this juncture, Zhan Shi and Kwang, who could no longer remain silent. "President Shuesei, President Long Yun, I represent Elder Ma. Do you not fear offending him with such actions?" Kwang, who spoke gravely. Zhan Shi followed with, "Lord Jiang oversees Tianzong City and the Tianzong Dungeon. Are you attempting to exclude him from this?" Crack, crack. 2 crisp sounds echoed, accompanied by 2 muffled grunts. Zhan Shi and Kwang, who were sent flying by Shuesei and Long Yun, crashing heavily several meters away. The members of both the Zhan Shi and Kwang Hu guilds dared not move, their eyes wide with fear as they gazed at Shuesei and Long Yun. Shuesei exuded a chilling aura, declaring, "Seeking death. You are truly ungrateful." Long Yun's expression remained indifferent. At that moment, a stern voice reverberated through the air. "Even when striking a dog, one must heed its master. Shuesei, Long Yun, do you wish to forfeit your standing in Tianzong City?" Both Shuesei and Long Yun felt a weight in their hearts. Kwang, whose expression brightened as he hastily rose, respectfully exclaiming, "Elder Ma, you have finally arrived." A refreshing breeze swept through, materializing into a tall, imposing elder radiating authority. Shuesei recognized Elder Ma. Elder Ma, both Shuesei and Long Yun greeted with deep respect. He was none other than Ma Qingfeng, a legendary powerhouse of the Job Change Guild Alliance. So, members of the Job Change Guild Alliance had indeed arrived. Behind the large stone, Jiang Yubai furrowed his brow upon seeing Ma Qingfeng. Tianzong City falls under the jurisdiction of the Job Change Guild Alliance. with Ma Qingfeng as its primary overseer. Ma Qingfeng had been sent by the alliance to counterbalance Jiang Tianha's influence. Chapter 17. No one shall draw without my consent. Reputation is as significant as a tree's shadow. All guilds, large and small, in Tianzong City fall under Ma Qingfeng's command. Both Shuesei and Long Yun, sensing the gravity of the situation, adopted a more subdued demeanor and respectfully acknowledged him. Ma Qingfeng's icy gaze bore down on them. The pressure of a legendary figure enveloping both. The Blood Color Guild and Long Yun's guild are the two most powerful forces in Tianzong City. While Shuesei and Long Yun feigned deference towards Ma Qingfeng, their ambitions simmered beneath the surface, manifesting in various covert maneuvers. To maintain balance, Ma Qingfeng had typically turned a blind eye to their antics, but now they dared to strike his people. This was nothing short of a slap in his face. Shuesei, Long Yun, you have the audacity to act so boldly. Ma Qingfeng rebuked. You dare to lay hands on someone under my command, knowing full well who he is. Elder Ma, please forgive my rashness. Shuesei lowered his head slightly, refraining from further explanation. I was too impulsive. Long Yun similarly clasped his fists in apology. Both were aware that any attempt at justification would only serve to aggravate Ma Qingfeng further. It was better to remain silent, especially since Kwang, who was not severely harmed. Ma Qingfeng, seething with anger at the brazen demeanor of the two, contemplated that if he were to impose punishment, both Shuesei and Long Yun would have justifiable reasons for their actions. However, he also recognized that Jiang Tianha was likely observing the situation, and any punitive measures he took would undoubtedly provoke a counteraction from Jiang Tianha. The immediate priority was the lottery wheel. Other matters could wait. With this thought, Ma Qingfeng snorted derisively, stating, both of you, take your people and leave the Tianzong dungeon. Shuesei and Long Yun remained firmly rooted in place, showing no intention of departing. Have you not heard Elder Ma's words? Kwang Hu queried icily. Long Yun glanced at Kwang Hu before responding, Elder Ma, the Tianzong dungeon is under Lord Zhang's jurisdiction. You do not possess the authority to command us to leave. Indeed, Shuesei added, Elder Ma, your actions seem rather inappropriate. It would be best to await Lord Zhang's arrival. Ma Qingfeng's expression darkened, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Having learned that the lottery wheel could indeed yield attribute points and skill books, he would not let such an opportunity slip away. In Ma Qingfeng's eyes, the lottery wheel might even assist him in breaking through to godhood, or at least provide a glimmer of hope. Shuesei and Long Yun had truly overstepped, daring to utter such words without fear of reprisal. Song Xiaohan, watching from the sidelines, felt a surge of anxiety on their behalf. This was the Tianzong dungeon. Should Ma Qingfeng choose to act against them, it would disrupt the established order, particularly since this was his grandfather's territory. They had clearly understood this, which emboldened their defiance. Jiang Yubai analyzed. Song Xiaohan nodded, though puzzled, but Zhan Shi was also attacked. Does this not mean they have offended your grandfather as well? Jiang Yubai shook his head, explaining, an epic tier being threatened by an elite tier 1. Who could object to a bit of punishment? Zhan Shi and Kwang Hu are all right. The allure of wealth is undeniable, Song Xiaohan remarked. The lottery wheel is simply too enticing. Jiang Yubai nodded, his gaze sweeping the surroundings as he silently pondered. Where's grandfather? This is quite the spectacle. Laughter echoed as Jiang Tianha appeared above the crowd, surveying Ma Qingfeng with a smile. Even Elder Ma has come. It seems this lottery wheel is quite alluring, he remarked. Greetings, Lord City Master. Salutations, Lord City Master, came the respectful greetings from the assembled crowd, including the War Lion, the Mad Tiger, Blood Color, Long Yun, and other professionals. This scene darkened Ma Qingfeng's expression further. As a fellow legendary powerhouse, Jiang Tianha's grandeur overshadowed his own. Jiang Tianha nodded and gracefully descended to stand before the lottery wheel. What are your thoughts on this item, City Master Jiang? Ma Qingfeng inquired. Jiang Tianha gazed at the lottery wheel, slowly shaking his head. This is my first encounter with such an object. Elder Ma, coming from the Guild Alliance headquarters, must surely have some insight into it. At these words, Ma Qingfeng's expression turned cold, inwardly cursing. What kind of flattery is this? If I knew, would I ask you? I too am seeing it for the first time. It is something I have never heard of before, Ma Qingfeng replied frostily. Perhaps we should first deliberate on how to handle this item. Deliberate? Deliberate about what? With whom? Jiang Tianha feigned ignorance. Ma Qingfeng's countenance darkened instantly, his voice laced with malice. What? Is City Master Jiang planning to keep this item for himself? Elder Ma, you speak too harshly, Jiang Tianha retorted, his demeanor turning grave. The Tianzong dungeon is under the jurisdiction of the Transmigration Guild Alliance. Therefore, the handling of this item should be determined by them. Ma Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback, having assumed Jiang Tianha was merely playing the fool to monopolize the lottery wheel. Blood Color, Long Yun, and the Mad Tiger exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. While the Mad Tiger chuckled, just as Ma Qingfeng was about to speak, Jiang Tianha continued. However, as the City Master of Tianzong, it is only fitting that I oversee this lottery wheel until the Guild Alliance reaches a decision. Ma Qingfeng's expression darkened further, his gaze icy as he glowered at Jiang Tianha. Of course, if Elder Ma wishes to partake in the lottery, I will not obstruct him. As for the others, Jiang Tianhe glanced at several individuals, causing Blood Color, Long Yun, and the Mad Tiger to feel a surge of apprehension. Warlion also looked nervously at Jiang Tianhe, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Ma Qingfeng let out a cold huff, growing increasingly enraged. The implications of Jiang Tianhe's words were crystal clear. He intended to profit handsomely from the lottery wheel before the Guild Alliance made any decisions, effectively excluding Ma Qingfeng from the spoils. This was something Ma Qingfeng could not abide. The lottery wheel's allure could not be concealed. The mere possibility of drawing attribute points would incite countless professionals to flock to it. At that point, Jiang Tianhe would only need to sell tickets to reap enormous profits. Not allowing me a share? Seeking to monopolize the bounty? Dream on. Ma Qingfeng had not reported this matter to the Guild Alliance, fully aware that Jiang Tianhe likely had not either. Should Jiang Tianhe attempt to seize everything for himself, he would immediately inform the guild headquarters. At that moment, Jiang Tianhe suddenly ceased his smile, his expression turning serious as his authoritative voice resonated around them. As for the others, they may all participate in the lottery. I will not hinder them, and I shall station the city guards here. Should anyone attempt to fight over this lottery wheel, I will not hesitate to impose severe punishment. Let it be known that I warned you. With that, Jiang Tianhe vanished from sight. A profound silence enveloped the scene, which erupted into an uproar mere seconds later. Is this for real? Did I hear that correctly? Does City Master Jiang mean we can also participate in the lottery? City Master Jiang? It's Jiang Qingtian. Gasps of disbelief filled the air as members of several major guilds struggled to comprehend the announcement. This was a lottery wheel that had already proven capable of yielding attribute points, experience, equipment, and skill books. A treasure beyond measure. For ordinary professionals, spending 1,000 gold coins for a chance was extravagant, but who wouldn't want to take the gamble? What if they drew a skill book? You may draw, and you may win. If you do not draw, you will never win. The logic of seizing a chance to transform a bicycle into a motorcycle was simple enough for even a child to understand. Thus, every individual present felt an exhilarating thrill, some even contemplating kneeling before Jiang Tianhe. His decision had the potential to alter their fates dramatically. Blood Color and Long Yun exchanged glances, still in disbelief as they observed the jubilant scene. To participate in the lottery, they had risked offending their superior, Ma Qingfeng. Now, they realized their efforts had been in vain. They silently lamented, their expressions tinged with bitterness. Had they known Jiang Tianhe would make such a decision, they would never have antagonized Ma Qingfeng. In the realm of governance, the local overseer often wields more influence than the distant authority, given their understanding of Ma Qingfeng. It was highly probable he would seek retribution later. However, their spirits were not entirely dampened. Their objective had been achieved. With Ma Qingfeng managing the lottery wheel, their desire to participate would undoubtedly require more than a mere 1,000 gold coins. Warlion and Mad Tiger also found little cause for celebration. They had hoped to leverage their connection with either Jiang Tianhe or Ma Qingfeng to gain preferential access to the lottery, thereby enhancing their strength before eliminating their rival. Their plans had crumbled. Not only were they disappointed, but so was Ma Qingfeng. Watching the jubilant crowd, his face was a thundercloud, as his murderous intent surged within him. The lottery wheel was a veritable treasure trove. Why had he refrained from reporting to the Guild Alliance? To make a profit, given the lottery wheel's value. Even 1,000 gold coins would not deter a multitude of professionals eager to participate. This was a unique business opportunity. Ma Qingfeng had already resolved to let Jiang Tianhe take the lioness share while he claimed a smaller portion. His bottom line was a 60-40 split, with Jiang Tianhe receiving 60 and he 40. Even that 40% would amount to a staggering profit by the end of the day. Little did he expect Jiang Tianhe to forego such an astonishing temptation and open the lottery wheel to all professionals. What a fool. To win the hearts of the masses in such a manner? Utterly foolish. Ma Qingfeng ground his teeth in frustration, though he showed no outward sign of dissent, knowing he could not voice a single objection. To do so would offend not only the professionals of Tianzong, but also Jiang Tianhe. You've pushed me to this. Jiang Tianhe. In that instant, Ma Qingfeng contacted the vice president of the Transmigration Guild Alliance, Yuan Taiyu, sending information regarding the lottery wheel. He gazed at the wheel, a cold smile dancing on his lips. This item, while enticing, was a hot potato. Trouble was certainly on the horizon for you, Jiang Tianhe. Is grandfather really this generous? Song Shaoan pondered, blinking as she turned to Jiang Yubai. Jiang Yubai remained silent, quickly grasping the reasoning behind his grandfather's decision. It was all for him. The more people that participated in the lottery, the faster he would level up. Jiang Tianhe's decision to open the lottery was aimed at accelerating his growth. However, Jiang Yubai looked at Ma Qingfeng and silently thought, grandfather's actions will undoubtedly offend Ma Qingfeng, and trouble is brewing. With the dawn of the era of universal class change, a millennium had transformed the world entirely. The planet known as Blue Star was co-managed by the Transmigration Guild Alliance and the Starry Sky Mercenaries. These two factions controlled an uneven number of cities, each overseeing a varying number of dungeons and secret realms. To ascend as the lord of a city, a professional need only embrace one straightforward method: challenge. Should they emerge victorious, The challenger shall assume the title of the new city lord, with all but the most formidable of beings eligible for this honor. The city of heavenly burial is bound to a singular secret realm, the heavenly burial dungeon, which is exclusively accessible to professionals below the 5th transition for their advancement. The profits generated from this dungeon are meager, thus failing to attract the attention of the powerful. However, times have changed. Once news of the lottery wheel spreads, challengers will flock in droves. Jiang Yubai, having acquired the Holy Sword of Judgment, has seen a significant enhancement in his strength, yet he still falls short of the pinnacle of legendary power. Jiang Yubai, however, harbors no concerns. If it comes to worst, he can simply reclaim the lottery wheel. He had considered this possibility prior to placing the lottery wheel. In truth, should he gain admission to the Astral Academy, no one would dare to provoke Jiang Yubai. Let us depart. Where to? First, we shall return to the Lord's Manor. I wish to have a word with grandfather. You have gained 100 experience. You have gained 100 experience. The city guards arrived, and the lottery had already commenced. Jiang Yubai and Song Shaohan teleported away from the dungeon. Xiaobai, you've returned. Upon seeing his cherished grandson, Jiang Yubai set down his tea with a smile. As soon as Jiang Yubai took his seat, a radiant light of advancement enveloped him, prompting Jiang Yuan's eyes to gleam with delight. Grandfather, why do you not share some of the profits with Ma Qingfeng? Jiang Yubai inquired with utmost calm. Foolish child, do you truly believe that sharing a portion of the profits with Ma Qingfeng would deter trouble from knocking at our door? Jiang Yubai replied with a laugh. Jiang Yubai fell silent. Indeed, given the extraordinary nature of the lottery wheel, unless Jiang Yubai were truly invincible, trouble was inevitable, even at the legendary level. Should someone draw a divine skill, artifact, or mythical beast, the divine beings would undoubtedly converge upon them. Do not fret about me, my boy, if it comes to it. I shall simply relinquish the title of City Lord. Jiang Yubai chuckled. You speak so lightly of it, yet you have held the title for over 2 or 3 decades. Can you truly let it go? Jiang Yubai shook his head. What is there to lament? The future of my grandson far outweighs the title of City Lord. Jiang Yubai observed with a clear perspective. Given Jiang Yubai's potential, he was certain that the Jiang family would prosper even further. At that moment, a pearlescent glow emanated from Jiang Yubai. Witnessing this, Jiang Yubai let out a hearty laugh, his conviction in his decision solidifying. Jiang Yubai rose and made his way outside. Where are you going? To place the lottery wheel in another dungeon. Then I shall accompany you. No need. You should remain here to deal with Ma Qingfeng. Jiang Yubai felt unease, yet he could not dispatch anyone for protection. If word of the lottery wheel, which Jiang Yubai had set up, were to leak, the consequences would be dire. He could only watch as Jiang Yubai vanished from sight, and after a moment, he sensed Jiang Yubai departing the city of heavenly burial through the Lord's Manor passage. Chapter 19, The Divine Calling. Jiulong City serves as the headquarters of the Class Transition Guild Alliance on Blue Star. In a rather classically styled office, one of the vice presidents, Yuan Taiyu, appeared to be in his 30s, though his true age exceeded 130 years. At this moment, his face, imbued with an intimidating presence, was marked by astonishment. A divine calling has awakened in Tian Songxing, and from the destiny system no less. Since Luo Qingshan, the human race has not seen a new divine calling emerge for 3 years. Yuan Taiyu steadied his emotions and reflected, a divine calling from the destiny system, akin to Luo Qingshan, is destined for high-tier divinity, while I am fated to remain trapped in the low tier. After the opening of the Astral Universe chapter, although anyone could ascend to divinity, progressing further thereafter still depended on one's vocational potential. What fate awaits this Bo Feiyang? Yuan Taiyu pondered as a message from Ma Qingfeng materialized before him, causing his expression to sharpen upon reading its contents. The lottery wheel, which offers attributes, skill books, and other rewards, resembles a subquest item akin to treasure chests. A flicker of curiosity and surprise crossed Yuan Taiyu's eyes as he re-examined the message. Unable to collect, unable to destroy, Jiang Yubai has taken it upon himself to open this to all. With no prerequisites? Yuan Taiyu's brow furrowed, and dissatisfaction welled within him. While Ma Qingfeng did not mention the immense profits hidden within the lottery wheel, upon seeing the information, he immediately grasped the staggering value it contained. Envisioning multiple methods to generate gold through it, Jiang Yubai certainly possesses audacity. Does he truly consider this lottery wheel his own? Yuan Taiyu promptly reached out to Ma Qingfeng, instructing him to negotiate with Jiang Yubai on his behalf to take over control of the lottery wheel. Subsequently, he redirected his focus to other matters within the guild. A mere low-tier dungeon item hardly warranted his attention, unless it could yield divine skills or artifacts. However, was that even possible? In the city of heavenly burial, at the Transition Guild Alliance's branch, Ma Qingfeng, upon receiving Yuan Taiyu's message, wore a smug and triumphant smile. Has the guild headquarters received good news? Asked Kuang Hu, slightly hunched and grinning obsequiously. Vice President Yuan has commanded me to seize control of the lottery wheel from Jiang Yubai. Immediately gather the guild members. I shall head to the Lord's Manor at once. Ma Qingfeng's smile grew ever more pronounced, envisioning the grimace that would grace Jiang Yuan's face upon hearing this news. Yes, Kuang Hu beamed with delight. With policies from above and countermeasures below, although Jiang Tianhe had decreed that no one was to scramble for the lottery. In the face of major guilds like Blood Red and Dragon Cloud, Kuang Hu and the Battle Lion Guild would still need to queue for their turn. With Elder Ma backing me, my Kuang Hu Guild shall be the first to draw daily. Elder Ma might even allow my people to guard the lottery wheel. At which point you and your guild members will have no chance of drawing. Kuang Hu rubbed his hands together, reveling in his delightful schemes. The Crystal Forest, a novice village dungeon, is of a lower level than the Heavenly Burial Dungeon. In fact, the Heavenly Burial Dungeon also belongs to the novice village category, with its first layer suitable for newly awakened individuals to grind for experience. Jiang Yubai appeared in the Crystal Forest, surveying the surroundings of the entrance, where most individuals were of similar age to him, all novices. Choosing the novice village dungeon offers the advantage of diminishing the attention divine beings might place on the lottery wheel. As long as no divine rewards are drawn, the divine beings will refrain from descending upon them. Before entering the Astral Academy, Jiang Yubai's greatest concern was indeed the divine beings. Divine beings possess a myriad of unique vocational abilities and often wield artifacts. Should they uncover the identity behind the lottery wheel, it could spell trouble. Yet, Jiang Yubai wasn't overly anxious. After all, the lottery master is a transcendent profession. How could divine beings casually unveil their secrets? Jiang Yubai, is that you? Just as Jiang Yubai was lost in thought, he heard someone call his name and looked up, raising an eyebrow in surprise. A vibrant, youthful girl approached him, her face alight with joy. It was his classmate, Long Danny. Behind Long Danny were two other girls of similar age, whom Jiang Yubai recognized as fellow classmates from other sections. Jiang Yubai, it truly is you. I thought I was mistaken. What brings you to the Crystal Forest? Her forehead was smooth, her complexion fair and beautiful, particularly accentuated by her large, long-lashed eyes. Why can you come, but I cannot? Jiang Yubai replied with a teasing smile. Of course you can. Are you alone? Long Danny glanced around, her excitement evident. Did Song Xiaohan not accompany you? Jiang Yubai nodded slightly. No, just me. Upon hearing this, Long Danny joyfully clapped her hands, exclaiming, perfect. We can form a team of 4. This is Duan Mengfei and Wei Shanshan, both from our school. Jiang Yubai, it's a pleasure to meet you. Hi. Duan Mengfei and Wei Shanshan gazed at Jiang Yubai with starry eyes, utterly enamored by the presence of the campus heartthrob. No, thank you. Jiang Yubai shook his head, offering no further explanation as he turned and walked away. Hey, Jiang Yubai? Jiang Yubai? Long Danny called out twice, her frustration evident as she stamped her foot in exasperation. Danny, what do we do? Danny, Haven T, you always had a crush on Jiang Yubai? You can't let such a great opportunity slip away. Duan Mengfei and Wei Shanshan chimed in anxiously. Long Danny pondered for a moment, nodded decisively, and clenched her fist, declaring, let us go, follow him. The 3 girls hurried after him. However, mere minutes later, they found themselves panting and drenched in sweat. I can't keep going, I really can't. He's too fast. Duan Mengfei and Wei Shanshan waved their hands, signaling their inability to continue. Long Danny, glaring at the vanishing figure of Jiang Yubai, gritted her teeth in frustration and vowed, we must continue the chase. We absolutely cannot let him get away today. With that, she grabbed Duan Mengfei and Wei Shanshan, forging ahead once more. Meanwhile, Jiang Yubai silently congratulated himself for his high attributes and swift speed, ensuring he remained undetected by Long Danny and her companions as he hurriedly finished placing the lottery wheel before departing. The chance encounter with them was an unexpected event he had wished to avoid. After setting up the lottery wheel, he left the Crystal Forest and made his way towards the next novice dungeon. Shortly after, Long Danny, Duan Mengfei, and Wei Shanshan stumbled upon the lottery wheel. What is this? A lottery wheel? 1,000 gold for a try? You can win skill books, attribute points, and pets? This has to be a scam. The 3 girls stood before the lottery wheel, gasping in amazement. Long Danny, seizing the moment, pulled out the gold coins her parents had given her and started to try her luck. Congratulations, you have won 1,000 experience points. 3 beams of light enveloped Long Danny as she leveled up, advancing from level 1 directly to level 4. The scene left the 3 girls utterly flabbergasted. Chapter 20. Have I become a full-time free agent? The profession panel materialized before Long Danny, clearly displaying level LV4 100500. She slowly turned her head to look at Duan Mengfei and Wei Shanshan, her eyes wide with astonishment, her beautiful and innocent face reflecting sheer disbelief. I am level 4. Her voice trembled with incredulity. Everything felt surreal. Duan Mengfei hesitantly remarked, it seems you have leveled up. Wei Shanshan nodded stiffly, her mind slightly muddled. Could this really be a dream? Long Danny glanced back at the profession panel, her excitement building as she pointed at the lottery wheel, exclaiming, this thing, no. This lottery wheel is real. Duan Mengfei and Wei Shanshan quickly regained their composure, erupting in excitement and frantically rummaging through their bags for gold coins. I'll go first. I have good luck today. No, my luck is better. Let me go first. Watching the 2 girls squabble, Long Danny took a deep breath, suppressing her own exhilaration. and began to contact her father, Long Yun. At that moment, Long Yun was still in the first level of the Sky Burial Dungeon, leading members of the Long Yun Guild in their lottery attempts. Shuesi, stop staring. Even if you gaze at this object, it's beyond our reach, Long Yun remarked, waving his jade fan. If it weren't for Lord Jiang allowing everyone to participate in the lottery, our guild members would have to drain our treasury just to try. The grace of Lord Jiang is not lost on me, and neither should it be on you, Shuesi replied coldly. Just then, Long Yun's attention was drawn to a pop-up dialogue box. His movement ceased, shock and joy flashing across his face. Shuesi noticed Long Yun's reaction, his expression turning curious. Long Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he fought to maintain his composure, not wanting Shuesi to discern anything. The lottery wheel has appeared in the Crystal Forest as well. It's undoubtedly a secondary dungeon item. Long Yun felt a surge of exhilaration and realized he must act swiftly before others caught on. How dare anyone cause a ruckus in my territory, he declared, rallying nearly 100 guild members to hastily make their way to the Crystal Forest dungeon. Shuesi squinted, feeling puzzled. However, most of the members Long Yun took along had already participated in the lottery, leaving only a handful who had not, so he dismissed it. Soon, Long Yun and his hundreds of guild members arrived at the Crystal Forest, where other players had already discovered the lottery wheel and begun to participate. Long Yun, upon seeing this, immediately ordered the area cleared and instructed his guild members to join the lottery. Father, do you know about the lottery wheel? Long Danny queried. Observing her father's sudden flurry of activity, Long Yun nodded, recounting the lottery wheel incident in the Sky Burial Dungeon to his daughter. There's even a lottery wheel in the Sky Burial Dungeon? What about the other dungeons? Long Danny pressed eagerly. Long Yun shook his head. I've dispatched people to search the surrounding dungeons. As of now, there has been no news. This is the second lottery wheel we've discovered. Long Danny reflected thoughtfully. Grandpa Jiang is quite remarkable. I just encountered Jiang Yubai here not long ago. Long Yun paused, intrigued. Lord Jiang's grandson is here too? Yes. But I lost track of him, so I'm not sure where he is now, Long Danny replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Strange, Long Yun mused. If he isn't leveling up in the Sky Burial Dungeon, could it be due to the lottery wheel? Perhaps Lord Jiang is concerned about his grandson's safety, leading him to hunt monsters and level up here? Father, I drew a skill book. I got a skill book. Long Danny's exclamation snapped Long Yun from his thoughts, and he joyfully accepted the skill book from one of the guild members. In one of the novice village dungeons, the Sun Lake Dungeon, Jiang Yubai had placed a lottery wheel on an island in the lake. After setting up the lottery wheel in the Crystal Forest, he departed, contemplating. Currently, the news of the lottery wheel hasn't spread, nor has it attracted significant attention from powerful factions. As I increase the number of lottery wheels, soon enough, players will discover the pattern and begin searching for them in other novice village dungeons. However, I won't place any more in the other novice village dungeons. I'll set them in lower level dungeons instead. This is a more prudent approach, and with my current attributes and skills, I can easily dominate in lower level dungeons. He glanced at his profession panel. Name, Jiang Yubai. Profession, Lottery Master, Super God level. Level, LV 27, 546, 2800. Base attributes. Strength, 35,946. Constitution, 35,946. Intelligence, 35,946. Growth attributes. Health points, 359, 460. Defense, 359, 460. Energy points, 359, 460. Free attribute points, 2. Skill slots, 7. All-inclusive dealer, passive LV 27 when other players draw from your lottery wheel. You receive a reward multiplied by 27 times. Lottery wheel, active LV 27, place a classic circular wheel divided into multiple segments, each corresponding to a type of reward, such as experience points, equipment, gold, skills, and thank you gifts. Other players can use the wheel to participate in the lottery. And for each draw, you will gain experience points. You can currently place 27 lottery wheels. Lucky Blind Box, active LV 27 set up a Lucky Blind Box lottery machine, where participants can spend 10,000 gold to receive a blind box. The boxes come in 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, each corresponding to different rarity levels of rewards. Participants can see the probability of the next blind box color, which increases with each draw. Holy Sword Judgment, active LV 100 summon a colossal holy sword, delivering a devastating strike to the target area, radius of 50 meters. Temporarily unavailable. 1/, active LV 27 gather all your strength to deliver a powerful slash to all enemies within a frontal cone area, inflicting damage equivalent to 150 physical attack power, with a 10 chance to cause bleeding. Flame Missile, active LV 27 release a fiery missile that inflicts fire damage on the target, with a 20 chance to ignite them. Once ignited, the target suffers fire damage equal to 10 attack power per second for 5 seconds. Limit Charge, active LV 27 enter a state of extreme charge. significantly enhancing the damage and effects of your next attack, while also becoming immune to all control effects and reducing incoming damage during the charging period. The longer you charge, the greater the enhancement. Charge for 1 second for a 50 damage increase, 2 seconds for a 100 damage increase, 3 seconds for a 200 damage increase. During the charge, damage received is reduced by 50. After the charge ends, gain a buff lasting 5 seconds that increases attack speed and movement speed by 20. Shadow Traverse. Active LV27. Enter a shadow state, becoming invisible and increasing movement speed by 70, while enabling a short distance teleportation of 20 meters within 12 seconds. During the shadow state, ordinary monsters cannot detect you, and detection range against bosses and high-sensitivity enemies is significantly reduced, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Inventory. Advanced equipment. Beast Bone Shield 3, Illusory Bird Staff 1, Giant Bear Whip 1, Low-level Skill Book 1/2, Low-level Skill Book Fire Missile 1, Low-level Skill Book Charge 1, Low-level Skill Book Stealth 1, Epic Equipment Moonshadow Spear 1, Intermediate Equipment Mighty Bull Blade 1. Chapter 21. The Terrifying 1/. The Lottery Master is a class that embodies all attributes, and as my skills continue to grow, I am on the verge of becoming a full-time free agent, though. A full-time free agent cannot learn elite level or higher skills. Perhaps a full-time expert? Jiang Yubai chuckled softly and shook his head. In any case, he was open to acquiring skills. Whether they were low-level, elite, or even epic, he intended to learn them all. The legendary skills of warrior classes that Jiang Tianhe had not yet mastered would naturally be preserved. Observing the items in his inventory, Jiang Yubai mused. The probability of receiving a thank you gift at 90 truly is high, as there are hardly any winners. A 10 chance of winning does not imply that 1 out of every 10 players will win. It is a matter of probability. In other words, it all hinges on luck. Without a specified winner, my grandfather likely wouldn't draw the legendary skill, Holy Sword Judgment. Each lottery will has a designated draw once per day. I cannot waste it, so I shall reserve them for my grandfather, hoping he might also draw something remarkable. Jiang Yubai swiftly departed from the Sun Lake. And after a little over half an hour, players began to discover the lottery wheels. The Magnetic Castle, one of the low-level dungeons, is suitable for players transitioning from first to third class to grind for experience. The castle is divided into an outer region, inner region, and core area, corresponding to first through third class players. Upon Jiang Yubai's entrance at the outermost area, before he could react, a languid yet authoritative voice rang in his ears. 100 gold. Jiang Yubai glanced at the 2 guards clad in standard city guard attire, retrieved 100 gold from his inventory, and tossed it to them, then strode expressionlessly into the castle. Among the thousands of city lords in Blue Star, Jiang Tianhe was exceptionally benevolent, at the very least. He would not permit the city guards to charge an entry fee for the dungeon. While 100 gold may seem trivial, it constitutes a significant expense for players from ordinary backgrounds. The Magnetic Castle is merely a low-level dungeon, where players must slay dozens of monsters to break even. Hey, so arrogant? One of the guards glared discontentedly at Jiang Yubai, pocketing the gold, but was halted by the other guard. Don't provoke him. This guy has an extraordinary demeanor. We cannot afford to offend him, even if he has a bit of background. We are the Lord's army. With the Lord present, what is there to fear? Though the guard spoke boldly, he ultimately dared not obstruct Jiang Yubai. Jiang Yubai quickly ventured 200 to 300 meters into the outer region, finding that there were not many players around. Such is the fate of overexploitation. A 10 gold entry fee for a low-level dungeon is reasonable. 100 gold is simply extortionate. Warning, you have been detected by a magnetic wolf. Magnetic wolf, level 13. Health, 1, 350. The magnetic wolf is twice the size of a regular wolf, formed from a constantly shifting gray and white magnetic field. Howl. Upon spotting Jiang Yubai, the magnetic wolf charged towards him. A rugged stone blade appeared in Jiang Yubai's hand. Mighty Bull Blade. Intermediate equipment. Class restriction, warrior class. Level requirement, 20. Equipment type, two-handed weapon. Base attributes. Attack power bonus, 120. Additional attributes. Strength, 10. Critical hit rate, 5. Attack speed, 10, slightly reduced due to weapon weight. Jiang Yubai gripped the blade with both hands, observing the approaching magnetic wolf, and unleashed the 1/ skill. Whoosh. A gray-white blade light enveloped the area ahead, slicing through the magnetic wolf's form. 414, 521. Gazing at the vanishing magnetic wolf, Jiang Yubai was momentarily taken aback, lowering his gaze to the mighty bull blade in his hand. As the base and growth attributes did not include an attack power stat, he had always overlooked his own attack power. With a staggering growth attribute exceeding 400,000, he could slay this magnetic wolf even without utilizing a weapon. He merely wished to test the damage of the 1/ skill while conveniently wielding the mighty bull blade. A damage output of 410,000. Jiang Yubai felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, attack power correlates with strength and constitution, much like health and defense attributes, roughly yielding a 10-fold increase. With my current damage output, I can confidently traverse the magnetic castle. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, unable to suppress the smile creeping onto his lips. Today he has only just awakened, while Song Xiaohan, Long Danny, and others have merely begun their journey of slaying monsters and leveling up. He has already reached level 32. On the road from Sun Lake to Magnetic Castle, he ascended another 5 levels, and with just 18 more, he will attain the threshold for the second job transfer. My current foundational attributes, when roughly estimated, are equivalent to those of Luo Qingshan at over 200 levels. Jiang Yubai couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. The realization struck him like a thunderbolt. Luo Qingshan, a naturally gifted divine profession, is already among the most elite of the human race. If he were to switch to another potential profession, his level would soar by dozens, even hundreds. It's utterly terrifying. Jiang Yubai marveled. Is this the dreadfulness of a super divine profession? I absolutely adore it. Of course, he had not factored in the enhancements from equipment that could augment attributes. In that moment, Jiang Yubai truly comprehended the immense value of a super divine profession. It was astonishing. After a full 5 minutes had passed, Jiang Yubai's emotions finally settled. Yet the corners of his mouth remained uplifted. Noticing the absence of others around, he initially intended to place a lottery wheel at his location. But at the moment he was about to unleash the skill, he hesitated. Without the lottery wheel, the entry ticket to the dungeon would cost 100 gold coins. With the lottery wheel, the ticket price would likely escalate to an unimaginable degree, and he could profit handsomely from the price difference. Ultimately, Jiang Yubai refrained from setting up the lottery wheel in Magnetic Castle. He had no desire for his lottery wheel to become a tool for others to profit from, with the exception of his grandfather, Jiang Tianhe. Regardless of who sought to exploit the lottery wheel for personal gain, he would not hesitate to reclaim it, for the lottery will belong to Jiang Yubai. Departing from Magnetic Castle, this time he opted for an elite-level dungeon rather than a lower-tier one. With his current strength, he could ensure his safety even within an elite castle. In Tianzong City, at the Lord's Mansion, Jiang Tianhe, will you relinquish control of the lottery wheel or not? Inside the Lord's Hall, Jiang Tianhe was facing off against Ma Qingfeng. This was the order of the Vice President, Yuan. Do you wish to defy the will of a god-level powerhouse? Ma Qingfeng was taken aback by Jiang Tianhe's reluctance to hand over control of the lottery wheel. In stark contrast to Ma Qingfeng's stern countenance and furious gaze, Jiang Tianhe remained remarkably calm. Elder Ma, it is not that I am unwilling to comply, but rather that I cannot, as this is the command of Vice President Qi. It is his intention. Ma Qingfeng's expression shifted, and a flicker of light danced in his eyes. Chapter 22. Yue. At the headquarters of the Job Transfer Guild Alliance on Blue Star, there are 2 heads, namely the 2 vice presidents. One is Yuan Taiyu, Ma Qingfeng's backing, and the other is the Vice President Qi referred to by Jiang Tianhe. His name is Qi Yan, and like Yuan Taiyu, he is also a low-tier god-level powerhouse. Ma Qingfeng's expression fluctuated between darkness and light. At this moment, he finally understood why Jiang Tianhe dared to offer the lottery wheel for free. It turns out that Jiang Tianhe has Qi Yan backing him. Qi Yan and Yuan Taiyu, both vice presidents, hold equal positions and mutually restrain one another. Since the previous president fell in the Void Fissure dungeon of the Sirius domain, the headquarters has yet to appoint a new president, intending to promote one of the 2 vice presidents to the position. The 2 have been evenly matched for over a decade, engaged in a continuous struggle that is yet to yield a definitive victor. Is it truly Vice President Qi's intention? Ma Qingfeng asked in a grim tone. Jiang City Lord, you must know the consequences of deceiving a god-level powerhouse. Jiang Tianhe, seated regally in the main position, chuckled at the remark. If Elder Ma does not believe me, you may personally inquire with Vice President Qi. The answer will be evident. Seeing Jiang Tianhe's demeanor, which suggested no deceit, Ma Qingfeng's heart sank like a stone, realizing he was in trouble. Jiang Tianhe is the actual controller of the Tianzong dungeon, and he has no authority to intervene. He is merely acting on Yuan Taiyu's orders to compel Jiang Tianhe to yield. I will seek clarity on this matter, Ma Qingfeng declared before turning to depart. Watching Ma Qingfeng vanish from view, Jiang Tianhe let out a slow sigh. A dialogue box with Vice President Qi appeared before him, revealing, I will secure you a few more days, after which a legendary invincible will be arranged to succeed you as the new lord of Tianzong City. At that time, you shall take up the lordship in another city. The Starry Sky Academy does not reside on Blue Star, but rather within the Cosmic Secret Realm. Alongside the Holy Land Academies, the Xingyu Academy and Xinghai Academy also have their bases situated within the Starry Cosmos, one of the god-level secret realms. The Andromeda Galaxy's illusory light secret realm serves as the base for the Starry Sky Academy. In the Academy's teleportation square, Luo Ziwei, adorned in a purple veil and a flowing purple tassel gown, emerged from the teleportation passage. Welcome, Sister Luo. A young man in a flamboyant pink suit appeared, bowing with a grin. Gu Suifeng, hasn't he the mentor returned from the Mars Crimson Flame Inferno dungeon yet? Luo Ziwei's voice carried a note of seriousness, her starry eyes gazing intently at the young man, who was also a student of Shan Wenrui. Gu Suifeng straightened, a playful smile upon his face. Not yet. You know how terrifying the Mars Crimson Flame Inferno dungeon is. Even at normal difficulty, the clearance rate is only about 27. Luo Ziwei frowned at his words. What's wrong? Gu Suifeng noticed her expression and wiped the smile from his face. Something significant must have occurred. Luo Ziwei remained silent for a moment before inquiring. Is the dean present? Gu Suifeng shook his head. No. What about the vice dean? It seems that only Vice Dean Yue is here. Hey, sister. Where are you going? Are you looking for Vice Dean Yue? Wait for me. I know where she is. I'll take you there. Gu Suifeng dashed after Luo Ziwei, who had activated an elite-level speed skill and transformed into a purple afterimage. The roster for this strongest academy competition is temporarily settled. Once the dean returns from the Centaurus Star ruins, the final decision will be made by him. Clad in a deep, intricate gown adorned with countless stars, Yue seemed to wear the entire cosmos upon her. Her demeanor was chilling, and her serious appearance alone instilled a sense of pressure among the several dean-level figures present. Dean Liu, regarding the newly emerged sub-item lottery wheel you mentioned, please keep a close watch on it, especially the attitudes of Xingyu and Xinghai towards this matter. Monitor the movements of the Job Transfer Guild Alliance and the Starry Sky mercenaries concerning this item. If this item can yield rewards of elite level or higher, then our Starry Sky Academy has every reason not to miss out. A voice from below responded promptly. During the recent meeting, Lu Guanyu, the Dean of the Life and Support Academy, who is responsible for intelligence operations, received the latest news about the lottery wheel and reported it to Yue. However, none of the attendees paid much heed to the matter. In their minds, the lottery wheel held a higher status than treasure chests. But it still did not reach the level of concern for these god-level powerhouses. Just then, Luo Ziwei's voice resonated from outside the hall. Luo Ziwei, disciple of the Mage Academy, requests an audience with Vice Dean Yue. Yue's gaze swept towards the hall's entrance, spotting Luo Ziwei and Gu Suifeng together. The allocation for the strongest academy competition regarding the cosmic dungeon of the Starry Sky secret realm must not be overlooked. Yue's voice rang clear and cold, leaving no room for doubt. With the dean often absent from the academy, all matters, large and small, were presided over by her. Understood. Several deans rose in succession and exited the council hall. Come in. The voice of Yue reached the ears of Luo Ziwei and Gu Suifeng. Anxiously waiting, Luo Ziwei immediately made her way into the hall. Noticing that Gu Suifeng had followed her, she spoke. Junior Gu, you need not accompany me. Huh? Gu Suifeng was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Luo Ziwei with a look of confusion as she entered the hall. Something feels off about Senior Luo, very off. Luo Ziwei had encountered Deputy Director Yue before. She respectfully bowed. Deputy Director Yue is indeed a mid-tier, divine-level powerhouse, sitting atop a high platform. Yue looked down upon Luo Ziwei and said, Luo Ziwei, I remember you. You are one of the most outstanding students of the Mountain Academy. As she spoke, Yue flipped through Luo Ziwei's student records and continued. You have undertaken the task of awakening newcomers. Is your visit related to this task? Luo Ziwei nodded affirmatively. Upon hearing this, Yue's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Has Tian Songxing awakened a divine position? Could it be that Blue Star has also awakened a divine position? Though it is not a divine position, in the eyes of the students, its potential is no less than that of a divine position, Luo Ziwei replied. Oh. Yue's eyes glimmered with interest. What kind of SSS level profession is it? It is a new profession, Luo Ziwei answered again. Yue straightened slightly, her gaze fixated on Luo Ziwei. A new SSS level profession? Indeed, Luo Ziwei nodded, recalling the scene when Jiang Tianhe drew a legendary skill book, still finding it hard to believe. She continued. The name of the profession is Lottery Master. Lottery Master? Yue echoed the name, a look of perplexity and bewilderment crossing her face. She was indeed unfamiliar with such a profession. Yue gazed intently at Luo Ziwei. Please elaborate on the characteristics of this profession. Luo Ziwei proceeded to describe in detail the phenomenon generated by Jiang Yubai's awakening and how the Lottery Master could place a lottery wheel. Upon hearing that the lottery wheel was a skill effect of Jiang Yubai, Yue suddenly sprang to her feet. Chapter 23, Pet Egg. Yue's expression was one of barely concealed shock as she looked at Luo Ziwei, incredulously stating, the lottery wheel? The one that appeared within the Tianzong dungeon? Is that not a new secondary item? Luo Ziwei was momentarily stunned. Deputy Director, you are aware of the lottery wheel? Director Lu just reported this matter to me. Yue nodded, her demeanor quickly regaining composure as she slowly returned to her seat. Luo Ziwei understood, gently nodding. So the Academy is already aware of the existence of the lottery wheel. Yue's gaze shifted, seemingly imbued with a penetrating power, and she asked, did you witness it with your own eyes? The student indeed witnessed it firsthand. The lottery master Jiang Yubai can place the lottery wheel by releasing skills, Luo Ziwei replied. Yue, astonished, mused to herself about the wonders of the world. She nodded slightly, saying, so it is indeed as Director Lu received news. The lottery wheel can draw rewards, such as attribute points and skill books? It can. Luo Ziwei affirmed with certainty. Seeing her unhesitating answer, Yue continued to inquire. Why are you so certain? Because the student has drawn rewards from the lottery wheel, acquiring 500 attribute points, Luo Zhuwei said, her lips curving into a smile. 500 attribute points, the value of which far exceeds 1,000 gold coins. The only regret is that one can only draw once a day. If only one could draw continuously, Luo Zhuwei wished inwardly. Yu Yue was secretly astonished. After Lu Guanyu mentioned the lottery wheel, she had harbored doubts. Treasure chests do not yield experience or attribute points, yet this newly emerged secondary item, the lottery wheel, can. This had never happened since the advent of the reclassing era. Her request for Lu Guanyu to keep an eye on the lottery will stem from this reason. Introducing an additional channel for acquiring attribute points and experience would accelerate the leveling process for professionals, enhancing their strength more rapidly. However, even if it were feasible, she would not place significant importance on it, for only one lottery wheel had been discovered, and its impact was negligible. Furthermore, there was another reason. The lottery wheel could not be collected. The Andromeda Galaxy's illusory light secret realm was over 2 million light-years away from Blue Star. Even with a teleportation passage, it would take several hours to traverse. The distance was simply too great. However, the situation is different now. A smile emerged on Yu Yue's face. If the lottery wheel is a skill effect and cannot be collected, then let the lottery master become a student of the Starry Sky Academy. This way, students of the Starry Sky Academy can draw daily. They can obtain attribute points, experience, and skill books, and over time. This will inevitably help the Starry Sky Academy surpass the Sea of Stars Academy, becoming the foremost sacred ground for humankind. The aspiration to see the Starry Sky Academy surpass the Sea of Stars and become the leading institution has been the dream and dedication of generations of Starry Sky individuals. Suddenly, Yu Yue's expression changed, and she urgently asked, "Who knows the secret now?" Luo Zhiwei hesitated. At that time, only the student and Jiang Yubai's grandfather, Lord Jiang, were aware of Jiang Yubai's identity as a lottery master. Upon learning that Jiang Yubai had placed the lottery wheel within the Tianzong dungeon, the student was unable to contact the mentor and, fearing that others might discover Jiang Yubai's secret, hurried back to the academy. Yue frowned. Is it possible to contact Jiang Yubai now? It should be possible. The student has him as a friend and will reach out right away. Luo Zhiwei nodded. After Jiang Yubai's awakening, she had proactively added him as a friend. Blue Star, Tianzong City, Lord's Mansion. Jiang Yubai was lying down, leveling up. It was nighttime, and he was indeed lying in bed. Almost every few minutes, a light signifying a level up would illuminate him. You have leveled up. Current level, 47. Name, Jiang Yubai. Profession, Lottery Master, Super Divine level. Level, LV 47, 440, for 800. Base attributes. Strength, 117,692. Constitution, 117,692. Intelligence, 117,692. Growth attributes. Health, 117,6920. Defense, 117,6920. Energy, 117,6920. Free attribute points, 20,002. Skill slots, 7. The house always wins. Passive LV 47. When other players draw from your lottery wheel, you will receive 47 times the reward. Lottery wheel, active LV 47. You can now place 47 lottery wheels. Lucky blind box, active LV 47. Holy sword judgment, active LV 100. 1/, active LV 47 condenses all your strength to deliver a powerful slash to all enemies in a fan-shaped area ahead, dealing 170 physical damage with a 15 chance to cause bleeding. Flame missile, active LV 47 releases a flaming missile, inflicting fire damage on the target with a 25 chance to ignite them. Once ignited, the target suffers 12 fire damage per second for 15 seconds. Limit charge, active LV 47 enters a limit charge state, significantly increasing the damage and effect of the next attack while becoming immune to all control effects and reducing damage taken during the charging period. The longer the charge time, the greater the increase. Charge for 1 second to increase damage by 50. Charge for 2 seconds to increase damage by 100. Charge for 3 seconds to increase damage by 200. During the charging period, damage received is reduced by 50. Upon completion of the charge, a buff is granted that lasts for 10 seconds, enhancing attack and movement speed by 30. Shadow transit, active LV 47 enter a shadow state, becoming invisible while increasing movement speed by 85. Additionally, short-range teleportation of up to 25 meters can be performed within 20 seconds. During the shadow state, one will not be detected by ordinary monsters, and the detection range of bosses and highly perceptive enemies is significantly diminished. Cooldown time, 20 seconds. Backpack, advanced equipment muddied long gun X1, elite equipment frostbow X1, epic equipment dark soul devouring axe X1, intermediate pet egg swamp crocodile X1, intermediate pet egg electric-eyed rabbit X1, advanced pet egg glowing erosion spider X1. Jiang Yubai silently gazed at his class panel, realizing he had misjudged the situation. The probability of drawing a skill book among the various rewards must be the lowest. After a considerable amount of time had passed, no one had drawn a skill book. Most had obtained experience points and attribute points, and even those who drew equipment were few. The equipment and pet eggs in his backpack were almost entirely drawn by Jiang Tianhe. Without the guarantee of a specified draw, his grandfather would likely not have succeeded either. Jiang Yubai took out the glowing erosion spider pet egg from his backpack. It was the size of 2 basketballs, adorned with luminous streaks that flickered with a faint glow. I am not a tamer and cannot hatch it, but Song Xiaohan is nurturing a batch of tamers at home, although the level of the pets is still too low. Pets cannot be treated like skills. Skills can be utilized regardless of level, but pets cannot. The pet he intends to contract must possess at least legendary potential. Just then, an information box appeared before him, sent by Luo Ziwei, inquiring whether he had disclosed his identity as a lottery master to others. Is she concerned about my identity being leaked to Xingyu and Xinghai? Jiang Yubai pondered briefly and decided not to conceal it, informing Luo Ziwei that Song Xiaohan was also aware of his identity. Chapter 24. This child must not be lost. Governor. The information regarding Song Xiaohan has been sent to you. After Jiang Yubai replied to Luo Ziwei, within 3 minutes, Yuwei received the investigation results from Lu Guanyu. Song Xiaohan, a classmate of Jiang Yubai, is also a childhood friend. After Yuwei reviewed Song Xiaohan's information, she let out a sigh of relief. Luo Ziwei also received the information. From the details, it seemed highly improbable that Song Xiaohan would leak the secret of the lottery wheel. Yuwei, with a grave expression, shook her head. If I were him, I would absolutely not disclose it. Not just highly improbable, at least not before Jiang Yubai becomes a member of our Starry Sky Academy. Luo Ziwei nodded solemnly, affirming, the lottery wheel can yield legendary skill books. It must not be disclosed. Yuwei paused for a moment. Did she just hear something? The lottery wheel can yield legendary skill books? What did you just say? Her gaze fixed intently on Luo Ziwei. Luo Ziwei, taken aback, stammered. The student said it indeed must not be disclosed. Yuwei waved her hand, asking again, not that sentence, the previous one. Luo Ziwei, somewhat uncertain, replied, the lottery wheel can yield legendary skill books. What did you say? Just as Luo Ziwei heard Yuwei's voice, Yuwei had already vanished from her seat, appearing right in front of her. Startled, Luo Ziwei instinctively recoiled. Yuwei grasped Luo Ziwei firmly, her expression grave, her eyes wide with shock as she asked in a trembling voice, the lottery wheel can yield legendary skill books? Her tone was filled with disbelief. Luo Ziwei, intimidated by Yuwei's aura, obediently nodded. How did you know? Yuwei eagerly pressed for answers. Feeling the grip on her arm tighten, Luo Ziwei hurriedly replied. The student witnessed it firsthand. Jiang Yubai's grandfather drew the legendary skill book, Holy Sword Judgment. She saw Yuwei's pupils dilate sharply, followed by a tremor. Holy Sword Judgment. Yuwei took a slow breath, confirming with a serious tone, is this true? Absolutely true. Luo Ziwei nodded repeatedly. Yuwei released her grip on Luo Ziwei, then vanished. Reappearing in her main seat, deep in thought. Luo Ziwei, seeing this, dared not interrupt, patiently waiting. Time passed, and Yuwei's voice echoed in the hall. Accompany me immediately to Blue Star and bring Jiang Yubai back to the academy, along with Song Xiaohan. Luo Ziwei's expression brightened at this, as her return to the academy was to find someone to bring Jiang Yubai back. Only in this way would Jiang Yubai be safe, free from the worry of being seized by Xingyu and Xinghai. But why bring Song Xiaohan back to the academy? Luo Ziwei was puzzled. There were many ways to ensure Song Xiaohan would not leak secrets. The lottery wheel can yield legendary skill books, as well as legendary equipment, pets of legendary potential, and other rewards. Its value is unimaginable. This child must not be lost. After Yuwei finished speaking, she took Luo Ziwei and left the Starry Sky Academy through the teleportation portal. Have you heard? The Crystal Forest, Frog Town, Sun Lake, and Glacier Palace dungeons have all discovered lottery wheels. Have you heard? TSK, to seize the lottery wheel, the 2 major guilds in Sun City fought fiercely, reportedly resulting in several hundred deaths. It was only when the god-level powerhouse of the Starry Sky mercenaries appeared that the incident was quelled. The Glacier Palace dungeon is notoriously dark. After the lottery wheel was discovered, the ticket price surged from 100 gold to 1,000 gold, and one must pay an additional 1,000 gold to draw. The Lord of Tianzong City, Jiang, is commendable. His dungeon charges no entry fee and allows everyone to draw, causing the Tianzong dungeon to be overwhelmed with people. In less than a day, all 40 lottery wheels placed by Jiang Yubai had been discovered. As time passed and news spread, the lottery wheel had sparked a sensation. In this era of universal job change, the speed of information dissemination far surpasses that of the past. Half of Blue Star is now aware of the lottery wheel. Across various cities in Blue Star, countless adventurers flocked to the 40 dungeons housing the lottery wheels like weary birds returning to their nests. The 2 great powers of Blue Star, the Job Change Guild Alliance and the Starry Sky Mercenaries, have intervened, successively gaining direct or indirect control over all the lottery wheels. In Jiulong City, the Job Change Guild Alliance was holding a high-level meeting of Blue Star. Presiding over the meeting were the god-level vice president, Yuan Taiyu, and Shi Yan. Investigate not only the dungeons and secret realms we control, but also those under the Starry Sky Mercenaries. Yuan Taiyu spoke in a low voice. The emergence of this new item, the lottery wheel, is an opportunity for us to surpass the cosmic bank. Vice President Yuan is absolutely correct. Qi Yan, with a lean face but a notably full forehead, appeared to be over 20 years older than Yuan Taiyu. Headquarters has issued orders. We must seize control of as many lottery wheels as possible. Initially, both had underestimated the lottery wheel. But as its numbers increased and reports emerged of elite-level rewards being drawn, they realized this was a tremendous opportunity. 1,000 years ago, the advent of the universal job change era was an opportunity. Several hundred years ago, the opening of the Cosmic Star chapter was the second opportunity. Perhaps this is the third opportunity. The lottery wheel is exceptionally unique. It cannot be picked up, destroyed, and allows for infinite draws. Furthermore, the reason they valued it most is that the headquarters has already assessed the lottery wheel's value. It is equivalent to that of a divine artifact. A lottery wheel is indeed a miraculous artifact, faced with immense opportunities and benefits. The two individuals momentarily set aside their rivalry for the presidency and devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the quest for the lottery wheel. In Ironblood City, at the headquarters of the Starry Sky Mercenary Company on Blue Star, a high-level meeting was concurrently underway. Marshal Bai Zhanhai cast his keen gaze over the numerous generals, his ironclad visage shrouded in an aura of lethal intent. Spare no effort in scouring all dungeons and secret realms on Blue Star. It is imperative to locate the remaining lottery wheels within the shortest possible time. The 7th Army commander was unable to deduce the origins of the lottery wheel. Yet this Blue Star represents a pivotal opportunity for the rise of our Starry Sky Mercenary Company. Prepare for war. I can already scent the aroma of impending conflict. Early the next morning, Brother Bai, Father Bai, Grandfather Bai, are you awake? Song Xiaohan, beaming with enthusiasm, arrived at Jiang Yubai's residence. After calling out a few times, he was greeted by Jiang Yubai, who emerged from his room, sporting dark circles beneath his eyes. Ah, did you suffer from insomnia last night? Jiang Yubai yawned, looking rather disheartened. Although the pace of leveling up at night was not as swift as during the day, he was invariably forced to log in each time he leveled up. How could one possibly sleep well under such circumstances? Song Xiaohan, brimming with excitement, urged. Hurry and freshen up. Have you forgotten what day it is? Jiang Yubai paused, somewhat perplexed. What day? It's the day the school has organized for the new recruits to venture into the novice dungeon. Song Xiaohan exclaimed, then realized, scratching the back of his head. Oh, I forgot. You didn't participate in the collective awakening, so you wouldn't know. Chapter 25. The disappearance of the lottery wheel. Not going. Jiang Yubai was enveloped in a milky glow, yawning once more. I need to catch up on my sleep. Upon witnessing Jiang Yubai level up again, Song Xiaohan's mouth twitched uncontrollably, and he asked with a hint of envy, what level are you at now? Jiang Yubai glanced at his status. Level, LV 62, 1, 206, 300. I only leveled up 15 times overnight. 15 levels? That seems a bit slow. What is going on? Jiang Yubai queried, puzzled. With 40 lottery wheels, leveling up only 15 times in a single night felt inadequate. Could there be an issue? Thus, he began to peruse the lottery records of the 40 wheels, his brow furrowing in concern. 17 of the lottery wheels had recorded fewer than 50 draws throughout the night, while 12 had not even reached 500 draws. What is going on? A single draw takes merely half an hour or so. I can't say for certain, but drawing 1,000 times on a lottery wheel in a single night should be entirely feasible. Song Xiaohan, noticing Jiang Yubai's silence, suddenly realized, his eyes widening. Wait. How are you still leveling up? Have you completed your first transfer task? Yesterday, he had witnessed Jiang Yubai ascend several levels, and he had assumed he would be close to level 10 by now. After level 10, one could only continue leveling up upon completing their first transfer. Yes, I've completed it. My first transfer task was relatively simple, Jiang Yubai casually explained. You beast. Song Xiaohan wailed. I struggled for half a day battling monsters just to reach level 4. How can you be so cruel? All right, enough of the lamentations. I need to catch up on my sleep. You should be on your way, Jiang Yubai chuckled. Song Xiaohan pretended to wipe away a tear and seized Jiang Yubai's arm. You really aren't going? This time it's to Frog Town, and several other schools' newcomers will be there. Frog Town, Jiang Yubai inquired. Frog Town is one of the novice village dungeons, where the wild creatures are largely non-aggressive frogs. It serves as a practice ground for newcomers to hone their skills and level up, a true benefit for novices. Jiang Yubai turned back, recalling that one of the lottery wheels with fewer than 50 draws was indeed located in Frog Town. Wait for me a moment. I need to visit my grandfather. Grandfather, do you know anything about the situation within the Frog Town dungeon? Jiang Yubai approached Jiang Tianhe. Frog Town dungeon? Jiang Tianhe pondered for a moment, recalling that the schools in Tianzong City and the surrounding areas had organized a trip to Frog Town for practice today. Jiang Yubai nodded. I placed a lottery wheel in Frog Town, and after a night, there were still fewer than 50 draws. That's normal. Normal? Jiang Yubai was taken aback by Jiang Tianhe's response. Jiang Tianhe chuckled and explained, Frog Town is a small-scale dungeon. The school must have cleared it out the night before. So that was the case, Jiang Yubai understood. However, apart from Frog Town, Several other dungeons also recorded fewer than 50 draws on their lottery wheels. Grandfather, do you know what might be happening? Jiang Tianhe's expression darkened as he withdrew his smile. With a snort of indignation, he said, "There are only two possibilities. Either they are being treated as personal possessions, or the lottery amounts have escalated to a level that ordinary practitioners cannot afford." Jiang Yubai narrowed his eyes, his demeanor cooling as a surge of anger welled within him. It became apparent that someone was profiting off his lottery wheels, a suspicion he had harbored. However, he was unprepared for the revelation that his possessions had been appropriated as private property, barring others from participating in the draws. "Do you plan to reclaim those lottery wheels?" Jiang Tianhe discerned his grandson's thoughts and cautioned solemnly, "I advise you not to act hastily. Currently, everyone, including the Transfer Guild Alliance and the Starry Sky Mercenary Company, has acknowledged that the lottery wheels are dungeon artifacts. If you attempt to reclaim them now, it will undoubtedly arouse suspicion, unless you intend to retrieve all of them. But that would impede your leveling up. Then let us reclaim them all." "I do not mind sacrificing a little leveling time," Jiang Yubai asserted resolutely. Jiang Tianhe regarded his precious grandson and, after a moment's contemplation, nodded. "Then let us proceed to reclaim all of them." As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Jiang Yubai had leveled up once more. Consequently, he inquired, "Xiao Bai, what level are you at now?" "Only level 63, Jiang Yubai replied, his mood dampened. Jiang Tianhe was taken aback. 63? Just 63? What do you mean by just? Not going? Are you certain you won't go? Song Xiaohan, hearing Jiang Yubai's decision, grew anxious. "I heard that everyone who attends gets a free lottery draw worth 1,000 gold coins. Why not take advantage of it? Moreover, that is your lottery wheel." "Not going," Jiang Yubai reiterated firmly, a cold smile playing on his lips. "You go ahead, but don't expect to draw for free." "Why not? You'll find out when you get there." In the elite level dungeon, Thunder Tower, which comprises 12 floors, each functioning as a distinct dungeon world, the second floor, the Endless Desert, was currently occupied by Lei Junfei, the grandson of the Thunder City Lord, flanked by several close friends and a gaggle of sycophants surrounding the lottery wheel. "We hitched our wagon to the right star and following young Master Junfei. No need to queue for the lottery draws. We can draw whenever we please. Look at the other dungeons with lottery wheels. They are swarming with people, and who knows how long they will have to wait." Indeed, who is young Master Junfei? He is on the fast track to be admitted to the Starry Sky Academy, a prodigy destined to become a godly powerhouse. Ask around. Only young Master Junfei dares to treat the lottery wheel as his personal property. Who else would? No one. The crowd erupted in laughter, responding in unison. With a defiant expression, Lei Junfei reveled in the flattery from his subordinates. "As long as you follow me, young master, I'll cover your lottery draws with my gold every day." "Young Master Junfei, you truly are something." "Thank you, young Master Junfei." Master Junfei's extravagance was truly remarkable. Ha ha. As the crowd reveled in delight, they were suddenly struck by the astonishing sight of the prize wheel vanishing into thin air, completely disappearing from view. Where did the prize wheel go? How could it have vanished? Did it perhaps fall into the sand? Quickly, let us dig around and find it. In the Frogtown instance, several school principals stood before the prize wheel, taking turns to spin. Principal Zhao was fortunate indeed, acquiring 1,000 attribute points, equivalent to a leap of over 20 levels. Not to be outdone, Principal Li also showcased his good fortune by drawing an intermediate skill book. "As for me, today is just not my day. I didn't draw a thing, but if I can't win today, I shall try again tomorrow." This prize wheel is truly a marvelous invention. How I wish we could apply for it to become an exclusive feature of our school. While the principals were engaged in conversation, the prize wheel suddenly vanished without a trace, alarming the group. A similar scene unfolded across 40 instances, as the disappearance of the prize wheel immediately incited chaos. Chapter 26. What pretext is needed for accusation? Where's the prize wheel? Such a large prize wheel could not simply disappear. What on earth is happening? I was in the midst of spinning. I had already given my coins, and now it's just gone. After waiting in line all night, I was next in line, and now it has vanished. Am I imagining things? Within the area where the prize wheel once resided, pandemonium erupted among the 40 instances. The majority of individuals immediately began to search frantically, yet no trace of the prize wheel could be found, despite scouring every corner of the instances. The news of the prize wheel's disappearance reached the headquarters of the Transmigration Guild Alliance stationed at Blue Star in no time. "What did you say?" "The prize wheel has vanished suddenly." Yuan Taiyu, upon hearing this shocking news, sat up abruptly. Disbelief etched on his face as he stared at the subordinate reporting the situation. "What is going on?" The subordinate detailed the collective disappearance of the prize wheels. After listening to the report, Yuan Taiyu's eyes sparkled with alarm. How could it vanish? How could this possibly happen? He sat back down, looking utterly disheartened. The value of the prize wheel equated to that of an artifact. Just the thought of so many artifacts disappearing made his heart bleed. At that moment, a figure rushed in. "The prize wheel has vanished." Qi Yin's face was grave. The prize wheel had been registered with the highest leadership at headquarters, drawing the attention of the guild's formidable beings. Now, with its sudden disappearance, he found himself at a loss for how to report this to headquarters. I just received the news, Yuan Taiyu sighed, feeling as if all his strength had been drained away. The emergence of the prize wheel had been seen as pivotal for both of them in their quest to become president. The first instance where the prize wheel was discovered was in the sky burial instance. I must go to the site. Will you accompany me? Qi Yin expressed his unwillingness to let this matter go. Yuan Taiyu nodded, rising to his feet. Let us go together. In Ironblood City. A loud crash echoed as Marshal Baijian Hai, in a fit of rage, smashed the conference table with his palm. Investigate. Find out the reason for the prize wheel's disappearance. Search. Scrutinize every instance. We must explore every instance on this planet. If we can uncover the reason behind the prize wheel's disappearance, we can leverage it against the Transmigration Guild Alliance. In Sky Burial City, Yuan Taiyu and Qi Yin emerged from the teleportation portal. The city lord, Jiang Tianhe, greeted the two vice presidents. After receiving news of Qi Yan's arrival, he had been waiting outside the teleportation portal. Yuan Taiyu cast a glance at Jiang Tianhe, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossing his features. Qi Yin nodded. Let us proceed into the Sky Burial instance. Yes, Jiang Tianhe responded, accompanying them into the instance. Swiftly arriving at the location where the prize wheel had once stood, the area was devoid of others, having been cleared by the city guards. Yuan Taiyu and Qi Yin surveyed the vacant space in silence, while Jiang Tianhe remained quiet beside them. After a long pause, Yuan Taiyu, with a somber expression, finally spoke. The instance records are prepared. Jiang Tianhe handed over the prepared records to Yuan Taiyu and Qi Yin. He did not believe that the two could discern anything significant from the records, nor was he concerned about facing any repercussions. The simultaneous disappearance of the 40 prize wheels left no grounds for Yuan Taiyu to blame him. After reviewing the records, the two remained silent. Within the instance, the locations of treasure chests were sometimes fixed, while others were random. Perhaps it was merely a temporary disappearance of the prize wheel due to the passage of time. Qi Yin voiced his speculation, attempting to comfort himself. That possibility cannot be ruled out, Yuan Taiyu acknowledged. At that moment, a figure approached from afar. Ma Qingfeng. Greetings to both vice presidents. Ma Qingfeng arrived in haste after receiving news of Yuan Taiyu's visit to Sky Burial City while he was engaged in another instance. Master Elder Ma, what is your perspective on the disappearance of the prize wheel? Yuan Taiyu inquired. Ma Qingfeng glanced at Jiang Tianhe before responding. The prize wheel within this instance is overseen by City Lord Jiang. I would first like to hear his thoughts. Qi Yin shot a glance at Ma Qingfeng, frowning slightly. Though I oversee the prize wheel, the vanished prize wheels are not limited to just this one. All the discovered prize wheels disappeared at the same time. Let us wait and see. Perhaps the prize wheels will reappear, Jiang Tianhe replied with a slight bow. I do not concur with City Lord Jiang's speculation. The prize will hold significant importance. What if it does not reappear? Ma Qingfeng coldly scoffed as he spoke. This is not merely my speculation, but rather Vice President Qi's hypothesis, Jiang Tianhe said, a knowing smile on his face as he regarded Ma Qingfeng. Ma Qingfeng's expression darkened instantly. What? Qi Yin raised an eyebrow, his voice cold. Are you disagreeing with Vice President Qi's hypothesis? Not at all, Ma Qingfeng exclaimed, panic written all over his face. I did not mean that. I absolutely did not intend to question your judgment. Jiang Tianhe smirked subtly. I am well acquainted with both Vice President Qi and Elder Ma, Yuan Taiyu interjected, attempting to defuse the tension. Ma Qingfeng seethed inwardly, his teeth grinding in frustration. Humph. Qi Yin let out a dismissive sound, effectively bypassing Ma Qingfeng. Yuan Taiyu turned to Jiang Tianhe and stated, Vice President Qi's speculation is a possibility. But I have another theory. As far as I know, among all the prize wheels, the one in the Sky Burial instance was the first discovered. Due to City Lord Jiang's decisions, it has also been the one with the most draws. Is it possible that the prize wheel vanished due to exhausting its draw limit? Jiang Tianhe's heart sank as he turned to Qi Yin, who furrowed his brow. Ma Qingfeng's eyes darted around, quickly chiming in. What Vice President Yuan says is absolutely correct. I hold the same belief. Surely, the prize wheel has exhausted its draw limit, just like treasure chests. How could the prize wheel not have a limit to its draws? It must be so. The disappearance of the prize wheel within this instance has repercussions that affected all prize wheels. After finishing, he solemnly stated, thus, City Lord Jiang must bear full responsibility for this matter. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianhe's mind echoed with the saying, what pretext is needed for accusation when there is no crime? Yuan Taiyu's speculation seemed rather far-fetched. Jiang Tianhe's heart was as clear as a mirror. His decision had indeed compromised the interests of two individuals. It was the vice president's directive that allowed Master Jiang to permit everyone to participate in the lottery. Qi Yin glared at Ma Qingfeng with a face full of indignation, questioning whether Ma Elder intended to suggest that the vice president should bear all the responsibility. Upon hearing this, beads of sweat formed on Ma Qingfeng's forehead. He had not anticipated Qi Yin's staunch defense of Jiang Tianhe. Just as he was about to explain, Yuan Taiyu interjected. If it is indeed as the vice president surmises, that Master Jiang's decision has led to the lottery wheel no longer refreshing, I shall report this accurately to headquarters. Yuan Taiyu turned his gaze towards Jiang Tianhe, stating coolly, I propose the temporary suspension of Jiang Tianhe from his position as city lord. Qi Yan's icy stare fixed upon Yuan Taiyu as he retorted, Vice President Yuan. Feel free to report this to headquarters. I shall await your findings. The matter of the lottery wheel was of great significance, and prior to any resolution, someone had to assume responsibility. Yuan Taiyu regarded Jiang Tianhe once more, reiterating, I suggest temporarily suspending Jiang Tianhe from his duties, with Elder Ma serving as acting city lord until the lottery wheel is refreshed, at which point he may be reinstated. Ma Qingfeng felt a surge of joy at these words. I object. Qi Yan immediately interjected. Yuan Taiyu maintained an air of calm confidence as he regarded Qi Yan, asserting, headquarters requires an explanation. Qi Yan felt a heaviness in his heart, his expression fluctuating between dark and light. Chapter 27. Dare to defy the will of a god-level powerhouse. And you are finished. Jiang Tianhe, who had remained silent until now, observed Qi Yan's troubled countenance and let out a quiet sigh. He could not help but acknowledge. Yuan Taiyu's maneuver is indeed brilliantly cunning. Both Qi Yan and Yuan Taiyu were vying for the presidency of the headquarters on Blue Star, a fact well known to the lords of the various cities. Presently, the contention over the lottery wheel had also become a crucial factor in determining who would ascend to the position of president. Although Yuan Taiyu's conjecture was somewhat tenuous, it was not without merit. The lottery wheel resembled an upgraded version of a treasure chest. While a treasure chest could only be opened once, theoretically, the lottery wheel had a limit on the number of draws. However, Jiang Tianhe was aware that the lottery wheel had no limit on draws and understood the true reason for its disappearance. Yet, he could not divulge this information, nor could he even hint at it. Concerned for his beloved grandson, he would not allow even a whisper of suspicion related to Jiang Yubai to surface prior to his entrance into the Starry Sky Academy. Yuan Taiyu, using the excuse of needing to provide an explanation to headquarters, pressured Qi Yan into submission, and Qi Yan found himself compelled to acquiesce. Yuan Taiyu was confident that Qi Yan would not dare to gamble. If the lottery wheel were to refresh, that would be one thing. However, if it were not to refresh again, Yuan Taiyu would exploit the situation to his advantage. Even if his reasoning was somewhat forced, given the value of the lottery wheel, which was akin to a divine artifact, it was inevitable that more individuals at headquarters would support Yuan Taiyu's hypothesis. At that point, Qi Yan would find himself at an even greater disadvantage. He was maneuvering Qi Yan into a corner, sacrificing a pawn to protect the king. Even if the lottery wheel were to refresh once more, he would still have grounds to prevent Jiang Tianhe from continuing as the city lord of Tianzong City. The competition for the presidency involved numerous factors, one of which was the number of cities each controlled. Yuan Taiyu's gaze bore into Qi Yan, conveying a singular message. Tianzong City, I have set my sights upon it. Qi Yan, will you concede? Ma Qingfeng looked at Jiang Tianhe, unable to conceal the smug satisfaction that had begun to manifest on his face. Qi Yan's expression darkened as he glared at Yuan Taiyu, his fists clenched in silent fury. Over the years, he and Yuan Taiyu had been locked in a struggle for control over the various cities. The more cities one controlled, the closer one was to the presidency. It was a simple truth, for cities were intrinsically linked to the dungeons, which held absolute sway over the dungeons themselves. Controlling the cities equated to controlling the dungeons. Although the Tianzong dungeon was merely a low-level dungeon, the annual profits generated were substantial. Moreover, if he were to agree to the temporary suspension of Jiang Tianhe from his position, how would the other city lords under his command perceive him? Yet, he found himself compelled to agree, for he did not dare to gamble. Should Yuan Taiyu's suspicions prove accurate, his losses would only multiply. Even if he acquiesced, he did not wish to be the one to voice it. Jiang Tianhe perceived Qi Yan's dilemma, sighed quietly, and stepped forward, prepared to voluntarily resign. When suddenly a dialogue box appeared before him. Ma Qingfeng doubted his own eyesight as he beheld Jiang Tianhe smiling. Smiling? Even in the face of losing his position as city lord, he still had the audacity to smile? Jiang Tianhe reined in his smile, suppressing his inner astonishment, and felt a surge of excitement. Deputy Director Yue has come personally to escort Xiaobai. Yue, a mid-tier god-level powerhouse and one of the actual deputy directors of the Starry Sky Academy, held a status far beyond that of Yuan Taiyu and Qi Yan. The arrival of such an esteemed individual was indeed a treatment befitting a divine appointment. 3 years prior, when Luo Qingshan awakened, the deputy director of the Starry Sky Academy had personally come to accept her as a student. This matter had long since spread far and wide. Choosing the Starry Sky Academy for Xiaobai was indeed the right decision. Jiang Tianhe inhaled deeply, straightened his posture, and spoke with dignified composure. Vice President Yuan. While it is true that Tianzong City falls under the jurisdiction of the Transfer Guild Alliance, my position as City Lord was earned through battle. To revoke this title, one must first defeat me, as per the regulations set by the Alliance. Yuan Taiyu's expression grew cold, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Qi Yan stared at Jiang Tianhe in astonishment. What he said was indeed in accordance with the rules established by the Transfer Guild Alliance. However, who was Yuan Taiyu? A vice president and a god-level powerhouse. Revoking the title of a city lord was merely a matter of a single command. Yuan Taiyu had several legendary invincible subordinates at his disposal. Any one of them could easily crush Jiang Tianhe without needing to follow the challenge protocol. Where did Jiang Tianhe find such audacity? Ma Qingfeng's expression turned to one of shock, quickly followed by a surge of secret delight. It's over. Jiang Tianhe, you are finished. How dare you defy a god-level powerhouse? Even Qi Yin will be unable to save you now. Haha. Yuan Taiyu regarded Jiang Tianhe for several seconds in silence before slowly responding with a grim expression. Very well, Jiang Tianhe, you are impressive. Jiang Tianhe clasped his fists with a demeanor that remained respectful yet firm. Ma Qingfeng, Yuan Taiyu called out. At your service. Ma Qingfeng replied loudly. I am granting you an opportunity. If you can defeat Jiang Tianhe, the position of city lord shall be yours. Yes. Qi Yan's expression hardened, furrowing his brow as he looked at Jiang Tianhe, inwardly speculating, is this a way to restore my dignity? Yet with Yuan Taiyu's cautious nature, the very fact that he allowed Ma Qingfeng to challenge meant he possessed complete confidence. He glanced at Ma Qingfeng, who appeared resolute in his victory. Jiang Tianhe, initiate the combat space. The dungeon possessed a combat space, and as Jiang Tianhe was still the city lord of Tianzong, he was naturally able to activate it. Jiang Tianhe harnessed his authority and opened the combat space. With a whoosh, the combat space descended, enveloping the four of them. In the seemingly boundless battlefield, Jiang Tianhe stood 100 meters apart from Ma Qingfeng, while Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu observed from the spectators' area. Haha. Ma Qingfeng laughed triumphantly as he gazed at Jiang Tianhe. Jiang Tianhe, you dare to defy Vice President Yuan's orders? You are quite literally courting death. You should be more concerned for your own safety. In his hand, Jiang Tianhe conjured a legendary grade two-handed greatsword. With a resounding chime, Ma Qingfeng brandished a long blue sword. Jiang Tianhe, the Vice President Yuan has not made this challenge lightly. I advise you to concede gracefully, lest you find yourself searching for your teeth after our encounter. Just as Yuan Taiyu issued the challenge to Jiang Tianhe, a legendary skill book materialized from his backpack. Yuan Taiyu bestowed upon him a legendary skill book, a defensive skill tome. This skill is sufficient to bridge the gap in power between him and Jiang Tianhe. It is the very foundation of his confidence to triumph over Jiang Tianhe. Enough with the idle chatter, behold my blade. Jiang Tianhe scoffed, initiating the assault. Luo Zue spoke respectfully. Vice Governor, we are now at the Lord's Manor of Tianzong City. Yue, taller than Luo Zue by half a head, adorned in a gown of night and stars, exuded an ethereal chill as she surveyed the empty square and inquired. Where are Jiang Tianhe and Jiang Yubai? The city lord is currently within the Tianzong dungeon, accompanying the two vice presidents of the Class Change Guild Alliance stationed at Blue Star. Jiang Yubai has not responded to my messages, and the students are also unaware of his whereabouts, Luo Zue replied, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. Little did she know, Jiang Yubai was soundly asleep in his room. Not long after Zhang Xiaohan's departure, his mind had forcibly shut down, and he had drifted into a deep slumber. Then let us proceed to find Jiang Tianhe. Yue turned and re-entered the teleportation portal, with Luo Zue closely following. Chapter 28. It is not too late for you to concede now. Vice President Yuan, you just stated that if Ma Qingfeng defeats Jiang Tianhe, the position of City Lord of Tianzong City will be his. Was that a mere slip of the tongue, or a revelation of your true thoughts? In the spectator seats, Qi Yin glared coldly, making his inquiry. That was merely an expression of momentary frustration. Yuan Taiyu chuckled, asserting that his words were indeed sincere. What? Does Vice President Qi intend to defend Jiang Tianhe? Does Vice President Yuan genuinely believe Ma Qingfeng will prevail? Qi Yin countered. Yuan Taiyu regarded the fierce clash between the two combatants and declared, if one Ma Qingfeng cannot win, there will be a second, a third, in any case. Jiang Tianhe shall not claim the position of city lord in Tianzong City. This time, Qi Yin remained silent, his gaze fixated on Jiang Tianhe amidst the fray. A glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Jiang Tianhe was merely a pawn in their contest. Losing him would not be a significant loss. However, he would not relinquish Tianzong City so easily. Qi Yin began to contact the legendary invincible warriors under his command, while Yuan Taiyu also reached out to peers of similar caliber. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. At the headquarters of the Wild Tiger Guild, raucous laughter erupted as Wild Tiger reveled in the news about Ma Qingfeng. From this day forth, Tianzong City belongs to us. Ha ha. Send word immediately to disseminate this news, urging the notable figures of Tianzong City to witness the battle within the dungeon. I wish to rally support for Elder Ma. Soon. The news of Jiang Tianhe's fierce battle against Ma Qingfeng for the city lordship of Tianzong City spread like wildfire, reaching every faction, great and small, within the city. Ma Qingfeng is challenging Jiang Tianhe, and he is set to assume the role of city lord? The war lion sprang to his feet, his expression altered drastically. His archrival, Wild Tiger, was closely allied with Ma Qingfeng. If Ma Qingfeng became the city lord, his own fate would be sealed. Jiang Fei, we must enter the dungeon. Yes. Where did this news originate? Bloodcolor scoffed. Ma Qingfeng is no match for the city lord, unless he has acquired a new legendary skill. surpassing the city lord in terms of skill quantity, etc. Bloodcolor's eyes narrowed, deep in thought. Could it be? He promptly rose and departed the guild headquarters. At the same time, Long Yun also received the news. Although Ma Qingfeng and the city lord had previously been at odds, he had never dared to openly challenge Jiang Tianhe. The two had maintained a tenuous peace. What had emboldened him to issue a challenge now? He felt perplexed and anxious. I have crossed paths with Ma Qingfeng before. If he becomes the city lord, Bloodcolor and I will likely face dire consequences. I should investigate further. Long Yun promptly entered the dungeon as well. At the entrance of the Tianzong dungeon, two figures materialized. Have you heard? Elder Ma and City Lord Jiang are battling within the combat space. Is that true? The news originated from the Wild Tiger Guild, so it must be credible. Have they even activated the combat space? My goodness. The only two legendary beings in Tianzong City are clashing, yet we cannot witness it. Yu Yue and Luo Ziwei stood nearby, seemingly invisible to the crowd, who paid them no heed. Who is Ma Qingfeng? Yu Yue inquired. Luo Ziwei briefly recounted Ma Qingfeng's background. She had encountered him during her awakening ceremony upon arriving in Tianzong City and had a modicum of understanding of him. Yuan Taiyu and Qi Yin, the vice presidents of the Class Change Guild Alliance stationed at Blue Star. Yu Yue searched her memories but found no recollection of either. Vice Governor. Jiang Tianhe has not responded to my messages. Luo Ziwei attempted to reach out to Jiang Tianhe but was met with silence. Then let us observe the combat space. Before Yu Yue could finish her sentence, the intricate stars on her dark gown illuminated, revealing a vast expanse of deep space behind her. On the other side of that deep space, two figures were locked in fierce combat. Let us proceed. Yu Yue guided Luo Ziwei into the combat space, vanishing from their previous location. Not long after their disappearance, the War Lion, Bloodcolor, Long Yun, and other guild leaders arrived at the Tianzong dungeon. Upon entering, they quickly utilized their guild privileges to access the combat space. Vice Governor, those two must be Vice Presidents Yuan Taiyu and Qi Yin, Luo Ziwei remarked, having spotted them. However, she noticed that Yuan Taiyu and Qi Yin appeared oblivious to their presence, their focus solely on the battlefield. Within the arena, two figures clashed incessantly. As fierce winds whipped around and sword waves surged across the battlefield, the battle reaching a fever pitch. Yu Yue seemed disinclined to intervene, opting instead to take a seat among the spectators. Observing this, Luo Ziwei followed suit. Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu simultaneously turned their gazes to the same direction, where several figures began to materialize. Both men instinctively furrowed their brows. The War Lion, Wild Tiger, Bloodcolor, and Long Yun, upon encountering Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu, were all taken aback. Is that Vice President Qi and Vice President Yuan? Yikes. I want to go home. They had inadvertently attracted the attention of the two divine-level vice presidents. Wild Tiger gulped nervously, regret flooding him. Had he known the esteemed vice presidents would be present, he would never have dared to spread the news. Ma Qingfeng had not instructed him to disseminate the information. It had been his own impulsive decision. Bloodcolor suppressed his domineering aura, and Long Yun refrained from fanning himself, both sitting obediently in the spectator seats, afraid to make a sound. Yu Yue seemed oblivious to their presence, her calm gaze fixed upon the battlefield. Suddenly, Jiang Tianhe's furious roar echoed through the arena. Flash! With Jiang Tianhe's thunderous command, 100-meter-long sword Qi surged forth, cleaving towards Ma Qingfeng. Clear the winds, Su! Ma Qingfeng shouted, summoning an unending tempest that transformed into impenetrable barriers of wind. The wind barriers shattered under the onslaught of the sword Qi, yet as the 100-meter sword Qi dissipated, the wind barriers began to gradually restore themselves with the gathering gusts. Is this your trump card? Jiang Tianhe stood firm, sword in hand, calmly inquiring, suspended in midair by the winds. Ma Qingfeng looked down at Jiang Tianhe with a triumphant smile, exclaiming, Jiang Tianhe, it's not too late for you to concede now. Defensive skills cannot defeat me. Jiang Tianhe shook his head, having already noticed the presence of the War Lion and others in the audience. Ma Qingfeng, naturally, also recognized this and immediately understood that it was the Mad Tiger who had disseminated the news. The thought of defeating Jiang Tianhe in front of these individuals filled him with a sense of delight and triumph. Thus, he proclaimed loudly, Jiang Tianhe, your sky sword can't breach my wind barrier. Today, your defeat is inevitable. Jiang Tianhe lifted his gaze, his calm voice resonating throughout the battlefield. If the sky sword cannot penetrate your defense, I wonder if this move will suffice. As his words faded, Jiang Tianhe forcefully plunged his broad sword into the ground, kneeling on one knee as he declared in a deep and resonant tone, Holy Sword Judgment. Ma Qingfeng's eyelids suddenly twitched violently, an ominous premonition swelling within him. Buzz. In the next moment, the entire combat space reverberated with a humming sound. Chapter 29. Class Change to the Path of Heaven. Dungeon Rules. Brilliant clusters of light abruptly appeared above the combat space, coalescing into a resplendent holy sword glowing in gold and white, towering over 100 meters in height. The battlefield seemed unable to withstand the pressure of the holy sword, sending tremors through the spectators. What is this? Beneath the crimson mask, Blood-red eyes narrowed in shock as they beheld the dazzling, sacred, and awe-inspiring holy sword, causing even the blood-colored figure to tremble. It was indeed a powerful offensive skill. A top-tier legendary skill, the Holy Sword Judgment. Long Yun's expression shifted in astonishment as he gazed at the slowly descending holy sword, feeling a stiffness in his body, overwhelmed by its might. If two epic-level powerhouses were so affected, one could only imagine the state of the elite-level combatants like the War Lion and the Mad Tiger. Some turned ashen, others trembled in disbelief or were left speechless, their breaths caught in their throats. There are gradations even among legendary skills, and without a doubt, the Holy Sword Judgment belonged to the pinnacle of divine abilities. Not only did they change color in shock, but even Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu's expressions shifted. The Holy Sword Judgment was indeed such a skill. Yuan Taiyu's face darkened. What a formidable Jiang Tianhe. At that moment, he finally comprehended why Jiang Tianhe dared to defy him. He had such a powerful backing. Conversely, Qi Yin bore a look of delight. So it was this skill? How intriguing. Qi Yin observed the grim-faced Yuan Taiyu, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Instances of Yuan Taiyu facing setbacks were rare, and witnessing one firsthand was an exceptional opportunity. With this skill, Jiang Tianhe had already stepped into the realm of legendary invincibility. However, Qi Yin silently shook his head, realizing that if Jiang Tianhe defeated Ma Qingfeng, it would be akin to slapping Yuan Taiyu in the face, leading Yuan Taiyu to ensure that Jiang Tianhe could not maintain the position of city lord in Tianzong City. And this was something he could not prevent, unless Jiang Tianhe could truly become an invincible legend, overcoming all challengers. Was this the might of the top-tier legendary skill, Holy Sword Judgment? Luo Ziwei's pupils quivered slightly, her long eyelashes fluttering like tiny fans. Jiang Tianhe's Holy Sword Judgment had been drawn from a lottery wheel. Once Jiang Yubai entered the Starry Sky Academy, she would draw daily, and someday, she too would obtain a legendary skill book. The thought of this caused her to stifle her excitement. Indeed, it was Holy Sword Judgment. Yue gazed at the holy sword engulfing Ma Qingfeng, her heart racing with exhilaration. Hearing is one thing, but seeing is believing. She had come in person to witness the Holy Sword Judgment, to confirm Luo Ziwei's words, and now, she saw that Luo Ziwei had spoken true. A lottery wheel capable of yielding legendary skills would soon belong to our Starry Sky Academy, and with this advantage, our academy would one day surpass the Star Sea Academy and claim the title of the foremost institution among humanity. No, the Holy Sword Judgment. This is impossible. Ma Qingfeng's pupils shrank to pinpricks, terror flooding his visage as he screamed in horror. Jiang Tianhe, how could you possibly possess a top-tier legendary skill? This cannot be. As he stared at the descending holy sword, a tremendous sense of life and death crisis made his scalp tingle, despair flooding his eyes. Within the confines of Tianzong City, no one knew Jiang Tianhe better than he did. He was fully aware of Jiang Tianhe's skill set. How could this be? How could this be? Endless gusts of wind coalesced into barriers above him. Block it. I must block it. One after another, the wind barriers formed, only to be pierced through as the holy sword descended like a blade through banana leaves. No, no, with Ma Qingfeng's agonized cries abruptly ceasing, he was entirely consumed by the might of the holy sword. In the combat space, onlookers were powerless to intervene. Even Yuan Taiyu could not interfere. This was the path of heaven. This was the rule of the dungeon. Even in a low-level dungeon, it was not something a god-level powerhouse like Yuan Taiyu could defy. Boom. The holy sword crashed down, then dissipated into dazzling beams of judgment light that vanished from sight. With a swift motion, Jiang Tianhe withdrew his dual-handed broadsword and stowed it in his backpack. He glanced at the barely conscious Ma Qingfeng before turning to Yuan Taiyu, offering a slight bow without uttering a word. Yuan Taiyu's countenance was shrouded in darkness as he stared at Jiang Tianhe. The atmosphere in the combat space thick with tension. Blood Red, Long Yun, the War Lion, and the Mad Tiger all trembled at the near-fatal defeat of Ma Qingfeng. Regret washed over them for attending the match. Some even cursed the Mad Tiger in their hearts. Had the Mad Tiger not spread the news, they would not have come to witness this. It's over. I'm finished. The Mad Tiger was gripped by fear. With Ma Qingfeng's defeat, he could no longer hold a position in Tianzong City. Without a patron, he would be at the mercy of the War Lion. I must leave Tianzong City at once. With this thought, the Mad Tiger vanished from the combat space. Trying to flee, the War Lion, who had been watching the Mad Tiger closely, sneered inwardly, promptly disappearing as well. Hee. Qi Yan's laughter shattered the silence. Seeing Yuan Taiyu humbled brought him great satisfaction. In this battle, Jiang Tianhe has triumphed. Jiang Tianhe, you have won. According to the rules, you remain the city lord of Tianzong City. Not for long. Yuan Taiyu's voice followed closely, as a second challenger had already arrived. As his words fell, a figure materialized within the combat space. Upon seeing this person, Blood Red and Long Yun gasped in shock. Good heavens! A legendary invincible powerhouse. Lei Jun. The Thunderwalker, Lei Jun. My goodness, it's Lei Wudi. This is it. Jiang Tianhe is surely going to lose now. Lei Jun, tall and robust, had hair standing on end like steel needles, flickering with lightning. It was indeed Lei Jun. Qi Yan's tone turned grave as he coldly remarked. It seems Vice President Yuan is resolute. Yuan Taiyu said nothing, merely casting a cold, indifferent gaze at Jiang Tianhe. The Thunderwalker, a legendary invincible powerhouse. Jiang Tianhe's heart sank as he recognized that he had no chance of victory. Not a shred of hope remained. Reputation precedes one. Lei Jun, a legendary invincible professional, had once escaped the clutches of the Starry Sky Demon God, and had a glorious record of slaying powerful beings of the same caliber from the Starry Sky Demon God clan. I will grant you time to recover, so you may face me in your prime. Lei Jun's voice boomed like thunder as he spoke. Then he settled cross-legged, awaiting Jiang Tianhe's recovery. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Tianhe was about to sit down when suddenly, his vision blurred, and an unfamiliar figure materialized before him. Lord Jiang. I am Yue, the Vice Dean of the Starry Sky Academy. A trace of benevolent warmth graced Yue's face, her voice resonating in Jiang Tianhe's ears. Chapter 30, Jiang Yubai? A born divine job? Jiang Tianhe gazed at the tall, ethereal woman before him, momentarily struck by confusion. The bewilderment flickered quickly, and as he regained his composure, he retreated 2 steps and respectfully bowed, his voice trembling with excitement. I, Jiang Tianhe, pay my respects to Vice Dean Yue. He had dared to defy the will of a divine-level powerhouse only because he knew of Yue's presence. What the envoy had said was indeed true. Vice Dean Yue had come personally for his beloved grandson. Jiang Tianhe's heart raced with exhilaration, even upon receiving the news. Seeing her in the flesh left him in disbelief. A mid-tier divine powerhouse, the second-in-command of the Holy Land Academy, had truly come for his cherished grandson. Members of the Blood Color and Dragon Cloud guilds looked at Yue's sudden appearance with confusion and bewilderment. Who is she? They wondered. We've never seen this towering woman before. Then, a gasp broke the silence. Isn't that the envoy Rot? As Luo Zi appeared behind Yue, recognition dawned upon them. The awakening ceremony had invited notable figures from Tianzong City, all of whom had encountered Luo Zi. Dragon Cloud stared in shock at Yue's silhouette, silently conjecturing. The envoy is standing behind this woman. She also hails from the Starry Sky Academy? Beside him, Blood Color scrutinized Yue, and upon witnessing Jiang Tianhe's profound respect towards her, he deduced her origins. Moreover, she was likely a divine-level powerhouse. Regret flooded him. Regret for participating in this high-stakes confrontation. I am an epic tier, entangled in such elite affairs. I must leave. I cannot bear to witness this any longer. With a swift flick of his cloak, Blood Color vanished, decisively exiting the combat space. He feared that remaining any longer might cost him his life. As for who Yue was and why she sought Jiang Tianhe, he couldn't care less. Meanwhile, Dragon Cloud and the others remained fixated on Yue, utterly oblivious to Blood Color's departure. At the same moment, that is, Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu abruptly sprang to their feet, their eyes wide and pupils dilated as they gazed at the towering woman. They recognized Yue's identity. Both were incredulous, their minds racing with countless questions. Why had Vice Dean Yue come here? What was her purpose in seeking Jiang Tianhe? Was it related to the disappearance of the lottery wheel? Almost simultaneously, they vanished from the audience, reappearing behind Yue in an instant. I have met Vice Dean Yue, Qi Yin stated. I pay my respects to Vice Dean Yue, Yuan Taiyu added. They bowed slightly, their attitudes respectful. Though both were divine-level powerhouses, they were the leaders of the Guild Alliance on Blue Star, and their status paled in comparison to Yue's. Dragon Cloud and the others, who had been speculating about Yue's true identity, were struck dumb by their words, rendered as statues. Each and every one of them was petrified. The Starry Sky Academy. Vice Dean Yue. The mere mention of those titles was enough to terrify anyone. Even Lei Jun, upon hearing Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu address Yue, turned pale with fright. He had distinctly heard her self-introduction. It was friendly, laced with a hint of a smile. Yet, he himself had come at Yuan Taiyu's behest to challenge Jiang Tianhe, seeking to usurp the position of city lord. In simpler terms, he was there to create trouble for Jiang Tianhe. At this moment, Lei Jun's legs felt weak, and he hastily bowed his head, not daring to breathe. Simultaneously, he silently cursed Yuan Taiyu. Yuan Taiyu, how dare you betray me? Yue ignored the greetings from the two, her gaze fixed on the bowed Jiang Tianhe as she raised her hand slightly. Instantly, Jiang Tianhe felt a gentle yet irresistible force straightening his posture. Might I inquire where Jiang Yubai is at present? Yue inquired with a smile. Huh. Jiang Tianhe momentarily froze, then quickly replied. I shall contact Xiaobai, that is, my grandson Jiang Yubai. Please wait a moment, I will ask him right away. His heart raced with excitement as he attempted to reach out to his grandson. However, he was met with silence. That rascal, why isn't he responding? Vice Dean Yue has come personally. He should hurry and reply. Jiang Yubai? Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu exchanged puzzled glances. They recalled information regarding Jiang Yubai, and, as if a light bulb had gone off, they both turned to look at Jiang Tianhe. Has Jiang Yubai awakened a divine job? The arrival of a newly awakened profession had drawn Vice Dean Yue herself. Could it be? The two low-tier divine powerhouses inhaled sharply, for words surfacing in their minds. Born divine job. In their view, Only a newly awakened divine job holder could warrant Vice Dean Yui's personal visit. How could this be possible? Impossible. Doubts soon crept in. If Jiang Yubai had truly awakened a divine job, they would have received news long ago. Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu were filled with skepticism and promptly reported the information upward. The fact that Vice Dean Yue had come for a newly awakened profession was too significant to overlook. It had been years since she had left the Starry Sky Academy. Jiang Tianhe was now sweating profusely, unable to contact his grandson. "You rascal, hurry and reply." Unable to get through? Yue asked. She could have remained incognito and approached Jiang Tianhe privately, but she chose this method to advocate for Jiang Yubai and alleviate Jiang Tianhe's current predicament. The three major sanctuaries typically remained aloof from planetary matters. Of course, she need not speak. Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu would understand what to do upon seeing her. Yuan Taiyu gestured urgently toward Lei Jun. "Why are you still here? Hurry and leave before you get yourself killed." Lei Jun felt a wave of relief wash over him and fled the combat space in haste. Following suit, Dragon Cloud and the others dared not make a sound as they exited. Just before leaving, Dragon Cloud noticed that blood color had disappeared. That old trickster. He didn't even call me. Hee. Today the Academy organized a trip to the Novice Village dungeon, and Xiaobai might have gone along. Jiang Tianhe wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied with a smile. "Which dungeon?" Yue pressed. "Frog Town." "Then let us depart." "Yes." Yue and Luo Zi exited the combat space, and just as Jiang Tianhe was about to follow, he was intercepted by Qi Yin. Yuan Taiyu remained stationary, his eyes fixed on Jiang Tianhe. "What is going on?" Qi Yin quickly inquired. "Is Vice Dean Yue here for your grandson?" "Vice Chairman Qi. This is not something that can be explained in a few words. I must take Vice Dean Yue to find Xiaobai, and I will report back to you later." Jiang Tianhe replied before making his exit from the combat space. His response left both men even more perplexed. Jiang Yubai has awakened his divine vocation. The two promptly reported this news to the headquarters of the Transmutation Guild Alliance. Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu swiftly exited the combat space. Chapter 31. The urgency of Yue in Tianzong City. Within the Lord's mansion, Yue, Luo Ziwei, and Jiang Tianhe emerged from the teleportation portal, closely followed by Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu. At that moment, their attention was temporarily focused on Yue, who held the position of deputy mansion head. Their curiosity was piqued, and they were impatient to uncover the truth. Is Jiang Yubai truly possessing a divine vocation? It turned out that Jiang Tianhe's reliance was not the holy sword of judgment, but rather this individual. Qi Yin mused inwardly, a smile gracing his lips. He understood that Jiang Tianhe's position as lord of the city was secured, not only preserved, but destined to become exceedingly stable. With a mid-tier divine powerhouse backing him, who would dare challenge Jiang Tianhe? He glanced at Yuan Taiyu, only to find him as pale as a ghost, his expression grim. Yuan Taiyu. "Oh, Yuan Taiyu, you could never have imagined that Jiang Tianhe has such a remarkable grandson." As Yuan Taiyu gazed at Jiang Tianhe standing next to Yue, he regretted his earlier decisions profoundly. Given Yue's strength and status, a mere mention of this matter before the president of the Transmutation Guild Alliance could jeopardize his position. A natural divine vocation? Absolutely impossible. There has already been one Bo Feiyang among this batch of newcomers. It is inconceivable for a second divine vocation to awaken. Yuan Taiyu could not accept this outcome. What could compel Yue to come in person? He fixed his gaze on Jiang Tianhe. But it seemed that only the explanation of Jiang Yubai possessing a natural divine vocation could account for everything unfolding before him. Calm. I must not lose my composure. Yuan Taiyu inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain his composure and contemplate how to salvage the situation. "Lord Jiang, let us proceed to Frog Town," Yue urged. Were it not for witnessing Jiang Tianhe in a predicament he could not resolve, she would never have stepped in to assist. "I must act swiftly, as my arrival has surely reached the headquarters of the Transmutation Guild Alliance, and Xingyu and Xinghai will soon learn of this news. Yes, let us depart immediately." Just as Jiang Tianhe began to speak, a yawn interrupted him, capturing everyone's attention. "Deputy Mansion Head, this is Jiang Yubai," exclaimed Luo Ziwei, her voice filled with excitement. Yue's eyes sparkled with delight. Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu, already acquainted with Jiang Yubai, immediately turned their gazes toward Yue. Both were taken aback. Yue had vanished. Jiang Yubai, still in a sleepy haze, would not have awakened had it not been for the urgency of nature. After retracting the lottery wheel, he had anticipated a long, peaceful slumber. "You are Jiang Yubai?" A voice suddenly resonated before him. Jiang Yubai felt as though a figure had appeared before him, prompting him to halt and squint to see more clearly. Yue scrutinized Jiang Yubai from head to toe, becoming increasingly pleased with her observation. The young man bore sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding vigor, and his tall stature made him a strikingly handsome youth. Jiang Yubai rubbed his eyes. "I am. And you are?" "Xiaobai, do not be rude." Jiang Tianhe admonished in a hushed tone. "This is the esteemed deputy mansion head Yue of the Starry Sky Academy." Instantly, Jiang Yubai jolted awake, the drowsiness dissipating. He quickly rubbed his eyes, finally discerning Yue's presence. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and pay your respects," Jiang Tianhe urged anxiously. Jiang Yubai regained his composure and hurriedly performed a respectful greeting. Jiang Yubai pays his respects to Deputy Mansion Head Yue. He lowered his head, his eyes darting. Why has she come? On the surface, I am merely an SSS-level potential vocational candidate. I should not have warranted her attention. Could she have discovered the true potential of the lottery master? Impossible. The lottery master is of transcendent caliber. A flurry of doubts raced through Jiang Yubai's mind. But he swiftly quelled them. After all, this was fortuitous news. The presence of a deputy mansion head signifies the treatment reserved for one with a natural divine vocation. This indicates that the Starry Sky Academy holds him in high regard. Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu instinctively drew closer, their gazes fixed on Jiang Yubai, filled with curiosity and confusion. Here, take this. It is the identity token of a student at the Starry Sky Academy. From this moment forth, you are officially one of us, Yue declared, producing a deep blue token seemingly from thin air and presenting it to Jiang Yubai. Witnessing this scene, Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu were taken aback, their expressions one of astonishment. The majority of vocational candidates awaken during high school and subsequently enter vocational universities through rigorous examinations. However, the Starry Sky, Xingyu, and Xinghai academies have distinct admission processes. The first involves self-examination, where any initial potential reaching SSS level qualifies for a unified self-examination at the three academies' sacred grounds. The second method involves direct recommendation. Even with a recommendation, students must wait for the opening day at the academy's sacred grounds to receive their identity tokens. This is Blue Star. This is Tianzong City, not the Starry Sky Academy. Yue's immediate presentation of the identity token upon their first meeting speaks volumes of her urgency. At this moment, Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu were compelled to believe that Jiang Yubai had indeed awakened a divine vocation. How could they not believe it? Yue's presence, her immediate desire to confirm Jiang Yubai's status as a student at the Starry Sky Academy, was this not sufficient evidence? Qi Yin felt a surge of joy, which quickly escalated into euphoria. He envisioned the president's throne beckoning to him. It's settled. The position of president of Blue Star is secure. He was beside himself with joy, while Yuan Taiyu felt as though he had lost everything, his mind buzzing with despair. What should I do? Yuan Taiyu's eyes flickered with hopelessness and regret. Had he known Jiang Yubai possessed a natural divine vocation, he would never have crossed Jiang Tian'e. But now, it was too late to lament. He had already offended Jiang Tian'e. No, I cannot remain idle. Yuan Taiyu's mind raced, and he quickly devised a plan to rectify the situation. He needed to prevent Jiang Yubai from becoming a student at the Starry Sky Academy. If Xingyu and Xinghai learned of this news, they would undoubtedly vie for him. Yes, I must inform Xingyu and Xinghai of this development. In doing so, regardless of which academy Jiang Yubai ultimately joins, they will acknowledge my contribution. And I will still have a chance to compete with Qi Yin for the presidency. Yuan Taiyu immediately began contacting acquaintances among the deans of both Xingyu and Xinghai academies. As Jiang Yubai took the identity token in hand, preparing to examine it, the token transformed into a beam of azure light and vanished into his body. His vocational panel materialized before him. Name, Jiang Yubai. Vocation, Lottery Master, Transcendent. Identity, student of the Starry Sky Academy. Jiang Yubai had not anticipated that the identity token was a special piece of equipment. Observing this, Yue felt a wave of relief wash over her, and a smile broke through her typically serious demeanor. Jiang Yubai, from this moment forth, you are a student of the Starry Sky Academy. Jiang Yubai promptly regained his senses and performed another bow. The student Jiang Yubai had met with the deputy governor. Yue smiled and nodded, but her next words left everyone present utterly astounded. Jiang Yubai, would you be willing to become my student? Chapter 32. I, Luo Zi, am truly envious. Yue gazed at the young man before her with eager anticipation. Her decision to take Jiang Yubai under her wing was not a whimsical choice, but rather the result of careful consideration. The profession of a lottery master was exceedingly rare. Since the advent of the era of all, she had never encountered such a unique vocation. Given the distinctiveness of the lottery master, it seemed inappropriate for him to be placed in any particular academy. However, due to this uniqueness, once Jiang Yubai entered the Starry Sky Academy, it was certain that all 6 major academies would vie for him. This was an inevitability. Who would not covet a lottery wheel capable of yielding legendary rewards? Even she, a mid-tier deity, felt a pang of envy. Rather than allowing conflicts to arise among the 6 academies over Jiang Yubai, it would be far more advantageous for her to directly accept him as her disciple, elevating his status above that of the students of the 6 academies. At that point, regardless of where he placed the lottery wheel, no one would dare to voice objections. Furthermore, due to Jiang Yubai's exceptional nature, he would undoubtedly become the focal point upon entering the academy, emerging as the most sought-after figure within its halls. After considerable reflection, Yue concluded that there was no suitable academy for Jiang Yubai, which led her to the thought of taking him as her student. In her eyes, Jiang Yubai possessed potential that was not in the slightest inferior to Luo Qinxian of the Starry Sky Academy, and perhaps even surpassed it. While Luo Qinxian was formidable, he was merely one strong individual. Jiang Yubai, on the other hand, given time, could cultivate countless powerful beings. to transcend the deity level. Achieving legendary skills was one of the critical factors. Jiang Yubai was essentially a prodigious creator of divine power. Such a person undoubtedly posed a significant threat to the Starry Sky demonic clan, who would spare no effort to eliminate him. By accepting Jiang Yubai as her disciple, she could ensure his safety at all times. Jiang Yubai was momentarily stunned, unable to grasp the situation, considering the astonishing potential of a lottery master. He had entertained thoughts of being accepted by a figure of the dean's stature. Yet, for Yue to personally wish to take him as a disciple was indeed beyond his expectations. It was worth noting that Yue had never before taken on any students. After her initial shock, Luozi spoke with eyes full of envy. Within the Starry Sky Academy, Yue ranked within the second tier of strength. Although she was not the most powerful, she wielded tangible authority. If Jiang Yubai became her student, he would not only stride confidently through the Starry Sky Academy, but would also be someone whom ordinary individuals would dare not provoke. I, Luozi, am genuinely envious. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yubai, behind him, Jiang Tianhe was nearly beside himself with excitement, his body trembling with anticipation. For words floated through his mind, soaring to great heights. His grandson Jiang Yubai was about to ascend. Their Jiang family would also rise. What are you still waiting for? Why is my grandson not speaking? Jiang Tianhe urged. Growing impatient, you should promptly address your mentor. Student Jiang Yubai pays respects to the mentor. Jiang Yubai performed a solemn bow. With Yue accepting him as her student, he had no grounds to decline. The Starry Sky Academy, being one of the 3 sacred lands of humanity, was renowned for its fierce internal competition. He indeed needed a powerful ally at this moment, and Yue's identity was perfectly suited for him, possessing both authority and strength. Of course, his ultimate aspiration was to become a student of the strongest individual among humanity, the one who measures the world. Yet, who decreed that one could only have a single mentor? Congratulations, Deputy Governor Yue, Luozi spoke with a smile. Congratulations, Deputy Governor Yue. Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu hastily suppressed their myriad emotions and offered their congratulations. Yuan Taiyu felt as though his heart had turned to ash at that moment. He was truly despondent. He had not anticipated that Yue would act so decisively, not only granting an identity badge upon their first meeting, but also becoming Jiang Yubai's mentor. The crux of the matter was that Jiang Yubai had agreed. Was there no opportunity left? Yuan Taiyu understood that unless he killed Jiang Yubai right now, such a possibility was utterly remote. He would not sacrifice his life for the position of president. At that moment, 2 dialogue boxes appeared before him, each from a dean-level figure from the Starry Sky Academy and the Star Sea Academy. I am en route to Blue Star, Taiyu. Please keep an eye on Yue and that Jiang Yubai. As long as Jiang Yubai is not brought back to the Starry Sky Academy by Yue, he shall surely belong to my Star Sea. Yuan Taiyu sighed and replied to both, conveying the same message. It's too late. Yue has already accepted Jiang Yubai as her student. Jiang Yubai is undoubtedly destined for divinity. After sending the message, there was no further response. The 2 dean-level figures were evidently processing the information. Starry Sky Academy's Chung Kong inquired, Taiyu, do you know this young man's specific profession? Star Sea Academy's Lu Qingsong remarked. As expected of Yue, decisive and swift in her actions. I kindly ask you, Taiyu, to thoroughly investigate Jiang Yubai and provide Star Sea with a detailed dossier. I owe you a favor. I shall do my utmost, Yuan Taiyu replied, feeling utterly drained. He glanced at Qi Yin, who wore a broad smile, his lips stretching with delight. Yuan Taiyu could hardly fathom that after battling Qi Yin for so many years, he would ultimately lose due to a mere youth. Time and fate had conspired against him. A single misstep led to total ruin. Yuan Taiyu sighed. It's all the fault of the lottery wheel. Since Luozi became a student of the Starry Sky Academy, she had never witnessed Yue smile so radiantly. All right, from this day forth, you shall be my sole student. Yue's disciple. Yue's words deeply moved Jiang Yubai. You too, why are you still here? Do you intend to stay for a meal? Yue turned her gaze towards Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu, her expression returning to its icy demeanor. Qi Yin chuckled, giving Jiang Tianhe a knowing glance, and clasped his hands, saying, Then I shall not intrude upon Deputy Governor Yue any longer. With that, he turned and departed. Yuan Taiyu hesitated for a moment before addressing Jiang Tianhe, Lord Jiang. May I inquire what type of divine position your grandson has awakened? Divine position? Luozi was momentarily taken aback, as was Jiang Tianhe. This was a misunderstanding. He misinterpreted it as Jiang Yubai having awakened a divine position. Jiang Yubai pondered. Indeed, an SS-level profession would not qualify him to be a mentor student. This is not a question for you to ask. Yue's tone was unequivocal. Moreover, since Xiaobai has become my student, you should understand how to act moving forward. Considering Lord Jiang is under the jurisdiction of your Transfer Guild Alliance. Understood, Yuan Taiyu said, bowing slightly, feeling defeated as he left. Jiang Tianhe felt a wave of relief wash over him, quickly saying, Thank you, Deputy Governor Yue. A trivial matter, Yue acknowledged with a slight nod, before fixing her fervent gaze upon her newly appointed disciple. Xiaobai, let me behold the lottery wheel. Upon hearing this, Luozi's eyes widened. She had already learned that Jiang Yubai could place 40 lottery wheels. Jiang Yubai then activated his skill, and a lottery wheel appeared before Yue. Is this the lottery wheel? Yue scrutinized the wheel, her eyes reflecting the information contained within it, her expression one of astonishment. Subsequently, she retrieved 1,000 gold coins from her pouch and began the lottery. Chapter 33, The Lucky Blind Box Lottery Machine. 1,000 gold coins transformed into shimmering golden light. Soaring into the ethereal, multicolored lottery wheel, the lottery wheel began to spin. As Yue's gaze fixated on the spinning prize wheel, a flicker of anticipation ignited within her heart. The notion of a lottery invariably evokes the psychology of risking a little for a chance at a great reward. Gambling, after all, is a vice that easily ensnares the unwary. Jiang Tianhe and Luo Ziwei watched the rapidly revolving wheel with fervent eyes, their hands already delving into their backpacks. One had drawn a legendary skill book, while the other had acquired 500 attribute points. Now, witnessing Yue's turn at the lottery, their cravings were rekindled, a tantalizing itch stirring within them. They decided to employ a designated draw for a guaranteed outcome. Each lottery wheel allows for a designated draw once a day, akin to a safety net. Jiang Yubai could now place 63 lottery wheels, a considerable number, and not utilizing them would be a waste. Furthermore, since Yue was now his mentor, should she procure a yellow or orange reward, it would be beneficial for him as well. As the prize wheel began to decelerate, anticipation glimmered in their eyes. Moments later, the wheel came to a halt, the vibrant pointer indicating a sector where all colors faded away, leaving only a radiant yellow glow. Jiang Yubai raised an eyebrow, a spark of astonishment illuminating his gaze. Yellow, an epic reward. With her safety net, Yue had indeed won an epic prize. A 63-fold reward. Would this epic prize perhaps elevate to a legendary status? An expression of eager expectation surfaced in Jiang Yubai's eyes. You have received 630,000 gold coins. Jiang Yubai exclaimed, marvelous. Yet, the gleam of expectation in Yue's eyes gradually dissipated as she shook her head. At her level, gold was merely a figure devoid of significance. Is it truly only 100,000 gold coins? Jiang Tianhe and Luo Ziwei voiced their mild disappointment. Do not be disheartened. Mentor, simply draw again with another lottery wheel. Jiang Yubai chuckled, casually placing another wheel. With an energy reserve exceeding 140,000. Each lottery wheel required merely 10,000 energy to set up, an inconsequential sum for him. Observing this, a fresh spark of anticipation flickered in Yue's eyes. May I draw as well? Luo Ziwei inquired, extending her jade-like finger towards the lottery wheel previously spun by Yue. Of course, Jiang Yubai nodded affirmatively. Jiang Tianhe, upon hearing this, could not suppress the urge to rub his hands together, for he was one who had once drawn a legendary skill book. Xiaobai. Yue naturally adopted Jiang Tianhe's appellation for Jiang Yubai. I received word that the number of lottery wheels you have placed has reached 40, correct? Luo Ziwei and Jiang Tianhe turned their gazes toward Jiang Yubai. Jiang Yubai nodded. Indeed, it was 40 at that time. At that time, Yue's expression shifted, her eyes glimmering with a hint of anticipation as they fixed upon Jiang Yubai. And now, how many do you possess? 63, Jiang Yubai replied. Luo Ziwei's eyes widened in astonishment, disbelief cascading through her features. The value of a lottery wheel equates to that of a divine artifact. 63 divine artifacts. Luo Ziwei's breath quickened as she muttered to herself. And this is just the current count. How many more can he potentially place? 100? 200? 63? Is the number of lottery wheels contingent upon the increase in level? Jiang Tianhe recalled vividly the day he inquired about Jiang Yubai's level. He distinctly remembered that Jiang Yubai was indeed at level 63. Yue's eyes sparkled with a piercing intensity. A flicker of murderous intent brewing within her heart, not directed at Jiang Yubai, but rather aimed at Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu. She regretted allowing these two to learn of her presence here. Closing her eyes, she took a brief pause before reopening them. Her voice low and measured. You could only place one lottery wheel upon Luo Ziwei's departure. How did the number increase so drastically in just 2 days? Oh, so the envoy is called Luo Ziwei. Jiang Yubai observed her before responding. The number of lottery wheels increases in tandem with my level. And what is your current level? Luo Ziwei could not help but inquire, her gaze reflecting Jiang Yubai's silhouette. Level 63, Jiang Yubai stated. Just as I surmised. Jiang Tianhe mused internally, a proud smile spreading across his face as he gazed at his precious grandson. With such a grandson, what more could one desire? How many levels? Luo Ziwei questioned, her disbelief palpable. Level 63? Yue regarded her student with a newfound intensity, astonished by the rapid ascent. After her inquiry, she realized, it makes sense. Your method of leveling is unique. It requires others to draw prizes to gain experience. The more lottery wheels there are, the more practitioners drawing, and thus, your level increases swifter. Contemplating this, she felt a surge of shock. If the number of lottery wheels increases with level, aligned with the level itself, then her student could potentially place. Yue could hardly contain her excitement, a number flashing in her mind. 1,000. With 9 rotations to full mastery. That would equate to 1,000 levels. Yue's gaze towards Jiang Yubai transformed into an all-consuming fervor. No, it was searing. In that moment, she felt a profound sense of gratitude for her decision to personally arrive and accept Jiang Yubai as her sole disciple. 1,000 lottery wheels would undoubtedly foster a multitude of formidable warriors. The Starry Sky Academy would no longer be an unattainable dream of becoming the supreme bastion for humanity. Suddenly, Yue's expression shifted as realization dawned upon her. Fixing her gaze on Jiang Yubai, "Have you completed your first rotation?" Jiang Tianhe was taken aback, suddenly recalling that he had overlooked this detail when inquiring about Jiang Yubai's level. Luo Ziwei also became aware, her long eyelashes fluttering. "My first rotation task is merely the number of draws, and I have already completed it." Jiang Yubai had long prepared his rationale. The tasks associated with each class transition are known solely to the individual, and others cannot ascertain them. Yue did not dwell on it for long. The unique nature of the lottery master profession made the peculiarities of the transition tasks seem reasonable. Having completed your first rotation, you must have acquired a second skill by now. Yue's eyes gleamed with anticipation. The value of the first skill, the ability to place a lottery wheel, was equivalent to that of a divine artifact. The effect of the second skill would undoubtedly surpass the first. Luo Ziwei and Jiang Tianhe turned their gazes towards Jiang Yubai, the former momentarily forgetting to breathe, while the latter's heart raced, threatening to leap from his throat. Jiang Yubai nodded. "My second skill is the Lucky Blind Box." The mention of Lucky Blind Box momentarily stunned Yue, Jiang Tianhe, and Luo Ziwei, leaving them momentarily speechless. The first skill was the lottery wheel, while the second was the Lucky Blind Box. The essence of lottery was fully realized. Luo Ziwei gently reiterated the name, seemingly processing this unexpected revelation. Jiang Tianhe chuckled softly, shaking his head in bemusement. His grandson's profession was indeed extraordinarily unique. Yue slowly nodded, then pressed on with her inquiry. "And what is its effect?" "The effect is to place a Lucky Blind Box lottery machine," Jiang Yubai explained, unleashing the skill, Lucky Blind Box. Chapter 34. Poor souls need not engage in the Lucky Blind Box lottery. This is a game for the affluent. Threads of resplendent, multicolored light cascaded forth from the void, instantaneously enveloping the surroundings in a breathtaking tapestry. "So beautiful," Luo Ziwei gasped in awe, as if an artist wielding a divine brush were painting and splashing ink before them. Jiang Tianhe too found himself entranced by the exquisite spectacle unfolding before his eyes, utterly captivated by its dazzling splendor. The spectacle of skills was astonishing. As a being of divine strength, Yue's discerning gaze far surpassed that of Jiang Tianhe and Luo Ziwei. Through a narrow lens, one could glimpse the potential and prowess of a profession reflected in the grandeur of the skills displayed. "Is it truly this flamboyant?" Jiang Yubai mused, taken aback. This was the first time he had wielded the Lucky Blind Box skill and was unaware of its resplendent effects. The multicolored threads danced like fish, weaving gracefully through the air as the image of the Lucky Blind Box lottery machine gradually took form. Unlike the traditional lottery wheel, the Lucky Blind Box skill could exist solely in singularity. As the lottery machine materialized, all eyes were drawn to its presence. Towering at approximately 2 meters and spanning over 1.5 meters in width, its surface shimmered with prismatic luminescence. The front was adorned with a glass window, flanked on the right by 7 glass slots, each about 1/2 meter in length and the thickness of a thumb. Through the glass, rows of blind boxes flickered, alternating in vibrant hues of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The trio, Yue, Luo Ziwei, and Jiang Tianhe, were met with the information of the Lucky Blind Box lottery machine. Lucky Blind Box lottery machine. First draw, 10,000 gold coins. Prizes, attribute points, skill books, equipment, pet eggs, etc. No limit on the number of draws. Tip 1. You can see the probability of the next blind box's color, which increases with each draw. Tip 2. The cost of each subsequent draw increases with the number of draws. Please note, changing participants will reset the probability slots to 0. Unlimited draws. And we can see the probability of the next blind box's color. Luo Ziwei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her first impression of the Lucky Blind Box lottery machine was overwhelmingly positive, far superior to the lottery wheel. "No more thank you for participating." Yet, a moment later, she felt a pang of disappointment. But 10,000 gold coins for the first draw? That's tenfold the cost of the lottery wheel. Jiang Tianhe curiously circled the Lucky Blind Box lottery machine, attempting to touch it, only to pass through as if it were non-existent in this realm. Yue tried to collect it, yet received no indication of success. "Is it truly impossible to collect?" she murmured, as the stars embedded in her intricate, deep black gown began to illuminate, revealing an infinite expanse of starry sky behind her. The cosmos spread forth, enveloping the Lucky Blind Box lottery machine. Suddenly, the stars on her gown dimmed, leaving Yue startled. She had failed. As an intermediate divine being, her profession had long since evolved into divine status, granting her dominion over the laws of the cosmos. "Is my student, the lottery master, truly only of SSS potential?" Yue glanced at the contemplative Jiang Yubai, her doubts growing. Both the lottery wheel and the present lucky blind box lottery machine were far too peculiar and enigmatic, bearing no resemblance to the skills of an SSS potential profession. They felt more akin to a divine vocation. Jiang Yubai's gaze lingered on the lucky blind box lottery machine, his lips twitching involuntarily as he examined the information. Lucky blind box lottery machine. Existence duration, permanent. Indestructible, non-collectible. First draw, 10,000 gold coins. With each subsequent draw requiring an additional 10,000 gold coins. Prizes, probabilities red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, from highest to lowest. Attribute points, 15,000, 1, 500. 1,000, 100, 10, 1. Skill books, divine, legendary, epic, elite, advanced, intermediate, low. Equipment, divine, legendary, epic, elite, advanced, intermediate, low. Pet eggs, divine beast, legendary, epic, elite, advanced, intermediate, low. Unlimited draws. As the number of draws increases, the probability of winning also rises. The purple probability slot increases by 1 with each draw. If all 7 probability slots are filled, a divine lucky blind box is guaranteed. Please note, changing participants will reset the probability slots to 0. Once per day, you can specify a prize to be won. The reward will be purple, and you cannot participate in the draw. Tip: if the purple winning probability slot is filled, participants' next draw will not include the purple lucky blind box, and their chance of obtaining a divine lucky blind box will reset to 0, barring further participation in such draws. Jiang Yubai's reaction upon absorbing the information was one of incredulity. This is absurd. The initial cost is 10,000, then 20,000 for the second, 30,000 for the third. Drawing 10 times would amount to 550,000 gold coins. He gazed at the 7 winning probability slots on the right side of the glass window. To fill the first winning probability slot, the purple lucky blind box requires 100 draws. Following that, one would need to begin filling the blue probability slot. While it's certain that filling all 7 slots guarantees a divine lucky blind box, how many gold coins would that require? It could take ages. Shaking his head, he concluded that the mere prospect of a divine lucky blind box was enough to drive any professional into a frenzy. A divine lucky blind box guarantees divine rewards. Unlike the lottery wheel, which allows for a daily minimum, here one can specify the exact price, eliminating the potential for gold coins and experience points. Should someone fill all 7 probability slots, only to draw millions of gold coins or experience points, they might very well succumb to apoplexy. Ultimately, Jiang Yubai concluded, this is a game for the affluent. The impoverished would do well to steer clear of the lucky blind box lottery. Filling the purple probability slot requires 100 draws, totaling an astonishing 5,050,000 gold coins. I wonder how much experience one might gain from each draw, given the threshold is set at 10,000 gold coins. Surely it must exceed the experience provided by the lottery wheel? Yue, Vice Governor, would you care to give it a try? Jiang Tianhe interjected with a smile, eager to experience it himself. Luo Ziwei also appeared keen to participate. Then I shall draw a few times to test it out. Yue did not decline, her curiosity piqued by the lucky blind box lottery machine before her. As 10,000 gold coins transformed into golden light and were absorbed by the lottery machine, rows of lucky blind boxes began to flash with vibrant colors. After approximately 7 or 8 seconds, the kaleidoscope of colors abruptly halted on a particular blind box, which then soared forth from the glass window, hovering before Yue. With her first draw, Jiang Yubai noticed that a hint of purple had appeared at the bottom of the first winning probability slot on the right. Chapter 35, 20 million. Yue's hypothesis and validation. A line of text materialized. Next lucky blind box probability, purple 1. So it works this way. Jiang Yubai discerned that unlike the lottery wheel, which had fixed probabilities, the lucky blind box lottery machine required the number of draws to elevate the likelihood of winning. Thankfully, there was no thank you for participating. Each draw began with the purple blind box, or else it would have been exceedingly unscrupulous. He turned his attention to the lucky blind box drawn by Yue, which shimmered with a cyan glow. It had not triggered a bankeress sweep. It seemed the minter was required to open the blind box for it to activate. You have gained 100 experience points. Jiang Yubai was taken aback upon seeing the prompt. Wait a moment. If the gold coins are tenfold that of the lottery wheel, shouldn't the experience also be tenfold? Shouldn't it be 1,000 experience points? Answer me. A cyan lucky blind box. Luo Ziwei was somewhat taken aback. What I had drawn from the lottery wheel was indeed the cyan reward, amounting to 500 attribute points. Yue's expression shifted slightly as she nodded. Would you like to open the blind box? Open. The cyan lucky blind box began to swell visibly. Bang. The lucky blind box burst open, and the cyan light transformed into sparkling fireworks. Quite splendid, Jiang Tianhe remarked with a smile. You have obtained a high-level skill book, Great Flame Magic 1. It's a skill book, Luo Ziwei exclaimed in surprise. Simultaneously, A line of text appeared before Jiang Yubai. The lucky blind box triggered the house advantage. You have obtained the elite level skill book, Azure Flame Dragon Roar. Azure Flame Dragon Roar, indeed a fine acquisition. A glimmer of joy appeared in Jiang Yubai's eyes. The Azure Flame Dragon Roar is a mage-type skill, classified among the elite skills, belonging to the TI category, and its drop rate in dungeon secret realms is relatively low, making it quite rare. Learning. Jiang Yubai promptly learned the Azure Flame Dragon Roar. Azure Flame Dragon Roar, active LV63 upon release. It generates a fiery projectile resembling the head of a dragon, inflicting piercing burns on all targets in its path, accompanied by a knockback effect. It consumes 1,000 energy points and has a cooldown time of 25 seconds. He glanced at the skill bar, nodding to himself in satisfaction. Knight, warrior, mage, assassin, yes. I am one step closer to becoming a versatile master. In the future, I will indeed be able to walk the world as a polymath. Meanwhile, Yue cast a glance at the skill book before turning to Luo Ziwei. Luo Ziwei, as a mage, you can learn this. Take it. The skill book flew towards Luo Ziwei. Startled and flattered, she hurriedly declined. Vice Director, this is too precious. Yue shook her head, smiling at Jiang Yubai. This time, I have the honor of taking Xiao Bai as my student, and you deserve the credit. Take it. There will be further rewards when we return to the academy. In that case, I shall accept it, Luo Ziwei said, no longer refusing, and joyfully received the skill book, immediately learning it. She was currently at the 5th transition, and this great flame magic was perfectly suited to her level. Upon completing her studies, Luo Ziwei cast a furtive glance at Jiang Yubai. Initially, she had harbored some resentment about having to awaken Jiang Yubai separately, feeling somewhat reluctant. Now, however, she felt a tinge of gratitude. Ever since Jiang Yubai's awakening, she had successively gained attribute points in skill books, significantly enhancing her strength. It was evident that as long as she remained close to Jiang Yubai, she would continue to grow stronger. Jiang Yubai was indeed her lucky star. This lottery round amounted to 20,000 gold coins. Yue did not hasten to conduct the second draw. Instead, she wore a contemplative expression as she gazed at the machine. She inquired of Jiang Yubai, Xiao Bai. The purple within this glass slot should represent the probability of winning the purple lucky blind box, correct? Both Jiang Tianhe and Luo Ziwei perked up, as the information provided by the machine was rather sparse. As the one who set up the machine, Jiang Yubai undoubtedly possessed more knowledge. He nodded, indeed. The glass slot allows one to visually ascertain the winning probability for the next lucky blind box's color. Yue nodded thoughtfully. If the probability for the next blind box is purple at 1, then what are the probabilities for the other colors? Jiang Yubai shook his head, uncertain. The three of them were somewhat surprised by Jiang Yubai's response. If even you are unaware, then this lucky blind box lottery machine is a bit, shall we say, intriguing. Jiang Tianhe realized he had misspoken and quickly cleared his throat. It is indeed a bit of a gamble. Yue nodded. Jiang Tianhe began to cough more vigorously. Jiang Yubai asked, Vice Director, shall we draw again? Luo Ziwei inquired softly, eager to try again. Draw, Yue replied succinctly. Then turned to Jiang Yubai once more. How many colors of lucky blind boxes are there in total? 7. Jiang Yubai raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, has she finally noticed this detail? The lottery wheel indeed has 7 colors of rewards. Neither Cang Xiaohan nor Luo Ziwei seemed to have caught on. Nor did Jiang Tianhe, who had drawn the legendary skill book. There are 7 colors, Jiang Yubai confirmed with a nod. Yo Yue's eyes sparkled with interest as she focused again on the lottery machine, murmuring to herself, if cyan corresponds to elite-level skill books, then what do the other colors represent? Without directly asking Jiang Yubai, she withdrew another 20,000 gold coins for a second draw. After several seconds, a lucky blind box enveloped in purple emerged. The lucky blind box swelled and opened. You have obtained low-level equipment, cloth armor 1. Meanwhile, Jiang Yubai received a piece of mid-level equipment, stone ring cloth armor. The purple blind box contains low-level equipment. Yue mused silently, continuing with her third draw. For the third lucky blind box, Yue once again drew a purple box. You have obtained 1 attribute point. Jiang Yubai gained 63 attribute points. Yue produced another 40,000 gold coins, continuing the draws. Why doesn't he the mentor ask me directly? Jiang Yubai discerned Yue's intentions and felt puzzled. For the 4th lucky blind box, it was still purple. Next lucky blind box probability, purple 4. The probability of winning increased by 1 with each draw. Yue retracted her gaze and swiftly proceeded to the 5th draw. Again, it was the purple lucky blind box. For the 6th draw, it was still the purple lucky blind box. The 7th draw yielded yet another purple lucky blind box. By the 13th draw, Jiang Yubai had amassed a series of purple lucky blind boxes. Luo Ziwei blinked in astonishment at the row of purple lucky blind boxes hovering before Yue. How on earth is the vice director able to resist opening them? Could it be that she has overcome a previous addiction? Jiang Tianhe approached Jiang Yubai, whispering, Xiao Bai. It seems the vice director isn't actually drawing blind boxes. Rather, she appears to be. Jiang Yubai nodded slightly. The mentor is likely confirming her hypothesis. What hypothesis? You shall find out soon enough. Jiang Tianhe nodded, continuing to observe Yubai as she drew from the lucky blind boxes. On the 25th draw, it was a purple lucky blind box. On the 44th draw, it was again a purple lucky blind box. By the 63rd draw, Jiang Yubai had reached level 64. Yubai was so focused on the draws that she didn't notice. Upon the 67th draw, a blue lucky blind box emerged. Yubai paused, staring at the blue lucky blind box that floated out, lost in thought. After 67 attempts, she had finally drawn a box of a different color. The preceding 66 boxes had all been purple. She had spent a staggering 22.79 million gold coins. That amount could easily purchase a fine piece of epic-level equipment. How absurd. Yubai took a moment to compose herself before finally opening the blue lucky blind box. You have obtained a mid-level pet egg, Bloodwing Bug 1. Upon seeing the notification, Yui's eyes narrowed in intrigue. Chapter 36, I will protect you. The Starry Sky Academy will protect you until you become a god-level powerhouse. Just as she had surmised, Yubai felt her emotions surging uncontrollably. Purple represents low level, blue signifies mid-level, and cyan stands for high level. The spectrum of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple indicates different tiers of rewards, and following this logic, green is elite level, yellow is epic level, orange is legendary level, and red, that must be. Her heart suddenly raced violently. God level. Red signifies god level rewards. Is that truly the case? Yubai made a concerted effort to maintain her composure, glancing at Jiang Yubai without asking. Instead, opting to open all the purple lucky blind boxes. Hints emerged one after another. You have received 1 attribute point. You have received 1 attribute point. You have obtained a low-level, rusted longsword. This scene only served to reinforce Yui's suspicions. It became evident to her that different colors represented varying levels of rewards. The highest level, very likely, corresponded to divine rewards. Taking a deep breath, Yubai shook her head in disbelief. The lottery master was a profession with SSS level potential, and the orange hue indicated a legendary reward, already astonishing enough, unless the lottery master was a divine class. She recalled Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu's speculations regarding Jiang Yubai's occupational rank, divine class. It indeed bore resemblance. Yubai marveled internally, but was also beset by confusion. If the lottery master were of divine class, why would Jiang Yubai claim it was SSS level potential? There was no need for concealment. The privileges enjoyed by divine classes were far beyond those of SSS level professions. Engulfed in contemplation, Yubai refrained from inquiring recklessly of Jiang Yubai, and instead analyzed the situation from his perspective. 22 million is quite a staggering sum for a mere vice-governor. Luo Ziwei mused, having roughly calculated the gold Yubai had spent on her lucky blind boxes. The thought of over 20 million gold coins made her heart race. Jiang Tianhe felt a pang of envy. His gold reserves barely reached 100 million. Spending 20 million on a lottery was something he could not bring himself to do, especially when the rewards were merely a pile of low-level items. It seemed like a lost cause. Yet, he felt joy at the thought that his beloved grandson had leveled up. You would rather spend over 20 million gold coins than directly ask me. You truly are capricious. Mentor, Jiang Yubai remarked, shaking his head. When he had informed Luo Ziwei that the lottery master was an SSS-level profession, it was for safety's sake. Now that the individual had become a student of the Starry Sky Academy, and was indeed Yui's sole pupil, should Yubai inquire, he would reveal that the lottery master was a divine profession. However, he would not disclose that it was an ultra-divine profession. Since the era of job transitions began, he was the only one to possess an ultra-divine profession, unprecedented. To his knowledge, there were currently no other ultra-divine powers among the human race. The strongest among them, the one who could measure the world, was not even ultra-divine. Jiang Yubai was unsure, and he dared not guarantee the consequences of revealing his ultra-divine potential. The outcome could be favorable, but the likelihood of it being adverse was greater. Those who had languished in the divine class for years, who among them did not yearn to break through to ultra-divine? In pursuit of that breakthrough, they would go mad. Jiang Yubai dared not gamble, nor was there a necessity to do so. He simply needed to develop methodically, with the lottery wheel and the lucky blind box as his skills. His leveling speed would be extraordinarily swift. At level 101, he would gain a third skill, accelerating his progress even further. He was resolutely confident that he would be the fastest to ascend to the divine class in history. Patience was key. Once the mentor determined that the red hue indicated a divine reward, she would inevitably ask him about it then. Jiang Chengzhu, when you drew the legendary skill book, was it not bathed in orange light? Yubai suddenly posed a question after a lengthy contemplation. Jiang Tianhe paused, recalling the moment, then slowly nodded. It seems it was orange. Indeed, it was orange, Luo Ziwei chimed in, affirmatively nodding. I witnessed it with my own eyes, and I can confirm it was orange. Jiang Yubai noticed Yui's fingers twitching slightly. It appeared that his initial assumption was correct. Xiaobai had indeed claimed his occupational potential was SSS level for the sake of safety. Yui's breath became unsteady as she gradually turned to face her student, her eyes gleaming with intensity. The possibility of Jiang Yubai being of divine class exceeded 80%. After gathering sufficient evidence, This analysis was not particularly challenging. Firstly, Jiang Yubai's leveling speed was astonishing. Luo Qingxian had awakened to the divine class 3 years ago and had leveled up rapidly, yet she was nowhere near Jiang Yubai's pace. Secondly, the sheer number of lottery wheels was staggering. In the long run, the value produced by the lottery wheels equated to that of divine artifacts. Each lottery wheel was akin to a divine artifact. With each level Jiang Yubai gained, it was as if he possessed yet another divine artifact. This was utterly terrifying. Had Jiang Yubai possessed merely 1 lottery wheel, or even 10, she would not have doubted the potential level of the lottery master. After all, this was a lottery wheel capable of yielding legendary skill books. An SSS-level profession drawing legendary rewards was already sufficient to raise suspicions regarding potential levels. Now, through the lucky blind box lottery machine, she had deduced the reward mechanism, leading her to infer that the lottery wheel might very well harbor divine rewards. The lottery master was undoubtedly a profession of divine potential, were it not for the absence of initial ultra-divine professions. She might even suspect that the lottery master was of ultra-divine potential, a divine class. I have unwittingly taken in a student of divine class. Yue gazed at Jiang Yubai, her emotions a complex tapestry of excitement, surprise, astonishment, and incredulity. Why is the vice-governor looking at Jiang Yubai in such a manner? Luo Ziwei wondered, perplexed. Jiang Tianhe also felt a twinge of confusion. What was amiss with Vice-Governor Yue? Suddenly, they witnessed Yue and Jiang Yubai vanish, disappearing into thin air before their eyes. Where has the Vice-Governor gone? Vice-Governor Yue, Xiaobai, Jiang Tianhe, and Luo Ziwei called out in concern. In the unseen expanse of the starry night, Jiang Yubai observed his grandfather searching anxiously for him before redirecting his gaze. Yue's eyes trembled as she regarded Jiang Yubai, her excitement and anticipation spilling forth. Xiaobai, you are indeed a lottery master of divine class. It seems the mentor cannot be deceived. Jiang Yubai smiled and nodded. Yue laughed heartily, a brilliant smile illuminating her face. Her laughter resonating with unrestrained joy. It had been an eternity since she had laughed so freely. Nearly forgotten was the sensation of genuine mirth. After a considerable time, her laughter gradually subsided. She took a step forward, approaching Jiang Yubai, and in the midst of his astonished expression, enveloped him in her embrace. Child, dear child, do not worry. You are now a student of the Starry Sky Academy, and the only student of mine, Yue. No one can threaten you. I will protect you, and the Starry Sky Academy will guard you until you become a divine powerhouse. Her voice was gentle, casting Jiang Yubai into a daze. Since the passing of his parents, he had not felt such an embrace. Occasionally, Jiang Tianhe would hold him, but Yue's embrace bore an entirely different sensation. Yue's hug touched the softest recesses of Jiang Yubai's heart. He had not anticipated that the exalted Yue possessed such a tender side. He nodded earnestly. Chapter 37. The most notable figures in the 3 great academies' sacred grounds. After a lengthy embrace, Yue finally released Jiang Yubai, extending her slender hand to caress his face. Mentor? Jiang Yubai questioned, perplexed. Yue paused momentarily, reining in her nostalgic gaze, and shook her head with a smile, saying, it is nothing. The concealed night sky dissipated, and the two reappeared in their original location. The mentor has a story to tell, Jiang Yubai remarked, having caught a glimpse of Yue's earlier expression. Jiang Tianhe, upon seeing Jiang Yubai, felt the weight lift from his heart and sighed in relief. Vice-Governor, will you continue drawing blind boxes? Luo Ziwei cast a glance at Jiang Yubai, pondering, then turned back to Yue. Yue glanced at the probability slot for the purple tier. Next lucky blind box probability, purple 67. She turned her gaze towards Jiang Yubai and asked with a smile. Little Bai, if you were to retract this item without a second person participating in the lottery, would the probability reset? No, Jiang Yubai replied. As long as no one else draws from the lucky blind box, even if I withdraw it and place it again, the chance of winning still exists. That's good to hear, Yue nodded. Let's continue the draw when we return to the academy. I will invite the headmaster and others then. Jiang Yubai felt a stir in his heart, sensing the implication in Yue's words. She intended to draw a divine-level lucky blind box. The headmaster and other senior members of the Starry Sky Academy witnessing the lottery machine capable of producing such a rare item would undoubtedly elevate his significance. The mentor has good intentions, Jiang Yubai silently mused. His agreement to take Yue as his mentor was essentially a pursuit for a reliable ally within the academy. He now felt that becoming her student was indeed a fortunate choice, sensing her genuine concern for him. Lord Jiang, you may not be able to draw from the lucky blind box anymore. I apologize. Yue's words took Jiang Tianhe by surprise. Deputy Head Yue, what do you mean? You are now Little Bai's mentor, so of course, it's up to you, Jiang Tianhe replied, fully aware that Yue, with her status and power, was not obliged to treat him as an equal. Her respectful demeanor stemmed from her regard for Jiang Yubai. Seeing Jiang Tianhe unperturbed eased Yue's mind. Before realizing Jiang Yubai's divine status, she had already claimed him as her sole student. Now, Jiang Yubai had become one of the most important individuals in her life, and she wished to avoid any dissatisfaction on his part. Zio, Once we return to the academy, feel free to seek Little Bai whenever you wish to draw. Yue said to Luo Ziwei. Upon hearing this, Luo Ziwei was overjoyed, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Deputy Head Yue. Thank you. Given Jiang Yubai's demonstrated worth, he undoubtedly belonged to a strategic caliber. Upon returning to the Starry Sky Academy, she would have the opportunity to draw, as Yue's words granted her access to the lucky blind box. Most importantly, she could approach Jiang Yubai at any time. What about the second turn? The third turn? Luo Ziwei looked at Jiang Yubai with gleeful anticipation, resolving to cultivate a good relationship with him. The lottery wheel would undoubtedly become the most sought-after item in the academy, and Jiang Yubai would emerge as a prominent figure, not just in the Starry Sky Academy, but across the three great sacred academies. She had caught a glimpse of Jiang Yubai's future. It is better to act swiftly. I have already informed the headmaster of your situation, and he is on his way back to the academy. Let us return to the Starry Sky Academy, Yue declared. Jiang Tianhe's face revealed a hint of reluctance. Yet he understood the gravity of the situation and slowly nodded, saying, the sooner Little Bai reaches the Starry Sky Academy, the sooner he will be safe. Jiang Yubai was taken aback by Yue's urgency. Having never been apart from Jiang Tianhe for so many years, he found it hard to conceal his reluctance. However, he understood that due to his unique circumstances, true safety could only be achieved within the academy. This temporary separation was for the sake of a lasting reunion. He nodded and spoke in a subdued tone. I will follow the mentor's arrangements. By the way, Jiang Yubai, where's Cang Xiaohan? Luo Ziwei suddenly inquired. Cang Xiaohan. Jiang Yubai paused. Oh, he went to the Frogtown instance. Why do you ask, senior sister Ziwei? Cang Xiaohan is aware of your occupational traits. He should not remain outside. I will grant him a guaranteed admission slot, allowing him to enter the Starry Sky Academy without an examination, Yue explained with a smile. Initially, she had planned to have Cang Xiaohan sign a contract to keep Jiang Yubai secret. However, after Jiang Yubai openly acknowledged his divine status, Yue had a change of heart. Jiang Tianhe looked at Yue in astonishment. The Starry Sky Academy, being the third sacred academy of the human race, held the guaranteed admission slot in high regard. He had heard rumors that a high-ranking official from the Cosmic Bank had expended considerable resources to secure one such slot for their child. Yue was willing to grant such a precious opportunity to Cang Xiaohan simply because of Jiang Yubai. Jiang Tianhe gazed at his grandson in shock, suddenly realizing that the lottery master might not be as simple as he had assumed. Luo Ziwei was equally astounded, reflecting. Deputy Head Yue was intending to have Cang Xiaohan sign a contract. Why the sudden decision to grant him a guaranteed admission slot? She understood the rarity of such slots better than Jiang Tianhe. Each year, the three great sacred academies would allocate a few slots for the various forces of the human race, such as the Starry Sky Mercenaries, the Transmigration Guild Alliance, and the Cosmic Bank, to vie for. This year, the Starry Sky Academy had only 26 guaranteed slots. Cang Xiaohan, merely an S-class geomancer, receiving such a precious slot? Mentor. You. Jiang Yubai was equally taken aback. When he informed Luo Ziwei that Cang Xiaohan knew of his profession, he had thought that the academy would require Cang Xiaohan to keep his secret. There were numerous ways to ensure confidentiality, including skills from certain professions, secrecy scrolls, and divine oaths. I thank you on behalf of Cang Xiaohan. Mentor, Jiang Yubai said respectfully, bowing slightly. Cang Xiaohan was his close friend, a companion since childhood, and he naturally wished for his well-being. Never speak of such things again. I am your mentor, and you are my student. I have merely fulfilled my duty. Yue replied gently. Luo Ziwei suddenly felt that she no longer knew Yue. In her mind, Yue had always been portrayed as stern, imposing, and awe-inspiring. Before arriving, she had never seen Yue smile. It turned out that the deputy head could speak so tenderly. Luo Ziwei pursed her lips, feeling envious. A warm current flowed through Jiang Yubai's heart. Perhaps Yue's words were meant to foster his loyalty, but he trusted that his mentor would honor her word. Have Cang Xiaohan return. I wish to see him. Once we are back at the Starry Sky Academy, I will personally select a suitable mentor for him. Yue grew increasingly fond of Jiang Yubai, genuinely appreciating him. After all, who wouldn't cherish a student with a divine calling? Release all the lottery wheels. Do not waste the chances to draw, Yue reminded them. The Lucky Blind Box lottery machine required an unknown quantity of gold coins to fill the 7 probability slots to draw a divine level blind box. Drawing from the lottery wheel, however, was significantly more reasonable, costing only 1,000 gold coins per draw, especially in comparison to the blind box machine. Jiang Yubai promptly set out the remaining 62 lottery wheels. His energy value had soared to over 1 per million, which was certainly sufficient. Why is there an extra one? Luo Ziwei asked in surprise. Jiang Yubai chuckled. I leveled up while the mentor was drawing from the lucky blind box. Luo Ziwei fell silent for a few seconds, feeling a twinge of envy. Little Bai, your method of leveling up truly makes one envious. A smile graced Yue's face, and just as Jiang Tianhe was laughing, a dialogue box appeared before him. It was a message from Qi Yan. Lord Jiang, which profession has your grandson awakened? Following that, a second message appeared. To have the deputy director Yue accept one as a student undoubtedly signifies a divine vocation. Indeed, congratulations are in order for Lord Jiang, as the Jiang family is about to produce an unparalleled prodigy. Following this, the third piece of information arrives. Has Jiang Yubai yet to join the guild? Would he be willing to join the Transmutation Guild Alliance? I shall petition the headquarters for a core elite slot for your grandson. Such an opportunity is exceedingly rare. Contemplate this, as I remain in the city of heavenly burial. Reach out to me whenever you have made your decision. Chapter 38. Although beautiful women are delightful, nothing surpasses the importance of duty and assent. A core elite slot? Jiang Tianhe's expression shifted. The Transmutation Guild Alliance is one of the 3 official powers of the human race, with over 90% of human guilds either affiliated with or governed by it. It is an undeniable behemoth. The core elite slot ranks just below the guaranteed admissions to the 3 prestigious academies. Once one becomes a core elite of the Transmutation Guild Alliance, the resources and privileges bestowed are beyond imagination. To claim that Jiang Tianhe was not moved would be disingenuous. He glanced at Yue, who had already commenced the lottery. The 3 prestigious academies permit students to join the 3 official powers. Jiang Yubai is different. He is presently a student of Yue. After some contemplation, he resolved to first confer privately with his cherished grandson regarding the matter. Thus he sent a message to Jiang Yubai. Should I join the Transmutation Guild Alliance, Qi Yin will assist me in applying for core elite membership? Jiang Yubai regarded Jiang Tianhe. In response to the eager gaze of Jiang Tianhe, he shook his head. He could not possibly join the Transmutation Guild Alliance. At least not until he possessed absolute self-defense capabilities. Joining any faction other than the Starry Sky Academy was out of the question. The value of being a lottery master was known only to him. The Transmutation Guild Alliance, one of the 3 official powers of the human race, is also a den of peril. Who can fathom the extent of treachery within? How many dangers lurk? Moreover, whether he could even become a core elite was not guaranteed. Jiang Tianhe was astounded. His beloved grandson had outright declined. He immediately attempted to send a message inquiring about the reason, but hesitated upon seeing the dialogue box. Jiang Yubai's choice to refrain from joining must certainly involve his own considerations. Perhaps it was best not to persuade him. Even if this might displease Vice President Qi Yin, such matters paled in comparison to the well-being of his grandson. Thus, Jiang Tianhe promptly sent a message to Qi Yin, signaling his rejection. Rejected? In a tea house within the city of heavenly burial, Qi Yin stared at Jiang Tianhe's message, his expression one of disbelief. Jiang Tianhe should understand the implications of core elite status. How could he refuse? Qi Yin furrowed his brow. To him, Jiang Yubai was a divine vocation. And as a student of Yue, his future achievements would undoubtedly reach at least low-tier divine levels. Inviting Jiang Yubai to join the Transmutation Guild Alliance would certainly benefit his future immensely. Furthermore, successfully inviting a naturally endowed vocation transferee would be a significant accomplishment. Once Jiang Yubai joined, his position as president would be firmly established. Who would refuse? Yue? Qi Yin's brow furrowed tightly. It must have been Yue who declined. Jiang Tianhe had no grounds to refuse his invitation. Within the Transmutation Guild Alliance, there were indeed core elite members with innate divine vocations. This year, the naturally endowed vocation had already been accepted as a student by Vice Dean Sang Fanji of the Starry Sea Academy, Bo Feiyang, to be precise. Since Plan A had faltered, it was time to implement Plan B. A naturally endowed vocation was not something he would relinquish lightly. Calculating the time, the envoy from the headquarters should be arriving shortly. He wondered which counselor it would be. He hoped it would not be Counselor Zhu Yao. After reporting the possibility that Jiang Yubai might possess a divine vocation to headquarters, they immediately dispatched someone to confirm it. For now, this information was known only to their Transmutation Guild Alliance. A naturally endowed vocation. Ma Qingfeng exclaimed weakly. Jiang Tianhe's grandson has awakened a divine vocation. How can this be possible? He gazed incredulously at Yuan Taiyu. The seated Yuan Taiyu appeared somewhat dejected. Offering a self-deprecating smile, how can it not be possible? Jiang Tianhe invited Luo Ziwei to awaken his grandson, and he was accepted as a student by Yue. Rumor has it that those who can awaken a divine vocation are exceptional even before their awakening. After all your years in the city of heavenly burial, have you not sensed a thing? Pathetic. How can this be? How can this be? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. There has already been one naturally endowed vocation. How could there be a second? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ma Qingfeng was on the verge of a breakdown, murmuring incoherently. Who says the emergence of one divine vocation newcomer precludes the appearance of another? Yuan Taiyu expressed his disappointment in Ma Qingfeng. He rose, addressing Ma Qingfeng. In your current state, you are no longer fit to serve as an elder of the City of Heavenly Burial Alliance. I will assign someone to replace you. How can this be? There must be a mistake. It must be. Ma Qingfeng muttered to himself, seemingly oblivious to Yuan Taiyu's words. Yuan Taiyu exited the residence, hands clasped behind his back as he made his way toward the teleportation passage. Qi Yin will surely invite Jiang Yubai to join as the Alliance president. I fear I have lost my chance. He sighed deeply, filled with regret. Yet, what could be done about his discontent? Jiang Tianhe fell under Qi Yan's jurisdiction. and Jiang Yubai had a naturally endowed vocation, having also accepted Yu Yue as his mentor. From any perspective, he could not compete with Qi Yan. Alas, it seems I am destined to retire to a secondary role and embrace a life of leisure. His spirits sagged, and his complexion grew weary. Just then, he abruptly halted. Gazing at the dialogue box, his dim eyes rekindled with hope. Ha ha ha! Yuan Taiyu became animated, tears of joy rolling down his cheeks. The envoy dispatched by headquarters was none other than Counselor Zhu. Heaven has shown mercy. I still have a chance. I have not yet lost. Ha ha ha! In the Frogtown dungeon, Song Xiaohan wielded a basalt shield, fending off 2 adult-sized frogs. Behind him, Long Danny, Duan Mengfei, and Wei Shanshan were casting spells. Give me some healing. Mengfei, desperate, pleaded, I can't hold on much longer. My health is running low. Hurry and heal me. Song Xiaohan shouted, on the brink of collapse, as if he would succumb to the frog's assault at any moment. The charming and lovely Duan Mengfei blushed, scolding, Song Xiaohan, if you keep shouting, we won't team up with you anymore. You are too shameless. Wei Shanshan added, visibly disgusted. Long Danny's face twitched in disbelief, muttering, idiot. I need it. I refuse to believe it. Give me healing. I need an immense amount of healing. Song Xiaohan disregarded the women's complaints, continuing to play the victim. At that moment, a dialogue box appeared before him. Jiang Yubai, foster son, are you ready? Foster father is about to help you soar. Song Xiaohan. What does this mean? Is it time for me to draw lots? Boom. A giant frog slammed its paw against the basalt shield, causing the distracted Song Xiaohan to stumble. The 3 women looked on in alarm, their expressions changing drastically. They had assumed Song Xiaohan was joking. The giant frog's damage was not particularly high, and it appeared rather clumsy. They had not anticipated that Song Xiaohan would truly be unable to withstand it, on the verge of collapse. Duan Mengfei cast a healing spell upon Song Xiaohan, while Long Danny and Wei Shanshan unleashed their skills to repel the colossal frog. Song Xiaohan, you truly are rather feeble, aren't you? Duan Mengfei remarked. Song Xiaohan steadied himself, a hint of embarrassment and indignation in his voice as he explained, I was momentarily distracted, all thanks to Jiang Yubai. Jiang Yubai? What happened to him? Upon hearing the name, Long Danny immediately inquired, displaying both urgency and concern. He's fine. Just said he wanted to take me flying. Song Xiaohan clarified before raising his hefty Shen rock shield and charging at the giant frog with a fierce roar. Minutes later, the battle concluded. Song Xiaohan, why did you disband the team? Long Danny looked at him in astonishment. Indeed, what is the matter with you? Wei Shanshan asked, perplexed. Duan Mengfei grasped the situation and, slightly annoyed, remarked, is it really necessary to be so petty just because I called you weak? Song Xiaohan was an S-rank Shen rock shield warrior, capable of both enduring and striking, making him one of the most suitable candidates for the front line among the novice adventurers. The 3 women teamed up with Song Xiaohan to tackle the giant frog, and the experience was rather enjoyable. Apologies, my lovely ladies, but Jiang Yubai has summoned me to the Lord's Manor. Farewell, Song Xiaohan declared before turning to leave. Song Xiaohan, what does Jiang Yubai want with you? I didn't mean to call you weak. Please don't go. Song Xiaohan, come back. He shook his head and continued on his path, not glancing back. While the allure of beauty was undeniable, nothing could surpass the importance of duty and ascension. 5,460 million kilometers away, a planet burned with dark, smoldering flames. Mars. Anciently known as Inghua. Following the unlocking of the cosmic chapter, Mars transformed into a planet-level dungeon, the Crimson Flame Inferno Dungeon. One of the many divine dungeons scattered across the cosmos. Inside the Crimson Flame Inferno Hall, Shan Wenrui and her companions faced failure upon clearing the dungeon and had just returned. Immediately upon their return, numerous information dialogue boxes appeared before her. Upon seeing the messages from Luo Ziwei and Yo Yue, Shan Wenrui was filled with both astonishment and joy. A lottery master, a lottery wheel, a divine vocation by birth. Besides Bo Fei Yang of Taiyan Kangsing, there was unexpectedly a second individual with a divine vocation. And they had even become a student of my Starry Sky Academy. Chapter 39, The Sole Flaw of the Lottery Master, in Tianzong City, within the Lord's Manor. Congratulations. You have obtained a low-level skill book, Iron Wall. Luo Ziwei smiled brightly. She had finally drawn a skill book, a defensive low-level skill book, which would be stored in the guild's treasury, ready for use when the new batch of students enrolled this year. The Starry Sky Academy allows students to form guilds without being subject to the jurisdiction of the Profession Guild Alliance. Jiang Yubai leveled up again. Witnessing the glow of his upgrade, Luo Ziwei fluttered her long eyelashes in envy, while she had to grind through monsters or complete tasks to level up. Facing both effort and risk, Jiang Yubai, in contrast, merely reclined to ascend. You have obtained a mid-level skill book, Steel Barrier 1, a defensive skill, which was decent enough. Jiang Yubai accepted any skill book without hesitation and immediately learned it. Name, Jiang Yubai. Profession, Lottery Master, Super Divine. Identity, Student of Starry Sky Academy. Level, LV 67, 280, 6800. Base attributes. Strength, 151,692. Constitution, 151,692. Intelligence, 151,692. Growth attributes. Health, 151, 6920. Defense, 151, 6920. Energy, 151, 6920. Free attribute points, 1087. Skill slots, 9. Steel Barrier. Active LV67 instantly increases physical and magical defense by 30 for 8 seconds. Cooldown of 20 seconds. The Super Divine Profession is indeed a bug. It can learn any skill book regardless of level, and the elite level skills learned can be utilized immediately. Jiang Yubai was quite pleased with this. In battles of the same level, the skills he employed were far superior to those of his opponents, signifying absolute dominance at equal levels. Even when facing higher-tier opponents, he could still triumph. Once I reach level 100, I will unleash the Holy Sword Judgment. At that point, even those several hundred levels above me will not stand a chance, Jiang Yubai mused, glancing at his energy value. With nearly 1.5 million energy points, he had enough to cast such legendary skills. Other professions had different terminologies for their energy metrics, such as mana for mages, rage for warriors, and blue points for assassins. Yet the effects remained largely the same. While the lottery wheel was superior to the luck-based blind box lottery machine, the probability of receiving a thank you for participating at 90 was far too high. Failing to win was the norm. You Yue, Jiang Tianhe, and Luo Ziwei had collectively attempted the lottery nearly 200 times, with their successful draws totaling less than 10. Truly, as a divine vocation, this method of leveling up stirred a hint of envy in me. You Yue smiled upon witnessing Jiang Yubai's progress. Indeed, Xiao Bai's unique approach to leveling allows him to grow safely, Jiang Tianhe remarked cheerfully. You Yue nodded but suddenly sighed, gazing at Jiang Yubai with a hint of melancholy. What a pity. Jiang Tianhe was taken aback. What do you mean by pity? It's a pity that the lottery master possesses no offensive skills, You Yue stated, her eyes reflecting a complex emotion. In this era of universal class transitions, strength was paramount. The lack of offensive skills rendered the lottery master too weak, with a low capacity for risk resistance. In the absence of guardians, encountering a crisis would leave him with scant means for retaliation. Indeed, Jiang Tianhe sighed, yet soon added with a grin, but with your esteemed academy around, I believe as long as Xiao Bai stays within the Starry Sky Academy, he shall encounter no danger. Rest assured, Lord Jiang, I guarantee that Xiao Bai will face no hazards within the Starry Sky Academy, You Yue replied with a solemn expression. I've arrived, my adoptive father. Song Xiaohan emerged from the teleportation portal of the Lord's Manor, striding excitedly with anticipation. Rubbing his hands together, he called out loudly, adoptive father. How do you plan to take me flying? Hearing Song Xiaohan repeatedly refer to him as adoptive father, Luo Ziwei blinked her large, almond-shaped eyes, stifling a laugh as she looked at Jiang Yubai. That rascal Song Xiaohan, those two brats are utterly irreverent. I hope Vice Manor Head You Yue will not take offense. Jiang Tianhe, noticing You Yue's puzzled expression, quickly explained with a chuckle. You Yue nodded in understanding, her gaze drifting outside the hall. Adoptive father, where are you? Song Xiaohan exclaimed, looking around. Upon entering the hall, his voice abruptly ceased, his eyes widening at the sight of numerous lottery wheels scattered across the floor. 1, 2, 3, 65, 66. 66 lottery wheels. My heavens. Song Xiaohan burst into wild laughter, excitement causing his entire being to tremble with joy as he exclaimed. I've struck it rich. Oh, my dear adoptive father, I absolutely adore you. With that, he opened his arms and rushed towards Jiang Yubai. Jiang Yubai placed a hand on Song Xiaohan's chest, gesturing to the side while regarding his dear friend with a bemused smile. Song Xiaohan followed Jiang Yubai's finger, his smile abruptly freezing. To his dismay, the envoy Luoluo and grandfather Jiang were also present. He awkwardly chuckled, feeling the heat rising in his cheeks. How embarrassing. Mortifying. In that moment, he felt as if he could excavate an epic dungeon from his sheer awkwardness. Jiang Tianhe shot Song Xiaohan a disapproving glare and chastised. You little rascal. Hurry and pay your respects to Vice Director Yue. Huh? Who? Song Xiaohan replied, somewhat bewildered. He had indeed seen Yue, but did not have the pleasure of acquaintance. Vice Director Yue? The name echoed in his mind, sounding strangely familiar. Of course it was familiar. Jiang Yubai, with a teasing glint in his eye, lazily reminded him. Starry Sky Academy, Vice Director Yue. Song Xiaohan's eyes widened as he suddenly grasped the situation. His throat bobbed nervously as he glanced at Yue, who was scrutinizing him, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Song Xiaohan, I pay my respects to Vice Director Yue. I pay my respects. Jiang Yubai couldn't contain his laughter as he observed Song Xiaohan trembling and stuttering through his bow. Luo Ziwei finally succumbed to laughter as well. Song Xiaohan, head bowed and hunched over, dared not breathe, wearing an expression of utter distress. He cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yubai and sent him a message. Jiang Yubai? Why didn't you inform me that Vice Director Yue was coming? You've made me lose all face. Are you trying to lead me to my doom? Clearly. You've dug a pit for me. Jiang Yubai chuckled in reply. You were the one being so ostentatious. Why are you blaming me? Is there no reason left in you? I don't care. You didn't tell me. This is beyond embarrassing. I can't bear it. You must let me draw a prize. You owe me. I want to draw 100 times. Song Xiaohan gazed at Jiang Yubai with mournful eyes. Yubai remained expressionless, the corners of her eyes twitching slightly as she spoke. Song Xiaohan, after you finish drawing, bid farewell to your family, and then accompany Xiaobai to the Starry Sky Academy. Huh. Song Xiaohan lifted his head in utter astonishment, completely flabbergasted. Chapter 40. The lottery wheel is not a secondary item? Song Xiaohan was utterly bewildered. His eyes filled with confusion and uncertainty. Each word spoken by Yubai was recognizable, yet he could not comprehend their meaning when strung together. Why are you still dawdling? Jiang Tianha barked at the dazed Song Xiaohan. Hurry and express your gratitude to Vice Director Yubai. Song Xiaohan's gaze drifted blankly to Jiang Tianha. Seeing Song Xiaohan's lingering confusion, Luozawei kindly explained, Song Xiaohan, since you are privy to Jiang Yubai's occupational secret, the Vice Director has decided to grant you a guaranteed admission slot, allowing you to enter Starry Sky Academy without examination. What's with the Hurry and express your gratitude. Jiang Tianha urged again. This time, Song Xiaohan snapped back to reality, his face alight with joy as he fell to his knees in gratitude, exclaiming, Song Xiaohan kneels to thank Vice Director. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. I, Song Xiaohan, vow to shine and contribute to Starry Sky Academy in the future, even if it means sacrificing my very essence for you. Vice Director. He repeated his thanks, overwhelmed with excitement, almost stumbling over his words. This was Starry Sky Academy, one of the 3 sacred institutions of the human race. He had always dreamed of becoming a student there. Who wouldn't he want to be a part of Starry Sky Academy? An S-rank Yin Shield warrior. Yet he didn't even qualify to register for self-study exams. Enough with the bowing. My mentor has already left, Jiang Yubai said, patting Song Xiaohan on the shoulder. Song Xiaohan looked up, only then realizing that Yubai and Jiang Tianha had already departed. Luozawei stood nearby, watching him with a smile. Song Xiaohan stood up, sheepishly scratching the back of his head, grinning at Luozawei. Junior Xiaobai, I'll take my leave as well. Luozawei replied with a smile. If you wish to learn about Starry Sky Academy, feel free to contact me anytime. Jiang Yubai nodded with a smile. All right, senior. Luozawei acknowledged Song Xiaohan with a nod before turning to leave. Once Luozawei was gone, Song Xiaohan could no longer contain his elation, abruptly lifting Jiang Yubai in a jubilant embrace and spinning around a few times. Put me down, you rascal. Jiang Yubai scolded. You impertinent child. Let me down this instant. Song Xiaohan quickly set Jiang Yubai down, leaning in with a wide grin, chuckling incessantly. With arms crossed, Jiang Yubai cast a sidelong glance at Song Xiaohan, teasingly saying, What are you laughing at? Shouldn't you give me a bow? Of course, he was jesting. But to his surprise, Song Xiaohan genuinely prepared to kneel. Hey, you're really going to bow? Jiang Yubai said, one hand grabbing Song Xiaohan while the other pressed against his forehead. Of course I will. Song Xiaohan replied nonchalantly, grinning. Don't mention just one bow. I'd gladly bow 100 or even 1,000 times. If it weren't for you, I would never have the chance to become a student at Starry Sky Academy. Song Xiaohan felt a pang of emotion, gazing sincerely. You've given me this opportunity to change my life. Why are your eyes getting red? Jiang Yubai waved his hand dismissively. Don't be so sentimental. You're my good son. This is what a foster father ought to do. Thank you for your guidance, foster father. Song Xiaohan grinned unabashedly. Jiang Yubai shook his head in exasperation, reflecting, Song Xiaohan, your shamelessness truly marks you as a born merchant. Thank you for the compliment. Song Xiaohan beamed with pride. So, foster father, may I draw now? Make haste and draw, then return home quickly. Jiang Yubai waved his hand in resignation. Yes. Song Xiaohan promptly scampered off to draw. Minutes later, Song Xiaohan plopped down on the ground, his face a mask of disappointment. He had exhausted every lottery wheel, yet had drawn nothing. All he received were countless thank you for your patronage. Song Xiaohan looked at Jiang Yubai with eyes filled with despair, more pitiful than a wronged spouse. And couldn't he help but grumble, Jiang Yubai, this lottery wheel is far too rigged. Jiang Yubai glanced at Song Xiaohan. What did you call me? Song Xiaohan paused for 2 seconds, reluctantly murmuring, foster father. Jiang Yubai chuckled. Remember, if you want to draw prizes in the future, you must call me foster father. 66 lottery wheels, 66,000 gold coins. I've spent all my allowance for this month and got nothing. Song Xiaohan nearly cried. Jiang Yubai found it amusing. You should reflect on yourself. Why did my mentor, my grandfather, and senior Luo manage to draw prizes while you couldn't? Is it because you didn't wash your face? Or is your drawing posture incorrect? That has nothing to do with washing. Song Xiaohan suddenly lifted his head, eyes wide. What did you say? Your mentor? Who is your mentor? Who do you think? In a flash, Song Xiaohan stood up, disbelief etched on his face. Vice Director Yue? Jiang Yubai raised an eyebrow, indeed. Wow. Uncle Zhu, you must help me this time. If you don't, I won't be able to become the president of Blue Star. Opposite Yuan Taiyu sat an elderly man. He appeared to be around 50, with glossy black hair, a round face, and a square nose. dressed impeccably. He smiled warmly at the anxious Yuan Taiyu, speaking in a calm, measured manner. You are no longer a youth, yet your impatience endures. Uncle Yuan Taiyu elongated his tone, lamenting, for the sake of the president, I have endured for over 40 years on Blue Star. My discontent is palpable. As the saying goes, concern breeds chaos. Zhu Yao took a sip of tea, pondering that Jiang Yubai may not necessarily assist Qi Yan. Yuan Taiyu was momentarily taken aback. Zhu Yao set down his teacup, elucidating with a cheerful demeanor. When Ma Qingfeng challenged Jiang Tianhe, did Qi Yan not attempt to intervene? And when you urged Lei Jun to challenge Jiang Tianhe, did not Qi Yan's formidable subordinates fail to show? Yuan Taiyu slowly regained his composure, contemplating. Uncle Zhu, are you suggesting that Jiang Tianhe might harbor discontent towards Qi Yan? Such is human nature, Zhu Yao affirmed with a nod, his smile unwavering. If you were Jiang Tianhe, you too would feel aggrieved. Yuan Taiyu furrowed his brow, questioning. But Tianzong City falls under Qi Yan's jurisdiction. If Jiang Tianhe wishes to remain the city lord, he must surely support Qi Yan. Zhu Yao made no rebuttal but instead reminded, the first prize draw wheel was discovered within the Tianzong dungeon. The headquarters regards the prize draw wheel as akin to a divine artifact. With so many divine artifacts vanishing, could Qi Yan possibly bear no responsibility? Yuan Taiyu's eyes flickered with realization. Zhu Yao maintained his perpetual smile, seemingly born of it. Your conjecture holds merit. Some members of the council share similar speculations. Thus, I have already submitted an application to the headquarters. Zhu Yao nodded. Once approved by the headquarters, Tianzong City will be entrusted to your stewardship. Yuan Taiyu was instantly elated, exclaiming, Thank you, Uncle Zhu. With your assurance, I can rest easy. Do not rejoice prematurely. Zhu Yao's words dampened Yuan Taiyu's spirits. Were it not for his divine position, Jiang Yubai, even as a student of Yue, would not greatly benefit you in the future. Yuan Taiyu responded, Nephew understands. Zhu Yao nodded, inquiring. Have you organized the records of personnel entering and exiting the dungeons housing the 40 prize draw wheels as I requested? It has been arranged, Yuan Taiyu replied. Sending the records to Zhu Yao, Yuan Taiyu tentatively asked, Uncle Zhu, I have investigated the dungeon records and found nothing. The prize draw wheel, which can yield attribute points and experience, is evidently a dungeon item. Zhu Yao gazed at Yuan Taiyu with a knowing smile, saying, The prize draw will need not necessarily be a dungeon item. Chapter 41. Has Jiang Yubai's secret been unveiled? Not necessarily a dungeon item? Yuan Taiyu looked at Zhu Yao in astonishment. Are you suggesting that the prize draw item relates to the professionals? He added incredulously, This cannot be. In this vast world, wonders abound, Zhu Yao remarked, perusing the dungeon records with a smile. Do you not find it rather coincidental? Yuan Taiyu, bewildered, responded, Coincidental? What do you mean? The first prize draw wheel was discovered within the Tianzong dungeon, and the likelihood of Jiang Tianhe's grandson being a natural divine professional is exceedingly high. Especially since Yue personally came to take Jiang Yubai as a student. Zhu Yao's words struck a chord with Yuan Taiyu, awakening a realization and conjuring certain possibilities that made his pupils tremble uncontrollably. Are you implying that the prize draw wheel is related to that boy? He stammered. This cannot be. Yuan Taiyu's voice quivered. That can yield attribute points and experience. Natural divine professionals, favored by the heavens, possess unique and extraordinary qualities that far surpass those of other professions. Zhu Yao searched the dungeon records for Jiang Yubai's name, continuing, once a natural divine professional ascends, they are significantly stronger than their peers of the same rank, and the president has previously stated that once a natural divine professional achieves complete divinity, they are highly likely to receive an ultra-divine promotion quest. What? Yuan Taiyu's mind reeled. Since the era of universal awakening, no promotion has ever breached the ultra-divine level. With the advent of the Cosmic Starfield chapter, the age of universal ascension has arrived, and natural divine professionals have begun to awaken. Yet, the earliest individual to awaken a natural divine position has yet to reach complete divinity. The human race does boast individuals of complete divinity, and not merely one. To his knowledge, those at complete divinity have not received ultra-divine promotion quests. The absence of such quests implies they cannot ascend to become ultra-divine beings. It turns out that only natural divine professionals can achieve ultra-divine promotion. No wonder. The president of the Promotion Guild Alliance is indeed a being of complete divinity. And Yuan Taiyu found his conjecture credible. It appears my hypothesis is correct. Zhu Yao narrowed his eyes, observing the search results. His inner turmoil belied his calm exterior, stirring turbulent waves within. Within the entry and exit records of the 40 prize draw wheels, Jiang Yubai's name prominently appeared. What does this signify? It indicates that the prize draw wheel was placed by Jiang Yubai. Jiang Yubai, the natural professional capable of placing the prize draw wheel, must be befriended and brought into our Promotion Guild Alliance at all costs. Yuan Taiyu hastily set aside other thoughts, pressing, Uncle Zhu, have there been any results? Indeed. Zhu Yao rose, declaring, Let us proceed to the city lord's mansion to meet with Yue. In Jiulong City, the Blue Star headquarters of the Starry Sky mercenaries. Bai Zhanhai abruptly stood, his rugged, fierce visage revealing profound shock. His think tank had, after several hours of investigation and analysis, finally unearthed a thread of evidence concerning the appearance of the prize draw wheel. Marshall, prior to and following the discovery of the 40 prize draw wheels, only one individual has traversed all these dungeons, Jiang Yubai, a newcomer and the grandson of Jiang Tianhe, the city lord of Tianzong. The emergence and disappearance of the prize draw will correlate with this newcomer over 84 of the time. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Bai Zhanhai clenched his fists tightly, commanding, "Immediately dispatch personnel to Tianzong City. We must capture Jiang Yubai, even if it requires force. At all costs. Wait," he added, "for prudence's sake, I shall go personally." He ordered the 7th Army to accompany him at once. At Blue Star, within Tianzong City, he finally arrived, hoping that Yue had not already departed with Jiang Yubai. In the teleportation square of Tianzong City, a figure emerged, clad in a moon-white scholar's robe, holding a feather fan. However, since the onset of the promotion era, with the emergence of various equipment and sets, the attire of professionals has become exceedingly eclectic, thus drawing little attention. Zheng Qinkong. I never expected this tooth-aching scholar to be here too. Is your Xingyu Academy somehow connected to canines? Your nose is remarkably keen. A mocking voice rang out from behind. Zheng Qinkong halted the movement of his feather fan, his brows furrowing like spring mountains, and retorted without turning, "Lu Qingsong, why is it that wherever I go, you are there too? I think you should stop calling yourself the Star Sea Sky Piercing Gun, and instead adopt the name Star Sea Tailing Bug." Lu Qingsong's dark brows shot up in indignation, pointing an accusatory finger at Zheng Qinkong. "What do you mean? I have pressing matters to attend to, once I am done. If you wish to be scolded, I assure you I can berate you for 3 days and nights without repetition." After delivering his retort, Zheng Qinkong vanished, leaving only a single feather drifting down. That blasted scholar. Lu Qingsong's brows bristled, his spirit ignited. "I feel like battling you for 3 days and nights." Amidst his furious exclamations, he too disappeared without a trace. At the city lord's mansion, Song Xiaohan and Jiang Yubai sat together on the steps outside the hall. "Why does this still feel so surreal to me?" Song Xiaohan scratched the back of his head, incredulous that he had been granted direct admission to the Starry Sky Academy. As if caught in a dream. "Shall I give you a slap to see if it hurts?" Jiang Yubai asked with a playful smile. Song Xiaohan chuckled. "No need for that. Absolutely unnecessary." He draped an arm around Jiang Yubai's shoulders and pounded his chest, brimming with ambition. "Once we both enter the Starry Sky Academy, it will undoubtedly become our realm." He positioned himself as a foster son beside his foster father. Jiang Yubai shrugged off Song Xiaohan's arm, retorting, "And who bestowed upon you such confidence?" "Why, it is none other than you, my esteemed foster father." Song Xiaohan grinned, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "With the presence of a prize wheel, who could possibly struggle in the Starry Sky Academy? Just wait, and you will see countless individuals flocking to curry favor with you." This, indeed, held a kernel of truth. Jiang Yubai nodded thoughtfully before asking with a smirk, "But what does that have to do with you?" "It has everything to do with me." Song Xiaohan straightened up, adopting a serious demeanor. "You are my esteemed foster father, after all." Jiang Yubai couldn't help but laugh. "All right. Hurry home and bid farewell to your parents. There's no point in dilly-dallying here." Song Xiaohan nodded and was just about to rise when Yue suddenly appeared beside Jiang Yubai. Both Jiang Yubai and Song Xiaohan quickly stood up. Yue's gaze was fixed on the entrance of the city lord's mansion, her expression grave, a look of apprehension flickering in her eyes. "Master, what is the matter?" Jiang Yubai inquired, puzzled. Yue replied in a low voice, "Someone is coming. You first." A laughter interrupted her words. "Hee, Deputy Lord Yue, how delightful to see you." Two figures approached swiftly from a distance, revealing themselves to be Zhu Yao and Yuan Taiyu. A flash of wariness crossed Yue's eyes as she coldly remarked, "So it is Councilman Zhu." "Councilman?" "A member of the Career Change Guild Alliance." Jiang Yubai was somewhat taken aback, an instinctive caution rising within him. Chapter 42. The 3 major sacred grounds assemble. Neither the Starry Sky Mercenaries nor the Cosmic Bank has a council system. Only the Career Change Guild Alliance does. Even if Yue had not mentioned it, Jiang Yubai could surmise some details about Zhu Yao's background, especially with Yuan Taiyu standing beside him. "Xiaobai." Song Xiaohan tugged at Jiang Yubai's sleeve, his anxiety apparent. In a hushed tone, he asked, "Should we leave?" Though he did not recognize Zhu Yao, he was aware of Yuan Taiyu's identity, as both he and Shi Yin frequently appeared in public. "Yes," Jiang Yubai nodded, intending to lead them deeper into the mansion. "This must be Jiang Yubai, my young friend," Zhu Yao remarked with a smile, having perused Jiang Yubai's file previously. "You should head home," Jiang Yubai softly advised Song Xiaohan. Song Xiaohan hesitated, murmuring, "Xiaobai, I. With my master here, I am quite safe," Jiang Yubai urged, giving Song Xiaohan a gentle push. Realizing that, given his status, it was inappropriate for him to linger, Song Xiaohan grit his teeth and departed hastily. Yuan Taiyu regarded Song Xiaohan with a contemplative gaze before returning his attention to Jiang Yubai. Astonishment and eagerness flickering in his eyes. If Zhu Uncle's conjecture was correct, and the prize will truly belong to Jiang Yubai, then the value of this young man was beyond measure. Finally, he He understood why Yue had come personally and promptly accepted Jiang Yubai as her direct disciple. A glimmer of greed flashed in Yuan Taiyu's eyes. Had Yue not been present, he might have attempted to seize Jiang Yubai himself. Alas, Yue had beaten him to it. Otherwise, even if it meant laying waste to the city, he would have ensured that this young talent was firmly within his grasp. Zhu Yao suppressed his impulse. Regarding Jiang Yubai with a smile, Yue shifted her stance, positioning herself protectively in front of her student. Might I inquire what brings Councilman Zhu here? Zhu Yao retracted his gaze, grinning as he replied, Deputy Lord Yue, you feign ignorance. I am here for your student. He gestured toward Jiang Yubai, standing behind Yue. So soon to have discovered it? Yue's eyes flickered, thinking, as expected of the cunning Zhu Yao. But what of it? With me here. None shall lay a finger on Xiaobai. Jiang Yubai remained calm, for he had anticipated that his connection to the prize wheel would eventually be uncovered. Each entry and exit from the instance left a record. Anyone with ill intentions could retrieve the records and, by correlating the discovery and disappearance of the prize wheel with his awakening, arrive at a conclusion. Yet, he hadn't anticipated it would happen so swiftly. Fortunately, my judgment was not in vain. With Senior Luo present, my mentor arrived ahead of them. Even if she had been late, I would have had a way to extricate myself. Jiang Yubai's expression remained serene, as he had already devised a strategy. In the face of a god-tier powerhouse, one had no capacity for resistance. They could only be at the mercy of their whims. Even legendary invincibility tier practitioners faced near-certain demise against god-tier beings. However, he was not entirely devoid of contingency plans. He possessed a method to ensure that even if his secret was exposed, he could escape unscathed. The identity of an all-round expert. This title would be sufficient to absolve him of any connection to the prize wheel. By merely unleashing skills from various professions, he could eliminate any suspicion. Moreover, although he had placed 40 prize wheels, the number of instances he had traversed far exceeded 40. Over 200 instances, in fact. These two factors were enough to guarantee his safety, at least for the time being. Oh, Yue's gaze turned icy as she glanced at Yuan Taiyu, who immediately offered a slight smile. What is the reason for Councilman Zhu's visit concerning my student? Zhu Yao clasped his hands, cheerfully stating, the city of Tianzong falls under the jurisdiction of my Career Change Guild Alliance. Jiang Yubai's recent awakening of divine powers necessitates my duty and responsibility as a council member to confirm the matter. Who told you my student awakened divine powers? Yue slowly shook her head, denying. Councilman Zhu seems to be mistaken. Xiaobai has not awakened any divine powers. Yuan Taiyu could not help but glance at Zhu Yao, preparing to speak, when he suddenly noticed Zhu Yao turning to look behind him. Jiang Yubai observed as Yue raised her gaze toward the entrance of the city lord's mansion. His expression shifted, and he too looked up, musing, another god-tier powerhouse has arrived? In the next moment, a voice filled with mirth rang out, Deputy Lord Yue, Councilman Zhu, and Vice President Yuan. This little Tianzong city is quite lively, indeed, haha. The figure of Zheng Qingkong, holding a feather fan, materialized next to Zhu Yao. Yue's expression grew grave, as she whispered, Xingyu Ruhua, Zheng Qingkong. Jiang Yubai's heart raced as he silently mused, a god-tier powerhouse from the Xingyu Academy, what brings him here? He glanced at Yuan Taiyu, realizing that the only ones who could have leaked the information were Yuan Taiyu and Qi Yan. Truly a pack of hounds. They are faster than the humans. A cold snort echoed, followed by Jiang Yubai, feeling a sharp pain in his brow, as if someone were pointing a sharp instrument at him. Zhu Yao's smile momentarily froze. Yuan Taiyu's expression shifted. Zheng Qingkong let out a chilling laugh, his eyes reflecting disdain and contempt. Yue's skirt fluttered without wind, her countenance growing even more solemn. Jiang Yubai noticed a figure materializing beside Zhu Yao, tall and imposing. With a brash demeanor, a face adorned with a short, bushy beard, and eyes brimming with an aggressive sharpness that emanated a profound sense of pressure. Just standing there. He resembled a gun poised to pierce the heavens. The aura was palpable. This individual was the Dean of the Warrior Academy of the Xinghai Academy, known as Lu Qingcong. No matter what occurs, do not stray from my side, Jiang Yubai cautioned. A weighty voice resonated in Jiang Yubai's ear, emanating from the solemn Yue. Could this be the legendary Lu Qingcong, the Starcia's celestial spear? Jiang Yubai narrowed his eyes. His familiarity with Lu Qingcong's name did not stem from his position as the Dean of the Warrior Academy at Starcia Academy, but rather from his impressive record of achievements. Lu Qingcong had vanquished no fewer than 7 celestial demons. Jiang Yubai's gaze flickered among the 4 individuals before him, silently acknowledging the trouble that lay ahead. Although Yue was a mid-tier divine being, she stood alone, her fists unable to contend against 4 opponents. He had not anticipated that his commotion would attract such attention. It had been over a decade since he last saw Dean Lu after their parting at Starcia Academy, yet Lu's charisma remained undiminished. Zhu Yao greeted him with a cheerful smile. Ah, and former Dean, it has been a while. Years had passed, yet Zhu still radiated warmth and mirth. Zheng Qingkong offered a slight nod. Zhu Yao's smile faltered momentarily, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. Councilman Zhu, elder brother. Lu Qingsong clasped his fists respectfully and then turned his attention to Zheng Qinkong, emitting a disdainful grunt. Only then did he address Yue. Maintaining a demeanor that was neither servile nor arrogant, Lu Qingsong pays his respects to Vice Dean Yue. His gaze traversed past Yue, landing on Jiang Yubai who stood behind her. Zheng Qinkong and Zhu Yao too were observing Jiang Yubai closely. Suddenly, the stars adorning Yue's dark gown shimmered, and Jiang Yubai vanished from the sight of the three. Zheng Qinkong appeared unfazed, retracting his gaze to continue gently waving his feather fan. Zhu Yao maintained his affable demeanor, but Lu Qingsong's dark brows furrowed slightly in discontent. Vice Dean Yue, your student is not unfamiliar with others. What is the meaning of this? Upon Lu Qingsong's words, expressions shifted among the onlookers. A smirk crept onto Zheng Qinkong's lips, his gaze towards Lu Qingsong now imbued with greater scorn, internally mocking, foolish, simpleton. Zhu Yao's smile transformed, realizing that Yue might soon be provoked, and the spectacle was bound to be entertaining. Yin Taiyu, standing nearby, was taken aback, clearly unprepared for Lu Qingsong's audacity in addressing Yue so boldly. Jiang Yubai, positioned behind Yue, wore a look of astonishment. Could it be that Lu Qingsong was so audacious? How dare he question his mentor? Was the Star Sea celestial spear unafraid of repercussions? Yue's expression turned icy, her eyes flashing with anger as she coldly retorted, Lu Qingsong, who granted you the audacity to speak to this Vice Dean in such a tone? Has your Dean Shu from Star Sea not taught you to show respect when addressing me? With her brows furrowed, she took a step closer to Lu Qingsong and continued, or is it that your Star Sea conducts itself with such tyranny, disregarding even this Vice Dean? The mentor was enraged. Jiang Yubai observed as every star on Yue's ornate black gown ignited, a palpable aura of a mid-tier divine being surged from her. Pressing down upon Lu Qingsong, Zheng Qinkong's expression shifted slightly, retreating 2 steps in silence. Zhu Yao remained unperturbed, his smile unwavering, as did Yin Taiyu. Lu Qingsong grunted, his complexion paling slightly, yet he stood firm, unabashed, and attempted to counter Yue's overwhelming presence with his own. With piercing eyes, Lu Qingsong declared, to speak of my displeasure is not tyranny, yet you, Vice Dean Yue, choose to exert force upon me. Who is truly behaving tyrannically? Displeasure? Yue advanced another step, her eyes resembling a profound, frigid abyss, emanating an even greater force. She inquired slowly, Lu Qingsong, what exactly is your grievance? Lu Qingsong grunted once more, the sound of friction accompanying his retreat as Yue's pressure forced him backward. Yet he remained defiant, growling, we merely wish to see Jiang Yubai, yet you obstruct us. Are you instructing this Vice Dean on how to conduct matters? With Yue's cold command, Lu Qingsong was unceremoniously hurled away. Boom. Crash. Lu Qingsong crashed through 2 walls before finally halting. Coughing, he wiped a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, glaring at Yue with fury, but refraining from uttering another word. Yue retracted her mid-tier divine pressure and stated coldly, consider this a lesson, should there be a next time. This Vice Dean will not hesitate to teach your Dean Chu a lesson on your behalf. Jiang Yubai's eyes sparkled with excitement, his heart racing. Was this the absolute suppression of ranks? Lu Qingsong, though a low-tier divine being, possessed unparalleled strength, nearly invincible among his peers. Yet, even he was effortlessly subdued by Yue. It appeared Yue was making an example of him. Zhu Yao's squinted eyes darted with intrigue, pondering, given her protective stance. It seems today may not be the day for Jiang Yubai to join my Transfer Guild alliance. However, he must not become a part of the Starry Mercenaries or the Cosmic Bank. That would be disastrous. Yin Taiyu, on the other hand, was utterly astonished, scarcely daring to breathe. As a low-tier divine being himself, he found it impossible to compare with Lu Qingsong, feeling thoroughly intimidated by Yue. Zheng Qinkong gently fanned himself, his expression grave as he reminded himself to choose his words carefully. If Yue was bold enough to discipline Lu Qingsong, she would certainly not hesitate to do the same to him. Was her fierce protectiveness indicative of a deeper connection to Jiang Yubai, perhaps linked to the lottery mechanism? He glanced at Yin Taiyu, recognizing that even mid-tier divine Zhu Yao had been summoned, leading him to believe his suspicions were correct. He decided to inquire with Yin Taiyu. Soon after, Zheng Qinkong sent a message to Yin Taiyu for confirmation. Seconds later, upon reading Yin Taiyu's response, he paused his fan, gazing intently at Yue, taking a slow breath to suppress his astonishment. Indeed, Jiang Yubai had awakened a divine vocation capable of manipulating a lottery mechanism comparable to a divine artifact. This was truly unprecedented. Zheng Qinkong felt a tinge of regret, silently shaking his head, lamenting that Yue had outmaneuvered him. Now, it was a matter of mitigating his losses. At that moment, a figure appeared in the sky. Qi Yan's gaze was filled with suspicion as he observed Lu Qingsong amidst the ruins. Also spotting Zhu Yao and Zheng Qinkong, his heart racing with alarm. He had remained in the city of Sky Burial, and upon learning that Councilman Zhu had arrived, he realized the situation had escalated, prompting him to rush over. Yet, Zhu Yao was already present, along with the 2 deans from Star Sea and Xingyu. It seemed they were all aware that the lottery mechanism was Jiang Yubai's doing. The trouble had grown immensely. Qi Yin had traced the matter through the dungeon records. Piecing together the puzzle, he had met Councilman Zhu, as well as Dean Zeng and Dean Liu. Upon landing, he hurriedly bowed, acutely aware that he could not afford to offend any of them. Zhu Yao did not even glance at Qi Yin, cheerfully addressing Yue, Vice Dean Yue. Please do not be angered. Lu Qingsong is simply forthright by nature. Lu Qingsong's expression softened at these words, and he returned quietly. Yet he dared not meet Yue's gaze again. Jiang Yubai felt a grin tugging at his lips. Had he finally subdued him? Yue stood there in silence. Zhu Yao's smile turned somewhat strained. As a mid-tier divine being, he found that Yue showed him no respect. Nor did Zeng Chengkong or Lu Qingsong exhibit any deference towards him. The three sacred academies stood aloof, exalted above, and he felt both anger and helplessness. Knowing he could not afford to offend them, Yue could certainly teach Lu Qingsong a lesson, but he lacked the courage to do so. Hee. Zhu Yao masked his embarrassment with laughter. Continuing with a smile, I have been entrusted by the president to extend an invitation to our dear friend Jiang Yubai to join our Transfer Guild Alliance. Should Jiang Yubai choose to accept, he would immediately ascend to the elite core disciples of the Alliance, enjoying the highest privileges. Yue, her voice as cold as ice, replied. I appreciate President Fu's intentions, but my student has no plans to join any faction before graduation. She unhesitatingly declined Zhu Yao, surprising both Zeng Chengkong and Lu Qingsong. Becoming an elite core member of the Transfer Guild Alliance is indeed a promising opportunity, one that even students from the three great holy academies cannot easily attain. Qi Yin secretly breathed a sigh of relief, as his greatest fear was Jiang Yubai accepting Zhu Yao's invitation, thereby aligning himself with Zhu Yao's faction. Zhu Yao's smile faded, his gaze darkening ominously. Yue showed him no respect, rejecting his invitation without hesitation in front of everyone. He had invoked the name of the esteemed President Fu. Zhu Yao squinted at Yue, his tone calm but laced with tension. Since President Fu's succession, this is the first time he has personally commanded the invitation of a newcomer. Vice President Yue, might you reconsider? Without waiting for her response, he continued, if I fail to fulfill the president's orders, I have no way to report back. Yue's eyes turned icy once more, and she retorted, do not use President Fu to pressure me. What if I simply refuse? Are you implying that you would resort to coercion? The atmosphere became charged with tension. Yuan Taiyu, standing beside Zhu Yao, broke into a cold sweat, his face paling at the confrontation. He wished to send a message to Zhu Yao, reminding him of Lu Qingsong's previous encounter, but he dared not. Zhu Yao? The 11th counselor of the Alliance, known as the Smiling Demon, was cunning, ruthless, and deeply scheming. His actions were certainly calculated. To provoke him could jeopardize not only his position as the president of Blue Star, but also his role as vice president. Zeng Chengkong, somewhat surprised, noted that while Lu Qingsong's brashness was typical, Zhu Yao's demeanor was different. The Smiling Demon would not easily offend the three great academies. It appeared that Counselor Zhu was determined to make Jiang Yubai a member of the Transfer Guild Alliance. Zeng Chengkong fanned himself, his thoughts racing. Indeed, were I in his position, I would act similarly. He gazed at Yue, sighing again. With Jiang Yubai's talent, the Starry Sky Academy could surpass the Starry Universe Academy in less than a decade, perhaps even 5 years. It was likely this urgency prompted Lu Qingsong's rashness. Lu Qingsong also focused on Yue, his fists clenched in silent urgency. The dominance of the Starry Sky Academy could not be tolerated. It was imperative to discern this child's vocational attributes. Each of the three harbored their own thoughts, unwilling to concede, even at the risk of offending Yue. Zhu Yao, maintaining a smile, said, Vice President Yue, such words are unwarranted. Coercion is not our modus operandi in the Transfer Guild Alliance. Humph. A flicker of disdain crossed Yue's eyes. However, Zhu Yao shifted his tone, the smile fading as he narrowed his eyes. The Transfer Guild Alliance approaches this matter with utmost sincerity. President Fu places great importance on it. If Vice President Yue continues to decline, it may harm our mutual goodwill. Zeng Chengkong paused with his fan, observing the exchange between Yue and Zhu Yao, realizing, what a masterful blend of soft and hard tactics, leveraging pressure. Zhu Yao first feigned retreat, denying coercion to avoid directly provoking Yue, then invoked President Fu's name to exert pressure, hinting that offending him personally was trivial. But alienating the entire Transfer Guild Alliance was a grave matter. The implied threat of damaging mutual goodwill, though seemingly gentle, was indeed a warning. Such cunning. In just a few sentences, Zhu Yao employed a three-step strategy of feigned weakness, elevation, and veiled threats to compel Yue to reconsider. This method was far more subtle and coercive than Lu Qingsong's blunt confrontation, cloaked in apparent friendliness, yet brimming with sharpness. What a true Smiling Demon. Zeng Chengkong observed Yue, eager to see her decision. While the Starry Sky Academy held a transcendent status, the Transfer Guild Alliance was one of the three official powers. The entanglements between them over the years were deeply woven. Should Yue continue to reject Zhu Yao, it would not only offend the Transfer Guild Alliance, but also stir discontent within the Starry Sky Academy itself. Zheng Qinkong hoped Yue would refrain from outright refusal. Presently, it was uncertain how many lottery wheels this child could accommodate, but certainly not too many, most likely no more than 50. A glint of shrewdness sparkled in Zheng Qinkong's eyes. If Yue did not refuse, the Transfer Guild Alliance might take some, and both the Starry Universe and Starry Sea Academies could claim a share, thus reaching an agreeable compromise. I have stated clearly, until my student graduates, he shall not join any faction, including your Transfer Guild Alliance. Yue's tone was resolute. Should President Fu have any objections, he may come to the Starry Sky Academy to discuss it with me. Zhu Yao's expression darkened significantly. Yue was effectively slapping his face, as well as that of President Fu and the entire Transfer Guild Alliance. How much could one endure? Zheng Qinkong and Lu Qingsong gaped at Yue, as did Yuan Taiyu. Zhu Yao had gone to such lengths, yet Yue still refused. Jiang Yubai gazed at Yue's towering figure, deeply moved. For him, joining the Transfer Guild Alliance, even with the protection afforded by his identity as a student of the Starry Sky Academy, would bring more disadvantages than benefits. Membership would impose constraints, especially as an elite core disciple. The Starry Sky Academy, being a holy academy, inherently differed from the three official powers. Zhu Yao exhaled sharply, his gaze chilling as he fixed on Yue. Vice President Yue, have you forgotten? Tianzong City is my territory, and half of Blue Star is also under the influence of the Transfer Guild Alliance. What if I insist on having Jiang Yubai join? The threat hung in the air like a sharpened blade. Jiang Yubai felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively becoming alert. Yue regarded Zhu Yao, her gaze deep and frigid, her aura radiating a palpable pressure. Zhu Yao, too, revealed his own imposing presence. Today, no matter the cost, even if it meant offending the Starry Sky Academy, he would ensure this young man became one of them. In due time, the president would step in to quell the unrest. Zheng Qinkong and Lu Qingsong observed the charged atmosphere, their reactions contrasting sharply. Zheng Qinkong, fanning himself, thought with amusement, let them fight. The best outcome would be for one side to lose. If neither can secure Jiang Yubai, they might at least manage to obtain some lottery wheels for the academy. Lu Qingsong's dark brows knitted together as he cast a disapproving glance at Zhu Yao, speaking in a low voice. Counselor Zhu, your actions are rather inappropriate, are they not? Zheng Qinkong, mid-fan motion, widened his eyes in disbelief. Did he just hear Lu Qingsong supporting Yue? What nonsense. Yue had just dealt with him. This fool. Zheng Qinkong felt a surge of frustration. Lu Qingsong's maneuver caused his carefully laid plans to reap the benefits of the situation to crumble in an instant. Jiang Yubai blinked in disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard. Even Yue cast a surprised glance at Lu Qingsong. Yuan Taiyu was utterly bewildered, longing to exclaim, what on earth are you thinking, my friend? Zhu Yao's eyelid twitched uncontrollably, struggling to comprehend Lu Qingsong's actions. With a grave expression, Lu Qingsong fixed his sharp gaze upon Zhu Yao and continued. Your actions display a blatant disregard for the dignity of our three esteemed academies. Our three sacred academies are united in spirit. Should you dare to coerce Jiang Yubai into joining the Transmutation Guild Alliance, I, Lu Qingsong, shall be the first to oppose it. Zhu Yao retorted, Lu Qingsong, have you lost your senses? I just defended you. Jiang Yubai leaned forward, observing the resolute Lu Qingsong, and began to grasp the rationale behind his stance. Even in the face of the mid-tier divine being Yue, Lu Qingsong dared to withstand the pressure, indicating his fiery temperament and fearlessness against tyranny. While Lu Qingsong's nature was impulsive, as the head of the Star Sea Academy, he evidently valued the collective dignity of the three sacred academies immensely. Zhu Yao's attempt to exert pressure on Yue was, in essence, a challenge to the authority of the three academies, which Lu Qingsong could not tolerate. Jiang Yubai surmised that Zhu Yao's duplicitous demeanor had crossed Lu Qingsong's threshold of patience. Though brash, Lu Qingsong despised insidious tactics. Moreover, he exhibited courage in the face of Yue's divine pressure and stood firm against Zhu Yao's threats, revealing a character that was both fiery and unyielding to power. Jiang Yubai could not help but admire. What a magnificent weapon, the Star Sea's sky-piercing spear, far superior to the ever-silent and aloof Zheng Qinkong, who merely watches from the sidelines, scheming. Zheng Qinkong, known for his cunning, was inwardly seething. The audacity of Lu Qingsong's proclamation regarding the unity of the three sacred academies left him at a loss. To not side with Yue now would be to openly defy the consensus. Fool. Utterly foolish. Zheng Qinkong berated Lu Qingsong in his mind, reluctantly stepping forward towards Yue, his expression laden with discontent. Councilman Zhu, your actions display a complete lack of respect for our three sacred academies. I must report this to the academy and demand an explanation from your Transmutation Guild Alliance. Yue cast a sidelong glance at Zheng Qinkong, secretly amused. Zhu Yao now found himself in a precarious position, unable to retreat. He had spoken his mind, both what should and should not have been said, leading to this predicament. Yuan Taiyu was equally taken aback by the swift turn of events. Yue looked down at Zhu Yao, her tone icy as she declared, Zhu Yao, should you dare to lay a finger on my student today, our 3 sacred academies will undoubtedly raise your Transmutation Guild alliance to the ground. Zhu Yao, his face darkened, fell silent, unsure how to navigate this unfolding scenario. Should he persist in his aggression? With Lu Qingsong and Zheng Qinkong present, he and Yuan Taiyu were certainly no match. If he were to feign jest, Jiang Yubai would never join the Transmutation Guild alliance. What to do? What to do? Zhu Yao's mind raced. A bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Qi Yin, equally mute, appeared grim but inwardly delighted. Yuan Taiyu, do you truly believe that relying on Zhu Yao could turn the tide? Huh. You certainly didn't foresee this turn of events, did you? A failed scheme indeed. At that moment, a piercing alarm suddenly echoed above the city of Tianzong. Chapter 45, Jiang Yubai, the marshal, demands his due. Those who obstruct shall perish. What is happening? This sound is the inhabitants of Tianzong City looked skyward in alarm. A sudden realization struck one individual, whose face paled. This is an enemy attack alert. Instantly, chaos erupted throughout Tianzong City. Yuan Taiyu suddenly lifted his gaze to the sky, bewildered. Why is the enemy attack alert sounding? Is someone attempting to breach the city? Qi Yin abruptly grasped the situation, his expression shifting dramatically as he soared into the air. Attack the city? Zhu Yao scoffed. Who in Blue Star would dare to invade the territory of my Transmutation Guild alliance? Are they seeking death? A sigh of relief escaped him. Regardless of whether an attack was imminent, the alarm had provided him a temporary reprieve. Councilman Zhu, your statement is misguided, Zheng Qinkong remarked, fanning himself as he gazed skyward. Indeed, there are those who dare to assault Tianzong City. Yuan Taiyu's expression shifted again as he realized the implications, taking flight to investigate further. Zhu Yao's smile faded as he squinted at the sky, his expression shifting between hope and dread, his fists tightening as he glanced toward Yue. The headmaster despises half-spoken words. Lu Qingsong huffed, glaring at Zheng Qinkong. Speak plainly, do not withhold information. Zheng Qinkong shook his head and retorted, Lu Qingsong, how on earth did you become the head of the Warrior Academy with such a brain? Of course, it is the Starry Sky Mercenaries. Who else could it be? He then looked skyward once more, slowly stating, it seems the Starry Sky Mercenaries are also aware of the news. Jiang Yubai turned his gaze toward the teleportation square, frowning inwardly. To directly attack the city, indeed, that is the typical modus operandi of the Starry Sky Mercenaries. The Starry Sky Mercenaries, one of the 3 official powers, operated under a military structure akin to a human military force. Their actions were swift and decisive. They would not hesitate to act. Unlike Zhu Yao, the members of the Starry Sky Mercenaries were not easily swayed. Jiang Yubai worriedly glanced at Yue. But given the historical discord between the Transmutation Guild Alliance and the Starry Sky Mercenaries, Zhu Yao should intervene to prevent any escalation. Yue's crescent brows furrowed, her expression grave as she fixated on the sky in silence. Above the teleportation square, figures in unified black armor, their faces concealed by helmets, soared through the air, exuding an aura of intimidation. They were none other than the elite forces of the Starry Sky Mercenaries. How could there be so many elite-level warriors? Who are they? Bai Zhanhai, his hawk-like gaze surveying Tianzong City, issued a cold command. Seal off all teleportation routes within Tianzong City. Not a single fly shall escape today. Yes. A lower-tier divine general immediately bowed and took flight to execute the order. Soon, a dark crimson glow emanated from all directions, converging toward the sky. The average strength of Tianzong City's guards barely reached the 4th tier. They were no match for the elite 9th army and could not mount any resistance. Marshal Bai Zhan. What does this mean? Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu arrived at the teleportation square, gazing at Bai Zhanhai from a distance, their expressions filled with outrage. What do you intend to accomplish, Marshal Bai? Qi Yan's face remained stern as he fixed his gaze on Bai Zhanhai, solemnly questioning. Are you attempting to incite war between us? Bai Zhanhai, surprised to see them, waved his hand in silence. Immediately, 2 generals flew toward Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu, while he himself soared toward the Lord's manor. As Yuan Taiyu and Qi Yin witnessed the unfolding situation, their expressions shifted once more, as they both surmised that Bai Zhanhai had ulterior motives. This marshal was evidently targeting the lottery wheel, with intentions directed towards Jiang Yubai. Bai Zhanhai, what exactly do you wish to achieve? You have unprovokedly besieged Tianzong City, seeking to incite a conflict between the 2 formidable factions. Can you bear the weight of such responsibility? There is still time for you to cease your actions. Ignoring their inquiries and threats, Bai Zhanhai swiftly vanished from view. This is a golden opportunity for the rise of my Starry Sky Mercenaries. War? Huh. This marshal relishes it. Zhu Yao's expression suddenly changed, and he sharply looked towards the teleportation square, narrowing his eyes into slits. What a decisive figure Bai Zhanhai is. He dares to risk igniting a war between both parties just to seize this young man. Alas, your ambitions are destined to come to naught, for I, as a council member, am merely biding my time. Upon receiving a message from Yuan Taiyu informing him of Bai Zhanhai's approach with troops, he immediately understood that Bai Zhanhai was indeed after Jiang Yubai. His instinct was to intervene, yet he hesitated. Given the circumstances with Yue, with whom I have already strained relations. Persuading Jiang Yubai to join later would be increasingly difficult. Perhaps it would be wiser to seize this opportunity to ally with Bai Zhanhai. Zhu Yao's mind raced, and he quickly made a decision, propelling himself into the air. Upon witnessing Zhu Yao's departure, Lu Qingcong and Zheng Qinkong exchanged a knowing glance, remaining steadfast in their positions. After all, Jiang Yubai was present, leading them to deduce that Bai Zhanhai was indeed targeting him. Just then, Jiang Tianhe, who had been absent until now, descended from the skies, landing before Yue. Deputy Director Yue, trouble is brewing. It is Marshal Bai Zhanhai of the Starry Sky Mercenaries. He has personally led thousands of elite soldiers to encircle Tianzong City, rendering the teleportation passage unusable. He is most likely here for young Bai. What should we do? Grandfather. Jiang Yubai emerged from behind Yue, gazing at the anxious Jiang Tianhe. There's no need for you to worry, City Lord Jiang. Yue responded with a calm demeanor. With me here, there is no cause for concern regarding young Bai's safety. Jiang Tianhe nodded, though his eyes were filled with apprehension. Bai Zhanhai had not only brought thousands of elite mercenaries, but also several divine-level powerhouses. This was clearly a relentless pursuit of his objectives. Indeed, Lu Qingcong sneered, his eyes ablaze with anger. Zhu Yao employs both coercion and persuasion, while Bai Zhanhai directly encircles the city. The audacity of these two factions is astonishing. It is as if they have disregarded the three great academies entirely. He then turned to Yue and Jiang Tianhe, snorting disdainfully. Rest assured, I, Lu Qingcong, will not stand idly by in this matter. Jiang Tianhe promptly nodded, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Director Lu and Director Zhang. He had refrained from appearing earlier because Yue had advised him against intervening. Fully aware of the identities of Lu Qingcong and Zheng Qinkong, Zheng Qinkong remained silent, his gaze fixed on the sky, his eyes glinting with intensity. Chapter 46. Attempting to deceive the wolf with empty hands? A delusion. Master, it is likely that Bai Zhanhai and Zhu Yao are indeed coming for me. If you find it difficult, perhaps certain concessions could be made. What they desire is merely the lottery wheel. Giving them a few would suffice, as I will have plenty in the future, regardless of where they are placed. Jiang Yubai messaged his mentor, feeling the immense pressure from Yue. Zhu Yao was of mid-tier divine caliber, and so was Bai Zhanhai. Although Lu Qingcong was willing to assist them, combined they amounted to only 2 divine-level powerhouses, which would certainly be insufficient to withstand Zhu Yao and Bai Zhanhai. As for Xingyu Zheng Qinkong, Jiang Yubai held little faith in him. There are no eternal enemies, only everlasting interests. In the face of the lottery wheel, even if Zhu Yao and Bai Zhanhai were to join forces, he would still believe it. He urged Yue to compromise, partly for his own safety, but also to expedite his ascent in power. Given the quantity of lottery wheels he possessed at his current level, the Starry Sky Academy could accommodate them, yet as his level increased, they would be unable to handle such a surplus. Therefore, he would inevitably place lottery wheels outside the Starry Sky Academy. This much he could conceive, and Yue would surely deduce it as well. Previously, when he had placed 40 lottery wheels within the Tianzong instance and other dungeons, he was essentially positioning them within the territories of the Transfer Guild Alliance and Starry Sky Mercenaries. Among humanity, aside from the 3 great sacred academies, there were the 3 major official factions. These 3 factions divided the planets inhabited by humanity, including, but not limited to, dungeons and secret realms within those planets. Meanwhile, the 3 great sacred academies controlled the majority of cosmic secret realms and planetary dungeons. Thus, he could not evade these powers when placing lottery wheels. Unless Jiang Yubai intended to forsake maximizing his speed of advancement, which was out of the question. The reason he had previously retracted the 40 lottery wheels was that someone had encroached upon his limits, attempting to exploit his lottery wheels for personal gain. Such matters could be avoided, provided his backing was formidable enough that no one dared to act against him. Now that he had become a student of the Starry Sky Academy, he possessed the qualifications to negotiate with the 3 major official factions and the other 2 academies. Compromise? Concession? Yue turned to Jiang Yubai, her tone resolute. Little Bai, remember, there is no room for compromise in a mentor's dictionary. Jiang Yubai slowly nodded, solemnly affirming. The student understands. They seek the lottery wheel. They must first present an adequate price. Attempting to deceive the wolf with empty hands? A delusion. Jiang Yubai secretly mused, indeed. Yue recognized that the Starry Sky Academy could not accommodate an excessive number of lottery wheels, but they would not simply be given away. He had no intention of parting with them freely. Anyone seeking the lottery wheels must pay a price. Zheng Qinkong subtly observed Yue from the corner of his eye, internally shaking his head. Is this a warning directed at Lu Qingcong and me? I wonder if you can maintain such bravado after Bai Zhanhai and Zhu Yao join forces. Lu Qingcong, seemingly oblivious, nodded in agreement. Indeed, the 3 great sacred academies shall not be subjected to threats. Zheng Qinkong could only shake his head in disbelief. A few kilometers from the city lord's mansion, suspended in midair. Zhu Yao, I never expected you to be here as well. Bai Zhanhai slowly released his clasped hands, his keen gaze betraying a mixture of apprehension and wariness. Upon seeing Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu, an ominous premonition washed over him. If they could trace the connection between the lottery wheel and Jiang Yubai, it was evident that the Transfer Guild Alliance could do so as well. However, Zhu Yao's presence made by Zhanhai feel as though he had lost control over the impending war. He despised this sensation of being out of control. Zhu Yao surveyed the 4 low-tier divine powerhouses behind by Zhanhai, his heart heavy with foreboding, yet he maintained a cheerful demeanor. By Zhanhai, I understand your intentions, but without my assistance, you shall not take that young lad today. Take him away, By Zhanhai mused, sensing that Jiang Yubai remained within the city lord's mansion. A subtle aura of pressure emanated from him, his eyes gleaming with battle intent. What? Do you intend to obstruct this, Marshal? Zhu Yao shook his head, grinning amiably. It is not I who will hinder you. Indeed, I am also impeded. Oh, Bai Zhanhai raised an eyebrow, surprised and skeptical. This Tianzong city is your territory, and with your strength, who could possibly impede you? Zhu Yao uttered 6 words, the 3 great sacred academies. Bai Zhanhai's expression shifted, his hardened visage tightening. His voice low and grave as he inquired, who has come? Yu Yue, Zheng Qingkong, and Lu Qingcong, Zhu Yao replied. Bai Zhanhai's heart stirred, his gaze flickering momentarily as he contemplated the implications. Zhu Yao remained oblivious to Bai Zhanhai's subtle expressions and continued. Jiang Yubai is now a direct disciple of Yu Yue. Direct disciple? Bai Zhanhai confirmed, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Zhu Yao nodded, explaining that the deputy governor was resolute, declaring that Jiang Yubai would not join any faction before graduation. Bai Zhanhai's expression darkened as he rubbed his chin, falling into a contemplative silence. While Zhu Yao's appearance was within the realm of his expectations, the emergence of Yu Yue and the 3 major sacred academies had utterly disrupted his plans, rendering him hesitant to recruit anyone. Offending all 3 sacred academies simultaneously would be sheer folly, unless he were to act irrationally. Furthermore, it seemed that Yu Yue did not even require any coercion to attract talent. Bai Zhanhai's mind raced, and he finally spoke. Zhu Yao, reveal your intentions. Zhu Yao narrowed his eyes, smiling. If we join forces, while we may not secure the individuals, we can at least obtain a few prizes from the lottery wheel. Otherwise, we shall have no means to report back to our superiors. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Zhanhai nodded. Let us proceed, as you suggest. His aim in pursuing Jiang Yubai was indeed to secure the lottery wheel. For the sake of caution, let us formalize our agreement. With that, Zhu Yao retrieved a divine-level contract scroll from his backpack. After signing the contract and confirming the details, the 2 soared towards the city lord's mansion. At the teleportation square, the 2 divine generals, Yuan Taiyu and Qi Yin, had ceased their higher-level communications and were instinctively making their way to the city lord's mansion. Yuan Taiyu smirked while casting a glance at Qi Yin, noticing his grim demeanor. A sense of smugness filled his heart as he thought, Qi Yin, did you ever anticipate that the tides would turn yet again? Haha, infuriating, despicable. Qi Yin seethed with rage, having believed that with Yu Yue rejecting Zhu Yao, victory in the president's competition was within his grasp. The alliance with the cunning Zhu Yao was detestable. In the Mars Red Flame Meltdown dungeon, the heavy doors of the Red Flame Meltdown hall slowly creaked open. At last it has opened. A group of 7, led by Shan Wenrui, streamed out of the hall. Everyone, let us embark on a journey to Blue Star. Someone has stirred trouble with my Starry Sky Academy, and I owe each of you a favor. Shan Wenrui's eyes glimmered with fury, her grip on her staff tightening to the point of whitening her knuckles. Oh, someone has dared to provoke the Starry Sky Academy? Is it from the other 2 major sacred academies or the governing forces of Blue Star? The notion of favors aside, the primary reason for our failure in this challenge lies with us. Your words seem rather presumptuous. We are comrades who have fought side by side on the outer battlefield. Let us go and uncover who possesses such audacity. Shan Wenrui nodded, swiftly waving her hand, summoning a starship. The 7 boarded the vessel, setting their course for Blue Star. Chapter 47, Divine Technique, Void Contract. Elven Island's Secret Realm. The Starry Sky Mercenaries? Bai Zhanhai personally leading his troops? Ma Qingfeng, reclining upon his bed, sprang upright upon hearing the news, an action that jolted his injuries and caused him to gasp in pain, his complexion paling. Attack on Tianzong City? Is the Starry Sky Mercenaries unilaterally tearing up their agreement? Has Bai Zhanhai lost his mind? Beside him, Huang, whose face was marked with terror. His eyes filled with fear as he anxiously remarked, it appears so. They have already sealed off Tianzong City, and the teleportation routes are rendered unusable. Ma Qingfeng's own anxiety grew. He had already been abandoned by Yuan Taiyu, and if he were to perish here, he would die with deep resentment. How dare Bai Zhanhai provoke the lottery wheel of the 2 major factions? Yes, he must be after the lottery wheel. But why has the lottery wheel vanished? What could be the reason? Even my subordinates do not understand. Where is Bai Zhanhai now? He has gone to the city lord's mansion. Ma Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into wild laughter. Even the violent coughing that ensued could not deter him. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Tianhe. Ha cough cough ha. Bai Zhanhai will surely kill Jiang Tianhe, he must. Huang, who looked at the deranged Ma Qingfeng, his expression filled with urgent concern. At such a time, you're still fixated on the enemy's demise, when your own survival is uncertain. President, what did City Lord Jiang say? Jiang Fei asked anxiously. Surrounded by other high-ranking members of the guild, the City Lord had not responded. Zhang Shi's expression was grave as he gazed at the besieged City Lord's mansion, his heart heavy with foreboding. Could it be that something has happened to City Lord Jiang? Jiang Fei's heart sank. He had witnessed Bai Zhanhai leading his men into the City Lord's mansion, followed by the elite forces of the Ninth Army surrounding it. This is it. Bai Zhanhai is clearly on the path of slaughtering the city. What shall we do, President? Please, say something. The disappearance of the lottery wheel left everyone engulfed in fear and dread, a palpable anxiety enveloping them all. Blood color and Long Yun hovered in the air, gazing at the distant City Lord's mansion, silent as the grave. Within Tianzong City, all manner of forces and organizations fixed their gazes upon the City Lord's mansion, waiting for an answer, life or death. Inside the City Lord's mansion, the most dreaded scenario had materialized, as the worst outcome had come to pass. Upon seeing Zhu Yao and Bai Zhanhai approaching side by side, Jiang Yubai felt a heavy weight in his heart. As I anticipated, they have indeed formed an alliance. Zheng Qinkong shook his head and glanced at Yu Yue, silently reflecting that this would pose a significant challenge for her. Yu Yue's expression hardened as she coolly regarded Zhu Yao and Bai Zhanhai, while Lu Qingsong brandished a spear radiating with golden and blue luminescence. Assuming a stance of readiness, from behind, Qi Yin, Yuan Taiyu, and the two generals of the Starry Sky mercenaries descended alongside them. Yuan Taiyu wore a smile as he approached Zhu Yao, his mood notably buoyant. Qi Yin cast a glance at Jiang Tianhe, sighed softly, and joined Zhu Yao's side. He was part of the guild alliance, and though he wished to assist Jiang Tianhe, he found himself powerless to do so. The deputy governor of Yue remains as striking as ever after all these years, Bai Zhanhai exclaimed with a resonant laugh, his divine armor gleaming as he approached with a commanding presence. Marshal Bai, it has indeed been a long time, Zheng Qinkong replied, lightly fanning himself. Lu Qingsong merely huffed in response. Marshal Bai, it seems your charisma has only grown with the years, Yue remarked coldly, her expression impassive. What is the meaning of surrounding the City Lord's mansion? Naturally, it pertains to your newly acquired student, Bai Zhanhai said, pointing towards Jiang Yubai, who was standing behind Yue. Jiang Tianhe's expression shifted drastically as he quickly pulled Jiang Yubai behind him, casting a pleading look towards Yue. Grandfather, do not worry. My mentor is here. Everything will be fine, Jiang Yubai reassured him with a smile. With members of the three major sacred academies present, the likelihood of Bai Zhanhai taking action was exceedingly low. The wrath of the three sacred academies was something the Starry Sky mercenaries could not withstand. Even with the guild alliance's support, Bai Zhanhai and Zhu Yao would not dare to act recklessly. Yue's expression grew icy as she declared, since you are aware that he is my direct disciple, do you still dare to harbor intentions against him? The lottery wheel is of paramount importance. I must take this child away today, Bai Zhanhai asserted firmly. It is we who shall decide that, Zhu Yao chimed in with a smile, adding, rest assured. Deputy Governor Yue, this councilman and Marshal Bai will not harm your student. Oh, so, this is a collaboration? Lu Qingsong, consumed by rage, burst into laughter, mocking. You two have truly redefined my perception of you. Your shamelessness is astonishing. Bai Zhanhai's countenance turned cold as he glared at Lu Qingsong. Meanwhile, Zhu Yao continued to smile benignly, seemingly unfazed by Lu Qingsong's derision. Stop glaring, Lu Qingsong stepped forward, brandishing his spear, and admonished, Bai Zhanhai, Zhu Yao. You must think this through. Should you strike, the repercussions will be beyond your capacity to bear. Zheng Qinkong silently rolled his eyes, sighing inwardly. He felt completely ensnared by Lu Qingsong. At this juncture, even if he wished to play the role of the opportunist or side with Zhu Yao and Bai Zhanhai, it was too late. If he were to take a side, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished, and he might even face punitive measures from the academy. Reluctantly, Zheng Qinkong stepped forward to declare his stance. Upon witnessing this, Bai Zhanhai, with his hawkish gaze, scrutinized the trio of Yue, slowly articulating, esteemed ones. Your actions place me in a precarious position. The commander has issued a decree for Jiang Yubai to join my Starry Sky mercenaries. As he spoke, 6 generals behind him revealed their weapons and armor. The black skirts billowed without wind, every star igniting brilliantly, as Yue emanated an ethereal starry aura. Zheng Qinkong's expression shifted slightly, and he retreated a step in silence. Jiang Yubai thought to himself, this fellow. With a resounding clang, Lu Qingsong's spear emitted a thunderous blast, his battle intent surging. Gentlemen, exercise restraint, Zhu Yao interjected cheerfully, should a conflict ensue. The entirety of Tianzong City would be reduced to rubble. Let us converse amicably. One played the role of the villain while the other assumed the part of the hero. Jiang Yubai's eyes flickered, and he silently breathed a sigh of relief, muttering to himself, they truly do not dare to act recklessly. Yue snorted coldly, reiterating, let me make it abundantly clear once more, my student shall not join any factions before graduation. You two should cease wasting your breath. Since you wish to avoid further words, let us settle this through action. Bai Zhanhai roared, unleashing the oppressive aura befitting a mid-tier divine powerhouse. Zhu Yao's expression shifted dramatically as he stared incredulously at Bai Zhanhai. This was not part of their plan. Jiang Yubai's eyes widened in disbelief as he thought. He truly dares to make a move? Suddenly, Jiang Yubai found himself enveloped in an otherworldly starry realm, surrounded by a profound void. Not far ahead, Yue stood in confrontation with Bai Zhanhai. This was the realm of the divine. As Jiang Tianhe had described, divine powerhouses possessed the ability to materialize domains and manipulate the laws. Just when Jiang Yubai anticipated an explosive clash between Yue and Bai Zhanhai, the latter retracted his oppressive presence and battle intent, grinning. Yue, how did I perform in this little play? Quite well, I hope. Jiang Yubai was taken aback. Yue nodded, turning to the bewildered Jiang Yubai with a smile, explaining, Little Bai, I share a long-standing acquaintance with Marshal Bai Zhanhai. We trained together on the battlefield a century ago. This matter is a closely guarded secret, known to but a few. After Yue's explanation, Jiang Yubai finally understood. Upon learning that Yue had taken him as her personal student, Bai Zhanhai had promptly contacted her to confirm the arrangement, leading to the previous charade. Bai Zhanhai, eyeing Jiang Yubai, boisterously declared, Kid, your mentor has promised me 5 lottery wheels. You have no objections, do you? Jiang Yubai paused, thinking that was rather few, but quickly replied. I defer to my mentor's discretion. Yue smiled and nodded, her affection for Jiang Yubai deepening. Haha, Bai Zhanhai laughed heartily. With these 5 lottery wheels, I can satisfy the commander. These 5 lotteries are not given without strings attached. They grant access to the secrets of the Elven Island, Yue reminded. The Elven Island secrets. Jiang Yubai's eyes sparkled. The Elven Island secrets were the only place where one could contract with elves, far rarer than mere pets. Bai Zhanhai waved his hand, assuring, rest assured. I will handle this matter. This lottery can yield legendary skills, and I doubt the commander will refuse. Did the mentor say this too? Jiang Yubai stared at Yue in astonishment. Bai Zhanhai, noticing Jiang Yubai's reaction, chuckled. To play along with your mentor's act, I even signed a contract with Zhu Yao. Had it not been for the potential legendary rewards from your lottery, I would never have consented to offer slots for the Elven Island secrets. Yue raised an eyebrow, calmly inquiring, you signed a contract with Zhu Yao? A divine contract scroll, no less. That sly fox is quite difficult to deceive. Bai Zhanhai nodded, a glint of cunning in his eyes, continuing, but the terms are simple, mutual cooperation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yubai blurted out, then doesn't that mean you have violated the contract? Bai Zhanhai laughed heartily, I have not breached it. Jiang Yubai was further perplexed. Yue smiled, elucidating. Marshal Bai possesses a rare skill known as the Void Contract, which completely exempts him from the constraints of the contract. Jiang Yubai was taken aback. It was the first time he had heard of such a skill. However, the cost of using the Void Contract is not trivial, Bai Zhanhai remarked, fixing his fervent gaze on Jiang Yubai. How about this? Let the lad join my Starry Sky mercenaries. Chapter 48, A Twist of Fate. The Divine Skill, Thunder Prison Tribulation. In the outside world, Jiang Tianhe observed with alarm as both Jiang Yubai and Yue, along with Bai Zhanhai, vanished from sight, his face turning ashen. Fear gripped him, his heart racing with anxiety as he became increasingly restless. Lu Qingsong's gaze turned razor-sharp, the divine spear in his hand trembling as his battle intent surged forth. Fixating intently on Zhu Yao and the others, Zheng Qinkong, while vigilant towards Zhu Yao's group, felt a growing unease. Had Bai Zhanhai lost his mind? Jiang Yubai was already a student of the Starry Sky Academy. Would he truly dare to take action? Zhu Yao narrowed his eyes, staring at the spot where the 3 had disappeared, seemingly in disbelief. Zhu Shu, should we act? Yuan Taiyu's gaze turned hostile as he regarded Lu Qingsong and Zheng Qinkong, sending a message to Zhu Yao. Something feels off. Let us wait for Bai Zhanhai and Yue to return before making a move. Zhu Yao replied silently. This presents a prime opportunity. Yuan Taiyu considered Jiang Tianhe. Capturing him would surely compel Jiang Yubai to comply. Capturing Jiang Tianhe would yield little. Zhu Yao's eyes glinted, moreover. Did you not notice that Bai Zhanhai's subordinates have not taken action? Only then did Yuan Taiyu realize the discrepancy, sensing something amiss. Why are they not moving? Qi Yin pondered, feeling increasingly uneasy. Not far away, a graceful figure stood poised. Luo Ziwei's beautiful eyes filled with urgency. Where's Master Mountain? If he doesn't arrive soon, it will be too late. Thus, 3 or 4 minutes passed. Suddenly, a figure materialized out of thin air, hurtling backward. It was none other than Bai Zhanhai. He appeared pale, struggling to maintain his balance in midair, his eyes filled with fury as he glared at Yue. Such acting talent is wasted on a marshal. Jiang Yubai remarked sincerely. Seeing Jiang Yubai reappear, Jiang Tianhe's anxious heart settled, and he hurried over to check on his grandson. Grandfather, I'm perfectly fine. Jiang Yubai replied with a smile. Jiang Tianhe, still worried, scrutinized him repeatedly until he was assured of Jiang Yubai's safety, finally releasing a sigh of relief. Marshal, are you all right? 2 generals swiftly flew to the side of Bai Zhanhai, who raised his hand to signal that he was unharmed. Zheng Qinkong's gaze shifted between Bai Zhanhai and Yue, the peculiar sensation in his heart growing increasingly intense. Upon witnessing Bai Zhanhai's defeat, Lu Qingsong wore a cold smirk. At that moment, Yu Yue's clear voice rang out. You have lost. I trust that Marshal Bai Zhan will honor his word. Humph. Bai Zhanhai scoffed, suppressing his fury. No need for your reminders. This marshal will certainly uphold his promises. With that, he forcefully waved his hand, commanding a retreat. Upon hearing Bai Zhanhai's order, Yuan Taiyu's expression changed dramatically as he hastily looked towards Zhu Yao. Just then, a sudden laughter pierced the air. Good, good, splendid. Zhu Yao squinted his eyes, smiling as he clapped his hands. I sensed something amiss from the very beginning. What a splendid performance you have put on. Both Yu Yue and Bai Zhanhai's expressions subtly shifted. Yu Yue had proposed a collaboration with Bai Zhanhai to prevent a union of the two formidable factions. Although she had indeed trained alongside Bai Zhanhai, it did not imply that he could relinquish the lottery wheel, even if Bai Zhanhai were willing to forego it. The two military leaders from the Starry Sky mercenaries would not. Rather than reject Bai Zhanhai and risk the Starry Sky mercenaries sending someone else, it would be more prudent to join forces willingly. 5 lottery wheels in exchange for 5 slots on the Spirit Island was hardly a loss. In this manner, Bai Zhanhai could not only fulfill his obligations, but also serve to intimidate Zhu Yao. Yet, it was evident that Zhu Yao had already seen through their scheme. Zhu Yao? What do you mean by that? Bai Zhanhai, hovering in midair, gazed down at Zhu Yao with displeasure. Who is performing here? Are you implying it is me? After listening to their exchange, the others appeared deep in thought. It is of little consequence. Zhu Yao responded with a jovial shake of his head. I sensed something was off at the time. Thankfully, I had prepared a contingency plan, or else I would have truly been the fool in your play. Yu Yue felt an ominous premonition and inquired, what do you mean? Just then, everyone suddenly felt the entire city of Tianzong tremble violently. Following that, the dark red light shroud enveloping Tianzong transformed abruptly into a dark yellow hue. A look of shock and fury flashed in Bai Zhanhai's eyes, mirrored by the expressions of his 6 generals. Be cautious. The seal set by Marshal Bai Zhanhai has likely been replaced by the coalition army of the Transfer Guild. Yu Yue's voice echoed in Jiang Yubai's ear. Truly, the smiling devil Zhu Yao must have applied for the coalition army's mobilization from the very start. Jiang Yubai gazed at the grinning Zhu Yao, his heart filled with a sense of dread. The smiling devil. Indeed, this man is truly cunning. Just as everyone began to comprehend the situation, figures emerged from the teleportation channel in the Lord's Manor, densely filling the sky above. Each figure exuded an aura not inferior to Bai Zhanhai's 9th military mercenaries, with a dozen of them unmistakably reaching the divine level. Lu Qingsong and Jiang Tianhe felt as if they were facing a dire threat. The coalition army. Yuan Taiyu's heart steadied at the sight of the soldiers clad in deep blue armor. Zhu Yao, are you intending to tear up the contract? Bai Zhanhai's furious roar echoed. Do you wish to go to war with my Starry Sky mercenaries? Marshal Bai, from where does this accusation arise? Zhu Yao replied, his smile fading as he questioned back. Was it not you who first breached the agreement? Did you not mobilize your troops ahead of time? This councilman is merely acting in self-defense. Bai Zhanhai glared at Zhu Yao with a face as dark as thunder. Under the astonished and enraged gazes of the crowd, Zhu Yao slowly shifted his gaze to Yu Yue. Grinning as he said, Vice Lord Yu Yue, I require 10 lottery wheels to fulfill my obligations. If you acquiesce, I shall allow your escape. Surely, this is not too difficult? As he spoke, he produced a divine contract scroll from his backpack, tossing it lightly in his hand. Zhu Yao you. Bai Zhanhai began, but Zhu Yao interrupted. His tone cheerful yet menacing. I must remind you, this is the territory of my Transfer Guild coalition. Yu Yue's expression turned icy as she remained silent. It seems you do not agree. Zhu Yao sighed, retracting the scroll with a sense of resignation. In that case, I will have to capture your student and compel him to sign the contract. Lu Qingsong shouted, Zhu Yao, do not miscalculate. Alas, Zhu Yao sighed once more. For the coalition, if I do not descend into hell, who will? Upon returning to the coalition headquarters to fulfill my obligations, I shall personally seek forgiveness from the Starry Sky Academy. With that, he gently waved his hand, signaling for the thousands of coalition soldiers and several divine-level powerhouses to prepare for action. Zhu Yao, you dare? At that moment, a cold rebuke resonated from the sky, reverberating above Tianzong City. The sky darkened suddenly, thick clouds gathered, and lightning flickered within the clouds. Boom. Rumble. Jiang Yubai looked up, his pupils narrowing slightly. Above Tianzong City loomed a layer of pitch-black storm clouds, swirling with lightning that sent shivers down one's spine, generating an overwhelming sense of oppression. Crackle. The ground of Tianzong City became a storm of lightning, with countless slender silver arcs of electricity dancing across the surface. This is... Jiang Tianhe's eyes widened in horror, a divine skill. It is the mentor. Lu Ozi gazed at the storm clouds above, her eyes filled with delight as she exclaimed. The mentor has finally arrived. Yu Yue breathed a sigh of relief, her mid-tier divine-level aura slowly rising as she regarded Zhu Yao. Zhu Yao's pupils constricted slightly, his expression turning serious, a divine-level lightning mage skill. His gaze pierced through the storm clouds, spotting Shan Wenrui standing amidst the tempest, surrounded by an infinite surge of lightning. Her staff raised high. When the god of thunder rages, the heavens tear asunder, and all becomes scorched earth. This is the divine skill, Thunder Prison Heavenly Catastrophe. Chapter 49, Zhu Yao, if you seek death, do not drag this marshal down with you. Boom. Rumble. Above Tianzong City, the sky was pitch black, resembling the depths of night, as endless thunder roared and lightning flashed incessantly. Shan Wenrui, clad in a moon-white mage robe and a matching pointed soft hat, radiated with countless lightning bolts, her eyes flickering with electric energy, as if she were the very embodiment of the thunder god. The might of thunder was like a prison, the heavenly calamity descending. Ma Qingfeng trembled uncontrollably as he observed the sky. Kuang Hu, too, found himself engulfed in despair, his heart gripped by terror. The overwhelming presence, akin to divine might, made his very soul tremble. It felt as though he could no longer bear the pressure. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Even the invocation of divine skills has commenced. The war lion's pupils shrank to pinpricks, and beside him, Jiang Fei and the other high-ranking members of the guild were similarly consumed by despair. How had events spiraled to this point? Why had a divine-level battle erupted? Was it truly worth it? Was it really worth it? Of course, it was worth it. The blood-red voice was painfully hoarse. The eyes behind the mask trembled as Bai Zhanhai risked igniting conflict between the two factions to seize control of Tianzong City. Zhu Yao's mobilization of the coalition army indicated that the value of the lottery wheel was likely beyond their imagination. Even if it were of great worth, it remained merely a secondary item. Moreover, it was already lost. Who knows when it might refresh again, or in which dungeon it would reappear? Why go to such lengths? Why risk the destruction of a city? Long Yun's heart burned with anxiety. He did not wish to perish in the conflict between the two factions. Pray. The blood-red figure gazed at the storm clouds, hoping for a battle not to ensue. Otherwise, the lives of everyone in Tianzong City would be at stake, including their own. That is Shan Wenrui. Zheng Qinkong furrowed his brow, pondering inwardly. How could she arrive so swiftly? Is it possible she came alongside Yue? Is this the source of Yue's audacious confidence? He cast a glance at the steadily rising pressure emanating from Yue, a flicker of doubt crossing his gaze. However, relying solely on Shan Wenrui would not suffice. Wait, what is that? Zheng Qinkong's pupils contracted slightly as he beheld 6 figures gradually materializing behind Shan Wenrui. Boom, boom, boom. Each of the 6 figures exuded a distinct aura belonging to beings of divine rank. Zhu Yao's expression darkened abruptly, his eyes turning as somber as deep water. 3 mid-tier divine-level beings. Yuan Taiyu's throat bobbed nervously, his complexion turning exceedingly grim. So many formidable entities have arrived. No wonder Yue, the deputy head, repeatedly rebuffed Zhu Yao. It appears that the powerful figures of the Starry Sky Academy have always been present. Zhu Yao's schemes have now unraveled. Yuan Taiyu, oh Yuan Taiyu, why do you no longer laugh? Qi Yin observed the pale-faced Yuan Taiyu, a sense of smug satisfaction creeping into his heart. It is indeed the head of the Mage Academy, Shan Wenrui. But who might those others be? They are not the strong from the Starry Sky Academy, but rather Li Qingcong, who has sheathed his divine spear. The presence of 3 mid-tier divine-level practitioners is more than enough to compel Zhu Yao to retreat. Jiang Yubai gazed skyward, yet aside from the pitch-black thunderclouds, he discerned nothing. Divine-level figures from the Starry Sky Academy? A woman, perhaps? Who could it be? As he contemplated this, a message from Luo Zue appeared before him. Little Bai, the one casting the divine technique, is my mentor, Shan Wenrui. You need not worry. Although she is a low-tier divine level, her strength rivals that of mid-tier divine-level practitioners. Zhu Yao will undoubtedly be compelled to retreat, so rest assured. The eyes of Jiang Yubai brightened at this revelation. The head of the Mage Academy is a master of elemental magic. No wonder she can wield thunder-based mage techniques. The Mage Academy is indeed formidable. With 3 mid-tier divine-level practitioners, it seems there is no need for this marshal to intervene on Yue's behalf. Bai Zhanhai exhaled, his gaze keenly observing Zhu Yao. Zhu Yao, given the current situation, what course of action will you take? As he pondered, a message from Zhu Yao materialized before him. Brother Bai Zhan, we have signed a pact to advance and retreat together. Shall we join forces? We both understand the value of the lottery wheel. We must not allow that young man to escape. If we fail to seize this opportunity, it will be exceedingly difficult to obtain it later. Zhu Yao fixed his gaze on the stormy clouds, never anticipating that Yue possessed yet another trump card. Confusion swirled within him. If the strong from the Starry Sky Academy were present, why would Yue still ally with Bai Zhanhai to stage a performance for him? Was this not superfluous? With 3 mid-tier divine-level practitioners at her disposal, he had no intention of forcibly seizing anyone. Having already offended the Starry Sky Academy at this juncture, extending his neck would invite a blade, and retracting it would yield the same fate. There is a contract in place, and I can only hope Bai Zhanhai will still stand with me. This is my sole opportunity. Zhu Yao harbored expectations, only to see Bai Zhanhai's response. Zhu Yao, if you wish to perish, do not drag me down with you. I have yet to tire of my role as marshal. Bai Zhanhai's heart was filled with derisive laughter, glaring at Zhu Yao. Even at this moment, Zhu Yao still sought to ensnare him. Such treachery warrants punishment. A contract? Nonsense. Zhu Yao turned abruptly, his glare fixed on Bai Zhanhai, his heart seething with rage, wishing he could tear Bai Zhanhai apart. Bai Zhanhai, your actions violate the contract. Do you not fear my destruction of the scroll? The destruction of the contract scroll would result in punishment for the violator. I am not one to be trifled with. Bai Zhanhai retorted, this matter is beyond remedy. I do not consider it a breach of contract. If you wish to destroy the scroll, be my guest. Zhu Yao's eyes flickered with venom and malice. With a thought, the contract scroll in his backpack was obliterated, subsequently vanishing without a trace. How could nothing occur? This is impossible. Zhu Yao stared in disbelief at the unscathed Bai Zhanhai, sensing the contract's destruction. Bai Zhanhai let out a cold snort. At that moment, Yo Yue's clear and composed voice rang out. Zhu Yao, I, the deputy head, grant you but 10 seconds. A palpable killing intent emerged in Yo Yue's eyes. Either depart with your alliance army, or accompany me back to the Starry Sky Academy. Zhu Yao's pupils constricted, his gaze fixed fiercely on Yo Yue, murderous intent surging within him. In that instant, all eyes converged upon Zhu Yao. Thunder rumbled ominously. Yo Yue's icy gaze remained locked on Zhu Yao, counting down, 10. Boom. A bolt of lightning struck, crashing down upon the dusky yellow barrier of confinement. The thundering resonance erupted as countless silver lightning bolts surged forth, sending ripples across the surface of the dusky yellow barrier. Yuan Taiyu's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily communicated, Uncle Zhu, we should retreat. Zhu Yao remained steadfast, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Yo Yue. 9. Boom. Boom. 2 bolts of lightning as thick as barrels descended. The dusky yellow barrier flickered violently. Uncle Zhu, Yuan Taiyu urged anxiously. They overtly possess 4 mid-tier divine-level practitioners. Who knows what other hidden power they may have? We cannot afford to sever ties with the Starry Sky Academy completely. Zhu Yao remained impervious to their pleas. Though victory seemed assured, he felt the game slipping from his grasp. This was unacceptable. Mobilizing the Alliance Army, employing both soft and hard tactics, and allying with Bai Zhanhai to seal off Tianzong City had seemed a flawless plan. The Starry Sky Academy lies far within the Andromeda Galaxy's illusionary light realm. Even the time taken for transit would consume over half a day. Yo Yue could not possibly have foreseen my strategy, or had I faltered? Seeing Zhu Yao's obstinacy, Zheng Qinkong harbored doubts. Could it be that Zhu Yao had a backup plan? 8. Yo Yue's voice was frigid. 3 silver bolts of lightning descended. The dusky yellow barrier of confinement began to crack with ominous fissures. Uncle Zhu, let us go. Yuan Taiyu urged, panic-stricken. We cannot win, if it comes to blows. We will undoubtedly be outmatched. Taiyu, you are still too young. Yuan Taiyu froze as he observed Zhu Yao's reply. Moments later, another message appeared before him. Did you truly believe you could leave today? A chill gripped Yuan Taiyu's heart, his pupils trembling involuntarily. Zhu Yao's cold gaze remained fixed on Yo Yue. He could not believe that Yo Yue would let him depart so easily. This smiling devil is truly prepared to go all out? Jiang Yubai's eyes reflected confusion. Or does this old dog possess a backup plan? It was evident to any discerning observer that the disparity in strength between the two sides was glaring. Although Zhu Yao had the Alliance Army at his disposal, they were utterly insufficient against mid-tier divine-level practitioners. 7. With Yo Yue's next pronouncement, for lightning trees materialized upon the dusky yellow barrier of confinement. The Alliance Army's barrier was soon shattered. As the confinement shield vanished, the stars upon Yo Yue's black gown erupted in a dazzling display of brilliance. In the next instant, for streams of starlight enveloped Zhu Yao, imprisoning him within a celestial cage. Councilman Zhu, Yuan Taiyu's expression changed drastically. He was about to make a move when a hand rested upon his shoulder. Bai Zhanhai had appeared behind Yuan Taiyu, patting him lightly. If you wish to live, do not act recklessly. Yuan Taiyu's face paled as dread washed over him. Upon witnessing Yo Yue's sudden offensive, Zheng Qinkong's pupils contracted slightly, and he silently retreated 2 steps, his gaze sharpening with vigilance. Lu Qingsong's dark brows twitched slightly, and he cast a cold smirk at Zhu Yao, who was ensnared within the celestial prison. In the sky, thousands of elite troops from the Alliance, upon witnessing Zhu Yao's predicament, prepared to spring into action. However, a wave of earthy yellow ripples emerged, and wherever the ripples passed, the soldiers became as if petrified, suspended in midair, unable to move a muscle. Even the dozen or so god-tier powerhouses appeared to be trapped in a quagmire, struggling in vain to break free. Boom. Almost instantaneously with the appearance of the yellow wave, 3 figures descended from the heavens, manifesting outside the celestial prison. They were none other than the 3 mid-tier god-level warriors. Yo Yue's form flickered, and she too appeared outside the celestial prison. She gazed at Zhu Yao, who wore a calm expression and offered no resistance, and with a disdainful snort, remarked, the smiling ghost, truly cunning. In response, Zhu Yao simply sat cross-legged on the ground, nonchalantly stating, since there's no escape, this congressman never engages in futile endeavors. As he spoke, he suddenly turned his gaze towards Jiang Yubai, his eyes narrowing slightly. and a meaningful smile graced his lips. Though the game had turned against him, it was not without rewards. He chuckled. Yuyue noticed this and frowned. The series of events left Jiang Yubai momentarily stunned, but he quickly regained his composure and understood. The Holy Land Academy would not tolerate provocation. Zhu Yao's actions not only challenged the authority of the Celestial Academy, but were also exceedingly audacious. It was inconceivable that Yue would allow Zhu Yao to depart unscathed. Lost in thought, Jiang Yubai was suddenly taken aback as a strikingly beautiful woman with alabaster skin appeared before him. Call me sister. Chapter 50. Killing two birds with one stone. A soulful strike on the battlefield. The sudden appearance of the alabaster-skinned beauty, along with her sweet, melodic voice, left Jiang Yubai momentarily speechless. She wore a moon-white mage robe, a matching moon-white mage hat perched atop her head, and held a staff nearly a meter long. The staff radiated with brilliance, adorned with a gem at its apex that shimmered in a kaleidoscope of colors, dazzling to behold. This woman possessed an oval face. Her features exquisitely defined and three-dimensional, with luscious red lips and bright, squinting eyes that revealed a charming dimple when she smiled. Shan Wenrui lightly tapped Jiang Yubai's forehead with her staff, urging him, "Why are you dawdling? Quickly greet your elder sister." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yubai stepped back 2 paces and respectfully bowed. Student Jiang Yubai pays his respects to Director Shan. He lowered his head slightly, and Shan Wenrui did not notice the twitching corners of his mouth. "Ah, you recognize me?" Shan Wenrui crossed her arms, examining Jiang Yubai with keen interest. Jiang Yubai replied, "I recognize the director's voice. Enough with the director titles, it makes me feel old. From now on, call me elder sister," Shan Wenrui said, somewhat dissatisfied. "Elder sister?" Jiang Yubai suppressed the twitching of his lips and replied, "The student dares not." "Why not?" "I fear being beaten to death by the mentor if she hears me." Uffed. Shan Wenrui burst into laughter. "You're quite amusing, but it's a pity that the old hag got to you first. Otherwise, you would have been my student." At her words, Jiang Yubai buried his head even lower, feeling a pang of discomfort. He thought to himself, this director Shan lacks respect. How can she be so irreverent towards the mentor? Calling her an old hag. Yue's cold voice echoed from behind Shan Wenrui. Shan Wenrui turned around. Yue nodded, indeed. At over 100 years of age, demanding students to call her sister is certainly something only an old hag would do. Shan Wenrui immediately grasped the implication. Placing one hand on her hip and pointing at Yue, pouting, "You're playing with me. I have no time for games." Yue's expression turned serious. Zhu Yao has likely realized that Xiao Bai's lottery wheel can yield rewards beyond the elite tier. He may have further plans. I must take Xiao Bai back to the Celestial Academy immediately. Delay could lead to unforeseen consequences. Shan Wenrui, sobering up from her playful demeanor, nodded gravely, and then turned her gaze towards Zhu Yao within the Celestial prison, her voice brimming with killing intent, daring to bully my Celestial Academy. Were it not for your interference, I would have struck him down with lightning. Jiang Yubai couldn't help but marvel at Shan Wenrui's capricious nature. Do not act recklessly. Yue interjected, shaking her head. After all, Zhu Yao is the 11th congressman of the Transmutation Guild Alliance. He cannot be easily slain. But he must certainly pay for his actions. Shan Wenrui nodded. All right, let me bid farewell to a few friends. Yue looked at her student and instructed, Xiao Bai, contact Song Xiaohan and have him come over immediately. Understood, I will reach out now. Jiang Yubai promptly sent a message to Song Xiaohan. Yue nodded, turning her attention to Jiang Tianhe beside Jiang Yubai. City Lord Jiang, the Academy has regulations prohibiting family members from entering, but given Xiao Bai's unique situation, you may visit him periodically. Jiang Tianhe gazed at his grandson with a reluctant expression, silently nodding. Concerned for Jiang Tianhe's safety, Jiang Yubai spoke up, Mentor, my grandfather is in too much danger. I fear someone may pose a threat to him. Yue contemplated this, given the conflict with the Transmutation Guild Alliance. There will undoubtedly be those targeting your grandfather afterwards. However, it's of no consequence, as long as you leave a lottery wheel at the City Lord's residence. No one will dare to act against him. Even if someone intends harm, the Transmutation Guild Alliance will not stand idly by. Rest assured, and besides, Zhu Yao remains in our custody. When the Transmutation Guild Alliance comes to the Academy to demand him, I will negotiate with them then. With this assurance, Jiang Yubai felt relieved. Zhu Yao's uproar was ultimately a ploy to obtain the lottery wheel. Yue's insistence on leaving one was a gesture towards the Transmutation Guild Alliance, providing them with a face-saving way out. Jiang Tianhe nodded, sighing, I never anticipated it would escalate to such a degree. There will be even greater commotion ahead. Yue murmured softly. Minutes later, the skies were devoid of the Alliance troops, as Qi Yin led them away from Tianzong City. Originally, Zhu Yao had intended for Yuan Taiyu to lead the troops away, but Yue had intervened. This individual had previously attempted to target City Lord Jiang, and as deputy director, I cannot overlook this matter. He shall accompany me back to the Celestial Academy, and we will address this matter thereafter. At Yue's declaration, Yuan Taiyu nearly lost control of himself in fright. This was not entirely Yue's intention. Rather, It was Jiang Yubai who did not wish for Yuan Taiyu to depart so easily. He had already learned from Luo Ziwei about the battle between Ma Qingfeng and Jiang Tianhe, and how Yuan Taiyu had summoned the legendary invincible powerhouse Lei Jun to challenge his grandfather once more. I bear grudges, Jiang Yubai coldly remarked, observing Yuan Taiyu's pale, anxious expression. He was also putting on a show for the Transmutation Guild Alliance, conveying a message. Anyone who dares to harm my grandfather Jiang Tianhe will face the consequences. This delighted Qi Yan, who left with a grin that stretched from ear to ear. Sister Wenrui, there's no need for thanks. Saying such things makes it feel distant. Do you require our assistance escorting you back to the Celestial Academy? Very well, we shall return to rest for now. Next time, when we are fully prepared, we shall battle in the Mars Crimson Flame Inferno Dungeon. 6 figures soared into the sky in succession, vanishing from sight in an instant. After bidding farewell to a few friends, Shan Wenrui approached Zhu Yao, crossing her arms and glaring fiercely. Zhu Yao, have you consumed Dragon Gall? How dare you lay hands on a student of my Celestial Academy? Do you have a death wish? Zhu Yao sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed, chuckling. I am merely following orders, and besides, isn't Jiang Yubai's lottery wheel worth such actions? Beside them, Zheng Qingkong and Lu Qingcong exchanged contemplative glances. Moments ago, Zhu Yao's remark, though the game may have faltered at a crucial juncture, it is not without its merits, prompted a wave of contemplation between the two. Zheng Qingkong, ever the strategist, felt a surge of determination as he tightened his grip on his feathered fan. A flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes as he grasped the implications of Zhu Yao's words. A few breaths later, a pang of regret washed over him for not having immediately stepped forward to assist Yue. He cast a sidelong glance at Lu Qingcong, inwardly seething with frustration. It was nothing short of a fortuitous accident that had allowed this brash individual to stumble upon success. Truly, luck was on his side. Lu Qingcong, oblivious to Zheng Qingkong's glare, pondered Zhu Yao's statement, wondering if it implied the possibility of drawing rewards of elite caliber or higher from the lottery wheel. As the esteemed head of the Warrior Academy, the foremost institution of the human race, he was not as simplistic as he appeared. Among the information known to him, Zheng Qingkong, and others, it was understood that the lottery wheel could yield elite-level rewards. They had considered the slim chance of attaining even higher-tier rewards. Yet such possibilities were so minuscule that they were nearly negligible. Even the most formidable divine powers did not reach absurd extremes. Xiaobai, you must take good care of yourself at the Starry Sky Academy, Jiang Tianhe said, gently ruffling Jiang Yubai's hair as he bid farewell, reminiscent of days gone by. His voice was gentle, imbued with a kind smile as he gazed at his grandson with reluctance. With Vice Dean Yue as your mentor, your grandfather feels at ease. Jiang Yubai, equally reluctant, felt a pang in his heart. Ever since the passing of his parents, he had relied solely on his grandfather, never straying far from Jiang Tianhe's side over the years. The impending separation weighed heavily upon him, evoking a profound sense of melancholy. Men do not shed tears lightly, he thought, yet it wasn't as if he would never see his grandfather again. Jiang Tianhe's eyes unwittingly grew moist, his throat constricted as he spoke hoarsely. And your grandfather will be able to visit you from time to time. Focus on your studies at the academy, strive to ascend to divine rank. And let the Jiang family become a divine lineage as well. Yes, Jiang Yubai nodded vigorously. I will do my best, grandfather. I believe in you, Jiang Tianhe said, patting Jiang Yubai's shoulder. At that moment, 5 figures approached. Xiaobai, Marshal Baijian hopes to draw once before departing, Yue said, glancing at Jiang Yubai and nodding. You may refuse. This decision is yours to make. Baijian Hai's eager gaze was fixed upon Jiang Yubai, while Zheng Qingkong and Lu Qingcong watched with similar anticipation. The lottery was secondary. They wished to witness the lottery wheel in action. Jiang Yubai turned his attention to the Starry Sky cage, where Zhu Yao was also observing him. Upon meeting Jiang Yubai's gaze, Zhu Yao squinted and smiled. Jiang Yubai averted his eyes and nodded. I agree. Haha, you truly are a grateful lad. Baijian Hai laughed heartily. I like you. Jiang Yubai looked at Yue, hinting, shall we do it here, or find another place? Shan Wenrui scoffed. Zhu Yao was watching closely. A peculiar glimmer crossed Yue's eyes as she subtly shook her head. We will see him eventually. Perhaps Zhu Yao has already laid eyes on you. Let's proceed here. Jiang Yubai regarded Yue with a contemplative gaze, pondering her intent. Was she teasing Zhu Yao? He silently surveyed Zheng Qingkong and Lu Qingcong, a vague understanding dawning upon him. Without further ado, he activated his skill, and a lottery wheel materialized before him. Witnessing this, Baijian Hai, Zheng Qingkong, and the others felt their last doubts dissipate. Their eyes sparkled with fervor as they focused on Jiang Yubai. Shan Wenrui's eyes glistened with excitement, fixated on the lottery wheel as though she had discovered a new world. I shall take the first draw, Baijian Hai declared, stepping forward and producing 1,000 gold coins from his pack, which transformed into golden light and vanished into the lottery wheel. Observing this, Jiang Yubai contemplated and chose to utilize the daily guaranteed draw from the lottery wheel. Baijian Hai had left a favorable impression on him, and being a friend of his mentor, the possibility of Baijian Hai obtaining a high-tier reward would benefit him as well. showcasing the lottery wheel's true worth to others. His mentor's earlier words likely aimed to demonstrate the lottery wheel's value, hinting at its potential. A win-win scenario. Guaranteed when used. Participant will definitely win. Prize, purple. As the lottery wheel began to spin, all eyes were captivated. After approximately 10 seconds, the wheel gradually came to a halt, revealing a flash of yellow light. By Jiang, a perfect hit. You've drawn an epic level reward. Chapter 51. Jiang Yubai. Are there more experts? Lu Qingsong. Indeed. That would be me. You have gained 100 experience points. An epic level reward? Jiang Yubai raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of surprise and astonishment flickering in his eyes. He had utilized the guaranteed win feature hundreds of times, with only 2 instances exceeding elite level rewards. One was when his grandfather, Jiang Tianhe, drew the legendary skill book Holy Sword Judgment, and this was the second occurrence. The guaranteed win feature seemed devoid of any discernible pattern, merely serving as a safety net. The specific color of the reward depended entirely on the luck of the draw. Clearly, Bai Zhanhai's fortune was exceptional this time. The yellow hue indicated an epic level reward. With a mere 0.001 probability, an epic level prize was undoubtedly akin to a legendary level reward. Jiang Yubai found himself filled with anticipation. Since his awakening, Bai Zhanhai had become the second individual to draw a reward of elite caliber or higher. To think he had drawn yellow, orange, red, green, blue, indigo, violet. Yellow was indeed an epic level reward. Yue gazed at the yellow light, unable to conceal her astonishment. To draw an epic level reward on the first attempt was indeed an extraordinary stroke of luck for Bai Zhanhai. She herself had drawn dozens of times, with her best reward being merely a mid-tier one. Yellow. Zheng Chengkong's eyes glinted with intrigue as he silently mused, a color reward that has never appeared before. In the information gathered by the 3 major academies regarding the lottery wheel, different colors represented varying rewards. Until now, no one had ever drawn a yellow reward. Bai Zhanhai was the first. According to Vice Dean Sang Fanji's conjecture, yellow could signify an epic level reward. Lu Qingsong instinctively held his breath, realizing that the lottery wheel was something even Vice Dean Sang Fanji could not predict. At that thought, he glanced at Jiang Yubai. Despite being a divine rank this year, even as a fate-affiliated practitioner, Vice Dean Sang Fanji could glimpse fragments of Bo Feiyang's future fate, yet he could not discern Jiang Yubai's path. What on earth was this boy's profession? Shan Wenrui looked at the lottery wheel with wide-eyed curiosity. Her understanding of it was limited to Luo Zui and Yu Yue, and she was unaware of what the yellow hue represented. Not far away, Zhu Yao, witnessing Bai Zhanhai's yellow reward from within the starry sky cage, rose in shock and approached the edge of the cage, squinting intently at the lottery wheel. Yellow reward? Bai Zhanhai, the lottery participant, felt a jolt of surprise as his eyes gradually brightened. He had meticulously examined the analytical reports submitted by his brilliant advisory team regarding the lottery wheel. This report meticulously delineates the myriad possibilities and probabilities associated with the lottery wheel, as well as the configuration of various prizes and their respective chances of winning. He has conducted an in-depth study of this report. Each color on the lottery wheel corresponds to a fixed reward. In other words, the yellow prize does not differentiate between low, medium, or high tiers, while green represents the elite level. What exactly does the yellow reward entail? Is it a pet egg or something else? In truth, Bai Zhanhai harbored little expectation for this lottery. In the previous 40 lottery wheels, the highest reward drawn by participants was merely a high-tier prize. At his level, he found it hard to muster any enthusiasm for high-tier rewards. Even elite-level prizes failed to ignite his interest. The reason he displayed such eagerness for the lottery was simple. He had never encountered such a wondrous profession and skill before. This sense of novelty and exhilaration rendered him unable to suppress his inner yearning, compelling him to immediately experience this unprecedented sensation. Furthermore, and perhaps more importantly, the value of this lottery wheel equated to that of a divine artifact. He simply had to take a chance. The specific outcome mattered little. It was primarily about the experience. Additionally, there was the gambler's mentality. Deep within every individual resides a hidden gambler. The lottery wheel's value being akin to a divine artifact can be attributed to 2 reasons. First, it allows for the acquisition of attribute points. Second, from a long-term perspective, the lottery wheel can accelerate the growth rate of mid to low-tier professionals. Bai Zhanhai did not lack skills or equipment below the divine level, but attribute points were always a welcome addition. Previously, someone had drawn attribute points, and it was a staggering 100 points. He was also aware that Luo Ziwei had once drawn 500 attribute points. Under the gaze of the crowd, a line of text gradually materialized above the lottery wheel. Congratulations. You have obtained 1,000 attribute points. The scene fell into a hushed silence, as palpable as the sound of a pin dropping. Bai Zhanhai Yue and others all widened their eyes in astonishment. You have obtained 67,000 attribute points. Jiang Yubai, upon seeing the prompt before him, shook his head slightly. Why not a skill or equipment? He was curious to see if the rewards would double. Until now, aside from Jiang Tianhe, no other participants had drawn elite-level equipment, skills, or pet eggs. The two pieces of epic equipment, the Moonshadow Spear and the Dark Devouring Axe, were also given to Jiang Tianhe as elite-level gear. Thus, he was unable to ascertain whether rewards above the elite level would yield double rewards. Nevertheless, it was still impressive, acquiring 67,000 attribute points in one go meant that even Luo Qingshan would need to level up 670 times to gain such a multitude of free attribute points. Jiang Yubai glanced at his current attributes, base attributes. Strength, 172692, 22000. Constitution, 172692, 22000. Intelligence, 172692, 22000. Growth attributes. Health, 172-6920, 22000. Defense, 172-6920, 22000. Energy, 172-6920, 22000. Free attribute points, 1787, 66,000. Level 67, with 170,000 base attributes and 7 million growth attributes. If Song Xiaoan knew, he would surely be astounded. Even if the mentor were aware of his attributes, he would likely drop his jaw in disbelief. The lottery master is truly fearsome. He wondered how many attribute points one would gain upon advancing to the divine level. 1,000 attribute points was no small sum. Jiang Yubai knew little about the divine level, but exchanging 1,000 gold for 1,000 attribute points was undoubtedly an incredible bargain for Bai Zhanhai. 1,000 attribute points? Jiang Tianhe's astonished voice interrupted Jiang Yubai's thoughts. He turned to Jiang Tianhe, noticing that his grandfather's eyes seemed ready to pop out. The Marshal of the 100 Battles, being at the divine level, surely found 1,000 attribute points to be rather insignificant, right? Jiang Yubai, intrigued, inquired. Insignificant? The astonishment on Jiang Tianhe's face transformed into excitement. It was already quite substantial. Jiang Yubai was taken aback. Substantial? Those of us who are not born divine class professionals, upon ascending to the divine level, experience an increase of free attribute points to 1,000 with each level gained. Jiang Tianhe gazed at his grandson with eagerness, realizing that with 1,000 points, the Marshal of the 100 Battles effectively leveled up by 1. Jiang Yubai paused, processing the information. Gaining 1,000 attribute points with each level at the divine level? He had already been receiving 1,000 attribute points per level. If this is the case for postnatal divine professions, what about innate divine professions? It's only level 1. Jiang Yubai remarked casually, contemplating how many attribute points he might accrue once he surpassed level 1,000. Surely it would be more than now. What do you mean? Only level 1. Jiang Tianhe exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. Jiang Yubai was startled by this sudden outburst, staring at Jiang Tianhe in disbelief. Having not anticipated such a fervent reaction, Jiang Tianhe, panting, continued, "You have no idea how arduous it is for divine class professionals to level up. It requires vast amounts of experience and extensive accumulation across the entire blue star, while there may be a plethora of low-tier divine beings. How many mid-tier divine beings can there possibly be?" At that moment, Jiang Yubai felt a revelation wash over him. He widened his eyes, still struggling to believe it. He had always thought that the ascension of divine beings was merely a matter of time, unaware of the immense difficulty involved. No wonder the mentor, the academy head, and the Marshal of the 100 Battles had been so astonished. Jiang Yubai murmured to himself, "So, it turns out that leveling up as a divine being is so challenging." However, his thoughts quickly shifted, and he reassured himself, "Nonetheless, my leveling speed should be quite rapid once I reach the divine level. The lottery wheel can yield up to 1 million experience points. As the house edge increases with the level, his rate of experience acquisition would only accelerate. The lottery master possesses further skills yet to unfold. Xiaobai, can this lottery wheel yield even more attribute points?" Jiang Tianhe cautiously inquired without asking outright. Jiang Yubai nodded affirmatively. "The lottery wheel can yield up to 10,000 attribute points." Jiang Tianhe's hands trembled uncontrollably, and his breathing quickened. He gazed at his grandson, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes, silently concluding, "I have underestimated the lottery master. This profession is simply too." After a moment of contemplation, he finally found an apt descriptor. Monstrous. Yes, the profession of lottery master is exceedingly monstrous. Bai Zhanhai took a deep breath, slowly exhaling as if to release all the shock and disbelief he harbored within. The once rigid muscles of his steel-like visage gradually relaxed, a subtle smile beginning to grace his lips, spreading like the bloom of spring flowers across his face. "Ha ha 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 ha." Bai Zhanhai laughed heartily at the unexpected emergence of 1,000 attribute points in the free attribute points section. His laughter also roused others from their reverie. Yue gazed at the lottery wheel before her, her heart pounding furiously. The yellow prize wasn't the highest. There were still orange and red rewards to consider. How many attribute points did they bestow? 2,000? 4,000? She forcibly diverted her gaze to her student, a faint smile curving at the corners of her mouth. She realized she had taken on an extraordinary student. Zheng Changkong inhaled deeply, striving to free himself from the allure of the lottery wheel. He looked at the handsome youth a few meters away, his heart filled with astonishment. What divine vocation did Jiang Yubai possess? Why was he so extraordinarily gifted? Within the celestial prison, Zhu Yao's gaze was fixated on Jiang Yubai as he battled the urge to shatter the confines of the starry realm. His hands clenched and unclenched repeatedly. Uncle Zhu, have we made a grave mistake? Yuan Taiyu's message vividly appeared in Zhu Yao's mind. Upon seeing the notification, Yuan Taiyu's eyes instantly turned crimson. Had they known that this boy's lottery wheel could yield even higher rewards, they should have employed more tempered methods. He was filled with regret. In this world, there is no remedy for regret. Lamenting now is utterly futile, Zhu Yao thought as he sighed inwardly. In truth, he too felt remorseful. I have reported this matter to headquarters. This boy's vocation is unlike ordinary divine roles. It seems that President Fu will have to personally apologize to resolve this issue. Just then, a sharp voice rang out. Lu Qingsong, what do you intend to do? Shan Wenrui stood protectively beside Jiang Yubai, her gaze fixed warily on Lu Qingsong. Moments ago, she had noticed Lu Qingsong inching closer to Jiang Yubai. Yue's eyes sharpened, her black skirt swirling as if stirred by an unseen wind. Chapter 52, Lu Qingsong, Mystical Lottery, Witness My Skill. In a moment of excitement, Lu Qingsong realized his actions were inappropriate and hastily clarified. Do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill will towards Jiang Yubai. I was merely overwhelmed with excitement. He had initially believed that drawing 500 attribute points was the pinnacle of the lottery wheel's rewards. To his astonishment, there were even higher rewards. A staggering 1,000 attribute points. His excitement was palpable. As the principal of the Warrior Academy, Lu Qingsong always nurtured a fervent desire for strength. After ascending to the divine level, this ambition burned brighter than ever. It was clear that the lottery wheel resembled a mysterious treasure trove, capable of rendering him even more formidable. Thus, driven by impulse, he recklessly took that step. What a fool. A look of disdain flickered in Zeng Qinkong's eyes. Among the 6 principals of the Star Sea, Lu Qingsong was the one he held in the lowest regard. At this moment, he could hardly wish for a brawl to break out, as it would allow him to act against Lu Qingsong, consequently garnering the favor of Yue and the others, thus fulfilling Vice Dean Li's directive. Above the yellow, there might yet be even higher colored rewards. Zeng Qinkong's heart raced as he gazed at Jiang Yubai. No, I must draw once to see for myself. Yue and Shan Wenrui stood like statues, unwavering, ready to pounce like hungry tigers the moment Lu Qingsong made any sudden move. Bai Zhanhai also fixed his icy gaze on Lu Qingsong, an aura of murderous intent surrounding him. After confirming the distribution of the 1,000 attribute points multiple times, he finally relaxed. After ascending to mid-tier divine level, the experience required for each level up skyrocketed to millions, making progression exceedingly arduous. What is the essence of leveling up? To grow stronger, to gain attribute points and new skills. Now, with this opportunity to acquire attribute points and skills without leveling up, and to earn experience points as well, it was simply irresistible. 100 attribute points were trivial for Bai Zhanhai, but 1,000 attribute points could sustain him for a lifetime. To him, Jiang Yubai was now a treasure, a priceless gem. He was grateful that Yue had accepted Jiang Yubai as her personal student. Otherwise, he might have been in a corner, lamenting like Zhu Yao. Therefore, anyone who dared to harm Jiang Yubai would meet a swift end. Seeing this, Lu Qingsong's face flushed with anxiety. Zhu Yao was still within the celestial prison. How could he dare harbor ulterior motives towards Jiang Yubai? I truly mean no harm. I merely wish to ask if Jiang Yubai would like to draw once as well. Please do not misunderstand. I genuinely harbor no ill intentions. Observing Lu Qingsong's flustered demeanor, Yue and Shan Wenrui's wariness diminished significantly. They had not engaged in combat after all. Zhu Yao inwardly lamented the missed opportunity. Had a fight broken out, he would have had a chance to escape and abduct Jiang Yubai. Indeed, after witnessing the lottery wheel's potential, he felt drawn to Jiang Yubai once more. Zeng Qinkong chuckled silently, looking at Lu Qingsong with mocking disdain. You wish to draw? Bai Zhanhai can because of Yue. How could that boy allow you to? Really? Zeng Qinkong turned to Jiang Yubai, his expression incredulous, struggling to believe what he was witnessing. How could this boy permit Lu Qingsong to draw? Lu Qingsong had been disrespectful towards Yue from the very beginning. Jiang Yubai's allowance for Lu Qingsong to draw was, of course, in recognition of Lu Qingsong's assistance to Yue in dealing with Zhu Yao. Although Lu Qingsong had been disrespectful in tone, one thing did not negate the other. When the Star Sea Academy returned to purchase the lottery wheel, they could simply offer a higher price. Witnessing Lu Qingsong's fervor, Jiang Yubai finally understood why Yue had allowed Bai Zhanhai to draw in front of everyone. It was to showcase the value of the lottery wheel to both major official factions and the 2 prestigious academies. Naturally, Yue had a stake in this gamble as well, for she too was unaware of what color reward Bai Zhanhai would draw. Lu Qingsong took a deep breath, clasping his fists towards Jiang Yubai, and sincerely expressed, "Thank you." At that moment, Jiang Yubai's standing in his eyes far surpassed that of any other naturally gifted divine practitioner. This fellow, Zheng Chengkong seethed as he watched Lu Qingsong approach the lottery wheel, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. Such extraordinary luck today, indeed, seemed to flourish. Although the exact probabilities were unclear, unofficial estimates suggested that the chance of drawing thank you for your patronage exceeded 50. Bai Zhanhai's luck in drawing the yellow reward was simply fortuitous. You, lucky fool, I do not believe you can succeed. With this thought, Zheng Chengkong smirked coldly. Old hag, is it truly the case that one can win simply by drawing from this lottery wheel? Shan Wenrui whispered to Yue. You lack respect and discipline. I see you need a lesson. Yue reprimanded, her expression stern. All right, I was just joking. Did you take it seriously? Shan Wenrui said with a playful wink. Vice Dean, dear Vice Dean, may I speak now? Yue cast a helpless glance at Shan Wenrui and replied, no, the probability of thank you for your patronage exceeds 50. Such a scam. Shan Wenrui's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to Jiang Yubai. Scam indeed, Yue nodded seriously, asserting. Then I shall inform Little Bai that he need not draw again. No. Shan Wenrui, in a fit of urgency, grasped Yue's arm with both hands and began to shake it. If Bai Zhanhai can obtain 1,000 attribute points, then surely this young lady can as well. I beg you, esteemed Vice President, can I retract that statement? Yue let out a cold snort, seemingly forgiving Shan Wenrui. Jiang Yubai observed the scene with a mixture of amusement and incredulity. It was truly naive and whimsical of Shan Wenrui. Were it not for the composed demeanor of Luo Zui and Yue, he would have doubted whether this stunning beauty was indeed the head of the Astral Academy's Mage Institute. For she behaved like an eternal child. Hee, Little Bai brother, do I look beautiful? If so, gaze upon me a little longer, I don't mind at all. Upon noticing Jiang Yubai's gaze fixed upon her, Shan Wenrui playfully winked. Jiang Yubai immediately diverted his attention to Lu Qingsong. Instead of hastily participating in the lottery, Lu Qingsong first clasped his fists, bowing sincerely towards the lottery wheel. Puffed. Zheng Chengkong, witnessing this, couldn't suppress a mocking laugh, shaking his feather fan in derision. This is a lottery, not a ritual of prayer. Do you really think bowing will grant you luck? Lu Qingsong, focused solely on the lottery wheel, ignored Zheng Chengkong's taunts. Jiang Yubai, initially taken aback, then chuckled softly, shaking his head. Quite devout indeed. Shan Wenrui nodded in agreement. With such a high probability of winning, a touch of metaphysics is only fitting. Jiang Yubai's smile momentarily faltered. Goodness, the metaphysical lottery is truly astonishing. What on earth was going on in Shan Wenrui's mind? After bowing, Lu Qingsong retrieved 1,000 gold coins from his backpack, inhaling deeply as if gathering all his strength into his hands. His expression solemn as if cradling the world's most precious treasure, carefully holding the coins. The coins seemed to sprout wings, soaring into the lottery wheel. The wheel began to spin rapidly. Zheng Chengkong's fan shaking slowed, his eyes betraying a mixture of disdain and anxiety. He did not wish to witness Lu Qingsong winning a prize. Meanwhile, within the astral prison, Zhu Yao narrowed his eyes, resembling a poised tiger, fixated on the spinning wheel. Moments later, Jiang Yubai observed the slowing wheel, murmuring to himself. Were it not for the fact that all designated prizes for today had already been claimed, I might have considered giving him a chance, especially given Lu Qingsong's piety. I hope it isn't just a token of appreciation. As the wheel gradually came to a halt, the surrounding areas seemed to lose their vitality, the colors dimming instantaneously. Only the narrow section indicated by the multicolored pointer glimmered like a lit orange gem, radiating a dazzling glow. Orange, a legendary reward. Chapter 53, The Secret of the Lottery Wheel's Ability to Bestow Divine Rewards Unveiled? Jiang Yubai raised an eyebrow upon seeing the orange light. Could there truly be another adept? Bai Zhanhai obtaining a yellow reward was already a stroke of luck. Had Lu Qingsong become the favored one? Or was it possible that the metaphysical lottery genuinely yielded results? Jiang Yubai pondered, considering whether to allow his adopted son a chance at the metaphysical lottery upon returning to the Astral Academy. The lottery wheel was a product of transcendent skills. Its various colored rewards had fixed probabilities, unaffected by any equipment or accessories with luck attributes. In simpler terms, it was purely a matter of chance. Just look at Yue's lottery results. After so many attempts, she still hadn't surpassed Luo Zui, who had struck gold with a single try of 500 attribute points. The orange, legendary reward had indeed brought Lu Qingsong to a new height. Let us hope it isn't merely experience, gold, or attribute points. Jiang Yubai's heart raced, anticipation flooding his eyes. The house advantage now stood at 67 times. For rewards at the elite level or below, his gains would be post-upgrade. Whether it be skills, equipment, or pet eggs, a legendary reward doubling meant a divine reward. Orange. Yue's eyes widened uncontrollably, a surge of excitement erupting from her chest, prompting her to step forward involuntarily. Clenching her fists tightly, her breath quivered with exhilaration. Indeed, there were other colors of rewards. After deducing that the Lucky Blind Box lottery machine could yield divine Lucky Blind Boxes, she had speculated on the reward mechanism of the lottery wheel, harboring a faint belief that it might also bestow divine rewards. With Lu Qingsong's acquisition of the orange reward, Yue was further convinced. The lottery wheel could indeed yield divine rewards. Looking at her student, her eyes sparkled with joy and disbelief. She released a trembling breath, her face radiant with a smile. With both skills capable of yielding divine rewards, my student's future is destined to be unimaginable. Shan Wenrui, glancing at Yue, blinked in confusion upon seeing her beaming face. Why was the usually stern old witch smiling so joyfully? Could the orange reward be superior to the yellow one? Contemplating this, Shan Wenrui blinked again, gazing at the lottery wheel with astonishment. What? Zhu Yao's pupils contracted, his eyes widening in disbelief as he beheld the orange light. As if someone had plunged their hand into his chest and seized his heart. He stared at Jiang Yubai in utter shock, his mind reeling. There truly existed a reward of a higher tier than yellow. How could this be possible? Zhu Yao found it hard to accept what he was witnessing. Even with a natural divine vocation, this seemed excessively overpowered. No matter how formidable a natural divine vocation was, there were limits. He had encountered more than just Jiang Yubai among those with natural divine vocations. Core elite members of the Class Transfer Guild Alliance also possessed such abilities. What made a natural divine vocation powerful? It lay in the potency of their skills, in their rapid ascent. Setting aside Jiang Yubai's speed of growth, the intensity of his skills surpassed any natural divine vocation he had ever known or witnessed. The strength transcended his comprehension, exceeding dimensions. Zhu Yao inhaled deeply, yet could not calm his racing heart, for a shocking conjecture surfaced in his mind. Did rewards exist above the orange tier? If such rewards truly existed. His body trembled violently, and a wave of profound regret washed over him. A feather fan fluttered to the ground like a fallen leaf. Zheng Qinkong, still in the act of shaking his fan, gaped in astonishment at the lottery wheel. He was dumbfounded. No way. Had Lu Qingsong truly drawn a reward of an even higher color? Had the metaphysical lottery shown its efficacy? Was this not utterly outrageous? The astral scholar felt as though all eyes were upon him, each gaze striking his face like a series of slaps, painful, numbing, and hot. The words of mockery he had hurled at Lu Qingsong now transformed into daggers, piercing his heart and causing a dull ache. Damn it! Zheng Qinkong's eyes flashed with resentment and jealousy, his expression as grim as it could be. Truly a case of extraordinary luck. He lightly moved his fingers, summoning the fallen fan back to his hand. Zheng Qinkong glared at the astonished Lu Qingsong, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Humph, what does it matter if you win? The prize wheel of this lottery is a veritable cornucopia of rewards. Did you genuinely believe you could draw a skill book or equipment? You oaf. What you are destined to win are merely gold coins or experience points. The feather fan in Zheng Qinkong's hand slipped once more from his grasp as he stared, transfixed. At the words that materialized above the lottery wheel, his expression a tableau of disbelief. He was utterly flabbergasted. Congratulations. You have drawn the legendary skill book Shadow Erosion, Eternal Night, No Light One. A sharp intake of breath echoed in the air. Shan Wenrui's beautiful eyes widened, her exquisitely shaped face a mask of incredulity. At last, she comprehended why Yue had been grinning so joyfully. This contraption could indeed yield a legendary skill book. In the next moment, Shan Wenrui clenched her teeth in quiet fury. Yue, you thief! Return my precious student. I shall duel you upon our return to the academy. In the message sent by Luo Ziwei, there was a suggestion that she should take Jiang Yubai as her personal disciple. A vehement suggestion. Cursed old hag. Shan Wenrui felt herself teetering on the brink of madness. Equally astonished was Bai Zhanhai. This seasoned general, accustomed to the chaos of battle, found his composure shattered in an instant. There was no way to remain calm. He was still reveling in the joy of having drawn 1,000 attribute points. A grin plastered across his face. Yet, someone else had drawn even better. The first holy ground of humanity, the academy, had buffs, did it? Bai Zhanhai's gaze towards Jiang Yubai shifted, tinged with envy. It transformed into a ravenous glare, akin to that of a wolf starved for 3 days, laying eyes upon a tender lamb. A potent urge surged within him. Snatch Jiang Yubai away. If our Starry Sky mercenaries could acquire this talent, our prosperity would endure for another millennium. Ultimately, he managed to suppress this impulse. The Xingyu Academy is not to be trifled with. If I were to abduct this lad, inciting the wrath of the Starry Sky Academy, the venerable figures would surely come knocking at my door today. Best to let it go. Bai Zhanhai, however, was not willing to concede defeat so easily. He pondered seriously. Perhaps I should contact the 2 military lords to see if they would be willing to step down and allow this lad to take the helm of the Starry Sky mercenaries. Chapter 54. Zheng Qinkong. I want to draw. Jiang Yubai, you wish. Gazing at the lottery wheel, Jiang Yubai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he suddenly seized his arm. Casting a puzzled glance around. How curious, he thought. Why do I have goosebumps? Shaking his head, he once again fixed his gaze upon the lottery wheel, his heart racing with anticipation. Lu Qingsong had drawn a skill book. Jiang Yubai's heart raced. Could it be that he might acquire a divine skill? With such thoughts, his heartbeat quickened further. Moments later, 2 lines of prompts materialized before his eyes. You have gained 100 experience points. You have obtained the legendary skill book Shadow Erosion, Eternal Night, No light 67. Jiang Yubai's smile froze, his eyes wide with astonishment. The reward did not level up. It was not a divine skill. He stared at the 67 copies of Shadow Erosion, Eternal Night, No Light in his backpack and let out a slow sigh. Was it the insufficient multiplier that prevented the reward from leveling up? He had suspected as much all along. The lower, intermediate, advanced, and elite tiers, indicated by purple, blue, cyan, and green rewards, would only double after the house's multiplier reached 10 times. This was a detail he had long noted. It appeared that the house's multiplier must reach at least 100 times before elite-level rewards would level up. Perhaps, the requirements for leveling up legendary skill books, equipment, or pet eggs were even higher. To claim that he was not disappointed would be a lie. An extraordinary lottery master with no divine skills to boast of course, excluding the lottery wheel and the lucky blind boxes. However, that would change soon. Once he reached the Starry Sky Academy, his level would swiftly ascend to 100. At which point epic-level rewards should double, and he would gain a third skill. Jiang Yubai gazed at the house's skill, letting his fleeting disappointment transform into anticipation. The house's multiplier has the potential for limitless growth, at least for now. 10-fold rewards, doubling elite level and below rewards. What of a 100-fold reward? 1,000-fold? If a lottery participant were to draw a divine reward, would he then receive a super divine reward? Truly, such a super divine skill possesses an effect that is nothing short of a game-changer. Jiang Yubai marveled internally before proceeding to learn Shadow Erosion, Eternal Night, No Light. Skill slot, 10 available. Shadow Erosion, Eternal Night, No Light. Main passive LV 100 upon active release. The assassin transforms into Void Shadow for 10 seconds, during which they ignore all physical and magical attacks, leaving behind a dark erosion field that lasts for 15 seconds along their path. Any enemy entering the field will be silenced and will continuously lose health. The loss is based on the target's lost health. Should an enemy perish within the field, their corpse will explode, dealing area of effect true damage. Passive effect. Every successful assassination resets the cooldown of all movement skills. Shadows are not curtains that obscure light. They are the abyss that devours existence. The final imprint of the ancient Shadowborn clan. This technique requires the soul of the caster as a medium. It is said that those who master it to the pinnacle can plunge an entire royal city into eternal darkness. The Dark Erosion Field. A look of delight blossomed in Jiang Yubai's eyes. It was indeed a top-tier legendary skill. Upon ascending from legendary to divine, the skill transforms into a domain, exerting control over laws. The so-called skill domain refers to skills possessing area effects. A top-tier legendary skill inherently embodies such an effect, although, like the Holy Sword of Judgment, it could only be wielded at level 100. Given his rapid leveling speed, he would soon reach that milestone. I recall my grandfather mentioning that legendary assassin skills with domain effects are referred to as ultimate assassination mysteries. A satisfied smile spread across Jiang Yubai's face. The ultimate assassination mystery skill is exceedingly rare, and yet I possess as many as 66 copies. Yet, he found himself in a quandary. He was momentarily at a loss as to how to manage the 66 copies. Surely, he could not allow them to languish in his backpack gathering dust. It turned out that possessing an abundance of the same skill book could also be a delightful dilemma. Lu Qingsong gazed at the Shadow Erosion, Eternal Night. No light within his backpack, overwhelmed with elation and excitement. Though it was not a warrior-type skill book, he was acutely aware of the value of Shadow Erosion, Eternal Night. No light. A skill with a domain effect. It was indeed the ultimate assassination mystery for assassins. Lu Qingsong boasted over 30 legendary skills in his skill slots. Yet none possessed a domain effect. For beings of their caliber, domain effect legendary skills were treasures both coveted and rare. Even after ascending to divine status, he yearned for a legendary skill with a domain effect. Now, he had obtained one through the lottery. Absurd. Extraordinary. With this copy of Shadow Erosion, Eternal Night, No Light, I can undoubtedly trade for a domain effect legendary skill suited for warriors. What a splendid fortune. Lu Qingsong's eyes glistened with fervor. Should he succeed in acquiring a domain effect legendary skill for warriors, not only would his strength see a significant enhancement, but the dangers faced in the advancement to mid-tier divine tasks would also diminish. One could say that this singular skill book would elevate his chances of ascending to mid-tier divine status by at least half a degree. One must never underestimate this modest achievement. It is sufficient to entice even the low-tier divine professionals. He cast a glance at Jiang Yubai, and then, much to the astonishment of those present, solemnly clasped his fists in salute, his voice deep and resonant. Young friend Jiang, I am immensely grateful. I, Lu Qingsong, owe you a favor. Should there come a time when you require my assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me, and I shall exert myself to the fullest. Jiang Yubai smiled and nodded. The favor of a top-tier low-level divine expert is undeniably valuable. One cannot deny that Lu Qingsong is indeed fortunate. The shadow eclipse of Eternal Night possesses domain-like effects, a skill that this marshal greatly envies. Bai Zhanhai lamented, suddenly finding his 1,000 attribute points rather unappealing. He too yearned for a legendary skill book. Yue subtly nodded, her envy palpable. Legendary skills with domain effects are coveted even by mid-tier divine professionals like themselves. Once learned and enhanced through occupational reinforcement and divine power, their efficacy rivals that of low-tier divine skills. Cough cough. Bai Zhanhai feigned a couple of coughs. Regarding Jiang Yubai with a warm and amiable smile, his tone gentle as he inquired, "Young Jiang, might I draw again? Set the price as you see fit." Heh. Was he envious upon witnessing Lu Qingsong draw a legendary skill book? Jiang Yubai remained silent, instead glancing towards his mentor. Yue replied coolly, "No, Bai Zhanhai." At that moment, Zheng Qinkong, who had spoken little thus far, approached with a bright smile. Unbeknownst to them, he had retrieved his feather fan once more. "Haha, young friend Jiang," Zheng Qinkong beamed, gesturing towards the prize wheel with his fan, weighing his words. "I have yet to draw. Both Marshal Bai and Dean Lu have already done so. Might I not also have a turn?" Yue and Bai Zhanhai both expressed envy, and he became even more eager. If Lu Qingsong could draw, surely the rewards Zheng Qinkong could obtain would surpass his. At this, everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards Yue. Just moments ago, Bai Zhanhai had sought to change the prize wheel for another draw, and Jiang Yubai had intended to consult Yue's opinion. This time, it would undoubtedly be the same. Yet, at that very instant, Jiang Yubai's voice rang out, his expression impassive as he stated, "No." Chapter 55. The Two Great Sanctuaries and Academies. Two major official forces can no longer remain idle. The reasoning behind denying Zheng Qinkong the opportunity to draw was straightforward. This individual had harbored ulterior motives from the very beginning. His intention was to reap the benefits from the sidelines. With schemes so transparent, they could be thrown in Jiang Yubai's face. Even when he had previously confronted Zhu Yao, it was only because of Lu Qingsong's remark regarding the three great sanctuaries being interconnected that he had reluctantly chosen to side with them. This character was far too cunning. He still wished to draw? What an absurd notion. Jiang Yubai would never allow such a person to partake in the drawing. Did he truly believe that everyone else was blind? Zheng Qinkong's smile gradually froze. A wave of indignation surged from his heart to the crown of his head. He tightened his grip on the feather fan, the dark veins on the back of his hand standing out prominently. How dare he refuse? How dare this lad? Zheng Qinkong was seething with fury, yet he dared not voice his anger. He could not afford to offend a prize wheel that could yield legendary rewards. If he ended up provoking them to the extent that the Xingyu Academy could not even obtain a single prize wheel, he would bear the consequences. Bai Zhanhai noticed the tension in Zheng Qinkong's hands and shook his head subtly. "Ah, Zheng Qinkong, for all your cleverness as a member of the Xingyu Academy, you have fallen victim to your own cunning." Yue regarded Zheng Qinkong with a cold gaze, her eyes seemingly capable of piercing through his very being. If Jiang Yubai could discern the truth, she certainly could as well, and her insight was deeper than his. Zheng Qinkong's ambitions went beyond merely reaping benefits. With Jiang Yubai's assistance, the Stargazing Academy would soon surpass the Xingyu Academy, and this was inevitable. The competition for ranking among the three great sanctuaries had a long history, entangled with the cosmic secret realms and the distribution of starry dungeons, with stakes far beyond imagination. Zheng Qinkong harbored thoughts of destruction should he find himself unable to possess. Yue had brought Jiang Yubai into the starry domain not merely to guard against Zhu Yao, but also against the former comrade, Zheng Qinkong. She deduced that if she had not brought Jiang Yubai into the starry domain, Zheng Qinkong would have likely taken action against him. Of course, all of this was merely her conjecture. Since Zheng Qinkong had not acted, she refrained from confronting him. Therefore, even if Jiang Yubai had genuinely agreed to let Zheng Qinkong draw, she would have intervened to refuse. Lu Qingsong observed the stiff smile on Zheng Qinkong's face, feeling an indescribable sense of satisfaction. He had long harbored disdain for Zheng Qinkong. "Zheng Qinkong, are your ears deaf? Did you not hear young friend Zhang's words?" He sneered. "Would you like me to repeat it for you, Dean Lu?" Zheng Qinkong slowly retracted his smile, his eyes flashing with coldness and resentment. Jiang Yubai had humiliated him before Lu Qingsong. He suppressed his fury, fixing a frigid gaze upon Lu Qingsong as he replied, "No need to repeat. My hearing is just fine." With that, Zheng Qinkong took a few steps back. Shan Wenrui scoffed, muttering something under her breath, seemingly expressing her disdain for his pretentiousness. Jiang Tianhe, standing behind Jiang Yubai, exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. Though Yue and the others were present, he still worried that Zheng Qinkong, in a fit of embarrassment, might turn against Jiang Yubai. His precious grandson must not come to any harm. Just then, a tremor reverberated through the starry cage. The previously stable flow of starlight surged brilliantly, and the starry cage began to expand visibly, shaking violently, teetering on the brink of collapse. Jiang Yubai's expression changed. Zhu Yao was attempting to break free from the starry cage. It was the blood yama of the demon god. "This is bad." Both Yue and Bai Zhanhai's expressions shifted. Ready to take action. Snap. Shan Wenrui, her expression steely, snapped her fingers. Instantly, a layer of iridescent light appeared around the starry cage. With the emergence of this multicolored radiance, the starry cage stabilized once more. "Humph." Shan Wenrui coldly laughed. "Zhu Yao, you cunning old fox. Do you think I am unaware of your tricks?" You still wish to escape? Stay put. Yu Yue and Bai Zhanhai appeared on either side of the cage, their gazes warily fixed on the transformed Zhu Yao. When did you set this up? As the crimson mist enveloped the area, Zhu Yao's hoarse, deep voice resonated, and he realized that her earlier proximity was to establish a second layer of sealing magic. What else? Shan Wenrui placed her hands on her hips, glaring at Zhu Yao. I have been keeping a close watch on you. Heh, I underestimated you, Dean Shan. With the crimson mist dissipating, Zhu Yao reappeared at the same spot, an expressionless visage indicating as if nothing had transpired. The smiling ghost was, after all, a reference to his profession as a demon god. Jiang Yubai mused thoughtfully. In the world of universal job transitions, professions are intriguingly diverse. Among them, the demon warrior class is particularly unique. Yu Yue cast a glance at Yuan Taiyu beside her, causing him to instinctively retreat a step, engulfed by a mix of anger, urgency, and frustration. Zhu Yao had taken action without informing him beforehand. Had he known, he would have certainly advised Zhu Yao against such impulsiveness. In light of this, he quickly sent a message. Uncle Zhu, have you not always refrained from engaging in futile endeavors? Upon receiving the message, Zhu Yao shot a cold glance at Yuan Taiyu, who promptly shrank back, silenced by fear. Uneasy, Yu Yue reinforced the starry cage with her skills, an action deemed unnecessary by Shan Wenrui, who muttered in response. Observing this, Bai Zhanhai decided to employ his own abilities for reinforcement. At their level, their skill combinations were quite comprehensive. Yu Yue intercepted Bai Zhanhai, directly exposing his intentions, stating, Are you, Marshal Bai Zhan, hoping to accompany us back to the Starry Academy? Caught off guard, Bai Zhanhai scratched his brow and chuckled. This marshal is merely concerned for the safety of Jiang Xiaoyu. Shan Wenrui scoffed and rolled her eyes. No need for your concern. Marshal Bai Zhan, Chancellor Helion has already urged our return. Yu Yue shook her head. Upon hearing the name Helion, Bai Zhanhai's expression turned serious as he nodded. Very well. Then we shall meet again at the academy. A profound starry sky emerged behind Yu Yue as she waved her hand, causing the starry cage and Yuan Taiyu to transform into two beams of starlight, vanishing into the void. Jiang Yubai narrowed his eyes as Zhu Yao cast a cheerful glance in his direction before entering Yu Yue's starry realm. Xiaobai, it's time to go, Yu Yue said. Nodding at Jiang Yubai, he turned, casting a reluctant glance back at his grandfather. Jiang Tianhe smiled kindly, ruffling Jiang Yubai's hair, and softly encouraged him. Go ahead. Jiang Yubai pursed his lips and informed Yu Yue. Minter, Song Xiaohan has not yet arrived. He is already here, interjected Luo Zhiwei, pointing beside her. Jiang Yubai looked over to find Song Xiaohan gazing at him with palpable excitement. After bidding their farewells, Yu Yue, Shan Wenrui, Jiang Yubai, Song Xiaohan, and Luo Zhiwei entered the teleportation passage and disappeared from sight. Once Jiang Yubai and the others had departed, Lu Qingsong immediately clasped his fists toward Jiang Tianhe, saying, City Lord Jiang, I must return to the academy to report. I shall take my leave first. Jiang Tianhe, taken aback, replied, Director Lu, safe travels. Lu Qingsong nodded, casting a glance at Zheng Qinkong before striding purposefully into the teleportation passage, vanishing from view. Bai Zhanhai eyed the lottery wheel left behind by Jiang Yubai, and then glanced at Zheng Qinkong, who was fixated on it. With an indifferent demeanor, he remarked, Director Zheng, are you planning to stay for dinner? Zheng Qinkong snorted, his expression reflecting discontent as he regarded Bai Zhanhai. He was not leaving because he yearned for the lottery. He was unwilling to leave empty-handed. Bai Zhanhai calmly warned, Director Zheng, I must remind you that if you dare to partake in the lottery, I will inform Jiang Xiaoyu. Before Jiang Yubai's departure, he had added him as a friend, and Lu Qingsong had also taken the initiative to do the same. Zheng Qinkong's expression flickered as he contemplated. Given his status, he had no reason to fear Bai Zhanhai. Yet he was concerned that upsetting Jiang Yubai might adversely affect the distribution of lottery wheels in the Star Universe. After a moment of silence, Zheng Qinkong turned and departed without a word. Jiang Tianhe sighed with relief and clasped his hands toward Bai Zhanhai, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Marshal Bai Zhan. Bai Zhanhai waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. It's a trivial matter. Director Zheng is unlikely to return, so rest assured. Jiang Tianhe nodded, but noticed Bai Zhanhai seemed hesitant, frequently glancing at the lottery wheel before him. Understanding dawned upon him, and he jested. Marshal Bai Zhan, are you hoping to let your subordinates take part in the lottery? Indeed. If it's not too much trouble? Bai Zhanhai replied with a hearty laugh, promptly summoning his subordinates from the Ninth Army, who had temporarily vacated the city lord's mansion, to line up for entry. President, it should be fine now, right? Jiang Fei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, watching the disappearing Allied forces and Ninth Army. Feeling a sense of relief wash over him, Zhan Shi released his clenched fists, palms slick with perspiration, exhaling deeply as he said, It seems we are in the clear. Thank goodness, we VE survived. I was terrified my heart might give out. I thought for sure I was done for, but it turned out to be a false alarm. The higher-ups of the Zhan Shi Guild collectively exhaled, some even collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. It's over. The blood-red cloak, which had remained still for quite some time, began to flutter gently as it observed the vanishing Ninth Army. Indeed, The crisis in Tianzong City has finally passed. Long Yun's expression revealed a hint of trepidation. When celestial beings engage in combat, mere mortals suffer the consequences. If divine-level powers truly clashed, even the residual shockwaves could easily obliterate both of them, who were merely of epic caliber. Thankfully, a divine-level battle did not erupt. The blood-red figure's eyes darted toward the city lord's mansion, pondering what had transpired within. This president is also curious. Perhaps it is best to wait until tomorrow to visit City Lord Jiang. Long Yun tempered his impulse. Then let us convene tomorrow. With that, the blood-red figure took to the skies. Long Yun gazed at the city lord's mansion, his expression one of confusion. The crisis within the city lord's mansion was undoubtedly connected to the lottery wheel, yet why had it converged in Tianzong City rather than other cities? In the Ursa Major Star Maze, the headquarters of the Starry Mercenaries, an elderly man clad in a raincoat and straw hat sat cross-legged in the boundless void, holding an ordinary bamboo fishing rod. A red silk line descended from the tip of the rod into the emptiness below. His visage was aged, yet his forehead was remarkably full, and he appeared to be dozing. Suddenly, the old man's eyes snapped open, and a deep, weathered gaze met a dialogue box that materialized before him. Within the box was a message from Baijian Hai, detailing the events that had transpired within the city lord's mansion in Tianzong City. At the end of the message, he wrote, Lord Ganyang, I have an overwhelming premonition that the emergence of Jiang Yubai signifies the dawn of a prosperous era for our human race. Whosoever claims this child shall claim the world. Shock flickered in Ganyang Ryu's aged eyes as he withdrew a legendary skill book, hinting at the possibility of divine-level rewards. Just then, the bamboo rod trembled violently. A fish was on the line. Ganyang Ryu grasped the rod and gently pulled upward. With a splash, the once tranquil void erupted into a churning sea of colorless waves. Ganyang Ryu's eyes sparkled with delight as he smiled. A leader-level void creature? Perhaps a sizable catch, just the perfect gift, a double fortune today. As his words fell, a massive creature broke the surface of the water. Moments later, Ganyang Ryu surveyed the now tranquil void, reeling in the rod and turning toward the direction of the Star Maze's teleportation passage. 5 lottery wheels are insufficient. It seems I must pay that old fellow Hellion a visit and reminisce. In the Sea of Stars illusion within the Vega Star system. At the residence of the Starry Academy, the high-ranking officials of the Academy, including the deans and above, were all present. Esteemed colleagues, you are all now aware of the news relayed by Director Liu. Please, share your thoughts. The Vice Director, Sang Fanji, presiding over the meeting, bore a solemn expression, and in the depths of his eyes flowed an unending river of destiny. His fingertips gently caressed the heavenly mechanism compass, hanging before his chest, each engraved line shimmering with the radiance of cause and effect. Upon closer inspection, one might discern that 2 of the markings on this high-tier artifact had fractured from the center. The prospect of obtaining a legendary skill tome renders the value of the lottery wheel immeasurable. Surely, half of the 40 lottery wheels ought to belong to our Star C. Half. I propose we find a way to bring him over. Director Li's words ring true. With Jiang Yubai now a student of our Star C Academy, the lottery wheels will naturally be ours. The fact that Vice Director Sang cannot ascertain the nature of this youth's profession signifies something profound. It indicates that the lottery wheel undoubtedly harbors divine-level rewards, and we must seize them at any cost. Indeed, if we do not act swiftly, our Star C Academy will inevitably be overshadowed by the Celestial Academy. As the assembly below erupted in a symphony of voices, soon consensus was reached. Sang Fanji's fingers traced the fractured markings as he awaited silence. When the clamor subsided, he spoke. Director Chu is presently within the Celestial Tower and cannot return in the short term. If we attempt to contest for Jiang Yubai, who among us can stand against the might of the world? At this pronouncement, silence enveloped the room. The weight of his words, the measure of the world, evoked the image of the first human power, a being no one dared to provoke. Chapter 56. The pinnacle forces of humanity stir into action. All are converging towards Jiang Yubai. Noticing the silence below, Sang Fanji stowed away the heavenly mechanism compass and rose to his feet. I shall personally make the journey. I have already sent word for Director Liu to expedite her arrival at the Celestial Academy. Upon witnessing this, the other directors promptly rose as well. Vice Director, while we may not acquire the individual, the more lottery wheels, the better. The 3 sacred grounds and the official 3 major powers cannot possibly divide them sufficiently. We must secure at least 10 of the 40 lottery wheels. The Universal Bank Limited has yet to receive any news. Vice Director, you must ensure you obtain those 10 lottery wheels. It would be ideal if Jiang Yubai could join our guild within the Celestial Academy, they urged. Without responding, Sang Fanji departed, gradually vanishing from sight. At the teleportation square, beside the teleportation passage, stood a youth clad in silver-threaded star robes, arms crossed behind his back, exuding an air of innate pride. A golden divine pattern adorned his forehead, signifying the apostle of fate, a birthright divine vocation. Upon witnessing Sang Fanji's arrival, the youth merely inclined his head slightly, his tone indifferent. Mentor. This individual was none other than this year's birthright divine vocation, Bo Feiyang. Sang Fanji's gaze was profound. as if peering into the very fabric of fate itself. This time, you shall accompany me to the Celestial Academy to discern the characteristics of Jiang Yubai's profession. This matter holds great significance. A smirk played at the corners of Bo Feiyang's lips, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes as he nodded in agreement. With the onset of the Cosmic Star Saga, each time a birthright divine vocation appeared, only one emerged. Yet this time, a second divine vocation had manifested, seemingly more formidable than his own. The emergence of Jiang Yubai ignited within Bo Feiyang a sense of rivalry regarding his own standing. I shall see for myself whether your vocation surpasses mine or vice versa. The two of them entered the teleportation passage in succession, vanishing from sight. Within the realm of the Starry Academy, nestled atop the celestial heights of the Pegasus Galaxy, in a garden adorned with a multitude of vibrant blossoms. Vice-directorly, the events unfolded as such. Above a flower the size of a human head, the ethereal projection of Zheng Chengkong reported respectfully to a woman who was meticulously pruning the branches of flora. The woman donned a court gown of dark hues with golden filigree, embroidered with celestial star maps, her movements among the blooms as graceful as a flowing night sky. Her hair was elegantly styled, secured with a frost phoenix hairpin. Li Zhaoli turned, appearing to be in her 30s or 40s, her complexion pale nearly to transparency, yet her lips as vibrant as cinnabar. In ancient times, she would have been a captivating empress. However, the sharpness of her brows and eyes lent her beauty an edge of severity. Li Zhaoli regarded Zheng Chengkong, her pupils hinting at the dissolution of a cosmic river, and with a cold chuckle remarked, "Yuemoon, that little vixen, is still as swift as ever." Zheng Chengkong bowed his head, seemingly oblivious to her words. With a decisive snip, she severed the stem of a weeping blood-blue flower with the silver scissors in her hand. "Yuemoon, do you even deserve to be the mentor of a birthright divine vocation?" Li Zhaoli's demeanor was as frigid as ice, her fingertips crushing the fallen petals, crimson sap trickling down her porcelain wrist. Zheng Chengkong's projection tensed instantly. Bowing his head even lower, Li Zhaoli suddenly lifted her gaze, her eyes reflecting the explosion of stars as they met his. "You are to visit the headquarters of the Universal Bank and deliver news regarding Jiang Yubai directly to Bai Jing. I assisted him once on the outer battlefield years ago. It is time for him to repay the favor. Inform him I shall await him outside the Starry Academy." Understood. With the closing of the petals of the US Shadow Eye flower, Zheng Chengkong's projection vanished without a trace. Li Zhaoli casually tossed the remnants of the blossoms into the air, the petals igniting into ashes before they could touch the ground. "Yuemoon, do you think to elevate yourself by stepping on the head of this vice-director through a mere student? Dream on. I shall always keep you beneath my heel." Within the ethereal, colorful passage, Jiang Yubai and Yuemoon sat cross-legged on the ground. "Little Bai, don't linger with Yuemoon. Come, follow your good sister, one to you?" Shan Wenrui sat beside Jiang Yubai, her gaze fervently fixed on the handsome youth before her. "I will soon ascend to mid-tier divine level. Please consider it." That student extends early congratulations to Director Shan, Jiang Yubai thought with an inward smile. Ever since entering the teleportation passage, Shan Wenrui had clung to him, insisting he become her personal disciple. "However, as I am currently the only personal disciple of my mentor, I cannot follow Director Shan any longer." Seated at the front, Yuemoon, who had been feigning sleep with closed eyes, now bore a smile at the exchange. Upon being once again rebuffed, Shan Wenrui bore no offense. Instead, her mind began to devise other schemes. This spectacle left Song Xiaohan, who sat nearby, enviously astonished. He gazed at Jiang Yubai, silently pondering. Could it be that Jiang Yubai is immune to temptation? If given the choice, he would undoubtedly choose Shan Wenrui as his mentor. Who could resist such a charming, melodious beauty? "Ziwei," Shan Wenrui suddenly called out. "Mentor, I am here." Luo Ziwei promptly approached. Shan Wenrui cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yubai and stated, "I'm hungry. Mentor, could you conjure some delectable dishes? No need for extravagance. Just 8 or 10 would suffice." Jiang Yubai and Song Xiaohan exchanged curious glances, both intrigued by Luo Ziwei's culinary prowess. "Yes," Luo Ziwei replied, then closed her eyes. Seeing Jiang Yubai's interest piqued, Shan Wenrui smirked and added, "Aside from being an outstanding mage, Ziwei is also an exceptional gourmet." "A gourmet?" Jiang Yubai exclaimed, taken aback. Song Xiaohan, already incredulous, gasped, "A second profession? You've got an average appearance, but your wits are quite sharp." Shan Wenrui nodded, slightly smug. "Indeed. Being a gourmet is Ziwei's second profession." Hiss. Song Xiaohan inhaled sharply. Luo Ziwei was, in fact, a remarkably rare dual-profession awakener, and Jiang Yubai regarded her with newfound seriousness. The dual-class awakeners are indeed a rarity, second only to the naturally gifted divine practitioner like him. Little did he anticipate that Luo Ziwei was also a skilled artisan. Before long, Luo Ziwei had prepared 10 exquisite dishes that tantalized both the eyes and the palate. Shan Wenrui waved her hand, conjuring a small round table accompanied by 3 stools. She eagerly took a seat on one of the stools and exclaimed, "Ziwei Xiaobai, please. Sit down." Jiang Yubai glanced at Yue, ready to speak, but was interrupted by Yue's voice. Go ahead and eat. I'm not hungry. Ziwei's culinary creations are renowned as one of the 3 wonders of the academy. Savor them well. Jiang Yubai nodded, filled with anticipation as he joined Luo Ziwei at the table. Song Xiaohan interjected, what about me? He could only gaze enviously at Luo Ziwei as she placed dish after dish on the table. Shan Wenrui's eyes sparkled with excitement as she began to announce the dishes like a connoisseur. The first dish is my favorite, the Starflame grilled dragon ribs. Sourced from the Scarlet Flame Star Dragon. The mention of the Scarlet Flame Star Dragon caused Song Xiaohan's eyes to widen in astonishment. As the heir of the Tsang clan commerce, he had heard tales of the Scarlet Flame Star Dragon, an epic-level creature. Jiang Yubai was equally astonished, his surprise quickly morphing into eager anticipation. Shan Wenrui's eyes gleamed as she continued. Frosty crystal nectar soup, void stir-fried stardust shrimp, golden honey-brewed phoenix wings, an emerald spirit vegetable salad, and there's even my favorite, the dreaming sweet star cake. Ziwei, come here and let me have a taste. Upon hearing this, Luo Ziwei's face flushed a lovely shade of red. Shan Wenrui, not yet satisfied, exclaimed, ah, this is the ghostly demon mushroom bone soup. And it even includes Thundercrisp Skyhawk talents. I've wanted to eat this for so long, but you never made it for me. My dear Ziwei, hurry over and let your good sister have a taste. I truly adore you, my darling. Luo Ziwei cast a quick glance at Jiang Yubai before lowering her gaze. These 10 dishes represented a significant investment. She had nearly exhausted her stock of high-end ingredients accumulated over time, all in an effort to bridge the gap between herself and Jiang Yubai, to cultivate opportunities for communication, and to increase her chances of winning future lotteries. With Jiang Tianhe and Lu Qingcang as precedents, she believed her skilled hands could yield legendary skill books. As for divine rewards, she dared not even entertain such thoughts at present. Jiang Yubai was oblivious to Luo Ziwei's glance. His attention was wholly captivated by the array of culinary delights before him. The flames of the Starflame grilled dragon ribs danced enticingly on the plate without burning, while the frosty crystal nectar soup had frost flowers forming along the rim of the bowl. Song Xiaohan stared longingly, nearly drooling. Yet he could only inhale the delectable aroma with yearning eyes. Shan Wenrui picked up a piece of the golden honey-brewed phoenix wings, smiling at Jiang Yubai. Xiaobai, do try this. I assure it will leave you longing for more. As soon as Jiang Yubai took a bite, a warm wave surged through his limbs, making him feel lighter. Luo Ziwei sat quietly, the corners of her mouth curving upwards, clearly pleased with her culinary prowess. Although Yue sat with her eyes closed in meditation, her nose twitched slightly, betraying her rising appetite stirred by the delicious scents, yet she refrained from joining in, recalling her earlier comments. Had she known Luo Ziwei would be so generous, she would have never spoken that way. Yue thought to herself, this little girl is quite willing to spend lavishly to please Xiaobai. The value of these 10 dishes exceeds 100,000 gold coins. But I wonder what other intention she harbors. Just then, a notification box appeared before her. Upon reading its contents, her expression shifted slightly, her lips turning cold. The Cosmic Bank had learned of this so quickly, it seemed someone had leaked information. Who could it be? Figures such as Lu Qingcang, Zheng Qingkong, and Qi Yan flashed through her mind, eventually settling on Zheng Qingkong. Li Zhaoli. A cold glint flickered in her eyes. It had to be that venomous woman who had leaked the news to the Cosmic Bank. In the following hour, a continuous stream of notification boxes appeared before her. Some probing, others congratulating her on receiving a student, and some directly inquiring about the lottery wheel. Major organizations, the 3 prominent sanctuaries, and even figures of the dean level within the Starry Sky Academy reached out to her. Notably, after reading a message personally sent by the head of the Hellion House, her expression grew serious. The vice president of the Starry Sea Sangfan, Bai Jin, the current head of the Bai family, and the commander of the Gonyang Ryu military, as well as the president of the Transition Guild Alliance, were all involved. Jiang Yubai had stirred a multitude of influential figures, so many that even the Starry Sky Academy had to treat the matter with utmost gravity. The words she had spoken earlier, hinting at even greater movements to come, had now come to fruition. Chapter 57. Has he become the contemporary leader before even entering the academy? The Starry Sky Academy comprises 5 major colleges, encompassing the 6 professional systems of class changers. The Warrior Academy, headed by Dean In Haiji. After indulging in the sumptuous feast, Jiang Yubai began to learn about the Starry Sky Academy through Luo Ziwei. Luo Ziwei, who had been hoping for a chance to converse with Jiang Yubai, found herself impeded by Yue and Shan Wenrui, thus seizing this opportunity to strengthen their bond and provide Jiang Yubai with all the information she could. The Mage Academy is led by my mentor, Luo Ziwei said. Shan Wenrui, having satisfied her hunger, reclined on her soft bedding and cast a displeased glance at Luo Ziwei. Why did you introduce the Warrior Academy first, which is led by that gambling Fulin? Are you trying to bolster the spirit of others while diminishing our own? Luo Ziwei pressed her lips together. Shan Wenrui insisted, introduce it again. Jiang Yubai and Song Xiaohan chimed in yes. Luo Ziwei nodded slightly, and indeed began to reintroduce the Mage Academy. Song Xiaohan suddenly felt that Jiang Yubai becoming Yue's disciple was quite beneficial. At least Yue did not meddle excessively in Jiang Yubai's affairs. The Assassin Academy is led by Dongfang Yingyu. The Defense Academy is helmed by Dean Shi Wanchuan. And the final academy is the Support and Life Academy, overseen by Dean Lu Guanyu. Song Xiaohan exclaimed, Warrior Academy, Mage Academy, Assassin Academy, Defense Academy, and the Support and Life Academy. Who came up with such straightforward names? Jiang Yubai nodded, recognizing their simplicity was indeed striking. The current dean changed them. Shan Wenrui turned over on her bed. Previously, the Mage Academy was called the Academy of Truth S Flame, the Warrior Academy was known as the Soul Forge of War, and the Assassin Academy was called the Blade of Darkness. Helian Huangsheng believed they were too esoteric for students to remember, so he opted for names that were more accessible. Yu Yue, sitting cross-legged, could not help but admonish lightly, to address the dean by name so casually. How disrespectful. Shan Wenrui retorted, what of it? I've addressed him in front of the dean before. Yu Yue was immediately left speechless. Thankfully, her adoptive father had not enrolled under Shan's tutelage. Song Xiaohan wiped his brow, which was not sweaty, secretly admiring his adoptive father's resolute spirit. Jiang Yubai felt a sense of puzzlement. Why is Dean Shan so audacious? Referring to her mentor as an old witch and directly calling the current dean by name. How is it that her mentor is unfazed by this? Luo Ziwei continued. In a few days, the academy's self-examination will take place, so there is still over a month until this year's new students enroll. Song Xiaohan, you should be assigned to the new student dormitory of either the Warrior or Defense Academy. Song Xiaohan nodded. As an S-class Obsidian Shield Warrior, my profession lies between the Warrior and Defense categories. Naturally, if given a choice, Song Xiaohan would opt for the Warrior Academy, in a balance of offense and defense. He would undoubtedly prefer to be the aggressor. Luo Ziwei's onyx-like almond eyes turned towards Jiang Yubai, hesitating. As for you, Xiaobai, the head of the academy has already made arrangements. Xiaobai, you will reside in ZY number 1 courtyard. The voice of Yu Yue resonated. Suddenly, Shan Wenrui sat up in bed, gazing incredulously at Jiang Yubai, exclaiming, ZY number 1 courtyard. Luo Ziwei's eyes quivered slightly, clearly astonished by this news. What? Yu Yue calmly retorted. Do you believe Xiaobai is unworthy of residing in ZY number 1 courtyard? Old hag, stop trying to trap me. Shan Wenrui lay back down, asserting, of course. My little brother Xiaobai is qualified, but traditionally, only the top students from the Starry Sky Academy have had the privilege of living in ZY number 1 courtyard. Even those with innate divine gifts must compete for it. If Xiaobai moves in directly, those young lads will surely feel disgruntled. Disgruntled? Yu Yue chuckled. Once the lottery wheel appears, they'll be pacified. That's true. Shan Wenrui nodded in agreement, suddenly sitting up again, her gaze fixed on Jiang Yubai, her smile sweet. Little brother Xiaobai, once you arrive at the academy, do be sure to place more lottery wheels in my Mage Academy. Jiang Yubai nodded. Of course, that's only natural. It's always wise to be generous to those who have given. You are truly kind, little brother Xiaobai. Shan Wenrui's dimple showed as she lay back down contentedly. At this moment, the ever-curious Song Xiaohan lowered her voice to ask, Sister Luo, what exactly is ZY number 1 courtyard? Luo Ziwei turned to Jiang Yubai, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she explained. The Starry Sky Academy comprises 5 major colleges, each providing accommodations for their students. Additionally, there are 8 independent residences, Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, Yaoguang, and ZY. Anyone fortunate enough to reside in these 8 courtyards is among the most elite practitioners of the Starry Sky Academy. The annual Academy ranking battle serves as one of the grandest rewards, symbolizing both honor and prowess. With a smile gracing her features, Luo Ziwei continued, Now, little brother Xiaobai, do you comprehend the significance of ZY number 1 courtyard? She gazed at the youth before her, filled with emotions. Other students in the academy strive endlessly for the opportunity to reside in those 8 courtyards. And Jiang Yubai? He hasn't even set foot in the academy yet. And he is already dwelling in the courtyard that represents the current pinnacle of the starry sky. Comparing oneself to others can be quite disheartening. Yet, Jiang Yubai undoubtedly possesses that qualification. Even if he lacks any combat prowess, if he is deemed qualified, then the other students are even less so. One wonders if this news has spread. If it does, it will surely stir a tremendous uproar throughout the Starry Sky Academy. Jiang Yubai pondered, nodding thoughtfully. He mused, why has head Helian made such a decision? From what Luo Ziwei and Shan Wenrui mentioned, those 8 independent courtyards symbolize power and status, and only the top-ranking students can earn their place there. To simply reside there seems unjustified. Jiang Yubai could easily surmise the multitude of troubles that would arise if word got out. Surely, head Helian must be aware of this. Why does even the mentor appear so nonchalant? He seems untroubled by the potential for conflict. Once the lottery wheel is introduced, only a fool would dare to cause him trouble. Furthermore, he possesses the lucky blind box lottery machine as well. Yu has spent 22.79 million gold coins, filling the purple probability slot to 67, intending to wait until returning to the academy to continue drawing the blind boxes. She aims to draw the divine level lucky blind box under head Helian's witness. Once she acquires the divine-level lucky blind box, who would dare to seek trouble with him? It is evident that head Hellion has conferred with the minter in advance. Jiang Yubai had no intention of declining the offer. An extraordinary lottery master residing in ZY number 1 courtyard. What could be amiss? Just then, he overheard Song Xiaohan muttering. It's far easier to understand the concepts of heaven and earth, the universe, than this. Previously, it was about heaven and earth, the universe. Luo Ziy's words left Jiang Yubai and Song Xiaohan momentarily speechless. Head Hellion's phrasing was too classic, overly straightforward, devoid of any depth, prompting the change to its current nomenclature. Jiang Yubai. Song Xiaohan. I must have misunderstood the timing. There are still 2 chapters left at 10 o'clock. Chapter 58. The First Guild of the 3 Sacred Grounds? Our head is rather double standard. An information floated before Jiang Yubai, and he glanced at Song Xiaohan, who promptly recoiled, offering a sheepish smile. To his astonishment, his adoptive father gently nodded in agreement. Song Xiaohan chuckled, though his laughter was rather lewd. What was he amused about? Shan Wenrui cast a curious look his way, causing him to immediately cease his laughter. It's nothing, really. Song Xiaohan stammered. Sister Luo, please enlighten us about the guild situation within the academy. Seeing Shan Wenrui's suspicious gaze upon him, he hastily redirected the topic. Jiang Yubai turned to his adoptive son, inquiring, what is your interest in the guild situation? Do you wish to join one? Not to join. Song Xiaohan rubbed his hands together, his eyes brightening, but to create a guild. Luo Zy expressed surprise. You intend to establish a guild? Song Xiaohan immediately waved his hands, pointing at Jiang Yubai. Not me, but you, Brother Yubai, should create the guild. Jiang Yubai, me? Yes. With the lottery wheel as your asset, Song Xiaohan grew increasingly animated. Brother Bai, if you establish a guild, under my management, I guarantee that within a year, no, within half a year, our guild will become the foremost guild in the academy. Luo Zy fluttered her long eyelashes like a fan, regarding Song Xiaohan with newfound admiration. Little brother Xiaobai, should you create a guild, I shall be the first to join. Shan Wenrui regarded Jiang Yubai with keen interest. The mentor forbids joining any academy guild, let alone you as the head. Yue's calm voice caused Shan Wenrui's smile to gradually fade. Angrily, Shan Wenrui retorted, old hag. Must you be such a downer? Ignoring her, Yue continued. This is the academy's regulation. No one may contravene it. Adoptive father. I've devised a comprehensive operational plan for the guild. Please take a look. Song Xiaohan sent a message to Jiang Yubai. Jiang Yubai glanced at the message, surprise flashing in his eyes as he replied, when did you come up with this? After you secured my admission to the Starry Sky Academy. I quickly familiarized myself with it. Ideas and strategies formed in my mind then. Song Xiaohan scratched the back of his head in response. Well done, my son. Jiang Yubai nodded. Song Xiaohan, being the son of the president of the first merchant guild in Tianzong City, had been nurtured in that environment, naturally developing a merchant's mindset. That Song-style guild is, in essence, a guild itself. Song Xiaohan certainly knows how to operate a guild. At this moment, Luo Zui looked at Jiang Yubai with hopeful eyes. Little brother Xiaobai, will you truly create a guild? Beside him, Song Xiaohan nodded vigorously at Jiang Yubai, brimming with ambition as if the guild were his battleground for displaying his talents. It's indeed feasible, Jiang Yubai began, but before he could finish, Luo Zui eagerly interjected, may I join, sister? Shan Wenrui, who had been sulking, suddenly brightened, thinking, that's right. While I cannot join, my students can. I can simply have my students join. No. I intend for all the students of the Mage Academy to join Little Bai's guild, thereby becoming members of it. Little Bai will surely not be stingy when it comes to the lottery. At that point, our Mage Academy will undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the Celestial Academy. The more Shan Wenrui contemplated, the more exhilarated she became. Yes, let us do it. Meanwhile, facing Luo Ziwei's request, Jiang Yubai did not provide an immediate response. With the advantage of the lottery wheel, if he were to establish a guild, with the assistance of Song Xiaohan, it would certainly become the foremost guild of the Celestial Academy, perhaps even the leading guild among the 3 great sacred academies. However, would the academy truly wish to witness a single guild dominate? Perhaps not. The existence of a guild is, in fact, one of the means by which the Celestial Academy fosters competition among students. Just then, the voice of Yue resonated. Little Bai, pursue your desires without hesitation. This is also the intention of the academy head. The academy head's intention? Jiang Yubai was somewhat taken aback by this revelation. Pondering, if Song Xiaohan could foresee such a scenario, then the academy head would undoubtedly be aware as well. Was this an indication of the Celestial Academy's stance? Is there an advantage to establishing a guild? Certainly. At the very least, once the guild is established, he would have complete control over the lottery wheel, preventing situations akin to those in the Magnetic Castle and Thunder Tower, thus averting any student from exploiting the lottery wheel to gain benefits that could impede his progression. Wealth can tempt the heart, especially when it comes to a lottery wheel. This guild can indeed be established. Jiang Yubai swiftly made his decision. Indeed, Little Bai, proceed with confidence. Should any issues arise, your elder sister will support you. Shan Wenrui immediately chimed in, her gaze brimming with anticipation. Very well, let us create a guild. Jiang Yubai nodded, smiling. Sister Luo, I certainly would not refuse your joining. I have yet to savor your culinary delights. Luo Ziwei instantly beamed with joy, though her expression was concealed behind a purple veil. Splendid. Song Xiaoan exclaimed with fervor, clapping his chest emphatically. Leave it to me to manage. I guarantee you won't be disappointed, Brother Bai. Upon finishing, he sent Jiang Yubai an identical message, albeit replacing brother by with adoptive father. Jiang Yubai revealed a contented smile. How promising. Just then, Luo Ziwei was contemplating when to contact Lei Hongxian to withdraw from the Lei Yin Guild, when a dialogue box popped up before her. Gu Suifeng, Sister Luo, the Jiwei No. 1 courtyard has suddenly put up a sign. Do you know what is going on? Luo Ziwei furrowed her brows slightly, instinctively glancing at Jiang Yubai, and inquired, when did this happen? Merely 2 seconds later, Gu Suifeng responded, just an hour ago. There are rumors that a newcomer has moved in, causing quite a stir in the academy. Students from the 5 courtyards have all flocked to the Jiwei courtyard. The news had spread? Who leaked it? There should be very few aware of this matter. Luo Ziwei was somewhat taken aback, glancing once more at Jiang Yubai. Sister Luo, what is going on? Jiang Yubai noticed the look in Luo Ziwei's eyes and felt puzzled. Gu Suifeng sent another message, asking, Sister Luo, does this matter have anything to do with you and Deputy Academy Head Yue? I heard that aside from Bo Feiyang from Tian Songstar this year, there is also a person with a natural divine vocation. Luo Ziwei was slightly startled and quickly asked, how did you know about this? Gu Suifeng replied, that's my line of work. It seems to be true, likely someone is deliberately spreading it, but currently, very few know. Someone is deliberately spreading it? Who could it be? Luo Ziwei furrowed her brows in contemplation when she saw another message from Gu Suifeng. Sister, this matter has made Lei Hongxian quite displeased. He aims to secure the Jiwei No. 1 courtyard this year. I also heard that his brother Lei Junfei's recommendation spot was seemingly snatched by someone else. Combined, he has already declared that anyone who dares to move into the Jiwei No. 1 courtyard will be considered an enemy of the Lei Yin Guild. You must warn this new student to be cautious. You know that fellow's temperament, sister. The one moving into the Jiwei No. 1 courtyard is the second individual with a natural divine vocation, right? Chapter 59, The Highest Specifications. The Academy Head and Dean personally welcome. Luo Ziwei did not respond. Her brows tightly knitted. The Lei Yin Guild, along with the Golden Left-Hand Guild and Angel Guild, forms the trio of the Celestial Academy's major guilds. She was already a member of the Lei Yin Guild and even one of its vice presidents. When she had just learned that Jiang Yubai was moving into the Jiwei No. 1 courtyard, she had not immediately considered Lei Hongxian. Lei Hongxian. Luo Ziwei glanced at Jiang Yubai again. As one of the 3 great sacred academies of the human race, the internal competition within the Celestial Academy is particularly fierce. The academy encourages and even advocates competition, seldom intervening in the rivalries among students. Thus, if Lei Hongxian were to seek trouble for Jiang Yubai within the academy's rules, even Yue would find it inconvenient to intervene. However, considering the attitudes of Deputy Academy Head Yue and the instructors, if Lei Hongxian truly sought out Jiang Yubai, they could not possibly stand idly by, especially with the Academy Head Huliang having spoken up. With this in mind, Luo Ziwei's brow gradually unfurled, and then she shook her head with a wry smile. She suddenly realized that she had been overthinking. Given Jiang Yubai's current significance, if Lei Hongxian were to provoke him, it would indeed be tantamount to courting death. Moreover, it would undoubtedly result in a most embarrassing demise. Even the member of the Transference Guild Alliance, Zhu Yao, had been apprehended and brought back to the academy by the Deputy Academy Head. How could a mere Lei Hongxian, who had his recommendation spot snatched, compare? Wait. Luo Ziwei paused, looking towards Song Xiaohan, her mouth slightly agape. What was Lei Hongxuan's brother's name again? I remember hearing Lei Hongxian mention it. It seems to be Lei Junfei. Adoptive son, is there something on your face? Jiang Yubai noticed Luo Ziwei frequently looking at him and messaged Song Xiaohan. Song Xiaohan scrutinized Jiang Yubai's face closely and replied earnestly. There's a hint of stunning handsomeness. Jiang Yubai. Outside the Jiwei No. 1 courtyard of the Celestial Academy, Gu Suifeng, clad in a flamboyant pink suit, had yet to receive a reply from Luo Ziwei. He raised his gaze towards the throng of people surrounding the Jiwei No. 1 courtyard, deep in thought. A gold coin spun effortlessly between his fingers, his movements exceedingly deft. No wonder even Deputy Academy Head Yue was stirred. It truly is that individual with a natural divine vocation. Sister Luo seems to be heading to the Blue Star, indeed. The spinning coin was suddenly pinched between his index and middle fingers, and a gleam sparked in Gu Suifeng's eyes. He had a sudden realization. The lottery wheel. Gu Suifeng scrutinized the agitated crowd, quietly analyzing. The Celestial Academy has had students with natural divine vocations before, and they all eventually resided in this Jiwei No. 1 courtyard. But they entered based on genuine merit. This time, however, no one has claimed victory in the Academy's ranking competition to gain entry. It is a newcomer. Could there be a connection between the two? Gu Suifeng's elongated phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. Subsequently, he shook his head. The lottery wheel is a secondary item. How could it possibly be related to this new student? Even attribute points could be drawn from it. I must make time to visit the Blue Star for a lottery. Who knows what I might draw? Gu Suifeng, so you are indeed here. A voice interrupted Gu Suifeng's reverie, and two figures appeared before him. Gu Suifeng's brows twitched slightly, and he let out a whistle. Oh, isn't that the president of the Golden Left Hand, Shi Yufan, and the president of the Angel Guild, Ing Yaozong? It's quite a rare sight to see the two guild leaders gathered together. All right, it sounds as though you haven't seen us in ages, replied Shi Yufan. With a hearty demeanor and sun-kissed skin, shaking his head calmly. We are here to purchase information. Among the three esteemed sanctuaries of academia, you are the most informed. The long-haired Ing Yaozong's smile was as refreshing as a spring breeze. He remarked, we wish to know who has taken residence in the Ziwei No. 1 courtyard. We are both your loyal patrons, so perhaps this time you could offer a more favorable price. Gu Suifeng shook his head, indicating that a discount was not feasible. Ing Yaozong, momentarily at a loss for words, conceded. All right, how many gold coins are we talking about? Gu Suifeng extended 5 fingers. Shi Yufan's expression darkened. 50,000 gold coins? That price is exorbitant. Shi Yufan, are you truly this stingy? Do the members of the Golden Left Hand know? Gu Suifeng taunted. I am not stingy. Shi Yufan retorted emphatically. Gu Suifeng chuckled softly. Very well, 50,000 it is. As Ing Yaozong began to procure the gold coins, Gu Suifeng raised his index finger and shook his head, clarifying, not 50,000, but 500,000. Ing Yaozong froze in his actions. 500,000. You must be out of your mind. Shi Yufan scoffed and turned to leave. Gu Suifeng clicked his tongue and called out, President Shi, take care. I won't see you off. Ing Yaozong glared at Gu Suifeng, frowning. Gu Suifeng, are you truly jesting? Gu Suifeng replied, while I often indulge in jest, I never joke about price. The single gold coin in Gu Suifeng's grasp began to spin once more. After a moment of silence, Ing Yaozong nodded. Fine. 500,000 it is. With a hearty laugh, Gu Suifeng exclaimed, Splendid. Truly, you are the heir of the foremost merchant guild of humanity. I relish your audacious spirit. Upon the transaction of 500,000 gold coins, Gu Suifeng divulged the information he possessed to Ing Yaozong. Ing Yaozong's eyes widened in surprise, disbelief etched on his face. The second divine position? From Blue Star? You are not jesting, are you? Gu Suifeng countered with a knowing smile. Didn't you already suspect as much? Indeed. Ing Yaozong had harbored his suspicions. Only a naturally endowed divine being could take immediate residence in the Ziwei No. 1 courtyard. He had sought Gu Suifeng to confirm his conjecture. After a brief pause, with a hint of urgency in his tone, he inquired, what is their name? Gu Suifeng toyed with the gold coin and smiled faintly. That comes at a different price. Ing Yaozong's expression faltered slightly. How many gold coins? Gu Suifeng again extended 5 fingers. This time, Ing Yaozong turned on his heel and departed. Gu Suifeng sighed, lamenting, what a pity, I couldn't persuade him. Who is this newcomer to reside in the Ziwei No. 1 courtyard? Only the most distinguished are deemed worthy of such honor. Outside the courtyard, uproarious voices clamored in indignation. A voice, brimming with fury, resonated like thunder. The Ziwei No. 1 courtyard symbolizes the highest glory of our institution. I, Lei Hongxian. Await to see who this newcomer truly is. Members of the Lei Yan Guild immediately echoed his sentiments. If the newcomer wishes to dwell in the Ziwei No. 1 courtyard, they must first seek our approval. Should that newcomer gain entry, everyone present here shares the responsibility. This is an affront to all of us seasoned scholars. We must put a stop to such a breach of tradition. It's time. Upon hearing Yu Yue's voice, Jiang Yubai opened his eyes and gazed expectantly at the exit of the passage. In stark contrast to his calm demeanor, Song Xiaoan appeared particularly excited. Wonderful. I am about to become a member of the Starry Sky Academy. He waved his arms in exuberance. Finally arrived. Shan Wenrui lazily rose, waving her hand to stow away the fragrant soft bedding, then approached Yu Yue, whispering, did that old ghost cause any trouble? No. Yue shook her head, having remained seated to prevent Zhu Yao from making any sudden moves. Throughout their journey, Zhu Yao had behaved impeccably. Xiaobai, let us proceed. Yue stood, smiling as she beckoned Jiang Yubai over. He moved beside Yue, with Shan Wenrui standing on his other side. Song Xiaoan and Luo Ziwei positioned themselves behind the trio. The 5 of them then stepped out of the teleportation passage. The dean? The 4 deans? Jiang Yubai's vision had yet to fully adjust, but the astonished voices of Yu Yue and Shan Wenrui reached his ears. Chapter 60. Come, I shall take you to show off, not to seek glory in front of others. Before the words of the 2 women could finish, Jiang Yubai felt a flash before his eyes, and a figure appeared before him. Before he could discern who it was, a hand grasped his arm, and he heard the person eagerly exclaim, Come, I shall take you to show off, not to seek glory in front of others. Jiang Yubai was taken aback. Yue, Song Xiaohan, old man, Shan Wenrui exclaimed, eagerly looking at Jiang Yubai, take me with you. Listening to them made Yue feel an urge to roll her eyes. The dean intends to take Jiang Yubai to show off? Luo Ziwei seemed to have pieced it together, her lovely eyes widening in realization. She understood who had spread the news of Jiang Yubai's residency in the Ziwei No. 1 courtyard. At that moment, Jiang Yubai finally got a clear look at the individual. The dean of the Starry Sky Academy appeared as a strikingly handsome young man, seemingly in his 20s. Dressed in a splendid robe, 3 black chess pieces floated before his chest, shimmering with starlight as they slowly rotated. Upon recognizing Helian Huangxing, Jiang Yubai's first reaction was, the dean of the Starry Sky Academy, so young? But why did Shan Wenrui refer to him as an old man? His second reaction was, where is he taking me to show off? How to do so? Helian Huangxing shook his head. This is a personal stage I have prepared specifically for you, young Jiang. There is no role for you here. Give me a part. Very well. Yue watched the two with an amused yet exasperated expression, saying, Dean, Xiaobai has just arrived at the academy. This might frighten him. Helian Huangxing turned to Jiang Yubai. Will it? Jiang Yubai nodded. Indeed, he felt somewhat intimidated. This was nothing like the narrative he had envisioned. The dean of the Sacred Land Academy personally bringing him to show off felt somewhat off-kilter. Helian Huangxing pondered seriously, and after a moment, nodded. Then let those little rascals linger outside the Ziwei No. 1 courtyard a bit longer. Ziwei No. 1 courtyard? Jiang Yubai's heart stirred. And he was taken aback. Has the news of my residency already spread? Who leaked it? He glanced at Helian Huangxing, his lips twitching slightly. Goodness! Jiang Yubai exclaimed, bemused. It seemed the dean had gone to great lengths to orchestrate this spectacle. Yue also grasped the situation, letting out a soft laugh. It turned out that when one is at a loss for words, they truly do smile. The dean of the Sacred Land Academy personally taking a student to show off. If this news were to spread, the entire Starry Sky Academy would become a laughingstock. Luo Ziwei found the situation equally amusing. She had previously worried about Jiang Yubai, yet it turned out that everything was orchestrated by the dean. Indeed. Let us not rush to show off, another eager voice chimed in. Let us first take a look at the lottery wheel and the lucky blind box. Everyone is eager to see. A man, approximately 50 years old, appeared beside Helian Huangxing. He was of average, somewhat lean build. Dressed in a wrinkled dark gray robe that bore suspicious stains and several holes burnt by cigarette butts. The tousled gray-white hair and the stubble on his chin suggested that he hadn't shaved in at least 3 days. However, what captivated Jiang Yubai's attention the most was the nearly extinguished cigarette clutched in his right hand and the half-empty bottle of amber liquor in his left. The corner of Jiang Yubai's mouth twitched again. Although he was uncertain of the man's identity, it was evident that he held a position of considerable authority, likely that of a dean. Shan Wenrui, with her eccentric personality, was supposed to present herself before others. Yet this dean was smoking and drinking. Was that appropriate? For a fleeting moment, Jiang Yubai doubted whether he had come to the right place. Dean, isn't it you who is in a hurry? Shan Wenrui shot a glance at him, questioning if his gambling addiction had resurfaced. Jiang Yubai was momentarily taken aback, an expression of disbelief flickering in his eyes. This man was Dean Haiji of the Warrior Academy? He bore no resemblance to the image Jiang Yubai had conjured in his mind. The disparity was staggering. The contrast in demeanor was almost celestial. Song Xiaohan, standing behind Jiang Yubai, was equally astonished. He suddenly perceived that the Xian Yin Shield warriors leaned more towards a defensive vocation. Dean Haiji chuckled noncommittally. Taking a swig from his drink, his bloodshot eyes fixated intently on Jiang Yubai. The intensity of his gaze rivaled, if not surpassed, that of Bai Zhanhai when he had scrutinized Jiang Yubai. Shan Wenrui scoffed. What a seasoned gambler. The dean interjected. Dean has a point. We must prioritize the matter at hand. Jiang Yubai turned to follow the sound, and upon seeing the man's physique, he deduced his identity. It was Dean Shi Wanchuan of the Defense Academy. In stark contrast to Dean Haiji, Shi Wanchuan's appearance conformed entirely to Jiang Yubai's stereotype of a defensive master, tall, robust, and seemingly indomitable. Yet, surprisingly, his demeanor was unexpectedly gentle, almost excessively so. What puzzled Jiang Yubai further was the hoe slung over Shi Wanchuan's shoulder. It seemed they were all eager, and even the dean himself was somewhat impatient. Helian Huangxing nodded towards Yue and said, let us proceed directly to the Ziwei No. 1 courtyard. Yue nodded, and the deep and intricate black gown she wore shimmered with starlight, coalescing into a stellar pathway ahead. Helian Huangxing grasped Jiang Yubai and led the way into the starry passage. Dean Haiji followed closely, with the others trailing behind. Ziwei, you shall escort Song Xiaoan to wait outside the Ziwei No. 1 courtyard. Understood, Luo Ziwei replied. Yue then stepped into the starry passage, which vanished in an instant. Song Xiaoan spoke up, Senior Ziwei, is this truly the Starry Academy? Surely we haven't come to the wrong place? Luo Ziwei replied, if you wish to leave, I won't stop you. Song Xiaoan waved his hands repeatedly, a sheepish smile on his face. Let us go. It must be quite lively outside the Ziwei No. 1 courtyard, Luo Ziwei said with anticipation. In the Ziwei No. 1 courtyard, a starry passage appeared beside the pond within the Zitan Pavilion. Helian Huangxing emerged with Jiang Yubai, followed closely by Dean Haiji and the others. This is outrageous. Has the Academy considered our feelings in this matter? The Ziwei No. 1 courtyard had always been reserved for the foremost students. What right did a newcomer have to claim residence here? Regardless of who this newcomer might be, no matter if they possessed innate divine abilities, I, Lei Hongxian, vehemently opposed this. Jiang Yubai was taken aback. Helian Huangxing nodded, a smile gracing his lips. From the sounds outside, it seems the impact is quite remarkable. Jiang Yubai's expression transformed into one of confusion. Observing Jiang Yubai's bewilderment, Helian Huangxing explained, the greater the uproar, the more spectacular your public display will be. Jiang Yubai felt a surge of respect, silently giving the dean a thumbs up. Before attending to official matters, there remained one task to address. Helian Huangxing's smile faded as he turned to Yu Yue, release Zhu Yao and Yuan Taiyu. Yue nodded, conjuring a starry domain behind her, from which Zhu Yao and Yuan Taiyu materialized before the group. Upon seeing Helian Huangxing, Zhu Yao's face twitched. Yuan Taiyu, standing beside him, turned as pale as a ghost. Just as Zhu Yao was about to speak, Helian Huangxing coldly interjected. Do you two not remember how to write the character for death after daring to provoke a student of the Starry Academy? Zhu Yao's complexion paled, while Yuan Taiyu collapsed to the ground in fright. Helian Huangxing scoffed. Wait until your president Fu arrives. I shall have a proper discussion with him. For now, you may kneel outside. 3 black tokens adorned his chest, one of which began to emit a faint glow. Zhu Yao and Helian Huangxing vanished without a trace. Moments later, the raucous noises outside gradually faded into silence. Chapter 61. Who exactly is this newcomer? Outside the Ziwei No. 1 courtyard, the crowd was in an uproar. United in their indignation, Lei Hongxian, clad in deep blue armor and draped in a black cloak, stood tall and imposing, a veritable giant among men. Behind him, hundreds of members of the Lei Yan Guild formed a protective circle around him. Lei Hongxian glared furiously at the entrance of the Ziwei No. 1 courtyard. His massive hands clenched into fists. With the academy ranking competition looming, he declared himself the strongest within the institution. He should rightfully be the master of the Ziwei No. 1 courtyard. Why? Why had the academy permitted a newcomer, who had yet to even enter the institution, to reside here? What qualifications did he possess? Shi Yufan and Ing Yaozong are no match for me. I am the current champion of the academy. How dare they? His chest heaved with fury, his eyes ablaze with rage. Newcomer, whoever you are, I, Lei Hongxian, shall not allow anyone else to reside in the Ziwei No. 1 courtyard. Lei Hongxian growled in anger, issuing an announcement in the guild channel, urging his members to escalate their protest. Instantly, hundreds of guild members grew even more unruly. Academy, do you see this? This is the stance of us veteran students. Lei Hongxuan's gaze was resolute. On the other side, Shi Yufan and Ing Yaozong stood side by side. Lei Hongxian is simply too foolish, Ing Yaozong remarked, shaking his head. Only the dean can decide the ownership of the Ziwei No. 1 courtyard. Not even the vice dean has that authority. What can he do? It was not that Lei Hongxian was ignorant. He certainly understood this. Shi Yufan observed the commotion stirred by Lei Hongxian and the others and inquired, what did Gu Suifeng say? Who is that newcomer? I'm curious as well. Ing Yaozong replied with a smile, extending his hand, 25,000 gold coins. Shi Yufan's expression darkened. I have no money. You are the grandson of the Stone Dean. You can't possibly be unable to come up with 25,000 gold coins. Ing Yaozong exclaimed in surprise. Shi Yufan fell silent for a moment before muttering. My grandfather won't give me any gold. Ing Yaozong was left speechless, shaking his head and teasing. The stinginess of your family truly runs in the blood. Just then, the previously rowdy members of the Lei Yan Guild fell silent. The two looked on in confusion. Who is that? They observed 2 figures suddenly materialize at the entrance of the courtyard, kneeling with their backs to them, motionless. Outside the crowd, Gu Suifeng, who was messaging Luo Ziwei, looked up in bewilderment and caught sight of Zhu Yao and Yuan Taiyu. Oh! Lei Hongxian and his companions were momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of the 2 figures. They had been fixated on the Ziwei No. 1 courtyard, and there had been no one at the entrance just moments ago. Who are these 2? When did they appear? Am I seeing things? Why are they kneeling at the entrance? What is going on? They don't look like students. Lei Hongxuan's gaze fixated on the 2 kneeling figures, suddenly recognizing a hint of familiarity in the silhouette on the right. His face displayed a look of perplexity as he raised his hand to signal the crowd behind him to quiet down. The members of the Lei Yan Guild fell silent once more. At this moment, Shi Yufan, Ing Yaozong, and Gu Suifeng had also made their way to the forefront of the gathering. Suddenly, Ing Yaozong let out a soft exclamation. Curiously, Shi Yufan inquired, what is it? Do you recognize someone? Ing Yaozong remained silent. Yet the silhouette of the person kneeling to the left struck him with an eerie sense of familiarity. Gu Suifeng narrowed his phoenix-like eyes and murmured, these 2 individuals seem somewhat familiar. A figure approached the 2. As they drew closer, Lei Hongxuan's feeling of familiarity intensified. Under the scrutiny of the entire assembly, he approached the individual on the right and lowered his gaze. A sharp intake of breath escaped him as he stumbled backwards, astonished. His gaze fixed on the figure before him, utterly bewildered. This scene left the onlookers momentarily stunned. Vice President Yuan. Lei Hongxian felt as though he had been struck by lightning, disbelief washing over him. He recognized Yuan Taiyu and was certain he had not misidentified him for his grandfather. Lei Jun was an invincible powerhouse under Yuan Taiyu's command. What could this possibly mean? Why was Lei Hongxian reacting so profoundly? Shi Yufan and Ying Yaozong exchanged glances. Both equally puzzled, and instinctively moved towards the two figures. Gu Suifeng, standing still, suddenly widened his squinted eyes in shock, staring intently at the two silhouettes. Ying Yaozong approached the figure on the left and looked down, his expression akin to that of someone who had seen a ghost, staring incredulously at Zhu Yao. Who are these two? Shi Yufan asked, noticing Ying Yaozong's similar reaction. Just then, Lei Hongxian hurried to his side and crouched down, his demeanor cautious as he inquired. Vice President Yuan, what brings you here? Yuan Taiyu's heart, which had been suspended, finally sank. He had been recognized, with a wry smile that resembled a grimace. He turned his head slightly to regard Lei Hongxian, saying, "Ah, it's you, Hongxian." Meanwhile, Ying Yaozong, realizing the situation, rushed to assist Zhu Yao. However, before his hand could make contact, an invisible force repelled him. Zhu Yao, the scion of the Ying family, felt a similar sinking sensation in his heart, closing his eyes in anguish. In that moment, both felt as if they could perish. The methods employed by Lian Huangsheng were utterly ruthless. To have them kneeling before so many students of the Starry Sky Academy was a blatant humiliation. Counselor Zhu, how could you be here? Ying Yaozong hesitated, carefully choosing his words. Zhu Yao remained silent, eyes shut, his face contorted in pain. Regret washed over him. He truly regretted it. The weight of the shock that Gu Suifeng had been suppressing surged forth as he lifted his gaze towards the purple Micro 1 courtyard. A flicker of horror crossing his eyes. At that moment, two gasps erupted from the crowd. Isn't that Counselor Zhu Yao? And to the right, is that Yuan Taiyu, Vice President of the Transmutation Guild Alliance stationed at the headquarters of Blue Star? The crowd erupted into a frenzy. Counselor Zhu? Which counselor? The 11th counselor of the Transmutation Guild Alliance, Zhu Yao? Indeed, I am from Blue Star. I have seen Vice President Yuan. Gasp. Two god-level powerhouses. How could they be here, and in such a position? Hearing the exclamations behind them, Zhu Yao and Yuan Taiyu were engulfed in embarrassment, seething with indignation. Upon discovering their identities, Shi Yufan too was left astounded. Moments later, he slowly raised his gaze towards the sign above the courtyard, his heart racing with disbelief. Ying Yaozong and Lei Hongxian mirrored his actions, though their expressions and emotions were starkly different. Ying Yaozong was filled with shock, confusion, and incredulity, while Lei Hongxian was gripped by disbelief, terror, and a hint of despair. His throat constricted, his pupils quivered, and an overwhelming sense of dread rendered him paralyzed. Who exactly was this newcomer? Chapter 62. Treat Jiang Yubai as a treasure, worship him as an ancestor. Within the purple Micro 1 courtyard, Lian Huangxing retracted his indifferent demeanor, smiling as he gazed at Jiang Yubai. In Haiji, Shi Wanchuan, and others looked at him with varying degrees of eagerness, anticipation, and fervor. At that moment, a milky white glow suddenly emanated from Jiang Yubai. You have leveled up. Current level, 77. Name, Jiang Yubai. Occupation, Lottery Master, Super God level. Identity, Student of the Starry Sky Academy. Level, LV77, 550-7800. Base attributes. Strength, 18569213000. Constitution, 18569213000. Intelligence, 18569213000. Growth attributes. Health, 1856920-130,000. Defense, 1856920-130,000. Energy, 1856920-130,000. Free attribute points, 2787, 9,000. On the way to the academy, he had already leveled up 9 times. Now, he had leveled up once more. It was evident that many had been participating in the lottery at the Lord's residence, and the number of participants was considerable. He thought of two individuals, Bai Zhanhai and Qi Yan. Bai Zhanhai would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to let the 9th Army participate in the lottery. And the same went for Qi Yan. However, not many had won, and Jiang Yubai had not acquired any new skill books. Thank you for your patronage. I truly adore you. Upon witnessing Jiang Yubai's sudden upgrade, Lian Huangxing's eyes gleamed with interest. In Haiji and Shi Wanchuan were momentarily taken aback, still unaware of Jiang Yubai's unique upgrading method. Deputy Director, how did your student suddenly level up? Lu Guanyu, wearing the uniform of the Starry Sky Academy and appearing to be around 67 years old, with a goatee, couldn't help but ask. Yo Yue's eyes glimmered with pride as she smiled. As a lottery master, as long as someone participates in the lottery, they can gain experience. Ah, I see. Lu Guanyu marveled, truly an innate divine occupation. This leveling method is unlike anything I have ever witnessed. It's quite enlightening. Enough chatter. In Haiji gulped down his drink eagerly, saying, Jiang, quickly bring out the lottery wheel for us to see. Shan Wenrui teased, the old gambler is about to burst with impatience. Jiang Yubai hesitated for a moment. How many should I bring out? Lian Huangxing chuckled. Bring out as many as you can. Let everyone have a chance to draw. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Yubai summoned forth 1, 2, 2, and 76 radiant multicolored lights simultaneously, their brilliance momentarily blinding the onlookers, before coalescing into 76 lottery wheels. Lu Guanyu was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "So many? 76? I thought it was 63. Shi Wanchuan scanned the array, casting a puzzled glance at Jiang Yubai. He had been informed that Jiang Yubai possessed 63 lottery wheels. Yue, with a smile, explained, "On the way here, Xiaobai leveled up several times." The sight of the lottery wheels sent Yin Haiji into a frenzy, his fingers trembling with excitement. "The more the merrier. I can't hold back any longer. I'm drawing first." "Wait." Shan Wenrui intercepted Yin Haiji, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Jiang Yubai, exclaiming, "Little Bai, can the number of prize wheels really increase?" Previously, she had been unaware of this matter, as no one had mentioned it to her. Yin Haiji was momentarily taken aback, while Shi Wanchuan and Lu Guanyu, along with the ever-silent Dongfang Yingyu, all turned their eyes toward Jiang Yubai. Jiang Yubai looked quizzically at Yue. "The vice-governor only informed me." Lian Huangxing's voice rang out. His eyes filled with wonder as he regarded Jiang Yubai. "The number of prize wheels will indeed increase as Jiang's level rises." The eyes of the 4 deans and Shan Wenrui all gleamed with excitement. Yin Haiji clapped his legs in delight, laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha, splendid. I was just lamenting that the few prize wheels we have are insufficient for my enjoyment. Ha ha, wonderful. This way, our Defense Academy will receive a larger share of the prize wheels." Shi Wanchuan chimed in with a broad smile. Lu Guanyu and Dongfang Yingyu also wore radiant smiles. Hearing this, Lian Huangxing continued, "The distribution of the prize wheels has been discussed with the vice-governor. Everything will be decided by Jiang." Shan Wenrui was momentarily stunned, gazing at Lian Huangxing in disbelief, a sentiment echoed by the other 4 deans. Jiang Yubai stared at Lian Huangxing, equally incredulous. "I get to decide the distribution?" he questioned, seeking confirmation from his mentor. Yue smiled and nodded at her cherished disciple. An indescribable emotion began to swell within Jiang Yubai, causing his breath to tremble slightly. Not only the prize wheels, but also the lucky blind box lottery machine and any subsequent skills. You will have complete authority over them. The academy will not interfere. Lian Huangxing added. Jiang Yubai clenched his empty hands into fists and then released them, repeating this gesture numerous times. Sincerity is a lethal weapon. He was profoundly moved by Lian Huangxing's attitude and sincerity. Given the immeasurable value of the prize wheels and the immense benefits at stake, who could remain unmoved? Among the 3 great sacred land academies, regardless of which he chose, Jiang Yubai was prepared to allocate 2/3 of the prize wheel distribution rights, perhaps even more. However, even if he were to give them all away, it would matter not. With the super divine skill of all-inclusive at his disposal, as long as someone participated in the lottery, he could grow infinitely stronger. This was his true trump card. But if all the prize wheels were under his control, who would refuse? Jiang Yubai was nearly certain that if he chose Xingyu or Xinghai, they would at least directly or indirectly seize the vast majority of the prize wheels. Choosing the 3rd-ranked Academy of the Cosmos, he felt assured of his decision, though he could strengthen himself regardless of whether he retained or relinquished distribution rights. The personal experience was entirely different. Lian Huangxing regarded Jiang Yubai with an amiable smile, knowing full well that Jiang Yubai was the catalyst for the Academy of the Cosmos' complete resurgence. As long as Jiang Yubai was within the Academy, the prize wheels and the lucky blind box lottery machine would remain. His aim was to treat Jiang Yubai as a treasure, venerating him as an ancestor. To allow Jiang Yubai to reside in the purple Micro 1 courtyard, to let him allocate the prize wheels himself, and to build a stage for him to shine before others. All of this was to instill in Jiang Yubai a sense of affection and belonging towards the Academy of the Cosmos. Shan Wenrui, Yin Haiji, Shi Wanchuan, Lu Guanyu, and Dongfang Yingyu. The 5 deans looked at Jiang Yubai with eyes brimming with anticipation. Let the lottery commence. Considering the time, those coveting the prize wheels are likely arriving soon. Lian Huangxing's words temporarily quelled the 5 deans' competitive spirits regarding Jiang Yubai. Given Jiang Yubai's unique professional circumstances, he could join any academy he desired. As the 5 deans began the lottery, Lian Huangxing exchanged a glance with Yue. Excitement and anticipation flickered in Yue's eyes. Little Bai, please release the lucky blind box lottery machine. Jiang Yubai nodded and waved his hand. The lucky blind box lottery machine materialized before Lian Huangxing's gaze. Lian Huangxing circled the lucky blind box lottery machine several times, unable to contain his excitement at the prospect of drawing a divine-level lucky blind box. Even the mere possibility of obtaining such a treasure was enough to make the heart of a being of his caliber race wildly. What wonders might a divine-level lucky blind box contain? Divine skills? Divine artifacts? Or perhaps divine companions? Regardless of what was drawn, the expenditure of any amount of gold coins would be worthwhile. With Jiang Yubai in the Academy of the Cosmos, how could it not become the foremost sacred land academy of humanity? The high-tier divine being steadied his emotions and, with a quivering voice, said, Vice Governor, let us begin. Yue was equally exhilarated, taking a deep breath as a torrent of coins surged from her backpack, flooding into the Lucky Blind Box lottery machine. On the 68th draw. Next Lucky Blind Box probability, purple 68. On the 99th draw. Next Lucky Blind Box probability, purple 99. On the 100th draw. The prize amount surged to 1 million gold coins. The first winning probability slot filled to the brim, shimmering purple, while the other 6 probability slots remained starkly empty. Next Lucky Blind Box probability, purple 100. Yue paused momentarily, her gaze fixed on the Lucky Blind Box lottery machine. Amount required for the next draw, 1 million gold coins. Upon seeing the prompt, her expression softened, and she resumed drawing. Was the minter worried that the pattern of increasing draw amounts might change? Jiang Yubai noticed Yue's tension. The pattern of increasing amounts in the Lucky Blind Box lottery machine remained consistent and unchanging, at least for now. Unlike the prize wheels, which theoretically had no upper limit to their quantity, the Lucky Blind Box lottery machine only had one thus far, from level 11 to the current level of 77. Not only the quantity, but even the skill descriptions had remained unchanged. Although the Lucky Blind Box lottery machine consistently yielded divine-level rewards, Jiang Yubai felt that the Lucky Blind Box lacked the sheer potency of the prize wheels. It was impossible for things to remain static. Changes were bound to occur in the future. Jiang Yubai mused to himself, and a glow of leveling up enveloped him. He had leveled up again. Level 78. Only 23 levels away from acquiring his third skill, he was getting closer. As Yue conducted the 101st draw, blue light emerged from the bottom of the second probability slot. Next Lucky Blind Box probability, purple 0, blue 1. Yue's face brightened upon seeing the prompt. Beside her, Helian Huangxing remarked with a smile, the probability increases with each draw, and it has not diminished. This is excellent news. Yue nodded, her gaze fixed on the 5 remaining probability slots. If those slots remained unchanged, we would save several billion. Let us hope so, Helian Huangxing replied. Observing the blue Lucky Blind Box that Yue had just drawn, he continued, it seems our earlier hypothesis was correct, as the probability slots fill up one by one. The previously colored Lucky Blind Boxes will no longer be drawn. Yue nodded and continued with the draws. Shan Wenrui linked arms with Dongfang Yingyu, asking, Sister Yingyu, have you drawn anything yet? Dongfang Yingyu smiled faintly and shook her head, her vibrant theatrical attire standing out strikingly. Alas, I have not one either. Shan Wenrui sighed. Must we truly bow like Lu Qingsong before drawing? Dongfang Yingyu's face displayed curiosity as she gestured with her hands. Shan Wenrui recounted the incident of Lu Qingsong performing a respectful fist salute before the lottery draw. Shall we give it a try as well? Dongfang Yingyu pondered for a moment before asking in sign language. What did Lu Qingsong win? Shan Wenrui replied, a legendary level skill from the assassin category. The ultimate assassination essence, Shadow Devour, Eternal Night, No Light. Dongfang Yingyu was taken aback and quickly gestured in excitement. In such a short time, it should still be untraded, right? Shan Wenrui hesitated and added, by the way, Lu Qingsong will accompany Vice Dean Sang to our Starry Sky Academy this time. You can ask him then. Dongfang Yingyu nodded with evident joy, gazing at the lottery wheel, and then solemnly performed a respectful fist salute. Subsequently, she retrieved 1,000 gold coins from her backpack and began the lottery. Shan Wenrui looked on with a blend of anticipation and curiosity as the lottery wheel began to spin. After a few moments, the wheel came to a halt. Thank you for your patronage. Dongfang Yingyu glanced at Shan Wenrui and shook her head, slightly disheartened. Shan Wenrui furrowed her brows and speculated. Could it be that our salute was incorrect? Dongfang Yingyu appeared perplexed. Think about it. Shan Wenrui analyzed earnestly. Lu Qingsong is a warrior, and we are not. Dongfang Yingyu nodded slowly, deep in thought. Observing the costume adorning Dongfang Yingyu, Shan Wenrui suddenly had an idea and suggested. Why not perform a segment for the lottery wheel first, and then try again? Dongfang Yingyu gestured. Doesn't that seem a bit unreliable? Shan Wenrui chuckled. We won't know until we try. After a moment of contemplation, Dongfang Yingyu nodded in agreement. Thus, she moved to another lottery wheel and commenced her dramatic performance. Not far away, In Haiji glared at the lottery wheel as thank you for your patronage appeared once more, his expression darkening. In the short span of time, he had attempted dozens of lottery draws, all yielding the same result. Thank you for your patronage. Just the sight of those 4 words was beginning to induce a sense of physical discomfort in him. Old Ian, what is the Dean of the East up to? Lu Guanyu approached, stroking his goatee, a look of confusion on his face. Ian Haiji glanced over and was momentarily stunned to see Dongfang Yingyu performing. If I'm not mistaken, isn't the Dean of the East putting on a show for the lottery wheel? A towering figure appeared beside them as Shi Wanchuan set down his hoe. Lu Guanyu abruptly halted his grooming of his beard in astonishment, performing for the lottery wheel? Ian Haiji glanced at Shan Wenrui, exhaling smoke with a chuckle. It's evident that this is Shan Dean's idea. We both know she is never reliable, haha. Do you think the Dean of the East truly believes that performing for this contraption will yield rewards? Dean Lu, have you won anything? Shi Wanchuan inquired. Lu Guanyu shook his head, not me. Then they turned their gaze to Inhaiji. Inhaiji, displeased, took a swig of his drink. Neither have I. At that moment, Dongfang Yingyu concluded her performance and began to draw again. Performing for the lottery wheel. Is that even a viable tactic? Jiang Yubai was genuinely amused, while others were oblivious. He was acutely aware of the reality. The lottery wheel was purely a matter of luck. No other actions would be of any consequence. Lu Qingsong's success was merely a stroke of good fortune. You have gained 100 experience points. You have acquired the elite level skill book, Life Link Totem 1. Is this for real? Jiang Yubai's smile froze, his eyes wide with astonishment. She actually won. Shan Wenrui leaped in joy, more exhilarated than Dongfang Yingyu. Appearing less like a dean and more like a jubilant student, Dongfang Yingyu stared at the advanced skill book in her backpack, feeling incredulous. Performing for the lottery will really works? It works. Shan Wenrui urged excitedly. Quick. Next one, next one. Taking a deep breath, Dongfang Yingyu hastily approached the next lottery wheel and resumed her performance. Huh. Inhaiji spewed his drink in disbelief, his eyes bulging. Wait, this actually works? Lu Guanyu and Shi Wanchuan exchanged glances, both bewildered. The two deans were at a loss. Is there really such a method? Lu Guanyu tossed aside a few strands of his beard and hurried toward a lottery wheel he had not yet tried. Shi Wanchuan hoisted his hoe and followed suit. Inhaiji gazed at the lottery wheel, his expression fluctuating. He contemplated performing, but he had no talent. After a few seconds, a bold idea flickered in his mind. What if I just kowtow? Chapter 64. The Lucky Blind Box Lottery Machine is a gold-swallowing abyss. Inhaiji quickly shook his head, dismissing the absurd notion from his thoughts. Who am I, Inhaiji? The esteemed dean of the Warrior Academy at Starry Sky Academy. How could I possibly kneel before a lottery wheel? Kneeling before the lottery wheel is tantamount to kneeling before Jiang Yubai. Even a gambling hound possesses dignity. Wait a moment. Inhaiji took a drag from his cigarette, his gaze drifting outside the academy. Perhaps I should let that little brat Lei Hongxian come in to kowtow to the lottery wheel, and Jiang Yubai? He looked at Jiang Yubai, quietly contemplating. That little rascal Lei Hongxian has been quite spirited lately, always eyeing the Xivieho Academy, and now he dares to openly oppose the dean, which is bound to draw Jiang Yubai's ire. Inhaiji was incensed. Even Dean Helian was accommodating Jiang Yubai, yet his student Lei Hongxian was provoking him. Jiang Yubai held the distribution rights of the lottery wheel. If Jiang Yubai were to become displeased, what if he chose not to place the lottery wheel in the Warrior Academy? The more Inhaiji thought about it, the angrier he became. He was also devising how to persuade Jiang Yubai to join the Warrior Academy. This won't do. Inhaiji was resolute. Lei Hongxian must apologize to Jiang Yubai. He gazed toward the starry skies in the distance. The dean and vice dean were undoubtedly engaged in drawing the lucky blind boxes. The matter of the lucky blind boxes was of utmost importance. He would later have Lei Hongxian, that little rascal, apologize to Jiang Yubai. Before drawing, Yue shrouded the surroundings with the domain of the starry sky. Currently, the various external forces were only aware of the lottery wheel's existence, oblivious to the lucky blind box lottery machine. Until they managed to draw the divine level lucky blind box, the two decided to keep it confidential for the time being. If I cannot kowtow, then a bow will suffice. With this thought, Inhaiji began his attempt. After a few seconds, he was once again met with the four words, "Thank you for your patronage." At that moment, Shan Wenrui's jubilant voice rang out. I won. I drew 100 attribute points. Yay. Inhaiji glanced at his legs, took a deep breath, and stepped up to the next lottery wheel, determined to try again. I refuse to believe that I cannot win even once. Lu Guanyu and Shi Wanchuan gazed at Shan Wenrui enviously. Haha. The probability of drawing thank you for your patronage from this lottery will seems excessively high. Over 30 attempts, and not a single win. Lu Guanyu sighed and shook his head. Surely it can't be that it only serves those of a certain caliber? Dean Lu, tread carefully, Shi Wanchuan whispered, casting a wary glance at Jiang Yubai, solemnly advising. It's best not to speak such words again, lest it incite Jiang's displeasure. Lu Guanyu, his expression serious, nodded in agreement. I didn't expect the dean to place such importance on Jiang Yubai. How could he not? Shi Wanchuan gazed up at the vast expanse of the starry sky and mused. If the deputy governor truly manages to draw a divine-level lucky blind box, then the existence of Jiang Shaozai will not merely alter the rankings of our three great sacred academies. It will also significantly impact the status of our human race amidst the myriad of beings in the cosmos. The myriad beings of the starry sky, Lu Guanyu, harbored a glint of hatred and murderous intent in his eyes. Jiang Yubai observed the array of lottery wheels and shook his head. What a coincidence. It must be mere coincidence. With so many lottery wheels, I haven't drawn anything in all those previous attempts, and yet now I secure a talent? Jiang Yubai promptly acquired the newly obtained elite-level skill. Skill bar, 11, Life Link Totem. Active LV78 summons a healing totem that lasts for 30 seconds, restoring 15 maximum health points per second to allies within a 20-meter radius, and sharing 10 of the damage taken. Damage is shared equally among all linked individuals. Cooldown time is 90 seconds. Only one totem can exist at a time. Excess healing converts into a temporary shield, up to 5 of maximum health. Now, he possessed auxiliary skills as well. He glanced over his skill bar. Warrior skills included Slash and Holy Sword Judgment. Mage skills encompassed Fiery Missile and Azure Flame Dragon Roar. Assassin skills featured Shadow Eclipsing, Eternal Night, and Shadow Traversal. Defensive skills comprised Iron Barrier, while auxiliary skills consisted of a Life Link Totem. What remained was merely a life-based occupational skill. Once gathered, he would truly embody the essence of an all-round master. He resolved to devise a means to acquire equipment capable of altering his appearance, allowing him to traverse the world as a true polymath. Jiang Yubai had no intention of languishing in the Cosmic Academy for eternity. The world was vast, the starry universe boundless. And he yearned to explore the extraterritorial battlefields as well, provided he possessed the ability to protect himself. Jiang Yubai reined in his thoughts and focused on Yue, who was surrounded by over 100 lucky blind boxes. Until the lucky blind boxes were opened, he remained unaware of their contents. The blue probability slot was nearing completion. A radiant glow enveloped Jiang Yubai once more. He had reached level 79. The little 1S method of leveling up was indeed enviable to others. Helian Huangsheng, witnessing Jiang Yubai's ascension, felt a twinge of admiration. Among all the divine positions he knew, none offered an advancement as effortless as Jiang Yubai's. Simply placing the lottery wheel allowed one to level up while reclining comfortably. At that moment, Yue's voice broke through. Governor, the probability of success has diminished. Helian Huangsheng turned to the lucky blind box lottery machine. Next lucky blind box probability. Purple 0, blue 0, cyan 0, 5. Helian Huangsheng spoke in a composed tone. No matter, this was to be expected. Gold can procure elite, epic, or even legendary equipment, skill books, and pets. However, divine-grade equipment, divine skills, and divine pets are unattainable through mere currency. As long as we can draw a divine-level lucky blind box, spending any amount of gold is worthwhile. The probability has decreased to 0. 5. Jiang Yubai regarded the figures with astonishment. Though 0. 5 was not a substantial number. Filling the cyan probability slot required a full 100 additional draws. The extra gold expenditure could soar into the billions. Jiang Yubai inwardly gasped. The lucky blind box lottery machine was a veritable gold pit. Its insatiable appetite for gold was staggering. He wondered if the probability might decrease further. If so, calculating the required gold would be beyond him. At this moment, he began to comprehend why there was only a single lucky blind box lottery machine. Not to mention legendary level powerhouses being unable to afford it. Even lower-tier divine-level beings would find themselves financially depleted in pursuit of a divine-level lucky blind box. 2 minutes later, the cyan probability slot was filled. Next lucky blind box probability. Purple 0, blue 0, cyan 0, green 0, yellow 0, 5. At this juncture, Jiang Yubai's level had risen to 83. Another 2 minutes passed, and as the 5th probability slot filled, the notification content shifted slightly. Next lucky blind box probability. Purple 0, blue 0, cyan 0, green 0, yellow 0. 95, orange 0. 5. Next draw amount. 5, 0, 10, 0, 0, 0 gold. According to the usual pattern, the yellow lucky blind box's probability should have dropped directly to 0, yet it only decreased to 0. 5. This signified that during Yue's draw, the likelihood of obtaining a yellow lucky blind box remained high, whereas the chance for an orange lucky blind box was a mere 0. 5. This unexpected change astonished not only Yue and Helian Huangsheng, but also Jiang Yubai himself. Chapter 65. What a gold pit. Clearly a treasure trove. In the city of heavenly burial, amidst the night, the Lord's mansion was aglow with lights and bustling with activity. Within the reception hall, the hearty laughter of Qi Yin echoed. As vice president, my ascension to president relies entirely on you, brother Jiang. You are my lucky star, huh? Qi Yin radiated joy. As if rejuvenated, prominent figures from the city of heavenly burial, such as Long Yun, Blood Color, and Battle Lion, were present. Though Ma Qingfeng and Crazy Tiger were conspicuously absent. Upon hearing these words, the crowd couldn't help but glance outside, their minds swirling with speculation. Why had the lottery wheel appeared solely at the Lord's mansion after its disappearance? Jiang Tianhe smiled non-committally, feeling a sense of pride and satisfaction. Qi Yan's appointment as president was indeed due to my grandson. Rest assured, brother Jiang. I have discreetly dealt with Ma Qingfeng and will not dispatch anyone else to manage the guild. From now on, you alone shall hold sway over the city of heavenly burial. Qi Yan communicated to Jiang Tianhe. Many thanks, President Qi, Jiang Tianhe replied. The individuals below, witnessing Qi Yan address Jiang Tianhe as brother Jiang, were once again filled with curiosity. What could possibly cause Qi Yan to fawn over Jiang Tianhe so? Was it solely because of the lottery wheel that materialized within the Lord's mansion? That seemed unlikely. Qi Yan could easily claim the lottery wheel for himself without needing to treat Jiang Tianhe as an equal. There was certainly more to this. Why aren't you all expressing your gratitude to Lord Jiang? Qi Yan noticed the lack of movement below and cheerfully prompted. Only Lord Jiang could allow you to draw for free if another lord were here. Long Yun, Blood Color, Battle Lion, and the others rose, bowing respectfully. We thank you. Lord Jiang. Jiang Tianhe surveyed the crowd, his gaze drifting towards the distant throng, missing his grandson. Outside the Purple Way No. 1 courtyard, hundreds of members of the Thunder Flame Guild had departed, leaving even Lei Hongxian unaccounted for. He had nearly been paralyzed with fear. Zhu Yao, a member of the Transmutation Guild Alliance and a legitimate mid-tier divine being, now knelt outside the Purple Way No. 1 courtyard, unable to rise. Why did he choose to kneel here and not elsewhere? It coincided with a newcomer moving into the Purple Way No. 1 courtyard, and suddenly, it all became clear to Lei Hongxian. Zhu Yao and Yuan Taiyu must have offended this newcomer, which is why they were kneeling here. A newcomer whom Zhu Yao and Yuan Taiyu could not provoke. If he continued to act recklessly, it would lead to his ruin. As Lei Hongxian departed, he was so frightened that he could barely move. The members of the Thunder Flame Guild, as they left, were filled with trepidation, their hearts racing with fear. In a matter of moments, 100 or 200 individuals had withdrawn from the Thunder Flame Guild. At this very moment, only a handful of students dared to linger outside the Purple Way No. 1 courtyard. Shi Yufan and Ying Yaozong remained. Who was this newcomer, after all? Ying Yaozong's eyes still reflected a lingering astonishment, had he not witnessed it with his own eyes. He would never have believed that a newcomer could compel a mid-tier divine-level powerhouse to kneel. Such an occurrence is truly alarming, regardless of the background. It is not something that you or I could provoke. Shi Yufan's voice was exceptionally grave, as he too was taken aback. The only one capable of bringing Zhu Yao and Yuan Taiyu to their knees here is the Manor Master. Ying Yaozong found it hard to fathom, pondering whether it could be the Manor Master's illegitimate child. Shi Yufan shook his head, stating, the Manor Master is of considerable age, even if he had an illegitimate child. That child could not possibly be this young. Do not utter such words again, lest you invite calamity. Ask your grandfather. He must know, he added. Ying Yaozong felt an anxious curiosity clawing at his heart. He desperately wished to uncover the identity of the newcomer residing in the Purple Micro 1 courtyard. I have inquired, replied Shi Yufan. Ying Yaozong hastily pressed, what did the director say? After a moment of silence, Shi Yufan responded, my grandfather told me not to ask what I shouldn't. Ying Yaozong was again taken aback, his expression darkening as he gazed at the Purple Micro 1 courtyard. Suddenly, Shi Yufan turned to leave. Ying Yaozong hurriedly asked, where are you going? To find Gu Suifeng. He surely knows who resides in this courtyard. He won't tell you without a gold coin. Shi Yufan did not reply, and Ying Yaozong glanced back at Zhu Yao and the others kneeling, quickly following after him. A gold coin spun rapidly between Gu Suifeng's fingers, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. Surely, he could not be the Manor Master's illegitimate child? This was the only explanation that made sense to him. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind him. Gu Suifeng, what are you doing here? Upon hearing the voice, Gu Suifeng clutched the gold coin tightly and turned around, his face lighting up with surprise. Sister Luozi, you have finally returned. He noticed the presence of Tsang Xiaohan beside Luozi and inquired, who is he? Luozi answered, he's this year's new junior. Gu Suifeng's pupils constricted slightly, his astonishment evident as he gazed at Tsang Xiaohan. Is he truly the newcomer destined to reside in the Purple Micro 1 courtyard? Shi Yufan and Ying Yaozong approached, equally stunned by Luozi's revelation as they stared at Tsang Xiaohan. Tsang Xiaohan felt puzzled by their expressions. What are they looking at me for? It's not him. Luozi shook her head, but wait, that is. Her gaze fell upon Zhu Yao and Yuan Taiyu kneeling at the courtyard entrance, and she couldn't help but be taken aback, reflecting inwardly, the Manor Master is exceedingly generous towards Junior Bai. Zhu Yao is at least a council member of the Occupational Guild Alliance. Letting you offend my adoptive father. This is what you deserve. A cold sneer echoed. And Tsang Xiaohan also caught sight of Zhu Yao and Yuan Taiyu. Gu Suifeng, Shi Yufan, and Ying Yaozong simultaneously turned their attention to Tsang Xiaohan, unable to restrain themselves from asking, adoptive father? Whose adoptive father? Unexpectedly, as the 6th probability slot began to fill, the chance of drawing a yellow lucky blind box did not drop directly to 0, but merely decreased by 0.5. Jiang Yubai seemed to contemplate, realizing that there was no need to exhaust his resources from start to finish. The lucky blind box lottery machine was indeed a gold-consuming beast. Yet he discovered that after filling the 5th probability slot, the participants had already begun to turn a profit. Once the 5th probability slot was filled, every draw from the blind box guaranteed a yellow lucky blind box. The yellow lucky blind box corresponds to an epic level reward. Moreover, as the probability of winning in the 6th slot increased, the likelihood of drawing an orange lucky blind box and obtaining a legendary level reward also rose. This was inevitable, for the previous colors of lucky blind boxes had a winning probability of 0. Once the 6th probability slot was filled and the 7th was initiated, every draw guaranteed an orange lucky blind box. Was the lucky blind box lottery machine truly a scam? Not at all. For participants with enough gold to fill the 5th probability slot, it was a veritable treasure trove. Though Yu Yue and Helian Huangsheng were unaware of these details, they had their suspicions. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Yue opted to continue drawing, a tide of gold continuously flowing into the lucky blind box lottery machine. As the probability of the sixth slot rose, the chance of drawing a yellow lucky blind box steadily diminished. By the time the sixth probability slot was filled, the chance of drawing the yellow lucky blind box had dropped to 0. This further solidified Yue and Helian Huangxing's suspicions. However, the increased probability of winning with each draw had once again diminished. Next, lucky blind box probabilities: purple 0, blue 0, cyan 0, yellow 0, orange 999, red 0, 1. But it no longer mattered. For now, every draw by Yue guaranteed an orange lucky blind box, equating to a legendary level reward. Yue and Helian Huangxing finally understood why there were so many spinning wheels for the lottery, whereas Jiang Yubai could only accommodate one lucky blind box lottery machine. Because it was simply too extraordinary. Yue's expressions while drawing the blind box transformed, from initial calmness to later indifference, then to a slight discomfort, and finally, as she continued drawing, a radiant smile emerged. The significance of the lottery master had elevated once more. Yue continued to draw, while Jiang Yubai ascended in levels. As the seventh probability slot filled, Jiang Yubai drew ever closer to level 101. The lottery wheel at the City Lord's Manor continued its relentless spin. Next, lucky blind box probabilities: purple 0, blue 0, cyan 0, green 0, yellow 0, orange 0, red 100. The 7 probability slots began to emit a brilliant multicolored glow, growing brighter until they enveloped the lucky blind box lottery machine, transforming into a radiant beam that soared into the heavens. In an instant, the surroundings were painted in a resplendent hue. Fortunately, Yue had cast the Starry Sky domain in advance to shroud the lucky blind box lottery machine, concealing this extraordinary phenomenon. Next, lucky blind box probability: divine level lucky blind box 100. Yue's breath quickened involuntarily. Even Helian Huangxing could not help but feel his heartbeat escalate. Just as Yue was about to make her final draw, she heard Jiang Yubai suddenly ask, "Mentor, what do you wish to draw? A divine artifact, a divine skill, or a divine pet?" Yue pondered for a few seconds, her voice trembling slightly as she replied, "A divine pet, perhaps." Jiang Yubai nodded, smiling. Mentor will surely have her wish fulfilled. Hearing this, Helian Huangxing's eyes revealed a contemplative expression, imbued with a sense of worldly wisdom. Yue took a deep breath and made her final draw. The soaring multicolored beam seemed to respond to a call, suddenly plunging into the lucky blind box lottery machine. A humming sound resonated. Moments later, the lucky blind box lottery machine expelled a burst of multicolored light, which then vanished without a trace. The 7-colored glow gently floated towards Yue, ultimately hovering before her. "Congratulations. You have drawn a divine level lucky blind box." Almost simultaneously, a milky white light enveloped Jiang Yubai. "You have leveled up. Current level, 101. Chapter 66. The third super divine skill. Jiang Yubai's eyes revealed his professional attribute panel. Name: Jiang Yubai. Profession: Lottery Master, Super Divine Level. Identity: Student of the Starry Sky Academy. Level: LV 101 020000. Basic attributes: Strength: 221,192, 6,000, free attribute points allocation. Vitality: 221,192, 6,000, free attribute points allocation. Intelligence: 221,192, 6,000, free attribute points allocation. Growth attributes: Health: 221, 1920, 60,000. Defense: 221, 1920, 60,000. Energy: 221, 1920, 60,000. Free attribute points: 99. Skill slots: 11. Universal jackpot. Passive LV 101. When other players draw from your lottery wheel, you receive a reward multiplied by 101. Lottery wheel. Active LV 101. You may now place 101 lottery wheels. Each wheel can designate a winner once per day, with prizes in blue. You cannot participate in the draw. Lucky blind box. Active LV 101. Once a day, you can designate a winning prize, with rewards in blue. You cannot participate in the draw. Currently under cooldown for 7 days. Holy Sword Judgment. Active LV 101. Shadow Eclipsed Eternal Night. Main passive LV 101. Blade of Severance. Active LV 101. Channeling all your strength. Deliver a powerful slash to all enemies within a forward cone, inflicting 230, 10 physical damage, with a 33 chance to cause bleeding. Flame Missile. Active LV 101. Launch a fiery missile that inflicts fire damage on the target, with a 45 chance to ignite the target, causing 20 attack power and fire damage per second for 30 seconds, 5 seconds. Limit Charge. Active LV 101. Charge for 1 second to increase damage by 70, 10. Charge for 2 seconds to increase damage by 120, 10. Charge for 3 seconds to increase damage by 230, 10. During the charge, damage taken is reduced by 65, 10. Upon completion, gain a buff lasting 23 seconds, 3 seconds, that increases attack speed and movement speed by 55.5. Shadow Shift. Active LV-101. Enter a shadow state, becoming invisible and increasing movement speed by 110, while allowing for a short distance teleport of 35 meters within 30 seconds. During the shadow state, you will not be detected by ordinary monsters, and detection range for bosses and high-perception enemies is significantly reduced. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Cyan Flame Dragon Roar. Active LV-101. Upon release, creates a fiery projectile resembling a dragon's head, inflicting piercing burn damage on all targets in its path, with a repulsion effect, consuming 1,000 energy points. Cooldown 18 seconds, 5 seconds. Iron Barrier. Active LV-101 instantly increases your physical and magical defense by 43.3, lasting 10 seconds, 2 seconds. Cooldown 17 seconds, 3 seconds. Life Link Totem. Active LV-101. Summon a healing totem that lasts for 30 seconds, restoring 25.1 maximum health per second to teammates within a 20-meter radius and sharing damage taken by 7.3 damage shared among all linked players. Cooldown 86 seconds, 4 seconds. Only one totem can exist at a time. Excess healing converts into a temporary shield, capped at 7.2 of maximum health. Jiang Yubai gazed at the experience required to reach level 102, momentarily taken aback. Why has it risen to 20,000 experience? He felt somewhat bewildered. Previously, the experience needed for each level up had merely increased by 100 points. According to the pattern, the experience required to reach level 102 should be 10,200 points. Why did the requirement not increase after the first promotion, yet surged so dramatically after the second? Jiang Yubai could not fathom this change. He could only attribute it to the lottery master being an extraordinary potential class. It is entirely reasonable for super divine classes to require more experience to level up. After all, it was merely a bit more experience, nothing to be concerned about. Once the lottery wheel was fully operational, his leveling speed would still be akin to that of a rocket. Jiang Yubai's gaze shifted downwards. Basic attributes exceeding 210,000, growth attributes surpassing 100,000. A satisfied smile graced Jiang Yubai's face. With 210 growth attributes, even if I stood still while being attacked by practitioners below the 9th transition, they would likely exhaust themselves without inflicting any damage upon me. To harm me, they would at least need legendary level skills. Each transition for a practitioner represents a tremendous enhancement. Not merely a change in job title, but also a substantial increase in basic attributes. Jiang Yubai's first and second transitions did not enhance his basic attribute values because the lottery master is a super divine class. There is no need for a job change. Upgrades alone suffice for ascension to super divine. He had little regard for those attribute values. With more participants in the lottery, he would easily acquire them. At level 101, he could finally unleash legendary tier skills. Jiang Yubai had previously pondered why other classes required 9 transitions and level 900 to perform legendary level skills, while he needed only level 100. Now he understood. It was not that he was too early. Rather, he was late. Given his current formidable attributes, the power he could wield at level 100 would undoubtedly surpass that of the vast majority of legendary level practitioners. Although Jiang Yubai had yet to engage with legendary level practitioners, he felt confident in his abilities. If only he had a few more legendary level skills, a couple of hundred would suffice. Jiang Yubai cast a glance at the other skills. Aside from Holy Sword Judgment and Shadow Eclipsed Eternal Night, the enhancement effects of the remaining skills were minimal. This is the drawback of ordinary skills as levels rise. The damage of skills below epic level, below legendary level, begins to falter. Legendary level practitioners are generally categorized into 3 tiers: ordinary, monarch, and invincible. Ordinary level possesses 5 or fewer legendary skills. Monarch level boasts more than 5 legendary skills. And those like Lei Jun, considered legendary invincible, possess over 10 legendary skills, often including domain effect legendary skills. There are virtually no skills below legendary level among them. Jiang Yubai is different. Even a low-level skill like Blade of Severance, excluding defense calculations, inflicts a staggering 100,000 damage. His basic attributes are extraordinarily high. This is the hallmark of a super divine class. Naturally, these skills are not of paramount importance. The most crucial aspect is the 3rd super divine skill. Upon glimpsing the name of the 3rd super divine skill, Jiang Yubai found himself momentarily stunned. Smash golden eggs? He rubbed his eyes, ensuring he was not mistaken. The 3rd super divine skill is, astonishingly, Smash golden eggs? Jiang Yubai felt a mixture of amusement and disbelief. The lottery wheel, the lucky blind box, and this Smash golden eggs skill all resonate with the essence of the lottery master. Chapter 67, The Revelry of Gamblers. The Feast of Fortunate Ones. Colorful Smash golden eggs. Active LV-101. You can summon a mysterious and splendid colorful Smash golden eggs lottery machine at any location. This machine contains 7 golden eggs shimmering with rainbow hues. Striking the colorful golden eggs will yield rewards corresponding to their levels: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. The colorful Smash Golden Eggs lottery machine features 2 modes, random reward mode and combo mode, available weekly. 1 egg impoverished, 1 egg prosperous. The 7 colorful golden eggs alter fate. This is the revelry of gamblers. This is the feast of fortunate ones. Jiang Yubai? What on earth is he? There are actually 2 modes. Colorful Smash Golden Eggs seems rather intriguing. Before summoning the colorful lottery machine for the golden egg draw, Jiang Yubai could not discern the specific details of the game mode. However, the descriptions of the skills and the name of the mode ignited within him an irresistible urge to crack open the golden eggs. The exuberance of gamblers? The feast of the fortunate? There was certainly an intriguing aspect to this. Yubai gazed at the divine level lucky blind box enveloped in a cascade of vibrant colors, her hands trembling slightly. The divine level lucky blind box. Herlian Huanqing could not resist stepping forward, his eyes, containing the wisdom of ages, fixated on the swirling spectrum of light, unwilling to look away for even a moment. In the planetary dungeons inhabited by humanity, artifacts, divine skills, divine pets, and other divine-grade items were exceedingly rare, mostly obtainable only through the completion of quests. With the advent of the Cosmic Chapter, as the planetary dungeons yielding divine items and the cosmic secret realms emerged, divine beings flocked to the cosmic expanse, eager to conquer dungeons and explore these mysteries. They risked their very existence solely to acquire divine items. Yet, even within the cosmic dungeons and secret realms, divine items remained scarce. The higher the tier of the divine item, the rarer it became, and correspondingly, the dangers associated with acquiring it escalated. This resulted in the majority of lower-tier divine beings remaining equipped with items of merely legendary quality. Now, the prospect of reliably obtaining a divine item by spending gold coins, without incurring any risk, was something Herlian Huanqing found hard to fathom, an unimaginable concept. The Lucky Blind Box lottery machine could indeed yield divine-level lucky blind boxes. Prior to this, both he and Yubai had merely speculated, for up until now, no one had drawn a divine-level reward from the lottery wheel. Even if their conjectures had come to fruition, they found it difficult to believe. Even the mightiest of divine positions must have their limits. Yet, the lottery master was an exception. He had none. This was utterly astonishing. Herlian Huanqing and Yubai had never encountered a natural vocation with such immense potential. Other natural and acquired vocations could not even be compared to that of the lottery master. The ability of the Lucky Blind Box lottery machine to produce divine-level lucky blind boxes implied that the lottery wheel could likewise yield divine rewards. The value of the lottery master had been elevated yet again. Yuyue's gaze shifted to the other lucky blind boxes of various colors, her excitement intensifying. Having spent hundreds of billions, even if she did not draw a divine-level lucky blind box, she would still not be at a loss. 30 purple blind boxes, 102 blue blind boxes, 101 cyan blind boxes, 158 green blind boxes, 103 yellow blind boxes, and 139 orange blind boxes. Yuyue's breath quivered uncontrollably as she looked at her beloved disciple, her heart filled with awe. What kind of extraordinary student have I taken under my wing? What exactly is the vocation of the lottery master? The Lucky Blind Box lottery machine was simply a machine for reliably outputting equipment, skills, pets, and other items. Let us begin. Herlian Huanqing's voice resonated, and Yubai detected an exceedingly rare tremor within it. She withdrew her gaze, took a deep breath, and pointed decisively at the divine-level Lucky Blind Box, silently praying, "May it be a divine pet." The moment Yuyue's finger touched the divine-level Lucky Blind Box, the entire space seemed to freeze. A tide of 7-colored brilliance surged forth from the surface of the blind box, intertwining in the air to form a breathtaking aurora. A soft crack echoed in their ears. A thin fissure appeared on the surface of the divine-level Lucky Blind Box, and blinding red light burst forth from within. Yubai had to squint. Yet her gaze remained firmly locked on the transformations of the blind box. Herlian Huanqing also stared intently at the blind box, instinctively holding his breath. With a resounding boom, all the crimson light suddenly converged, coalescing in mid-air into a giant egg, nearly the height of a person. Yubai froze in astonishment, disbelief flooding her eyes. It was truly a pet egg. She could scarcely comprehend it. Herlian Huanqing's pupils constricted slightly as he turned sharply to Jiang Yubai. The House Edge passive has been triggered. You have obtained the divine pet egg, Moon Shadow Cocoon. Jiang Yubai was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he the House Edge supposed to be 101 times? He was perplexed. Not only had he not leveled up, but how could it yield just a single pet egg? Shouldn't it be 101? His gaze fell upon the pet egg, Moon Shadow Cocoon, within his backpack, and he was stunned once more. He abruptly lifted his head to observe the divine pet egg that Yubai had drawn. It was a massive obsidian egg, 15 meters in diameter, its surface adorned with dark golden magma patterns, and the shell bore naturally formed mountain motifs. Meanwhile, the pet egg in his backpack had a translucent silver-white shell. What was going on? Jiang Yubai wore a look of bewilderment. Although the quantity was singular and both were divine pet eggs, they were not the same. He glanced once more at the pet egg in his backpack, and the information regarding the Moonshadow Cocoon surfaced before him. Name: Moonshadow Cocoon, Moonlit Flow Cat. Potential rating: Low Tier, Mid Tier, 20. Attributes: Light Space, Moonlight Void. Hatching conditions: Environment: Full Moon Night or Star Realm Altar. Materials: Daily feed of Void Essence 1 or Stardew 5. Time: 21 days. Can be reduced to 3 days using a Divine Grade Space Core. Jiang Yubai retracted his gaze and hurried towards the pet egg that Yue had drawn, the corresponding information materializing before him. Name: Titan Core, Mountain Giant Ape. Potential rating: Low Tier, Mid Tier, 10. Attributes: Earth Fire, Geothermal Lava. Hatching conditions: Environment: Geothermal Node, Earth Element Concentration 90. Materials: Daily feed of Fallen Star Iron 1 or Core Crystal 3. Time: 30 days. Can be reduced to 7 days using a Mythic Grade Earth Core. Jiang Yubai's eyes sparkled with understanding. He comprehended the reason. The 101 times multiplier. Although both were of low-tier potential, bore different success rates for breaking through to mid-tier. Suddenly, he was struck by a thought. Why was he able to see the information regarding the divine pet egg? The transition to the Tao of Heaven's rules dictated that he could not perceive such detailed information without first learning the universal skill of investigation. Could it be that the lottery master's vocation was of transcendent caliber? Or perhaps both pet eggs originated from the vocation of the lottery master? Hurlian Huanqing observed Jiang Yubai, his gaze flickering, lost in thought. The Titan Core. This was the pet egg of the low-tier divine pet, Mountain Giant Ape. Yue recognized the pet egg before her and let out a soft exclamation. Jiang Yubai smiled and congratulated her, saying, "Congratulations, Minter, your wishes have been fulfilled. I never imagined we would truly draw a divine pet." Yue's smile was gentle and radiant as she looked at Jiang Yubai. "You have become my disciple. And since I have not gifted you anything, my desire to draw a divine pet was solely to present it to you as a gift. Therefore, I bestow this pet egg upon you." Chapter 68, Jiang Xiaozai. You shall become the headmaster of the Starry Sky Academy. For me? Jiang Yubai was momentarily taken aback, gazing incredulously at Yue. This was a priceless divine pet egg. A flicker of surprise crossed Hurlian Huanqing's handsome features before he returned to his composure. If it were him, he would have done the same. What significance did a divine pet egg hold? Compared to Jiang Yubai, it was nothing. 2 minutes ago, he revered Jiang Yubai as a deity. Now, he regards Jiang Yubai as a beloved father, not to mention a mere divine pet egg. Even if Jiang Yubai aspired to become the head of the Starry Sky Academy, he would unhesitatingly relinquish his position to him. Hurlian Huanqing chuckled, saying, "One cannot refuse the welcoming gift from a mentor." Yue nodded, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she gazed at her sole direct disciple. "Then I shall accept it." Jiang Yubai smiled, expressing his gratitude to his mentor. Hurlian Huanqing and Yue exchanged glances, both smiling, yet secretly sighed in relief. They were genuinely concerned that Jiang Yubai might refuse, which would imply an invisible rift between him and Yue, or between him and the Starry Sky Academy. Jiang Yubai had no reason to decline. A divine pet was always welcome. He reached out to touch the Titan Core, which surprisingly began to tremble slightly, as if a life force resided within, breathing. The eggshell bore naturally formed mountain patterns, radiating a blazing glow. "Minter, did you just say this is the Mountain Giant Ape?" Jiang Yubai inquired, feigning ignorance. Clad in mountains for armor, with lava for blood, the Titan beast that shakes the heavens and earth can transform into a calamity at its peak, shattering the crust with a single punch. Yue nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed. This is the Mountain Giant Ape. Though it is a low-tier divine pet, its combat prowess is formidable, rivaling that of mid-tier divine professionals." Hurlian Huanqing looked at Jiang Yubai. "Young Jiang, this Titan Core requires incubation. Please entrust it to me. When it hatches, I will inform you, and you can then proceed with the contract." "Thank you, Headmaster." Jiang Yubai replied, relieved as this was precisely his concern. Hurlian Huanqing nodded and waved, storing the Titan Core in his backpack. He then surveyed the empty ground, inquiring, "Young Jiang, where has the luck blind box lottery machine vanished to?" He was worried that something might have gone awry with the machine. Yue also displayed a hint of anxiety. In her eyes, the luck blind box lottery machine was akin to a colossal dungeon. With its presence, the likelihood of the Starry Sky Academy securing first place in the upcoming Strongest Academy competition was greatly enhanced. It was a strategic resource that must not be lost. "It's in cooldown," Jiang Yubai replied. "The duration is 7 days. He hadn't anticipated that the luck blind box lottery machine would enter cooldown after drawing the divine luck blind box. However, this made it a tad more reasonable. The lottery wheel paled in comparison to the luck blind box lottery machine, being merely a younger sibling with an exceedingly low probability of winning. Hurlian Huanqing and Yue visibly relaxed. "By the way, Minter, what about the luck blind boxes?" Jiang Yubai asked, eager for Yue to unveil all the lucky boxes and bolster their inventory. "As the Academy ranking competition is imminent, I discussed with the headmaster, and we decided to use the luck blind boxes as rewards for this competition," Yue responded. Jiang Yubai realized, so that is how it is. He contemplated whether to take out the moon shadow cocoon from his backpack. Sooner or later, it would need to be incubated. Yet he currently could not meet its incubation conditions. Noticing Jiang Yubai's hesitation, Yue and Helian Huanqing exchanged looks. Yue inquired, "Little Bai, what troubles you?" "I previously drew a pet egg. Could you and the headmaster help me identify what kind of pet it is?" Jiang Yubai replied. "Oh." Both Helian Huanqing and Yue displayed curiosity. Jiang Yubai retrieved the moon shadow cocoon from his backpack. The surface of the moon shadow cocoon shimmered like stardust, emanating a soft lunar glow. Through the translucent silver shell, a curled feline silhouette could be vaguely seen. Could it be the moon shadow cocoon? Helian Huanqing and Yue gazed at it in astonishment, then turned their attention to Jiang Yubai simultaneously. "Young Jiang, is this what you drew?" Helian Huanqing could not help but ask. Jiang Yubai nodded. Yue immediately followed up with, "How many times did you draw to get this?" She was well aware that Jiang Yubai could not possibly have enough gold coins to fill all 7 probability slots. Jiang Yubai, feeling a bit embarrassed, raised his right index finger 10 times. He regretted saying it upon seeing his mentor's expression twitch. Helian Huanqing looked as if he had seen a ghost. Yue slowly raised her hand to clutch her heart, feeling a pang of pain. To draw a divine luck blind box, she had spent over 100 billion gold coins. Meanwhile, her student had only spent 550,000 gold coins. Indeed, human joys and sorrows are not the same. After a long pause, Helian Huanqing sighed. Having one's own possessions is truly advantageous. To draw a divine pet in just 10 attempts. This headmaster feels weary. Jiang Yubai scratched his brow and muttered to himself. "At least I didn't say just once. 1 is also for incubation, 2 are also for incubation. I might as well incubate the moon shadow cocoon together." Helian Huanqing stored the moon shadow cocoon in his backpack. Jiang Yubai expressed his gratitude once more. Just then, Helian Huanqing's expression shifted slightly, furrowing his brow. Yue noticed and asked, "What is the matter?" Helian Huanqing shook his head. "Gonyang Ryu has arrived." Yue's expression became serious. Jiang Yubai inquired curiously, "Who is Gonyang Ryu?" Yue replied in a somber tone, "One of the 2 military leaders of the Starry Sky mercenaries." Jiang Yubai's heart tightened. If Gonyang Ryu had arrived, the others would surely follow soon. Helian Huanqing turned to Yue. "I will go attend to Gonyang Ryu." With that, a chess piece on Helian Huanqing's chest flickered with starlight, and he vanished from sight. Yue looked gravely at Jiang Yubai. "Little Bai, do not go anywhere. Stay here in the Ziwei No. 1 courtyard." Jiang Yubai nodded earnestly, understood. Yue waved her hand, and the surrounding starlit sky dissipated. The 2 of them reappeared within the view of the 5 deans, including Shan Wenrui. At that moment, the 5 deans had already spun all the lottery wheels. Except for In Haiji, the other 4 had each won some rewards. In Haiji, with a sullen face, drank in silence, unable to comprehend why he had drawn nothing. Even a single attribute point would have been a sign of respect for an old gambler. Upon seeing Jiang Yubai and Yue reappear, the other 4 deans immediately surrounded them. In Haiji perked up and followed suit. "Deputy Headmaster, how did it go? Where is the luck blind box lottery machine? Did you draw the divine luck blind box?" The 5 deans looked eagerly at Yue and Jiang Yubai. Yue nodded. And before the 5 could react, she continued with a solemn expression, "Individuals from various factions will be arriving one after another. I have some matters to attend to. You 5 must wait here for my and the headmaster's notification." With that, she constructed a starry passage and disappeared within it, leaving the 5 deans to surround Jiang Yubai. Chapter 69. 7 eggs hang in the balance. A single hammer determines fate. "Little Bai, is what the deputy headmaster said true?" Shan Wenrui asked urgently, her beautiful eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as she looked at Jiang Yubai. Jiang Yubai nodded. Shan Wenrui immediately seized Jiang Yubai's arm tightly, almost painfully. Can one truly draw a divine luck blind box? Lu Guanyu, oblivious to his own beard being pulled, stared at Jiang Yubai in shock, eagerly inquiring, "Has the deputy headmaster opened the blind boxes?" Jiang Yubai nodded again. He immediately felt another arm being grasped. It was both hands. It was Dongfang Yingyu. Jiang Yubai let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't the other 3 old men. "What are we drawing?" In Haiji promptly inquired. Lu Guanyu chimed in. "A divine artifact?" Sure, Wanchuan added. "Or perhaps a divine technique." Jiang Yubai replied. "It's a divine pet." Hiss. In Haiji's freshly lit cigarette burned rapidly, reducing it to the filter in one swift draw. Lu Guanyu, Sure Wanchuan, Shan Wenrui, and Dongfang Yingyu all reacted with wide-eyed astonishment, shock, disbelief, or incredulity. The atmosphere instantly fell silent. Cough, cough, cough. In Haiji suddenly erupted into a fit of coughs, having inhaled too forcefully. "Jiang, has the deputy chancellor mentioned which academy you might join?" Lu Guanyu was the first to recover, gazing at Jiang Yubai with fervent eyes. The expressions of the other 4 deans shifted as they exchanged wary glances. Before the lucky draw machine could yield a divine level prize, they had primarily thought about acquiring a few more spins. Now, their singular desire was to claim him. A fierce competition for Jiang was about to ensue. Lu Guanyu grinned and said, "Come to my auxiliary and life academy. Your profession is so unique. You ought to be here." Nonsense, Shan Wenrui retorted angrily, pointing a finger at Lu Guanyu, who decreed that a unique profession must go to the Auxiliary and Life Academy. Little Bai is under my wing. What do you mean? Under your wing, Shan? Lu Guanyu exclaimed, his face reddening in indignation. Jiang is the Deputy Chancellor's prized disciple. He is mine. Mine. Shan Wenrui shouted defiantly at Lu Guanyu. Let us not quarrel, gentlemen, Shi Wanchuan interjected, his expression gentle as he regarded Jiang Yubai. I find a kindred spirit in Jiang. He should join my defense academy. Jiang Yubai found himself at a loss for words. Lu Guanyu's invitation to the Auxiliary and Life Academy at least had some merit, while Shi Wanchuan's reasoning for the Defense Academy seemed rather forced. Director Shi, you folks in defense sure are thick-skinned, Dongfang Yingyu remarked, making rapid gestures. Upon finishing, she firmly grasped Jiang Yubai's arm. Shi Wanchuan's smile faltered. Shan Wenrui echoed loudly. Indeed, the audacity is astounding. Jiang Yubai's lips twitched as he glanced at Dongfang Yingyu. He couldn't speak. It was harder to articulate than Shan Wenrui's insults. Zhang's profession has no connection to the Defense Academy. Old Shi, please refrain from meddling. In Haiji chuckled at the unfolding drama. Shi Wanchuan shot a sidelong glance at In Haiji and retorted blandly, and how does it relate to the Combat Academy? In Haiji's laughter abruptly ceased. Neither of you has any connection. Lu Guanyu stroked his goatee, scoffing, Jiang ought to enter my Auxiliary and Life Academy. Indeed. In Haiji suddenly took a swig from his drink, raising his voice. Of course there's a connection. Lu Guanyu chuckled derisively. What connection? Jiang Yubai looked at In Haiji, curious to see what justification he would conjure. In Haiji, with a proud demeanor, declared, Jiang is utterly defenseless. He must have someone by his side to protect him. The combatants in my academy are all formidable warriors. Jiang, join my combat academy. All the students will be your bodyguards. He slapped his chest emphatically, including yours truly. Jiang Yubai replied, I'll pass on the warriors. Old gambler, do be quiet. Shan Wenrui was poised for a verbal duel, mocking. Only your combat academy can protect Little Bai? And formidable warriors? My mage academy boasts stunning beauties, all capable of safeguarding Little Bai, not less enticing than your lot. Jiang Yubai nodded in agreement. In Haiji opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for a retort. Out of words, are we? Shan Wenrui smirked. Then best to remain silent, you old gambler. When it comes to protection, we in the Defense Academy claim the top spot. No one here would dare contest that, right? Shi Wanchuan queried, unhurriedly. Shan Wenrui's confidence wavered. Indeed, in terms of protective capabilities, the defense profession was unrivaled. I've digressed. Lu Guanyu shook his head. Protection is irrelevant. This is the Starry Sky Academy, where Jiang faces no peril. Exactly. Shan Wenrui quickly agreed. Thus, Little Bai is my chosen candidate. He must join my mage academy. This isn't a matter of first come, first served. Dongfang Yingyu gestured swiftly. Shan Wenrui grew irate. Dongfang Yingyu. I even told you how to draw lots. Humph. Dongfang Yingyu clung tightly to Jiang Yubai's arm, expressing her stance through action. None of them inquired which academy Jiang Yubai preferred. Firstly, his profession was too unique. Joining any academy seemed inappropriate, and they certainly wouldn't allow him to join another academy. Secondly, Jiang could not possibly refrain from joining any academy. The Starry Sky Academy had never upheld such a rule. Thus, rather than relinquish the initiative to Jiang Yubai, they preferred to take the offensive, seeking ways to entice him. Since none were willing to concede, they might as well engage in a contest. A surge of battle fervor emanated from In Haiji, who declared in a low voice, whoever wins, Jiang will join their academy. You shameless old gambler. Lu Guanyu huffed. I too am utterly defenseless. In Haiji replied expressionlessly, apologies, then you are out. Lu Guanyu. Shan Wenrui summoned her staff. Come on. Are you afraid? Shi Wanchuan silently encased himself in 10 shields. I am prepared. Esteemed deans, let us not damage our camaraderie through conflict. How about we adopt a fair and entertaining method instead? Jiang Yubai could no longer bear to watch. If this continued, these deans might very well demolish the Ziwang No. 1 Academy. Though he had no intention of joining any academy, he seized the opportunity to try out the colorful egg smash. Lu Guanyu's eyes lit up, nodding vigorously. Indeed, indeed. Jiang, you speak wisely. A fair method it shall be. Great minds think alike. In Haiji, his momentum subdued, asked, what method? Jiang Yubai smiled, and said, may the 5 esteemed deans take a few steps back. The 5 deans exchanged glances, yet none retreated. Seeing this, Jiang Yubai chuckled, I cannot fly, nor can I escape, fret not. Upon hearing this, the 5 deans began to back away slowly. Esteemed deans, behold. Jiang Yubai snapped his fingers, casting the skill, colorful egg smash. In an instant, a rainbow descended from the heavens. 7 beams of rainbow-hued light cascaded down, intertwining at their landing point to form a dazzling lottery platform. The base of the platform was supported by 7 dark golden pillars intricately carved with depictions of the goddess of fate. Atop each pillar floated a gemstone of corresponding color, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The 7 gems radiated a dreamlike glow. At the center stood a seven-sided crystal display, with seven egg-shaped golden artifacts, each the size of a human head, suspended in a halo of vibrant colors. Each eggshell emitted a distinct and dazzling hue, red like blazing fire, orange like the morning sun, yellow like golden sand, green as jade, cyan surpassing the azure sky, blue akin to the deep sea, and purple reminiscent of the twilight glow. The radiant lights are not static. They flow and shift across the surface of the golden egg like a liquid rainbow. Suspended above the lottery platform is a colossal bronze balance, one side cradling gold coins, while the other bears a skull. A holographic screen hovers above the balance. At the moment, the colorful lottery machine invokes its magic. Two lines of text materialize on the holographic display. 7 eggs hang in destiny. One hammer determines the universe. Bet everything, or lose all. Chapter 70. Jiang Yubai, this is bad. It's coming for me. The East Sunstar Hall serves as the reception area for the Starry Sky Academy. Gonyang Ruoyu, clad in a rain cloak and wearing a bamboo hat, appears gaunt and aged. Opposite him sits Helian Huangsheng, adorned in resplendent robes, youthful and handsome. With 3 black chess pieces lazily rotating on his chest, Gonyang Ruoyu gazes at Helian Huangsheng, mocking him with a taunt. It has been 4 or 5 years since our last encounter at the Tower of Heaven, yet you still delight in pretending to be youthful. This is called a good mindset, Helian Huangsheng retorts, casting a sidelong glance at Gonyang Ruoyu and quipping back, old man, looking at your state. I fear you may not have many years left. Gonyang Ruoyu merely chuckles, shaking his head. Fear not, my commander is certainly destined to outlive you. With a cold snort, Helian Huangsheng curses, you'll likely perish first on the battlefield beyond. That would be a death well deserved, Gonyang Ruoyu replies, adjusting his hat and hinting, but before I die, I must find a successor to rest my eyes. Helian Huangsheng, feeling cautious, adopts a stern expression and states, whom you choose as your successor is of no concern to me. Just don't set your sights on my students from the Starry Sky Academy. Gonyang Ruoyu makes no effort to disguise his intentions, narrowing his eyes as he sighs. My commander has but a few years left. And the emergence of that young fellow Jiang Yubai at this moment is surely fate. Fate, my foot. Helian Huangsheng straightens in his seat, scoffing at Gonyang Ruoyu's words. You've already chosen a successor. Don't presume I'm unaware. Gonyang Ruoyu shakes his head and sighs, though the girl Qingxian is quite remarkable. She ultimately pales in comparison to young Jiang. Helian Huangsheng scoffs. He had thought Gonyang Ruoyu was interested in the lottery wheel, but it seems he is more focused on the young man. The Starry Sky mercenaries need this young fellow far more than the Starry Sky Academy does. Helian, you should understand this better than I. With unwavering determination, Gonyang Ruoyu gazes intently at Helian Huangsheng and continues. That young lad can empower the Starry Sky mercenaries to become even stronger. I firmly believe that under Jiang Yubai's leadership, one day our human army will sweep across the myriad races in the battlefield beyond. Helian Huangsheng remains silent. Observing this, Gonyang Ruoyu softens his tone. It is not merely my mercenaries who require him. It is humanity that needs him. As the head of a faction, Helian, you will surely consider the needs of our people. Stop flattering me. I'm not swayed by such tactics. Helian Huangsheng retorts with a cold smile. That young lad Jiang has already been designated as the next head of the Starry Sky Academy. Gonyang Ruoyu is taken aback, instinctively asking, you don't have long to live, do you? Helian Huangsheng, let us return to the matter at hand. He replies coolly. Since I promised to provide your Starry Sky mercenaries with 5 lottery wheels, the Starry Sky Academy will not go back on its word. Once you select a location, I will personally accompany Jiang to place them. 5 is insufficient. Gonyang Ruoyu shakes his head. We need at least 10. Helian Huangsheng glances at Gonyang Ruoyu, finding his demand amusing. Old man, your tone does not suggest negotiation, but rather a demand. Do not be angry, Helian. I assure you, my commander will not let you suffer losses, Gonyang Ruoyu says, retrieving an item from his backpack and tossing it to Helian Huangsheng. It is a transparent fishing line, the size of a baby's fist, entangled with a deep purple mini-monster. Helian Huangsheng raises an eyebrow, recognizing it as a leader-level monster of the Void Clan. What do you think? Gonyang Ruoyu asserts confidently. Surely this is enough to exchange for 5 lottery wheels? Helian Huangsheng, expressionless, tosses the fishing line back. Gonyang Ruoyu is momentarily stunned, frowning. Not enough? Helian Huangsheng remains silent. Before drawing the divine-level lucky blind box, he might have been slightly tempted. But now not even 1 lottery wheel can be exchanged. This is a lottery wheel capable of yielding divine-level rewards. Gonyang Ruoyu's aged eyes flicker momentarily. The first person to slay a leader-level monster receives the Void Beacon. Surely 3 lottery wheels can be exchanged for that? Helian Huangsheng dismisses him. Merely a leader-level monster. I can capture 1 easily. After a moment of silence, Gonyang Ruoyu states solemnly, 2. Surely 2 is acceptable? Helian Huangsheng leisurely lifts his tea and takes a sip, savoring it. 1. Gonyang Ruoyu's face contorts in pain, clenching his fists. Just 1 lottery wheel. What do you say? Helian Huangsheng sets down his cup, shaking his head. Gonyang Ruoyu's expression darkens slightly. It's not that I refuse, Helian Huangsheng explains. but rather that I cannot make the decision. Ganyang Ruoyu is momentarily taken aback, then frowns in dissatisfaction. You are the head of the Starry Sky Academy. Is there truly something you cannot decide here? Helian Huangxing nods, explaining that the allocation of lottery wheels is entirely at Jiang's discretion, a decision made collectively by the Starry Sky Academy. Ganyang Ruoyu is taken aback, unable to believe Helian Huangxing's words. The latter's status would not lead him to lie about such matters. He could never have imagined that the Starry Sky Academy held Jiang Yubai in such high regard, even granting him authority over the allocation. That lottery wheel could yield legendary rewards, with a strong possibility of divine-level prizes. It takes Ganyang Ruoyu a full 20 seconds to process this astonishing information before he asks, "May I meet young friend Jiang?" His reference to Jiang has shifted from young lad to young friend. Helian Huangxing remains silent, instead glancing at the fishing line in Ganyang Ryu's hand. Realizing this, Ganyang Ryu promptly tosses the fishing line to Helian Huangxing. Helian Huangxing accepts it with a smile. Placing it in his backpack, "I appreciate your thoughtfulness. I will convey your regards to that young lad." Ganyang Ryu gestures dismissively. This was intended as a gift for young friend Jiang. Helian Huangxing quips, "You crafty old man." Realizing he has let something slip, Ganyang Ryu quickly coughs twice and smiles. "I simply wish to meet young friend Jiang." Helian Huangxing, with a grim expression, replies, "We shall discuss this in a few days." With that, he rises and departs. Ganyang Ryu remains seated, lost in thought, muttering to himself, for Helian to make such a decision. The powers Jiang has awakened must far exceed what both I and Commander Wu have imagined. There might indeed be a crimson reward. What profession could possibly be so extraordinary? As he watches Helian Huangxing's retreating figure, he comprehends that since Helian has informed him that Jiang Yubai has the authority over the lottery wheels, it is a subtle hint. To acquire more lottery wheels, one must persuade Jiang Yubai himself. Ganyang Ryu narrows his eyes, lightly tapping the table with his fingers, murmuring, "Star Sea, Star Universe, the Job Change Guild Alliance, and the Cosmic Bank." Helian Huangxing seems to plan on waiting until everyone arrives before allowing Jiang to make an appearance. Could it be that he genuinely intends to abdicate in favor of another? It seems I must prepare some more substantial bargaining chips. Chapter 71. The terrifying yet alluring combo mode. Within the confines of the Ziwei No. 1 courtyard, the appearance of the colorful golden egg lottery machine instantly captivated the attention of the 5 esteemed deans. With its peculiar design, resplendent appearance, and enigmatic bronze scales, the 5 deans found themselves unable to divert their gaze. Subsequently, information regarding the colorful golden egg lottery machine materialized before their eyes. Colorful golden egg lottery machine. Mode: Random reward mode, combo mode. Current mode: Random reward mode. 1 reward per 7 eggs. Among the 7 golden eggs, only 1 conceals a reward. The others are empty. Reward levels. Upon striking a reward egg, one may randomly receive any reward from the red, divine level, to purple, low level, categories. Probability disclosure. Purple, low level, 325. Blue, medium level, 30. Cyan, high level, 20. Green, elite, 10. Yellow, epic, 5. Orange, legendary, 2. Red, divine level 0. 5. Each lottery, 100,000 gold coins. Rewards, skill books, sets, pet eggs, dungeon passes, attribute points, experience, gold coins, etc. No limit on the number of draws. Guarantee mechanism. A guaranteed reward will be issued every 100 attempts, calculated independently. Hiss, 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 hiss. Upon witnessing the possibility of obtaining divine level rewards, 5 audible gasps filled the air. Shan Wenrui, Dongfang Yingyu, In Haiji, Lu Guanyu, and Shi Wanchuan, 5 well-versed low-tier divine professionals, widened their eyes in astonishment. Jiang Yubai wore an expression of disbelief. Previously, the information regarding the lottery wheel and the lucky blind box was concealed from everyone but him. Yet now it was brazenly displayed on the information panel. Jiang Yubai thought to himself, "How can I continue to play the role of the unscrupulous boss under these circumstances?" The odds of winning on this colorful golden egg lottery machine surpassed those of the lottery wheel and the lucky blind box by a significant margin. Even the lowest purple reward had only a probability of 10, and here, it stands at 325. The probability of winning a red reward is an astonishing 0.5. What is going on? Are they playing for keeps? Despite his musings, this was undoubtedly a fortuitous event for him. As the house, he would profit regardless. Jiang Yubai's eyes were soon graced with another information panel. Colorful golden egg lottery machine. Mode: Random reward mode, permanent. Combo mode, temporarily available. Random reward mode, permanent. 1 reward per 7 eggs. Among the 7 golden eggs, only 1 conceals a reward. The others are empty. Reward levels. Upon striking a reward egg, one may randomly receive any reward from the red, divine level, to purple, low level, categories. Once a participant strikes a reward egg, the probability for that color decreases. Initial probability: purple, low level, 325, blue, medium level, 30, cyan, high level, 20, green, elite, 10, yellow, epic, 5, orange, legendary, 2, red, divine level, 0, 5. Each attempt, 100,000 gold coins. Once per day, a specific egg position can be designated, guaranteeing a blue reward. Upon reading this, Jiang Yubai's eyes twitched. Good heavens! Is it possible to play it this way? By how much does the probability decrease each time? If one continuously obtains a certain color reward, will the winning probability ultimately dwindle to 0? Jiang Yubai pondered. Such a possibility was not inconceivable. While the surface displayed one set of winning probabilities, there was likely another hidden beneath, with the lottery wheel and lucky blind box presenting such low winning probabilities. How could the colorful golden egg lottery machine offer such elevated odds? To gamble everything or to risk losing it all? Jiang Yubai began to grasp the meaning of this phrase. Such high winning probabilities. Who could gaze upon them without envy? Who could resist the allure? The probability for divine rewards stood at 0. 5. Jiang Yubai envisioned the frenzied appearance of participants as they cast caution to the wind in pursuit of their desires. He collected his thoughts and continued reading. Combo mode. Available every Saturday and Sunday at noon for 1 hour. 3 rewards per 7 eggs. Among the 7 eggs, 3 conceal rewards. After striking a reward egg, the next strike automatically increases the reward color by 1 tier, purple to blue, cyan, green, yellow, orange, red. If an empty egg is struck, the combo progress resets completely. Next reward returns to purple. Guarantee mechanism. Each failed combo accumulates 1 point of luck upon reaching 5 points. The next attempt will yield a guaranteed win, still potentially low-tier rewards. Winning probability. For 28. 6. Constant. First strike amount, free. Second combo strike, 1,000,000 gold coins. Third combo strike, 1 elite level equipment item. Fourth combo strike, 10,000 experience points. Fifth combo strike, reduction of 300 in all base attributes. Sixth combo strike, forgetting 1 skill, random. Seventh combo strike, a random fate decision. Once per day, a guaranteed egg can be specified, visible only to oneself. Hiss. Upon reaching this point, it was Jiang Yubai's turn to draw in a sharp breath. My goodness, he had gained a more profound understanding of the previous statement. If the random mode was akin to a gambler's lottery ticket, then the combo mode resembled a madman's roulette. Jiang Yubai took a deep breath, suppressing the shock swelling within him. The costs of the combo mode were exorbitant, yet it was undeniably enticing. 3 rewards from 7 eggs, of 428. 6 probability of winning. The very rhythm of Jiang Yubai's heartbeat quickened. The key was, the first strike was free. Before the combo mode was activated, participants could not see what each strike in the combo required. Colorful golden egg lottery machine. How merciless. The price to pay was steep. But should one achieve a high combo, the rewards would be extraordinarily bountiful. Indeed, the rewards included sets and dungeon passes. The reason Yue had agreed to share 5 lottery wheels with the stargazing mercenaries was precisely because Baijian Hai had promised 5 slots for the Elven Island dungeon. Dungeons differ from instances. The latter can be entered at any time. To access a dungeon, one must possess a pass. There are 3 ways for professionals to acquire dungeon passes: defeating a boss, completing task rewards, or opening treasure chests. The catch is, the odds of obtaining a dungeon pass through these 3 avenues are quite low. Now, with the advent of the colorful golden egg lottery machine, a new avenue to acquire passes has emerged. In comparison, the allure of obtaining a set as a reward is equally compelling. For professionals, having a set versus not having one drastically alters combat effectiveness. The enhancement provided by a set is immensely potent. One egg begets poverty, the other wealth. The colorful golden eggs could alter destiny. Jiang Yubai marveled at the terrifying nature of the colorful golden egg lottery machine. Thud, thud, thud. The seasoned gambler felt his heart race. In Haiji's eyes glimmered with fervor. It was not just he who was captivated. The other 4 deans also exhibited a similar fervor, their breaths quickening. The probability of winning a red reward at 0. 5. Charge. The 5 deans eagerly surged towards the colorful golden egg lottery machine. Old gambler, step aside. Everyone clear out. This dean shall strike first. You 4, dare to contest with me again. Do not blame me for being ungracious. Chapter 72. Let us joyfully smash the golden eggs together. The 5 deans are utterly frenzied. Bang. Jiang Yubai felt the entire Jiwei No. 1 courtyard tremble suddenly. Immediately, he noticed that the other 4 deans, aside from Shi Wanshuan, were retreating. There stood Shi Wanshuan, wielding a hoe, as ripples of earth brown spread around him. Unhurriedly, he placed 100,000 gold coins on the heptagonal crystal display, and the coins transformed into a torrent, vanishing into the ancient bronze balance above. With an innocent smile, he addressed the 4 deans. My apologies, gentlemen. In Haiji let out a huff of indignation, taking a swig of strong liquor from his backpack, seemingly to suppress the surging urge of his gambling addiction. Shan Wenrui, in a state of exasperation, pointed at Shi Wanshuan, scolding, You old stone, how uncouth. resorting to a sneak attack. Dongfang Yingyu gestured animatedly. Exactly. How can one employ skills in such a manner? Dean Shi, your usual amiable demeanor must surely be a facade. Lu Guanyu stroked his beard. Say what you will. Shi Wanchuan remained unperturbed, cheerfully hoisting his hoe again, watching the gold coins flow into the crystal platform, disappearing from sight. Observing this, Shan Wenrui and the other deans had no choice but to momentarily set aside their emotions and approached. Jiang Yubai also edged closer to witness the spectacle. Suddenly, a hearty laughter erupted from the holographic screen above the bronze balance. Deep, exhilarating, comical, and frenzied. Ha ha ha. The 7 eggs await fate. One hammer to decide all. Participants, welcome. Let us joyfully smash the golden eggs together. Jiang Yubai was taken aback. This contraption, even its sound effects? The 5 deans were equally stunned. As the laughter faded, 7 gems emitted beams of light, converging before Shi Wanchuan to form a vibrant, multicolored hammer. Eagerly, Shi Wanchuan reached for the rainbow-hued hammer. Wait. In Haiji, with bloodshot eyes, gazed at Shi Wanchuan, breathless. How many times does Dean Shi intend to strike? His hands trembled, seemingly unable to suppress the primal force surging within him. The other 3 deans quickly realized. This could mean unlimited strikes at the golden egg. And there was a guarantee mechanism. Striking once for 100,000 gold coins. With Shi Wanchuan's wealth, he could strike thousands of times. Exactly. Shan Wenrui chimed in, Old Stone. What if you keep smashing endlessly? Lu Guanyu immediately suggested, we can't keep smashing. Let the 5 of us take turns. Dongfang Yingyu nodded vigorously. Shi Wanchuan acquiesced, fine. I will start with 5,000 strikes. What? No way. Are you mad? Dongfang Yingyu exclaimed, gripping Shi Wanchuan's shoulder tightly. Jiang Yubai's eyes widened in shock upon hearing Shi Wanchuan's intention to strike 5,000 times. He quickly calculated in his mind and gasped. 5,000 times meant 500 million gold coins. Jiang Yubai stroked his chin, thinking, Dean Shi is on the brink of financial ruin. Shi Wanchuan chuckled. 5,000 strikes are not excessive. Not excessive? Lu Guanyu shot him a glare. You plan to smash even the coins meant for your coffin? 5,000 strikes would take ages. Shan Wenrui shook her head vigorously. No way, at most 10 times. No, at most 5. Shi Wanchuan shook his head. 10 times is too few. Let us make it 1,000. 100 times. In Haiji asserted firmly. You get 1 chance at a guarantee. Shi Wanchuan shook his head again. I will concede to 500 strikes. Still too many. Just 100. Only 100. Dongfang Yingyu gestured rapidly. Shi Wanchuan put away his smile, insisting, there must be an order to this. How long will we have to wait for 500 strikes? In Haiji frowned. The dean and the vice dean could summon us at any moment. We cannot wait that long. Shi Wanchuan's stance remained resolute. If we cannot wait, then you shall strike next time. Why should it not be your turn next time? Shan Wenrui protested. I have already paid the gold. Jiang Yubai noticed the tension escalating and interjected with a smile. Deans, how about you listen to me for a moment? The 5 deans turned their attention to Jiang Yubai. Dean Shi, there will be future opportunities. Let us not allow the smashing of golden eggs to mar our harmony. Jiang Yubai wished to avoid any discord among the 5 deans due to himself. After pondering for a few seconds, Shi Wanchuan nodded. He could disregard the thoughts of Shan Wenrui and Lu Guanyu, but Jiang Yubai's counsel was one he could not ignore. Offending Jiang Yubai would mean not just 100 strikes, but even a single strike at the golden egg would be out of the question. Jiang Yubai deliberated, given the time constraints. Let us strike until we hit the target, then swap. The chance to strike the golden egg is not as simple as it appears. We can experience it first. And later, we can strike to our heart's content. The 5 deans remained silent. Lu Guanyu stroked his goat beard, querying, what if we never strike true? Then we shall keep smashing until we do. Jiang Yubai replied with a smile. With a guarantee, it's impossible to keep missing, at most 100 times. Shan Wenrui suddenly brightened up with a smile, nodding. All right, I agree with Little Bai's suggestion. Jiang Yubai's proposal is undoubtedly the fairest of all. Lu Guanyu quickly added. I agree as well. Dongfang Yingyu and In Haiji both nodded in agreement. Shi Wanchuan smiled and nodded. Then let us proceed as Jiang Xiaobai suggested. Strike until we hit. Then swap. Jiang Yubai breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, as things stand, once the continuous strike mode activates, it will surely lead to chaos. I must inform my mentor. Under the watchful gaze of all, Shi Wanchuan grasped the colorful little hammer, his gaze fixed upon the 7 golden eggs shimmering with rainbow hues. At first glance, the 7 golden eggs appeared identical, indistinguishable from one another. A sudden gleam sparked in Shi Wanchuan's eyes. Jiang Yubai, noticing this, felt a stir in his heart, a skill akin to detection. He instinctively glanced over, his eyelid twitching. Just then, the other 4 deans also exhibited varying glimmers in their eyes. Jiang Yubai secretly shook his head. It was futile. The 7-colored golden egg was an effect of a super divine skill. The status was clear. Perhaps a super divine presence could unveil some clues. After employing detection skills for a while, the 5 deans discerned nothing. Lu Guanyu glanced at Jiang Yubai, a look of confusion crossing his face. As a divine class, Why could I not fathom the mystery of this golden egg? Quite peculiar. Dongfang Yingyu pondered silently, recognizing the disparity between innate and acquired divine classes. Realizing that even she could not perceive the clues. Those not born with divine professions, but who ascend to divine levels, are collectively termed acquired divine classes. After a few more seconds, Shi Wanchuan ultimately chose the third rainbow-hued golden egg from the left, striking it with a hammer. Including Jiang Yubai, the five unconsciously held their breath. As the multicolored hammer descended upon the golden egg, the other 6 golden eggs instantly transformed into particles of light and dissipated. Golden. Web-like fissures appeared upon the surface of the egg, and the chosen golden egg instantaneously erupted with a blinding radiance. Chapter 73. Hesitation leads to defeat. Decisiveness brings fortune. Waves of blue light, reminiscent of deep-sea whirlpools, streamed forth from the golden cracks. Jiang Yubai's brows twitched slightly, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. Shi Wuchuan had struck true on his first attempt. Moreover, it was a blue reward. Such fortune, no, such auspiciousness was commendable. Shi Wuchuan fixated on the shattered 7-colored golden egg. However, upon witnessing the blue light emanating, his expression soured with disappointment, and he shook his head in lamentation. What he desired was not a blue reward, but a red one. Crack, crack, crack. As the golden fissures multiplied, they ultimately burst apart with a resounding crash, dissipating into golden motes that vanished from sight. The blue light coalesced into a message that materialized before everyone's eyes. Congratulations! You have struck true. You have received a blue reward. Intermediate Thorn Set 1. Upon reading the notification, a flicker of astonishment crossed Shi Wuchuan's eyes, and his disappointment lightened somewhat. 2 lines of text subsequently materialized in Jiang Yubai's vision. You have gained 100 experience. Passive ability house advantage triggered. You have received the Elite Thorn Lord Set 1. An intermediate set had directly upgraded to an Elite 1. Moreover, 100 experience points. Jiang Yubai smiled inwardly, reflecting. After the 100-fold increase, the reward had ascended 2 tiers. The other 4 deans, upon witnessing the notification, were finally assured of Shi Wuchuan's success and could not help but beam with smiles. Dean Shi, what fortuitous luck. To strike true on the first attempt. Lu Guanyu remarked, stroking his goatee, his gaunt face alight with mirth, feigning envy as he added. The thorn set is valued at over 100,000 gold coins. With this strike, Dean Shi has surely pocketed at least 200,000 gold coins. I am truly envious. In terms of equipment, the price of a set far surpassed that of individual items. Overjoyed, In Haiji, unable to contain his gambling enthusiasm, clasped his hands in congratulation. Congratulations, Dean Shi. Shan Wenrui squinted with a smile. Old Stone, your luck is quite remarkable. Dongfang Yingyu gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, kudos to you. Shi Wuchuan released his grip on the 7-colored hammer and, with an impassive demeanor, replied, no need for envy. I wish you all the same fortune I have. In Haiji waved his hand dismissively. My luck has always been dismal. I shall likely aim for the guaranteed prize. Heh. Just then, a voice emanated from the holographic screen, dripping with disdain and scorn. TSK, barely passable. Jiang Yubai and the 5 deans exchanged glances, acknowledging the intensity of the mockery. Jiang Yubai glanced at the information panel of the 7-colored golden egg lottery machine. Blue, intermediate, 3029. The probability of winning blue decreased by 1. Yet the displayed odds remained. Blue, intermediate, 30. The 7 gems once again illuminated with various colors, converging into 7 golden eggs. Old Stone, you may step aside now. Shan Wenrui patted Shi Wuchuan's shoulder. Shi Wuchuan gazed at the 7 golden eggs, suppressing the urge to grasp the 7-colored hammer and strike again, stepping back instead. Just as Shan Wenrui was about to approach, In Haiji interjected, Director Shan, why are you the second? Your hands are trembling more and more. Lu Guanyu nodded in agreement. Indeed, Director Shan, do not speak of courtesy. I do not subscribe to such notions. Dongfang Yingyu contemplated for a moment before deciding against further intervention, simply nodding. Shan Wenrui, arms crossed, lifted her chin defiantly, declaring, it is because I saved Little Bai from Zhu Yao. Upon hearing this, Lu Guanyu and In Haiji fell silent. While Dongfang Yingyu refrained from further comment, Shan Wenrui turned to Lu Guanyu, asking, may I strike? Lu Guanyu eagerly nodded, managing a smile, certainly, absolutely. Jiang Yubai stood by, unable to say otherwise. Satisfied, Shan Wenrui shifted her gaze to Dongfang Yingyu, who gestured for her to proceed. Lastly, she turned to In Haiji, exclaiming, Director In, may I strike? In Haiji, gripping his trembling hands, remained silent, his gaze averted. Shan Wenrui raised her voice, look me in the eyes and answer me. She enunciated distinctly. May I strike? Taking a deep breath, In Haiji met her gaze and hoarsely replied, of course you may. Content. Shan Wenrui reclaimed her focus, swaggering toward the egg-smashing station. Glancing at Jiang Yubai and playfully winking twice. Jiang Yubai found the situation both amusing and exasperating. One must wield authority when the tiger is away. I am still present. With Shan Wenrui's bold declaration, Who among the other 3 deans dared to protest? To do so would jeopardize their chances of smashing the golden egg. Xihua Chuan shook his head at the unfolding scene, though he felt a pang of envy. Shan Wenrui's actions demonstrated the strong bond she shared with Jiang Yubai. They could never dare behave so brazenly in his presence. Shan Wenrui's fiery gaze swept across the 7 golden eggs as she placed 100,000 gold coins upon the crystal pedestal. The coins transformed into a golden torrent, vanishing into the left side of the balance. Jiang Yubai noted that the blue probability had reverted to 30. Bong, bong, bong. The sound of gongs resonated, and the holographic screen displayed rippling sound waves. 1 egg impoverished, 1 egg affluent. The 7 colored golden eggs alter fate. What are we waiting for? Strike. Jiang Yubai mused. The commentary is quite plentiful. Shan Wenrui grasped the 7 colored hammer, her gaze flitting between the 7 golden eggs, yet she hesitated to strike. Hesitation leads to defeat. In Haiji could not restrain himself from chiming in. You cannot discern which egg contains the prize. Do strike. I know you are anxious, but do not rush. Shan Wenrui retorted, then, with urgency, brought the hammer down upon the 7th golden egg. At the moment of contact, Jiang Yubai heard a dull thud. Suddenly, the spectators beheld the 7th golden egg's surface fade to a dull gray. A grand character, embossed in gold, swiftly appeared upon the shell, empty. The holographic screen emitted a mocking voice. Oh dear, so close. The next moment, a line of text appeared. Actually, quite far off. Jiang Yubai thought to himself. The art of mockery is not lost on you. Seeing Shan Wenrui fail to strike true, In Haiji exhibited a look of regret. He grasped his outstretched right hand firmly with his left. Lu Guanyu shook his head, while Dongfang Yingyu pursed her lips. The 7 gems each emitted a beam of light that landed upon the 7th golden egg, causing it to regain its 7-colored brilliance. How unfortunate not to strike true. Shan Wenrui muttered, yet undeterred, she retrieved another 100,000 gold coins for a second attempt. This time, she struck without hesitation, bringing the hammer down upon the first golden egg. With a resounding thud, the shell lost its color, and the embossed golden characters reappeared. Caw, caw, caw. A derisive voice echoed. How fresh is the taste of air. Shan Wenrui puffed her cheeks in frustration. Alas, a profound sigh escaped her lips. Shan Wenrui glared at In Haiji, old gambling dog. Why do you sigh when I fail to strike true? In Haiji shook his head. Hesitation leads to defeat. Decisiveness brings nothing. Hadn't Director Shan heard this adage? Shan Wenrui shot a glance at In Haiji, exclaiming, I have never heard of such a thing. In Haiji's hands trembled even more violently, yet he struggled to maintain an air of superiority, asserting, in this game of roulette, one must act in accordance with the whims of the heart. The dean hesitated too long with the first strike and was overly hasty with the second. Both actions were inapt. Nonsense. Shan Wenrui interjected decisively, slamming the colorful hammer onto the crystal platform with a flourish. Do you think I need your guidance on how to crack an egg? Spare me your pretentious gambling wisdom.